A mysterious voice selects a young man while he's gaming, and an 18-year-old boy is instantly transported to the world of One Piece. Young man, do you wish to become a mysterious merchant of the heavens? Invincible defense comprehension of all languages. Countdown 10, 9, 8. Before Dao Xian could think, he shouted, I agree. In the next second, he disappeared in a daze. In the year 1519 of the Sea Circle calendar, outside the village of Kokoyasi in the East Sea, Dao Xian suddenly appeared. Is this the world of One Piece? He looked at the sea and blue sky, and the system informed him. He could exchange world currency for blind boxes. After 20 consecutive draws, he could choose the same reward, with blind box levels ranging from bronze to divine. The higher the level, the harder it was to open. Dao Xian walked into the village and saw an orange grove, picking a few. Not bad. Just as he was about to pick more, a girl with orange hair swung a stick at him. Thief. Dare to steal my oranges. Bang. The stick hit him like glass, and the recoil sent the girl flying. Dao Xian was stunned. Wasn't this Nami? With gem-like eyes and orange short hair. She was clearly his favorite character, but now she treated him as a thief. I'm sorry, I thought they were wild. Dao Xian quickly apologized. Nami got up and glared at him. These are my family's oranges. Who are you? In the distance, Arlong laughed as he walked over. Nami, keep saving money. You're still 50 million short to repay your village. He thought to himself. Once you save enough, it'll just steal it and make you work for me forever. Can Dao Xian help Nami get rid of Arlong? Does he have something in his blind box that can defeat Arlong? Will Nami trust this suddenly appearing stranger? Arlong glanced at Dao Xian and scoffed. Where did this little brat come from? Get out of Kokoyasi village. Nami glared at Dao Xian, noticing his clothes were of better fabric than the nobles. He must be rich. She had just been hurt by the recoil and felt justified. Pay up. Dao Xian felt awkward. The system hadn't given him any startup funds. He truly had no money. How dare you steal when you have no money? Nami shouted, her face turning red with anger. All right, Nami, he's a guest. The blue-haired lady Nojiko came over, smiling to ease the tension. Come to my tavern. They'll treat you to a meal. Dao Xian immediately agreed. He was really hungry. Nami angrily followed, her eyes almost boring a hole through him. In the tavern, Nami couldn't help but ask, Who are you? How'd you get here? The evil dragon has taken over this island. Outsiders can't come in. Dao Xian adjusted his collar. I am a mysterious merchant of the heavens. I can buy anything and sell anything. Nami raised an eyebrow. A merchant? Then why did you say you had no money? Dao Xian was momentarily speechless and quickly changed the subject. Do you want to get rid of the evil dragon? Do you want revenge? Mentioning the evil dragon, Nami's eyes were instantly filled with hatred, but quickly turned to despair. He's too strong. We can't beat him. Dao Xian took out a bronze blind box. The box floated in his hand. Exquisite and unlike any ordinary item. Come, open the blind box. It may contain a famous sword, a devil fruit, special abilities. With these, what is the evil dragon? In the new world, he's just a small fry. A glance from a strong person could wipe him out countless times. Nami stared at the blind box, her eyes shining. Could this really be that amazing? How much does this cost? She was most concerned about this to gather money to save her village. She had to make every penny count. What price will Dao Xian quote? Will Nami be willing to use her hard-earned money to open the blind box? Will the first blind box yield something to fight against the evil dragon? A bronze blind box costs only 100,000 berries. Dao Xian smiled slightly. 100,000? It might change your fate. Nami, do you want the power to defeat the evil dragon? Dao Xian threw out his trump card. Eat your oranges, and the first blind box is on Metried out. If you're not satisfied, no charge, but if you want to continue, you'll have to settle up. Nami's eyes lit up. No charge? And she had to try. Listen to the rules. For every 100 opened, you could buy a blind box at the next level. If you don't want the items, I can recycle them for blind boxes, but the price will be low. May luck be with you. Dao Xian transferred the blind box rights to Nami, and the box instantly became ordinary. Nami untied the string and opened the lid. The box turned into a stream of light and disappeared, leaving behind a palm-sized scroll. What is this? She asked in confusion. Dao Xian was surprised. You have good luck. This is a ninjutsu scroll, fire release, great fireball technique, usable once. Its power can burn a hole 7 meters wide if Arlong gets hit. He won't die, but will be seriously injured. Nami's breath almost stopped. Could this be real? How much for one blind box? 100,000 berries, and you get one free with a 10 consecutive draw. Greedy for money, Nami thought it was a bargain for the first time. If she had power, making money would be easy. Defeating the evil dragon and redeeming her village was the most important thing. You have 46 million berries, right? Dao Xian suddenly said. Nami felt like she had seen a ghost. How did he know? This was beyond human capability. She gritted her teeth, her eyes firm. Give me 110 consecutive draw. Dao Xian was overjoyed opening a deal on the first day, and it was a big client. 46 million berries was enough to open 400 bronze blind boxes and 4 silver blind boxes, enough for her to gain the power to defeat the evil dragon. 10 blind boxes floated in front of Nami, shimmering with golden light. Would she draw something stronger than the great fireball technique? Could miracles happen with a 10 consecutive draw? If the evil dragon knew Nami was up to something, would he come rushing over? Nami took a deep breath and reached out to open the first blind box. Dao Xian activated the system, directly deducting 1.1 million berries from Nami. Nami's heart tightened. Her money for the oranges really decreased by 1.1 million. She completely believed in Dao Xian's identity as a mysterious merchant. 11 blind boxes lay on the table, and Nami rubbed her hands. In opening them, the first blind box opened, revealing a pill. Fasting pill, eat one to not feel hungry for 7 days and replenish stamina, Dao Xian explained. Nami felt a bit disappointed. This world didn't lack food. This was of little use. The second blind box contained 10 ninja shurikens. What a loss. How could these things defeat the evil dragon? Are you kidding me? The last 8 blind boxes fared even worse. Apart from a broken handgun, they were all trash. Nami's face darkened, glaring at Dao. Xian, are you messing with me? Was the first fireball technique just a lure, and the rest all traps? A big meal is here. Nojiko came in with a plate, and upon seeing the last unopened blind box, she curiously opened it. Silver light burst forth. A special card lay on the table. Skill card, Wind Release Great Breakthrough. Can create a whirlwind to attack and defend, Dao Xian said. This skill has been modified in the One Piece world. It doesn't require hand seals. Just consume stamina, and the more stamina used, the greater the power. A giant can use it to be even more powerful than a dragon fruit. Nami's eyes widened, grabbing the card and silently chanting use the card, turned into a stream of light and entered her mind. The usage method instantly becoming clear. She was ecstatic. 1.1 million just got her the great fireball technique and wind release. This was a major profit. Change all my money into blind boxes. Nami slammed the table. Change all 46 million. How many blind boxes can 46 million open? Will something stronger than wind release be drawn? If the evil dragon suddenly barged in, could Nami use her new skills to drive him away? Dao Xian smiled and activated the system instantly. The table was piled high with blind boxes, densely packed, making one's scalp tingle. Let's eat first. This meat looks delicious. Dao Xian stared at the golden chunks of meat, saliva almost dripping down. Nokigao and Nami nodded, and the three immediately entered eating mode. Meanwhile, the Sharkman Budo from the evil dragon pirates sneered as he walked into the village. Someone took in a strange mouse. This month's ransom is doubled. The villagers were scared and hid. This fishman was a mid-level officer with a bounty of over 10 million. A top-tier powerhouse in the East Sea. Anyone who resisted would die. Budo laughed maniacally. Little mouse, where are you hiding? Once I find you, they'll tear you apart. In the tavern, Dao Xian was enjoying his meal when Nokigao suddenly asked, Mysterious merchant, can I buy blind boxes? She had just heard Nami explain the situation, and looking at Dao Xian, this kid was really handsome, fair-skinned, much more pleasing to the eye than those twisted-looking pirates in this world. Dao Xian quickly nodded. Of course, the more customers, the better. Found you here? Little mouse. Budo kicked open the tavern door, his crimson eyes fixed on Dao Xian, his sharp teeth glinting ominously. Buto. Nami suddenly stood up, her fists clenched. This fishman was a henchman of the evil dragon, with blood from villagers on his hands. In the past, she could only endure, but now with wind release and great fireball technique, she didn't believe she couldn't win. Budo completely ignored Nami and walked toward Dao Xian step by step. Got you now. Let's see what it feels like to be torn apart. Dao Xian frowned. Can't even eat in peace. But he had the system's invincible defense, so he wasn't worried. Would Nami act directly? Could her wind release hurt Budo? Would Dao Xian just stand by? Budo's claws were already reaching for Dao Xian's neck, bringing with it a fishy wind. Budo said mockingly, oh, isn't this Namison? Catch the intruding mouse and present it to the boss. He'll definitely be pleased. He didn't take Nami seriously at all, could easily take on 50 of her. This girl was just the evil dragon's cash cow, unable to stir up any waves. Budo reached for Dao Xian, who remained calm and still. Scoundrel, don't touch him. Nami picked up a wooden stick and struck Budo hard on the head. Bang! Budo was sent flying, crashing outside the tavern. People in the world of One Piece had strong physiques. Nami looked weak, but her strength was not small. Nami! Budo got up, his eyes blood red. How dare this girl strike? He lunged toward the tavern, and Nami shouted, Wind release, great breakthrough. A storm whipped up dust, cutting into Budo like knives, making him howl in pain. He'll kill you, and slaughter Kokosha village. Budo roared. Nami's gaze became fiercer, Wind release. Great breakthrough. This time, she exerted all her strength. The tornado was 3 times larger than before. She shouted to Noki Gao, "Quick, throw the knives in." Noki Gao rushed into the kitchen and threw all the knives into the wind. Poochie, Poochie. The knives danced wildly in the tornado, and Budo's screams grew weaker. When the wind stopped, Budo lay on the ground, covered in blood, motionless. Nami was exhausted, collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath as she looked at Dao Xian. "Keep going. Exchange all my berries for blind boxes." The commotion was too loud. The evil dragon would definitely come, and she needed to get stronger quickly. Dao Xian waved his hand, and the table was instantly filled with blind boxes. Nami and Noki Gao hurriedly opened the boxes, their fingers trembling. Outside the tavern, the villagers peeked through the cracks of the door, seeing Budo's corpse. Feeling both relieved and terrified, killing an officer would drive the evil dragon mad. One by one, the blind boxes opened, golden light flashing continuously. Could Nami get something to defeat the evil dragon? How long until the evil dragon would arrive? Would the villagers dare to stand up and help Nami? In the distance, a huge sound came from the sea. A massive pirate ship was charging toward the village, its sails bearing the evil dragon's emblem. It makes sense. Everyone knows the power of Budo, and no one in our village could kill him. Most of the villagers do not support fighting the dragon pirate crew. After all, they are not a match. If it turns out that someone from another village killed Budo, that would be the best outcome. Among the crowd, the fierce-looking A. Jian looked at the marks on the tavern door and the commotion on the ground, and couldn't help but speculate whether it was done by Nami or Nojiko. However, in an instant, a Jian found this thought amusing. Nami and Nojiko's strength was enough to deal with ordinary villagers, but when it came to the cadre of the dragon pirate crew, he was just overthinking it. A villager with a keen eye noticed the drag marks left by Budo on the ground, seemingly indicating he was thrown out of the tavern. He shouted loudly, "The murderer who killed Budo must be inside the tavern. Let's all go in and take a look." The villagers echoed, "Let's go in." They wanted to find out who killed Budo. The commotion outside the tavern was naturally heard by a few people inside, but facing the imminent threat of the dragon, no one had time to pay attention to the villagers' shouts. They were too busy opening boxes, and Dao Xian didn't even have time to explain. He just set aside the slightly more valuable items and briefly categorized them. When the villagers burst into the tavern, they were met with a strange scene. Nami and Nojiko were continuously opening some kind of boxes, and a stranger next to them would create new boxes after they finished opening the previous ones. This bizarre scene unfolded before their eyes repeatedly. The villagers couldn't care less about Nami's strange behavior and raised their weapons, questioning Dao Xian. "Did you kill Budo?" The villagers slowly approached, surrounding Dao Xian. Faced with the villagers' encirclement, Dao Xian remained indifferent. He was quite cold towards ordinary people. It was understandable that they feared the retaliation of the dragon pirate crew. However, he couldn't accept their behavior of attacking his benefactor. But ultimately, it was up to Nami to decide whether to continue saving or to give up. All depended on her thoughts. Dao Xian did not speak, turning his gaze towards Nami. "Nami, are you with the murderer who killed Budo? Do you want to harm everyone?" Some villagers, afraid of the dragon, questioned. However, another villager quickly retorted, "Nami joined the dragon pirates to save the village. Isn't she working hard to save everyone? How can you say that about her?" The villager who had just questioned lowered his head, feeling embarrassed for his selfishness. Having gained power from the blind boxes, Nami now had the confidence to fight against the dragon. She could understand the villagers' fear of the dragon. The villagers had resisted over the years, but the costs had been severe. This made their desire to resist even deeper. Without certainty, they would only be cautious. Seeing the villagers' hesitant gazes, Nami knew what they were thinking. To inspire their will to fight back, Nami decisively said, "Please believe me, I have a way to fight against the dragon. Just give me some time, and I will prove it to you." Nami's expression immediately touched everyone, but a small portion of the villagers still hesitated. After all, the risk was too great. They knew Nami's strength, and that she was no match for any officer in the Dragon Pirates. Even though Nami earnestly asked them to trust her, they were still hesitant. This was a matter involving personal safety and required careful consideration before making a decision. The villagers began to whisper among themselves. Seeing the villagers' indecision, a man who had absolute trust in Nami stepped forward. A Jian, who appeared fierce but was gentle at heart, stood up for Nami like a foster father and shouted, "Have you all forgotten how Arlong killed your loved ones?" After saying this, a Jian pointed at a villager. "Blue, your father and mother were both killed by Arlong. Don't you want revenge? And you, Tozen?" A Jian went around, and those he looked at all lowered their eyes. It could be said that more than half of the people present had relatives who died at the hands of the dragon pirates. When it came to hatred, they didn't need to say much. So what can we do? We are no match for Arlong. Even if we all go together, we would just die together. The villagers nodded, as this was their thought. A Jian sternly said, so what? Even if I die, I want to take a few fishmen with me. It's just a matter of losing this life. But no matter what you all think, I must avenge Belmere. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of water came from the floor, and soon those villagers who had been so fierce began to cry. The hatred accumulated over 8 years of oppression by the dragon. The hatred for the dragon who killed their loved ones. The buried hatred in their hearts was completely ignited by Jian's words. Hatred is a powerful force that can make people fearless of life and death. Under the influence of hatred, their fear of Arlong was completely suppressed, and at this moment, these people couldn't wait to find Arlong to fight to the death. Even if they died, they wanted to take a bite out of Arlong. Nami, who had been worried about everyone not believing her, was moved when she saw the villagers, encouraged by a Jian, gathering the courage to resist. Everyone, she said, thank you all. Nami-san, we believe your words. We absolutely won't run away. This time we will fight to the death against the Arlong pirates. The villagers, each holding weapons, changed their encircling posture into a protective one, waiting for the arrival of the dragon pirates. This time, no one was afraid, no one was scared, only hatred. Years of blood feud could only be resolved with their lives. Nami no longer said much and began to quickly open the blind boxes. Whoever bought the blind box could only use what was inside. Of course, this referred to slightly higher level items. Basic weapons, however, would not be bound. In her previous actions, Nami had already opened quite a few weapons, including some old-fashioned firearms. A Jian was responsible for distributing these weapons to the villagers. Faced with these weapons, everyone felt more confident. In Arlong Park, a small fishman ran to Arlong in a panic. Boss Arlong, bad news, bad news. Lord Buto is dead, dead. Arlong glared, unable to believe it. Buto was considered a strong figure in the East Sea, not someone who could be easily injured or killed. As for false reports, Arlong knew that his subordinates didn't have the guts for that. However, the fact that someone was capable of killing Buto surprised him. To be cautious, he decided to gather all his men to prevent being caught off guard by a strong enemy. Just as Arlong was gathering his men to come to Kokoshia village to find the enemy who killed Buto, Nami was becoming stronger at the fastest speed possible. 46 million berries, equivalent to 400 bronze-level blind boxes and 4 silver-level blind boxes. The bronze-level blind boxes were quickly opened, yielding a large number of various weapons. However, overall, in terms of berry value, it was definitely a loss. Nevertheless, she still opened a silver-level item, another skill card from Naruto, the basic shadow clone technique. The effect was to create 2 illusions, serving as a combat skill. It could be very useful, especially since it consumed little stamina, as it only created illusions. Nami took a deep breath, suppressing her frustration at her bad luck. Out of the first 20 blind boxes, she had opened 2 good items, but the remaining 300 boxes had yielded not a single good item. Nami even began to suspect the mysterious merchant's intentions. Looking at Nami's expression, even Dao Xian felt a bit embarrassed and secretly asked the system, is this normal probability, or is Nami just too unlucky? She's too unlucky. The system's response made him realize that it wasn't that there were no good items in the bronze-level blind boxes, but rather that Nami was just too unfortunate. Although she was fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged, it still couldn't hide her bad luck aura. Let's open the last 4 silver blind boxes. Nami gritted her teeth and said, simply having 2 skills gave her no confidence in taking down Arlong. The gap between Arlong and Buto was like heaven and earth. While Nami could take down Buto with 1 blow against Arlong, she would likely only inflict minor injuries. At this moment, she was also in a dilemma. Everything was an illusion created by the initial blind boxes. That damned mysterious merchant, Nami thought fiercely. Dao Xian waved his hand, and 4 blind boxes glowing with a silver light appeared in front of him. After a moment of hesitation, Dao Xian said directly, Nami, why don't you let Noki Gao help you open them? What do you mean? Nami asked fiercely, while Noki Gao chuckled beside her. Nami, let me open them. Nami hesitated and reluctantly said, fine, although she really wanted to open the boxes herself. Considering her recent luck, if these 4 silver-level magic boxes didn't contain anything suitable, it would indeed be a big problem. Since it involved the lives of others in the village, Nami didn't dare to be reckless at this moment. These 4 blind boxes were related to the lives of everyone in the village, and even Noki Gao couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Dao Xian noticed that her delicate hands seemed to be trembling slightly, causing her soft chest to shake. Unknowingly, Dao Xian, the old pervert, had his attention diverted. In just a few seconds, the first silver-level blind box was opened. Dao Xian raised an eyebrow, unexpectedly revealing this item, which resembled a syringe. The system panel displayed Captain America's serum. Not bad, it's a good item. Nami and Nokiheo stared at him, waiting for an explanation. Dao Xian continued to explain, this is a potion that can enhance the human body. After injection, it can strengthen certain physical qualities, as well as slightly extend lifespan and maintain youth. Upon hearing about maintaining youth, Nami's eyes instantly lit up, and even Nokigao couldn't help but feel envious. However, Dao Xian had already told her that only the owner of the box could use its contents, so Nokigao could only watch. Dao Xian was quite surprised. This thing could be considered a good item. However, in the world of One Piece, the ability to maintain youth and extend lifespan might be even more precious. As for the enhancement of physical qualities, given the physique of humans in the One Piece world, it would only provide a slight increase. For those strong individuals, it's something they could achieve with just a few months of training. However, for Nami, this item came at a very opportune time. Her current abilities are all based on physical strength, and the increased physical qualities are undoubtedly a great enhancement for her. Dao Xian raised his eyebrows and asked, continue? Nami nodded, while Nokiheo beside her reached for another silver blind box. The blind box opened, revealing a very ordinary scroll. Dao Xian felt a hint of disappointment. After all, he was the one who hoped the most that these guests would draw good items. After all, he could replicate one of the 20 rewards for himself. The better the items, the better the one that would belong to him after replication. For instance, with Nami's over 400 draws, Dao Xian could exchange bronze-level items at a rate of 20-1 for silver ones. In simple terms, from the 4 silver-level boxes that Nami had, Dao Xian could obtain 2 items. Dao Xian continued to fulfill his commentary duty. This is a skill scroll called Basic Fist and Kick. In simple terms, with it, your fist and kick attacks will be more precise and effective. The 2 women nodded and continued to open blind boxes. Upon opening the 3rd blind box, a special card appeared. It was a rice card, storing about 100 tons of rice. This item wasn't very useful in One Piece, where food was never in short supply due to the vast oceans. However, if such a card appeared in a post-apocalyptic world, it would be a fortune. It was evident that the items drawn from silver-level boxes were not bad. They just might not be applicable. The items drawn so far were barely enough for Nami to deal with Arlong. But if Arlong's subordinates were added, Nami would lose her confidence. Whether to fight or retreat now depended on the last silver blind box. However, with such strength, Nami at least had the confidence to protect the villagers while retreating to other places. If they couldn't win, they could still defend. But this was not a long-term solution. As long as the fishmen blocked the nearby seas, they would still have no way out. After all, the combat power of fishmen increased at least 3-fold in the sea, and resolving the situation on land was the best option. With this mindset, Nokiheo reached for the last silver blind box. A golden light shone, and Dao Xian seemed to hear the sound effect of wow, golden legend. Truly deserving of being the lucky one. Dao Xian praised Dao and casually glanced at Nami. There was indeed a world of difference between a non-lucky person and a lucky person. What are you looking at? Nami retorted, feeling bad as a non-lucky person and unable to tolerate being looked down upon. Dao Xian took a deep breath and explained the golden level item to them. According to the system, the chance of drawing a silver level item from a bronze level blind box is 1%. Similarly, the chance of drawing a golden level item from a silver level blind box is the same. In other words, opening 4 silver blind boxes resulted in 1 golden item, which is simply the blessing of the goddess of luck. Dao Xian vaguely remembers the days of being unlucky while playing DNF. He shivered at the thought. It's better to forget such a terrifying black history. Looking at the eager gazes of the 2 girls, Dao Xian slowly said, I have to admit, Naka's luck is indeed good. Normally, it might take 10 billion belly to open a golden level blind box item. Yet, she managed to draw it out from just 4 silver blind boxes. With this, defeating the evil dragon will be much easier. This is the essence of the ability of Kamen Rider Kuga, the Kuga belt. The person who wears this belt can transform into Kamen Rider Kuga and fight against evil. I hope you can live up to this belt. On the table lay an item that clearly symbolized the power of Kuga, a belt. Nami nodded, then without hesitation. First use Captain America's serum, followed by the basic martial arts. Finally, she put on the Kuga belt. At the same time, Nami's body underwent a tremendous transformation, as the serum and the belt were simultaneously altering her physique. In an instant, Nami's outfit was torn apart. Dao Xian was momentarily stunned, but fortunately, others were guarding outside the tavern and didn't pay attention to what was happening inside. They could all tell that Nami was using some method to deal with Arlong, which made no one dare to interrupt her. This left the scene for only Noki Gao and Dao Xian to witness. Unbeknownst to them, Dao Xian, the old lecher, was reaping significant benefits. Nami's figure was truly explosive. It was as if a layer of keratin had accumulated, and suddenly, on Nami's exposed body, an unknown substance was discovered, which then formed into armor modeled after a cicada, with red as the base color. However, compared to the armor of the 5th generation in Dao Xian's memory, Nami's armor eliminated the head covering and added a layer of skirt below the waist. It also transformed into a typical female armor, instantly showcasing Nami's heroic demeanor and charm. Nami? Noki Gao, standing beside her, looked at the dramatically changed Nami, worried that something might be wrong with her. Nami, standing in place, clenched her fist, fully feeling the power within her. At this moment, she was in her full potential form, with all her physical attributes greatly enhanced. This kind of power was more than enough to deal with Arlong and his crew. "Leave Arlong to me," Nami said confidently. Seeing this, Noki Gao nodded. There was no time to explain in detail now. Arlong could arrive at any moment. Gathering all his men, Arlong entered the village with 3 remaining cadre-level fishmen and some ordinary fishmen. "Ha ha ha," he proclaimed. "The villagers of Kokoyashi, hand over the murderer of Birudo, and I will spare your lives. If I find out that any of you are hiding enemies of the Arlong pirates, Arlong, will kill you all. Remember, all of you." Arlong's booming voice echoed throughout the village and soon reached the tavern nearby. "Arlong is here." Although the villagers were prepared to fight to the death, they still couldn't help but feel a bit afraid when Arlong actually arrived. With steady steps, Arlong and his group came before the tavern, looking at the humans wielding weapons. Arlong was furious. He was very angry. The reason was that these humans had defied his orders. He had long stated that no one was allowed to create or possess weapons while he ruled here. What he saw now were these people attempting to resist him with weapons in hand. A cruel smile appeared on Arlong's face as he uttered threats. "You wish to resist the great fishman, Arlong? Do you know what happens to those who do this?" "What happens?" The tavern door suddenly opened, and Nami stepped out clad in red armor. Arlong's face showed some surprise. The Nami before him seemed to have suddenly become much stronger. Was this still the little thief he knew? However, in just one day, even if she had eaten the legendary devil fruit, Arlong felt no fear. After all, the devil fruit primarily amplifies the strength of the person who consumes it. It was impossible for a useless person to suddenly become strong just by eating a devil fruit. "Of course you will die, Nami." The fishman cadres burst into wild laughter. "So, Nami, can you tell me who exactly killed Birudo?" Nami stepped forward and declared loudly, "The one who killed Birudo is me." Strength and spirit have always matched each other before possessing this kind of power. Nami would never have dared to say such words to Fishman Arlong. But now, Nami was completely different. Faced with Nami's bold admission, Arlong fell silent. How dare she admit it? What gave her the courage? Was it him? Dao Xian walked out of the tavern, and Arlong's gaze completely ignored Nami, focusing entirely on Dao Xian. "What are you looking at?" Nami, who had gained power, was the first to launch an attack. Her immense physical strength transformed into the power of wind release. Great breakthrough, creating a tornado that kicked up dust and rushed towards Arlong, equal to that of defeating Budo. A devil fruit user? Arlong quickly noticed the grand attack. Facing this powerful gale, his response was simple. He plunged his sharp-toothed knife directly into the ground, and the hurricane could not shake his body at all. Just this display was already far superior to Budo. However, Nami's performance still stunned the villagers who were familiar with her. Was this still Nami? The power to create such a massive wind was too strong. For a moment, Moral is sword. Meanwhile, Arlong's subordinates also launched their attacks, engaging in battle with the villagers. The armed villagers managed to hold off the fishmen's assault without Budo and Arlong's attack. Both the villagers and the fishmen were well aware that this battle was entirely a king versus king situation. If Nami won, none of the fishmen present could escape. Similarly, if Arlong won, everyone present would pay a painful price. They fought back. Kill. In an instant, chaos erupted in front of the tavern. Nami understood this, and knowing that humans were inherently weaker than fishmen, she realized that although it was manageable for a short time, prolonged fighting would lead to casualties. Acknowledging this, Nami voluntarily ceased the great breakthrough and directly engaged Arlong in combat. With each punch and kick, Nami suddenly felt as if she had entered a state of transcendence, landing blows on Along that forced him to defend himself. Dao Xian, watching their battle, appreciated their skills. Occasionally, fishmen would come to attack him, but after experiencing his defense and counterattack, they ended up injuring themselves. After several such encounters, no one paid attention to Dao Xian anymore. From Dao Xian's perspective, Fishman Along wielded his massive, shark-toothed knife, continuously trying to clear obstacles, but he never once touched Nami. Instead, Nami's attacks occasionally struck Along. Although there were no visible wounds, the expression on Along's face revealed that Nami's punches and kicks were anything but light. In the midst of the battle, Nami felt more in control. Every move Along made was within her grasp. The moment Along raised his knife, she sensed where he intended to strike. In this situation, Along was completely at her mercy. If Dao Xian knew how Nami felt now, he would only marvel at her talent. In fact, every member of the Straw Hat Pirates was incredibly strong. None were weak. Moreover, each one was a top talent in their respective fields. At this moment, Nami's feeling was the embryonic form of observation hockey. If armament hockey could still be cultivated through hard training, then observation hockey truly depended on talent. And Nami undoubtedly possessed that talent. As the battle continued, Nami became increasingly familiar with the power known as Kamen Rider Kuga, especially with a certain energy stirring within her body. In accordance with the instinct of the belt, Nami infused that energy into her legs. At the moment Along swung his knife through the air, she executed a spinning side kick that struck Along's chest directly. A large amount of sealing energy was injected into Along's body. The instant it was injected, Nami knew Along was dead. There was no doubt about it. With a graceful turn, a true rider never looks back at the explosion. Boom! Amid the explosion, Along was blown to smithereens by the sealing energy, his death gruesome. Boss Along! The fishmen present cried out in disbelief, and then chaos ensued, with some fleeing and others fighting back in anger. However, under Nami's influence, one by one, they were killed. Compared to dying at the hands of the Straw Hat crew in the original story, dying at the hands of these victims' families was far more satisfying for them. We have won. Yoo-hoo! We have finally taken our revenge. After finally killing all the fishmen, the villagers present burst into tears of joy, their voices expressing the pain that had been suppressed for 8 years. Nami and Noki stood aside, smiling happily in the sunlight. Cough, cough. Dao Xian walked over and reminded Nami, Nami, be careful to prepare your clothes when you put away your armor. This scene was naturally absent from the TV series, but it's unclear whether it was a mutation or something else. Nami's transformation did not change her clothes. Perhaps it was because she didn't fully grasp the ability of the void. Originally like a goddess of war, Nami's face instantly turned red, and without saying a word, she ran into the tavern. Dao Xian suddenly recalled Nami's perfect figure after she transformed and burst out her clothes. He couldn't help it. As a pure-hearted man, it was the first time he had seen such a perfect body. He wanted Nami. It seemed that from now on, Nami of the Straw Hat Pirates would no longer exist, and he was prepared to take her onto his ship, a mysterious ship that sold blind boxes. As long as you had money and encountered the ship in the right place, it could fulfill all your needs, whether it was immortality, eternal youth, or various powers. Everything was on the mysterious ship. Looking at the happy villagers, Noki Gao beamed with a smile and said, Everyone, let's have a feast tomorrow. All right, feast, feast. Dao Xian, standing nearby, was also filled with anticipation for the feast in the world of One Piece. In the world of pirates, the most important thing was the feast. How could he not experience it himself? The next day, the feast began early in the morning. After learning that Nami had gained the power to defeat Arlong from him, the villagers treated him almost like a hero. Dao Xian had a great time. By the way, the 2 golden items Dao Xian chose were Captain America's serum and the Belt of the Void. No one knew better than him the potential of the Belt of the Void. With this belt, as long as Nami could evolve into her ultimate form, she could reach the level of the 4 emperors, becoming a top combat force in this world. After obtaining these 2 powers, Dao Xian finally shed his originally weak body. After eating and drinking his fill, Dao Xian quietly approached Nami. Nami, do you want to go to sea with me? Nami's smile remained unchanged as she replied, Give me a reason. Dao Xian thought for a moment and then said, From now on, my blind boxes will increase in price by 10, and for every blind box sold, you will earn 10,000 berries. Nami had never felt so tempted before, even though theoretically, she no longer needed money. However, the moment she heard this proposal, she had to admit that she was moved. After glancing at Dao Xian's profile, Nami also acknowledged that there was a slight connection between them. Since you're so sincere, I can't refuse. Nami's pride was evident on her face. Anyone could see it. She turned to Nojiko beside her and asked, Nojiko, do you want to go out to sea together? Nojiko raised her glass and took a sip, then shook her head. The orange grove needs someone to protect it. So, you go ahead. Dao Xian suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, by the way, among the golden level items, there are resurrection items. Your adoptive mother, Belmir, can revive Nami and Nojiko. However, Dao Xian was not as happy as he had imagined. No, it should be disbelief. Nami looked astonished and asked, really? Dao Xian nodded. There shouldn't be too many things that can be resurrected. The simplest one is the resurrection coin from DNF. However, it seems that the resurrection coin can't bring back those who have been dead for a long time. But with so many worlds, there must be such items. It all depends on luck, and this is something he can't control himself. Nami's face, which was originally filled with satisfaction from achieving her goal, instantly transitioned to a new goal. All right, now we need to sell more blind boxes. The more we sell, the better. The more we sell, the more she earns. And the more she earns, the more blind boxes she can open. Nami was very clear about this calculation. Dao Xian nodded. However, we need a ship now. Nami turned her head, sticking out her little tongue, looking incredibly cute. Have you forgotten the captain of the Arlong pirates? Once we eliminate them, their ship and possessions will be ours, Nojiko interjected. The villagers. Nami instantly became disheartened. After 8 years of habit, even though she had escaped the Arlong pirates, she still loved money. The previous goal was to save money to redeem the village. But now the goal was to save money for blind boxes until she obtained a resurrection item. After the banquet, Nami also wanted to announce her plan to leave the village to everyone. After seeing the power Nami possessed, everyone understood that she wouldn't stay in the village forever. The group headed towards the Arlong pirates' ship, the Shark's Bab. It was a ship that perfectly matched Arlong's design. However, after being requisitioned by Nami and Dao Xian, it could no longer be used in that form. After plundering the treasure, everyone began the process of helping Nami and Dao Xian change the ship. The most important part was, of course, the bow of the ship. To make it cool, Dao Xian specially chose the emblem of Kongwa, using a huge hollow wooden piece to create the logo. From now on, the official name of the ship would be the Kongwa. Of course, Dao Xian wouldn't mind if it was called the Mysterious Merchant. 3 days later, on the day the Mysterious Merchant officially set sail, Dao Xian said, Ajian, goodbye. Nojiko, goodbye. Dao Xian is personally at the helm, while Nami is responsible for navigating. They don't have the usual permanent compasses here, so to set sail officially, they need to go to the nearest place to buy a few permanent compasses. Dao Xian suddenly thought of a place and turned to Nami. Nami, is Windmill Village far from here? It's okay, not very far. Are we going to Windmill Village? Dao Xian nodded. There is indeed a heavyweight figure in Windmill Village. As long as he can connect with him, he can open quite a few boxes. Speaking of which, Nami, I suddenly feel that a 10,000 berries increase is a bit low. How about 200,000 berries per box? Nami nodded enthusiastically. She could never oppose a method to increase income. Moreover, she knew that Dao Xuan's blind boxes could definitely be sold at that price. Well, the money can be kept with you for now. But let's agree on this. The money that needs to be spent cannot be less. Faced with Dao Xuan's proposal, Nami found it hard to refuse. She was just a girl who loved berries that much. Windmill Village belongs to the Kingdom of Goa on Dawn Island and is located on the edge of the kingdom. It is named for the large number of giant windmills in the village. For a sea fan like Dao Xian, the most important significance of this place is that it is the starting point for the main character and also the hometown of the main character, Luffy. Under Nami's command, Dao Xian slowly approached the outside of Windmill Village, and he also got the answer he wanted. A huge Navy warship was docked at the port of Windmill Village, with a giant dog's head at the bow, holding a bone in its mouth. With such a unique design, Dao Xian immediately recognized it as Carp's ship, the Doghead Strategist. Dao Xian had originally planned to wait here for a while, or if he didn't find what he was looking for, to gradually develop from the Kingdom of Heia as a base. However, he unexpectedly arrived just in time to coincide with Carp's visit to see Luffy. Is there someone you're looking for here? Nami asked beside him, although she was somewhat puzzled by Dao Xuan's decision to come to Windmill Village. However, in this world, the instinct to follow the captain's orders was ingrained in everyone, so Nami wouldn't question it too much, though she naturally had to ask. Dao Xian nodded and explained to Nami, have you heard of the name Marine Hero Vice Admiral? Nami nodded. The Marine Hero Vice Admiral Garp often appeared in major newspapers, and Cocoa Village was also within the coverage area of the Newsbird. Naturally, she had seen these reports. Dao Xian smiled and explained while pointing at the dog-headed strategist, "That is Carp's warship. Carp must be in the village ahead. I came here specifically for him." Nami's face was instantly filled with shock. How could such a big figure appear here? And how did Dao Xian know about it? They had been together for the past few days, and she hadn't seen where Dao Xian got this information. However, thinking about Dao Xian's identity, Nami felt relieved. His blind box could actually grant people power. Compared to such a miraculous thing, knowing a bit of intelligence was nothing. Dao Xian and Nami had made an overall modification to the appearance of the ship before setting off. At least from the outside, the ship now looked more like an ordinary merchant vessel. The flag on it was also the I emblem adopted by Dao Xian. The Navy stationed on the warship, after a brief check of the information, confirmed that this ship was not affiliated with any pirates and adopted an indifferent attitude. After all, with Vice Admiral Carp in the village, even if the people on this ship were indeed pirates, trying to enter the village and cause trouble would be nothing but a death wish. Inside the only bar in Windmill Village, Carp was eating and drinking while listening to Luffy and Makino chatter about what had happened over the past year. Ace has gone out to sea to become a pirate, and in 2 years, I will also become a pirate. Ha ha ha. I will be the man who becomes the pirate king. Luffy declared his dream while standing on the dining table. Luffy, Carp's face turned red with anger, veins bulging. Just moments ago, he had learned from Luffy that Ace had gone out to sea to become a pirate, and he instantly became furious. Amidst his anger, there was also an unknown worry. Once Ace's true identity as a pirate was exposed, even he would not be able to protect Ace. If Ace were in the Navy, even if his identity was revealed, with his position in the Navy and the help of figures like Akiji, Sengoku, and Tsu, they could easily use the excuse of Ace being the Pirate King's descendant to pressure the world government into making concessions. As long as Ace became part of the Navy, his life would definitely be safeguarded. This was a side of Carp that was rough on the outside but delicate on the inside. However, after not seeing Ace for a year, he unexpectedly went out to sea to become a pirate, and Carp seemed to have already seen Ace's future end. Looking at Luffy, who was completely unaware, an unnamed rage ignited in his heart. Damn it, Luffy, taste your grandfather's iron fist. Your grandfather will definitely turn around this dirty dream of yours. Becoming a Navy is your true future. With an iron fist imbued with armament hockey, even Luffy, who possessed the abilities of the gum-gum fruit, could not withstand such a blow and screamed in pain. Nevertheless, even so, the stubborn Luffy still declared that he would definitely become a pirate, which only brought down an even heavier blow from Carp. In an instant, the bar was thrown into chaos. Makino, on the side, did not intervene and covered her mouth. Laughing softly, she had witnessed this scene many times. Every time Carp came over, Luffy inevitably had to endure a few beatings. However, while Carp appeared to strike heavily, he actually controlled his strength very well, always maintaining a level of pain without injury. This could be considered one of Carp's ways of training his descendant. The life force and recovery that Luffy had after going out to sea were not inferior to that of Life Return, or rather, they were the powerful vitality and recovery brought about by Life Return. This had been forged through the relentless training under Carp's Iron Fist. Life Return was also the ultimate secret of the Six Powers. In a way, Luffy had received Carp's full training as a Vice Admiral, which laid the foundation for Luffy's future strength. When Dao Xian and Nami opened the bar's door, they were met with a peculiar scene. An elderly man, 3 meters tall, dressed in a navy coat and a justice cape, with white hair and beard, was violently beating a young boy who looked to be in his teens. It seemed that Carp noticed the presence of outsiders and temporarily stopped his fists, while Luffy, with a bruised face, wore an expression of having escaped a calamity. Pirates? Carp asked bluntly. As a man at the peak of observation and armament hockey, he was always so direct. As long as the person in front of him replied, he could judge the truth. In Windmill Village, his hometown, he had wiped out all but a few pirate crews. So he had gone to great lengths to create a suitable environment for Luffy's growth. Not us, Dao Xian replied calmly. Under the influence of his observation hockey, Carp knew he wasn't lying, and there was no hint of pirates or any organizations on them. He felt completely at ease. As Dao Xian entered the tavern, he was amazed. He might not have felt much in the animation, but once he truly entered this world, he could genuinely sense the pressure Carp exuded. Standing at 3 meters tall, with the strength to destroy a warship with a single punch, this was the top combat power in the world of One Piece. What brings you here? Carp casually asked, having relaxed his guard after realizing they weren't pirates. I am a businessman who specializes in dealing with strong individuals, a mysterious merchant. Dao Xian opened the door and got straight to the point with his self-introduction. Carp's expression showed a hint of confusion. It sounded like this young man was here specifically for him. Oh, then as a businessman, what are your goods? Carp asked with a touch of curiosity. I don't know either. Dao Xian sat opposite Carp and answered. Magino and Luffy beside them were confused. What is this? How can someone sell something without knowing what they are selling? Luffy voiced everyone's thoughts. Dao Xian then explained, my goods include everything from resurrecting the dead, power, food, to weapons. Everything you can imagine can be opened. However, what can be opened depends on the buyer's luck. I call this kind of thing a blind box. After saying that, Dao Xian extracted a bronze-level blind box from the system and displayed it to everyone, before anyone paid, unless Dao Xian personally guaranteed its appearance. It would just be an illusion that could be seen but not touched. Only after the buyer paid or agreed to let Dao Xian deduct the money could it transform into a real, tangible blind box in front of others. Kapu's expression suddenly became serious. In his understanding, the phenomenon before him could only mean one thing, an unknown devil fruit user. In the world of One Piece, most extraordinary phenomena come from the bizarre powers of devil fruits. Was this boy in front of him one of those yet-to-be-discovered devil fruit users? Do you want to become a Marine? Kapu suddenly blurted out. Every devil fruit user possesses immense potential. Although it seems that there are many devil fruit users in the anime when spread across the entire pirate world, the vast majority of people may never see a single devil fruit user in their lifetime. Seeing such a young devil fruit user, Kapu felt a desire to recruit him for the Marines. Kapu, you misunderstood. I'm not a devil fruit user. As soon as Kapu spoke, Dao Xian understood what he meant and quickly clarified, as long as you find someone to buy something from me once, you'll understand what this is all about. In that case, Luffy, you go by one. Kapu scratched his head, thinking that since this young man said so, he might as well give it a try. Let's see what kind of strange things this mysterious merchant has. Hearing Kapu's words, Luffy instantly dashed to Dao Xian's side. Is this it? Luffy was about to take the item from Dao Xian's hand, but when he placed his hand on the box, it went straight through, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Dao Xian calmly explained, 200,000 berries for a blind box. Note that this is the lowest level bronze blind box, and the chances of getting something good are not high. Only after purchasing 100 bronze blind boxes can you buy one silver level blind box, which generally contains more valuable items. Luffy scratched his head. Money? I don't have any, Grandpa. Luffy had spent all his money on buying ships for Ace, which is also the reason why he packed himself into a wooden barrel to go to sea 2 years later. With nothing to his name, he could only look back at Carp. Dao Xian continued, I can directly deduct the money my guests have, no matter where the money is. However, Carp naturally understood his meaning. It was a matter of trust. The devil fruits are filled with all sorts of peculiarities, and among them are those of the rule type. For example, the ghost fruit and the childlike fruit belong to this category. Once touched by them, the disparity in strength becomes irrelevant. It is precisely because of their existence that even the strongest can experience setbacks, which is why pirates tend to gather together. First officer, bring me 200,000 berries. Yes, the swordsman first officer, a man whose expression had not changed at all, with an extremely low presence, hurried to get the money from the ship at Carp's command. Is there food here? The waiting time couldn't be wasted. There are too many top-tier ingredients in the One Piece world. Dao Xian even suspected that the reason why people in the One Piece world have such explosive physical qualities is closely related to food. The bar owner, Makino, approached with a smile. What would you like to eat? Beside them, Luffy chimed in with Dao Xian. Luffy's desire for food was endless, especially after Carp's training. He was gradually becoming able to quickly recover from injuries through food due to the passive skill of life return. The bruises and swellings on Luffy's face from Carp's recent beating hadn't even faded, and he needed food to recover. All right, just a moment. Makino smiled and nodded, then went to the back to get busy. In less than a few minutes, the emotionless swordsman first officer brought back the 200,000 berries. Luffy, take this money and buy a bronze blind box. Carp ordered boldly. Yes. Luffy was also curious about what was inside the box. The unknown is always filled with allure. No one can resist it. It belongs to you. Dao Xian handed the blind box to Luffy while putting away the 200,000 berries on the table. Carp, the lieutenant, and Luffy all focused their eyes on the blind box. Even Nami couldn't take her eyes off it. Despite having opened hundreds of blind boxes, she was still curious about what was inside this one. Luffy clumsily opened the blind box, and as it was opened, it revealed what was hidden inside. It was a skill scroll. What is this? Carp directly asked Dao Xian. Dao Xian also showed a surprised expression. The first item that Luffy opened from the box was quite impressive, surprisingly not worse than the items from the silver-level blind boxes. Nami's first box also wasn't bad. With this question in mind, Dao Xian secretly asked the system in his mind, does the first box have a higher drop rate? In the spirit of not spreading rumors. This system now tells you that the first box indeed has a bonus. After receiving the answer, Dao Xian secretly gave a thumbs up. Good grief, that's quite shameless. Since ancient times, deep feelings cannot be retained. Only schemes can win people's hearts. If the first box didn't allow others to get something, how could it attract others to get involved? Just like Nami, if it weren't for the Fireball Ninjutsu scroll that came out of the first box, she wouldn't have decisively invested so much belly into the blind boxes. Although she ended up with better items and didn't use the ninjutsu scroll, that definitely doesn't mean the scroll has no value. Having resolved his doubts, Dao Xian then turned back to explain what skill scroll Luffy had opened. This is a martial art called Spirit Snake Fist. Dao Xian was originally prepared to talk about martial arts, but fearing they wouldn't understand, he changed to a similar meaning. This martial art comes from the character Ouyang Feng, the Western Poison, in the Legend of the Condor Heroes. It emphasizes the agility of the wrist, allowing it to bend at an extraordinary angle to attack enemies, making it unpredictable. It is a martial art that doesn't place much emphasis on internal energy. Dao Xian couldn't help but marvel at Luffy's good luck, or rather, that it was his first time opening a box with a bonus. The compatibility between Luffy's rubber fruit and the Spirit Snake Fist was incredibly high. All he needed to do was pick up the card and think about using it. By the way, this thing can only be opened by paying customers. Luffy, give it a try, Carp casually said, while poking his nose. However, Carp's inner vigilance had been raised significantly. The boy in front of him possessed a power that could change the world's landscape. The era where money equated to power was approaching. But before that, he had to verify the authenticity of this thing. Luffy's personality was carefree, and facing Carp's instructions, his curiosity got the better of him, and he immediately used the skill scroll. The scroll transformed into a stream of light and flew into Luffy's body. Instantly, countless methods of attacking enemies with his hands filled Luffy's mind. Especially due to his rubber physique, his body's flexibility and bending ability were extraordinary. The power of the Spirit Snake Fist in his hands was probably unmatched even by Ouyang Feng. Luffy, try out the ability you just obtained with your grandpa. Without waiting for Luffy to respond, Carp grabbed him and headed towards the forest outside the village. Dao Xian did not choose to follow. He had full confidence in the products of the system. The Spirit Snake Fist might just be an ordinary martial art. However, this martial art is more about amplifying the abilities of the possessor. The physical qualities of people in the Shooting Eagle world are incomparable to those in the pirate world. The compatibility between the Spirit Snake Fist and Luffy is also extremely high, and he believes it will definitely give Carp enough surprises. Here it comes. Here it comes. The meat is here. Makino brought 2 large portions of meat, and seeing Carp and Luffy suddenly disappear, she shook her head. This grandfather and grandson pair is just so fiery. Not bothering with them, she placed the meat in front of Dao Xian. Please, try the special grilled meat made by Makino. Hiss. A sound like a venomous snake's hiss came forth. As Luffy's arm transformed into a giant python, following the attack route of the Spirit Snake Fist, charging at Carp. Luffy showed no mercy when attacking Carp. In just a few minutes, Luffy, who was highly compatible with the Spirit Snake Fist, had completely adapted to it. Compared to Luffy's original direct and straightforward approach, relying solely on his incredible rubber body strength, Luffy, after using the Spirit Snake Fist, became 10 times more troublesome. Faced with this attack, Carp restrained his observation haki and relied solely on his battle instincts to respond. Front, back, left or right. Even Carp's well-honed battle instincts couldn't discern Luffy's attacks, as it seemed that Luffy's fists were launching assaults from all directions in an instant. However, Carp understood very well that Luffy only had 2 hands. This meant that all of this was merely a means to confuse an extremely sophisticated attacking technique. Dao Xuan's status in his heart was once again elevated. It seemed that he had noticed a flaw. Luffy's fist followed an extremely strange trajectory, one that was in the visual blind spot of a normal human, and heavily struck Carp. Bang! Carp was instantly sent flying dozens of meters by Luffy's attack. A look of surprise instantly appeared on Luffy's face. I finally defeated Grandpa. Having been raised by Carp since childhood, this was the first time Luffy had successfully knocked Carp away, and he was filled with a mix of surprise and joy. You're still far from it. A voice suddenly appeared behind Luffy. Iron Fist of Love. A ruthless armed color iron fist struck Luffy on the head, sending him flying over 100 meters. Clearly, this was Carp's retaliatory action for Luffy, just knocking him away. Carp was secretly amazed by the skill scroll in the blind box. Compared to the Luffy who had yet to learn the snake fist, the current Luffy was undoubtedly much more difficult to deal with. But it was also true that Luffy currently couldn't use armed color or observation color hockey. Otherwise, even Carp would need several rounds to take down Luffy. Yes, just a few more rounds. This was Carp's confidence as a Vice Admiral level combatant. Luffy's current strength didn't even rank in his eyes. Carp took a few steps and arrived in front of Luffy. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Luffy screamed while holding his head. Can you teach your snake fist to others? Carp didn't have time to pay attention to Luffy shouting. He was well aware that Luffy's strong body was crafted by him, and this level of attack would only cause Luffy pain and minor injuries. It should be fine, right? I know how to use the snake fist very well. Luffy paused and continued. However, they definitely won't be as strong as I am using the snake fist. Carp naturally understood this. Just from the name, the snake fist had very high requirements for body flexibility. Aside from Luffy, who could quickly master the snake fist thanks to the rubber fruit, it wasn't practical for regular soldiers. However, Carp thought of a certain group of people. The elites within the Navy, a batch of future elites who had mastered life return. If they were taught the snake fist, it would likely become a physical skill not inferior to the 6 styles. And such a physical skill only cost 200,000 berries, which was quite terrifying. Without bothering to return to the tavern first, Carp dragged Luffy and his Vice Admiral back to the warship, then used a Den Mushi to contact the Navy headquarters. Buru Buru, at the Navy headquarters base, Marineford. In the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the Den Mushi transformed into the shape of an old man with a square face, and Sengoku naturally knew this was Carp requesting a call. Hello, this is Sengoku. What is the matter, Carp? Ahaha, Sengoku, I have some very important intelligence to tell you this time. Carp's signature laughter came from the phone. Sengoku remained unmoved. Carp had played too many pranks on him before, and it was hard to tell if this was yet another one. What important intelligence? The Den Mushi vividly mimicked Carp's image of picking his nose. Carp shouted with his mouth wide open. Sengoku, first send me 100 million berries. You don't have to give it directly to me, just directly deposit it into my salary. All right, I'll send it now. But you have to tell me what this is about later. Sengoku readily agreed. Aside from having a troublesome son and sometimes being a bit off track, Carp had no issues in terms of personal conduct. At the very least, this 100 million berries would definitely not be for his own use. Sengoku called over his Vice Admiral and had them directly add 100 million berries to Carp's salary for the month and promptly distribute it. After hanging up the Den Mushi, Carp then walked toward the tavern. Inside the tavern, Dao Xian and Nami, who had eaten and drunk their fill, were resting. As for the meal cost, it was naturally deducted directly from the 100,000 berries they had just earned. The purchasing power of berries is quite peculiar. It can be very expensive when used for weapons. However, when used to buy food, it is relatively cheap, especially for meat. This meal cost a few thousand berries, which wasn't too expensive compared to Dao Xian's appetite. My meat. As soon as Luffy entered, he let out a wail. The dining table was completely empty, with nothing left. Makino laughed and said, Don't worry, I saw you all just left, so I didn't take it out. I'll go get the meat now. Meat? I want to eat meat. Luffy's face was filled with an impatient expression. Carp then came back to Dao Xian. Let us see how many berries I have. Dao Xian nodded, and the system automatically displayed the bounty that Carp possessed. 110 million berries. This is the wealth you can currently manage. Carp was taken aback. This mysterious merchant in front of him was not lying. He could truly see other people's assets. 110 million berries was exactly the amount of disposable wealth he had, which included the 100 million berries given by Sengoku. Carp waved his hand grandly and shouted, Convert all of it into blind boxes for me. Dao Xian only thought about it once in his mind and calculated the number of items that Carp could exchange. There are a total of 500 bronze blind boxes and 5 silver blind boxes. Should they be exchanged? Carp nodded. All right, plus 1 bonus blind box for every 10 purchased. There will be a total of 550 bronze blind boxes and 5 silver blind boxes. For every 100 bronze blind boxes, 1 silver blind box can be opened, or they can be saved up to open together. Dao Xian casually asked for his opinion. Let's open the bronze blind box first. I'm very curious. Kapu said with a big laugh. All right, then let's get started. Dao Xian waved his hand, and all of Carp's possessions were immediately confiscated and turned into blind boxes. With another wave, 50 bronze blind boxes appeared on the table. Any more, and there wouldn't be enough space. So Dao Xian decided not to give them all at once. Carp rubbed his large hand, shaped like a fan, and despite his extensive experience, he felt a hint of nervousness. What exactly would be inside these blind boxes? Would it be the resurrection item mentioned by the mysterious merchant, or a skill scroll like Luffy's, or something else entirely? As Carp made his move, the first box successfully opened. What appeared inside was actually an egg. Yes, it was an egg. Is this really an egg? Carp looked over at Dao Xian. There was an egg in the blind box, and what kind of creature could it be? This instantly piqued Carp's curiosity. Wow, it's an egg. I wonder if it's delicious. Luffy, drooling at the sight of the egg, couldn't help but exclaim. In return, Carp delivered a love-infused iron fist, instantly causing Luffy to fall silent, too afraid to continue. Is it really that? Dao Xian was quite surprised. The egg in front of him was a special creature from the world of Pokemon, or rather, the world of magical beasts. Furthermore, this egg contained a Squirtle, one of the water-type starters. The other two weren't as significant, but in the unique environment of the One Piece world, the water-type could unleash extraordinary powers. Everyone present was staring at Dao Xian, waiting for his explanation. This was from a mysterious other world filled with strange creatures, and this egg was one of them, a creature called Squirtle. As its owner, I will help you hatch it. After successful hatching, based on your strength, it will evolve. With Vice Admiral Garp's power, it should be sufficient to evolve it into its ultimate form, and it will become a great ally for you. Strange creatures? Garp instantly had many associations, but there was no rush. There were still many boxes left to open. Let's finish opening the bronze-level blind boxes first. Turtle? Luffy interjected, ready to say something silly, but was once again suppressed by Garp. Marineford Island. Report. What is it? A panicked Navy officer rushed into Sengoku's office, causing Sengoku to feel displeased. Vice Admiral Garp's salary of 111 million berries has disappeared. How did it disappear? It's like it evaporated, suddenly gone. The Navy officer replied, anxiously. Sengoku immediately thought of what Garp had just said and wondered what kind of situation Garp had encountered. He was able to directly take the berries allocated to him from here. All right, I understand. It's fine, you can go. Sengoku waved off the Navy officer. It seemed Garp had encountered something interesting. Sengoku pondered silently. Garp was seriously opening blind boxes on the side, while Dao Xian provided commentary. Diamond crab. This is a top-tier ingredient from a certain culinary world. A standard longsword. A pair of beautiful girls' panties. Nami and Makino looked at Dao Xian with strange expressions. Don't get me wrong. I don't know what will come out of these boxes either. I can't believe there's this kind of stuff. Dao Xian quickly explained with an innocent look, while secretly cursing this damn system in his heart for having such a thing. He really felt like he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. On the side, Carp was completely immersed in the process of opening the blind boxes, just like when Dao Xian played DNF and opened the Celeria boxes in his past life. However, judging by Carp's expression, it was clear that this was a huge loss. Aside from a Squirtle egg, the rest were basically just scrap items, and even the occasional decent weapon couldn't make back the 200,000 berries he spent. Dao Xian secretly shook his head, thinking that this dog system was really sneaky. The first box had good items, making it easy for others to fall for it. Once the journey of opening boxes started, no one could stop. He didn't know what good things could come out of Carp's silver blind box, which was where the essence lay. He didn't even bother to glance at the items in the bronze blind boxes. The 550 bronze blind boxes were quickly opened under Carp's relentless dismantling. The table and floor were piled high with strange and varied items, weapons, food, everything one could imagine. Is this all there is in your blind boxes? Carp had a skeptical look on his face. He was already frustrated by this disappointing blind box. Aside from the good item from the first blind box, most of the other items didn't even cover the cost. Of course not. It's just that Vice Admiral Carp's luck was too poor. However, the Squirtle would definitely satisfy you. Dao Xian changed the topic, diverting Carp's attention to Squirtle. Oh, its name is Squirtle? Dao Xian nodded. Shall I help you hatch it? Then let's hatch it. I really want to see the Squirtle you mentioned. Carp's attention was also drawn to the egg under Dao Xian's guidance. Whether spending 100 million berries was worth it depended on whether this creature called Squirtle was useful. Vice Admiral Carp, hold the egg in your hands. Carp, confused, complied. It's getting warm. Carp felt the temperature of the egg in his hands rising, gradually becoming quite hot. Crack! The sound of the eggshell breaking echoed, and a blue turtle head emerged from the shell. Squirtle! Squirtle! The Squirtle let out its own cry. So cute! Nami and Makino exclaimed simultaneously. The eggshell fell to the ground, and the Squirtle, initially only a few centimeters long, rapidly grew, soon transforming into its adult form. Then it emitted a white light, which was the glow of evolution. In an instant, Squirtle underwent 2 evolutions, becoming a Blastoise, standing 3 meters tall, with a fierce turtle head and a massive body. The two cannons on its back were particularly eye-catching. So ugly. Makino and Nami instantly looked disappointed. The evolved Blastoise had become powerful but lost its cute appearance. Squirtle. The once cheerful Blastoise now wore a face of utter disappointment, looking as if it had lost all faith in life. Carp, observing, felt the connection between himself and this Squirtle, which should now be called Blastoise after its evolution. This was the special feature of the product from the mysterious merchant system, capable of quickly transforming into combat power. After Squirtle emerged through Carp's hands, a connection formed between them, and with Carp's immense strength, it instantly evolved into its final form. Blastoise. Moreover, compared to ordinary Blastoise, its size had doubled. It was evident that its potential was far greater than that of an average Blastoise in the Pokemon world. Through this mysterious connection, Carp felt the bond with Squirtle. The 100 million berries spent was not in vain. An infinitely potential creature, absolutely loyal, through this mysterious connection. Carp knew that as long as he did not mistreat Squirtle, it would be completely loyal and obey orders. Blastoise. Hello. Squirtle. Squirtle. Even though they couldn't communicate verbally, Carp seemed to be able to converse with it. Vice Admiral Carp, are you satisfied? Carp nodded. Good stuff. Your blind box is not bad. Let's continue with the silver blind boxes. The fact that nothing good came from the bronze blind box was brushed aside. And Dao Xian was also curious about what good things could come from Carp's 5 silver blind boxes. With a wave of Dao Xian's hand, 5 silver blind boxes appeared on the table. And this time, Dao Xian was quite curious, unsure if Carp had that kind of luck to open golden level items. The first silver blind box was opened, revealing a bean-shaped item before everyone's eyes. However, with the previous build-up, no one underestimated it just because it was an ordinary bean. Instead, they turned their gaze toward Dao Xian. Facing everyone's attention, Dao Xian responsibly began to explain. Its name is the Senza Bean, from a world called Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball World? Carp interrupted Dao Xian's explanation, questioning him. Faced with this strange, mysterious merchant, Carp was constantly gathering more information. The mention of different worlds puzzled him greatly. Unbothered by the interruption, Dao Xian had no intention of hiding anything about coming to this world. In fact, he was eager for these people to make his existence public. With that in mind, Dao Xian began to educate Carp and the others about the concept of worlds. Vice Admiral Carp, did you know that this world is spherical? Carp, surprised, nodded. In this world filled with various magical powers, the ability to fly certainly wasn't limited to one type. The conclusion that the Earth is round did indeed exist in the Navy's library. This was a top secret of the Navy. Not many people in the world knew about it. Mostly just a few high-ranking officials in the Navy and the world government. How could the Earth be round? Wouldn't we fall off? Luffy exclaimed, expressing doubt, and everyone else, except Carp, agreed with him. Regarding this, you can listen to Vice Admiral Carp explain later. What I want to say is, so this spherical planet is the world you all are in. Everyone can understand this, right? The others listened, somewhat confused, but Carp finally grasped it. With a serious expression, he retorted, so, you mean you came from one of these spherical planets? You can understand it that way, but not all worlds are spherical. However, you know I'm not from this world. The blind boxes I brought come from countless similar worlds. And the Dragon Ball world is the name I gave to one of those worlds. In their world, a powerful being can destroy the entire pirate world with just one finger. Oh, by the way, I named this world the Pirate King world. The news in Dao Xuan's words had long left Carp stunned, but upon hearing Dao Xian name this world the Pirate King world, it immediately sparked his dissatisfaction. Carp shouted, why not call it the Navy world? Dao Xian was momentarily speechless, but through his understanding of One Piece, he knew that Carp was just like this. Reliable when he needs to be, but when he's not, he can even fall asleep during a fight. All right, then let's call it the Navy world. Dao Xian casually responded, brushing off Carp's entanglement with the issue, and then shifted the topic to the bean itself. This bean is a special food in the Dragon Ball world. After eating it, one can recover from all injuries, even regrow severed limbs, and it also prevents hunger for 10 days. Regrowing severed limbs? Carp was instantly shocked. The pirate world does have methods for limb regeneration. For example, the legendary devil fruit, the surgery fruit, has this ability. But for a single bean to enable limb regeneration is simply incredible. This bean's effect at a critical moment is enormous, and Carp valued it highly as he stored it away. He was also filled with anticipation for the upcoming silver blind box. With this anticipation, the second silver blind box opened. A skill scroll that looked exactly like the one Luffy opened appeared before him. This was a martial art called Iron Shirt, which could more effectively train the body when used. A martial art for body training? Karp didn't care. The Navy naturally has its own ways of training the body. And in his eyes, this was likely less important than the serpent fist. Seeing Karp's indifferent expression, Dao Xian understood. After all, the physical strength of people in this world is too great. Compared to them, Iron Shirt indeed has little use. It might be somewhat useful for new recruits. The third silver treasure chest revealed a pair of special shoes. These shoes came from the Valoran world and could increase speed. Karp nodded and continued to the next blind box. These two items were far less shocking than the senza bean he had received. A dazzling light appeared, revealing the golden glow, which is a special effect indicating that a golden level item has appeared in the silver blind box. What is this? Karp looked at Dao Xian. The golden glow was clearly different from the others, indicating that a good item was emerging. Nami beside him widened her eyes, staring at the object wrapped in the golden light. No one knew better than her how powerful golden level items are. The belt she opened allowed her to transform into a form that made her a match for Arlong, elevating her from an ordinary person to a formidable warrior. What could the golden light before her be? Karp's luck was truly remarkable. Dao Xian sighed and cast a glance at Nami beside him, which was quite a stark contrast. Then, before Nami noticed, he quickly shifted his gaze away. The light flickered for a few seconds and then faded, revealing a pair of golden, glowing boxing gloves in front of everyone. "Grandpa, those gloves seem perfect for you," Luffy said with a silly grin. Karp tapped his nose. Karp, have never used any boxing gloves, nor will I ever use any boxing gloves. These things are useless." Dao Xian smiled lightly, knowing that Karp was about to say the words, true fragrance. The reason Karp didn't use boxing gloves was simply that the strength of the gloves was inferior to his own haki, making them useless to wear. However, he absolutely could not refuse the piece of equipment in front of him. This equipment was called the Hand of Justice, originating from a world known as Cloudtop Auto Chess. In addition to being indestructible, this glove also had special functions. When wearing this glove in battle, one of two effects would randomly trigger. The first effect would convert half of the damage dealt to the enemy into healing, meaning that if this effect was triggered, Karp's sustained combat ability would be greatly enhanced. The second effect would directly increase his strength by up to 50. Karp's expression was already one of surprise when he heard Dao Xian introduce the functions. Upon hearing the last part, he immediately discarded what he had said earlier, grabbed the gloves, and put on the golden gloves, which emitted a different kind of brilliance. However, Karp felt nothing at all. He didn't experience the two special functions that Dao Xian mentioned, leaving him puzzled as he looked at Dao Xian. The glove would only trigger its effects during combat. Karp then cast a mischievous glance at Luffy. He lightly tapped Luffy's head with his gloved fist and immediately felt a warm current spreading throughout his body as his fist made contact with Luffy. The slight stamina he had consumed was restored. Regardless of Luffy, who had been knocked down beside him, he was enamored with the gloves. "Admiral Karp, there's one last silver treasure chest. Should I open it?" "Open it," Karp said cheerfully, having gained something that significantly enhanced his strength for 110 million berries. Karp was now confident that he could face any of the four emperors. If the young Karp could face the four emperors without pressure, then the older Karp, though not as severely weakened as others of his age, still found it difficult to face the four emperors alone. However, with these gloves, it was different. Fighting while recovering stamina gave Karp the confidence to compete with the four emperors. The fifth silver blind box opened. It was another scroll. This was a ninjutsu scroll called Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall, a one-time consumable item that could create a massive earthen wall, but only usable on land. The last silver blind box produced something that could finally be considered trash, and Dao Xian felt relieved. Karp was quite lucky. The things he obtained were all quite good. A powerful Pokemon, a magic bean, a pair of strong gloves, and a pair of shoes. Compared to the 110 million berries, Dao Xian even felt he had lost out. If the lottery could be controlled, Dao Xian would at least make Karp spend 2 billion berries to get this equipment in, but that would defeat the purpose of the blind box. However, looking on the bright side, Karp returning to the Navy with his current strength would bring him countless potential clients. With these clients, he could unlock the god-level blind box at the fastest speed, opening the door to the next world. My next destination is the Alabasta Kingdom. If you want to buy blind boxes, you can find me there. After reaching an agreement with Karp, Dao Xian got a permanent pointer from him and then shopped around the village before leaving with Nami, as there were the Shichibukai crocodile and, most importantly, Robin waiting for him. Watching the ship leave, the aide who had not spoken the entire time suddenly spoke up. "Aren't you going to try to keep him? This person could very well change the order of the entire world." Karp wore a bright smile and replied loudly, "Perhaps, but this change might not necessarily be a bad thing. With a heart for justice, Karp did not see Dao Xian's arrival as a threat. On the contrary, he might be the one truly bringing about change. The leader of the rebel army, Dragon, and the future pirate king, Luffy. A man who raised such descendants might not firmly stand with the Navy. Marine Headquarters Marine Fort. A huge warship with a dog head holding a bone slowly docked in the crescent-shaped harbor. It had been a day since leaving Windmill Village, and Karp had not delayed his journey and finally returned to Marineford. Karp went alone, without even bringing a vice admiral, directly towards the headquarters building. Along the way, many Navy personnel saluted Karp, and as he walked, he bumped into a man with an explosive curly hairstyle. "Hey, old man." Akiji held his forehead as he walked with Karp towards Sengoku's office. "It's you little brat." Karp laughed heartily, greeting Kazan, who was walking alongside him. Among the entire Navy, probably only he dared to call Akiji that. Akiji's gaze was fixed on the gloves on Karp's hands. It was the first time in many years that he had seen Karp wearing gloves as a weapon. Seeing Akiji's curious gaze, Karp became even prouder, displaying the gloves prominently. "Good looking, right? My weapon, the Hand of Justice." Karp felt this weapon perfectly matched his image, and the name was full of righteousness. After all, it was called the Hand of Justice. What else could be said? Akiji had a black line on his face. This old man Karp was flaunting such flashy gloves. What was he trying to do? In the world of One Piece, apart from famous swords, there really are no well-known weapons. And gloves, needless to say, are simple to understand. Every martial arts master is generally also a master of hockey. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to compete with swordsmen. Only with sufficiently strong hockey can one resist the attacks of famous swords. Moreover, compared to making gloves, crafting a famous sword is the usual way for artisans to gain renown, which is why there are no good weapons in this world other than famous swords. No artisan would forsake crafting a famous sword to make a pair of gloves. And ordinary gloves are not even as strong as Karp's own hockey, which is why he never used gloves. From Kazan's perspective, the gloves Karp wore, aside from being a bit flashy, indeed looked extraordinary. Wearing the cool gloves, Karp and Akiji swaggered towards Sengoku's office. "Kizaru, there's a pirate attacking the celestial dragons in the kingdom of Wano. Go support them." Yes. The transponder snail transformed into Kizaru's face, lazily responding to Sengoku's orders. The responsibilities of a marine admiral, besides eliminating pirates, maintaining the interests of the world government and world peace, include one more crucial task: protecting the safety of the celestial dragons. When someone offends the dignity of the celestial dragons, the admiral must take action to eliminate the pirates who offend them. "Sengoku." Kapu's loud voice echoed as he pushed the door open and swaggered in. He first took out the rice crackers that Sengoku had purchased from the drawer of the desk. Then, he plopped down on the sofa and began munching on the rice crackers. Akiji entered quietly and sat down silently across from Kapu, ignoring Kapu beside him. Sengoku turned to Akiji. "Did you handle that supernova pirate?" "Captured him and had the branch navy send him to impel down," Akiji replied briefly. With this mission completed, Akiji could enjoy some leisure time again. Currently, the seas were in a delicate balance among the navy, pirates, and the 7 warlords. Everyone was reluctant to disturb this peace. For the navy, it was a gradual development process. Before the New World, it was within the navy's sphere of influence. The New World, on the other hand, was dominated by the 7 warlords and the 4 emperors, standing high at the top of the world. To maintain balance, the Navy admirals would target some promising pirates for capture. Sengoku noted Akiji's completed mission in the documents and then shouted at Kapu, "Kapu, you come back and eat my rice crackers right away. Hurry up and explain that 100 million berry situation to me." Kapu burst into laughter. "Let's have a fight first, and then you'll know why." Akiji scratched his head beside them, feeling troubled that he was dragged into this for no reason. "Let's go to the sea then." To save costs, Sengoku was too lazy to let them go to the usual training grounds. Having Akiji freeze a patch of sea as a battleground was the most suitable option. Ice Age, the awakened Logia fruit user, could create a nearly permanent geographical environment. However, since it was just a battleground, there was no need to create a permanent environment. And turning this place into an ice island wouldn't be good since it was the Navy headquarters. The area connected to Akiji's fingertip instantly extended outward, and in just a second, the surrounding seas were frozen into a massive ice field 30 meters thick. Are Admiral Akiji and Vice Admiral Kapu going to fight? Some station Navy personnel cast curious glances, but with Sengoku present, they only dared to observe from a distance. "I can make my move now." Wearing shining golden gloves, Kapu shouted boldly. At the same time, he kicked off, shattering the ice layer. The powerful recoil propelled Kapu toward Akiji at incredible speed. In response to Kapu's offensive, Akiji conjured an ice wall to block it. Just as the two engaged, the hand of justice activated. Kapu instinctively knew that this time, the function to increase his strength by 50 was triggered. The immense power easily shattered the ice layer. A different, overwhelming feeling flooded Kapu's entire body. During the battle on the ice, Sengoku noticed a difference compared to his previous impression of Kapu. Having been friends with Kapu for so many years, he considered himself quite familiar with Kapu's strength. It wasn't a problem for him to contend with the three admirals in a short time. However, once the battle dragged on, this old man who had never consumed any devil fruit and was already 74 years old would truly be no match. Yet, the Kapu on the field was fiercer than Sengoku's memory of him. With every move, Akiji was unable to defend against Kapu's attacks and was clearly at a disadvantage. Sengoku was astonished. How did Kapu suddenly become this strong? After pondering, Sengoku's gaze fell on the gloves in Kapu's hand. Can a pair of gloves really provide Kapu with such a huge boost? Akiji, who was currently battling Kapu, had the most say regarding Kapu's strength. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Kapu meant that Akiji had to use all his strength to block each of Kapu's punches. Otherwise, he could be sent flying. In front of so many Navy personnel, Akiji couldn't afford to lose face. It seemed he had to truly show some strength. Moreover, given Kapu's physical condition, he wouldn't be able to maintain such intensity for long. Ice Age. Akiji unleashed the power of his awakened ice fruit, sending a wave of intense cold toward Kapu. This cold was a life-threatening attack for ordinary vice admirals. However, Akiji knew it wouldn't harm Kapu. As expected, with his advanced observation haki, Kapu anticipated the cold air and used Jeppo to leap into the air, directly avoiding it. Akiji's fruit ability required a medium. In other words, he couldn't attack from a distance. He needed to create ice through contact with the ground or water to reach his enemies. In this regard, his fruit was far inferior to Akainu's magma fruit. However, Akiji's fruit's strength lay in the fact that he could completely ignore the sea's weakening effect on devil fruit users. As long as he activated his ability the moment he touched the sea, he could turn any location into his home turf at any time. A near-perfect devil fruit. With his ability activated, countless ice shards transformed into weapons, shooting toward Kapu. This group attack had already eliminated countless pirates in Akiji's hands. Feeling the power of the gloves, Kapu momentarily felt as if he were back in his youth, not dodging these attacks. Relying on his unmatched iron fists, he smashed through every incoming assault with punch after punch. Found you. Kapu broke through the layers of ice projectiles and finally got close to Akiji. Take this punch, you brat. Kapu laughed heartily, feeling a hint of his youthful bravado return thanks to the gloves. I give up. Faced with such a fierce Kapu, Akiji, who had thought about whether to truly go all out, chose to concede. After all, it was just a spar. However, secretly, Akiji was still shocked by Kapu's strength. Upon Akiji's surrender and lack of resistance, Kapu looked displeased. He had just warmed up and was ready to give Akiji a good beating. In Sengoku's office, Kapu recounted to Sengoku and Akiji what he had encountered in Windmill Village. So, Kapu, are you saying that you spent the 100 million berry to buy a blind box? And you opened this pair of gloves from the blind box? Kapu wore a proud expression and laughed heartily. That's right. I bought a blind box from that mysterious merchant and got these gloves inside. Kapu then took out the well-preserved magical beans from his pocket and handed them to Sengoku. These are the magical beans that can heal all injuries and regenerate severed limbs. Akiji and Sengoku exchanged a glance, both recognizing the seriousness reflected in each other's eyes regarding this matter. The concept known as the world came from the mysterious merchant's item that could traverse infinite worlds. Just thinking about it made them aware of what it represented. One possibility was that this mysterious merchant was powerful enough to traverse various worlds on their own, while another possibility was that they did not exist alone. Instead, they could be a presence similar to the Navy. The only strange thing was that, for such a presence, what use would Belly have for them? This remained unknown for now. However, for them, the fact that Belly could exchange for such a miraculous item from the mysterious merchant was a tremendous stroke of luck. With this thought in mind, Sengoku instructed Akiji, take a few vice admirals and some promising Navy personnel to the Alabasta Kingdom. The belly will be directly added to your salaries. Akiji's expression was serious, shedding his usual laziness. Within the Navy, there were both Dove and Hawk factions, and currently, the Dove faction, led by Sengoku, held the upper hand. However, the world government's attitude was clearly different. They favored the Hawk faction, led by Akainu. This opportunity could bring some strong newcomers to the Dove faction. The existence of the mysterious merchant could not be kept secret forever. It was crucial to strengthen themselves before they were discovered. In the East Blue, in a certain sea area, "Captain, there's a large ship ahead. It looks like it might be a merchant ship." A lookout pirate from the Giant Axe Pirates shouted loudly to the captain behind him. The leader of the Giant Axe Pirates, Borg, stood at 3 meters tall, wielding a giant axe as his weapon. With a bounty of 7 million belly in the East Blue, after taking down the 3 major powers of the East Blue, he was considered one of the notable pirates, albeit limited to the East Blue. A fierce grin suddenly appeared on Borg's bearded face. "Boys, steer closer to that ship. It looks like we're going to make a big profit this time. Let's rob the ship and throw a party." The ship Dao Xian was over 100 meters long, even larger than the ships of the Giant Axe pirate crew. The wealth on such a merchant ship goes without saying, and on top of that, it was neither flying a pirate flag nor the flags of the nations affiliated with the world government. In his eyes, this was simply a huge piece of meat delivered right to his door, and it was impossible to let slip by. Feast. Cheers erupted from the pirates on the ship. A feast was an unending topic for pirates. On the mysterious merchant ship, Nami, in her swimsuit, was lying on a chair, allowing Dao Xian to apply sunscreen on her back. Although their relationship had not been explicitly stated, the feelings between the lonely man and woman aboard the ship were gradually warming up. "All right, I need to apply some on the front too." Nami flipped over, revealing her perfect body curve, a hint of blush on her face as she shyly spoke. This scene made Dao Xian's eyes nearly pop out. Such a perfect curve could only be seen in the two-dimensional world. Just as Dao Xian's trembling hand reached towards Nami's body, a loud noise interrupted them. While Nami and Dao Xian were engrossed in their playful interaction, the Giant Axe pirate ship chose not to fire cannons in order to earn greater profits. Instead, they engaged in close combat, tightly pressing their pirate ship against the mysterious merchant, and a group of elite pirates jumped over. "I am Bog, the captain of the Giant Axe pirate crew. If you don't want to die, obediently hand over all your wealth." Bog laughed heartily as he boarded the ship, making his declaration. With a height of 3 meters and that giant axe, his appearance was quite intimidating. Ordinary merchant ships would usually choose to surrender upon seeing him. If they cooperated, they wouldn't kill anyone and would just plunder the treasures and women on board. Dao Xian, interrupted from his interaction with Nami, was instantly filled with rage. He was just about to take the first step towards achieving his ultimate life dream, and his hand was almost touching Nami's peaks. "Damn pirates. Nami, leave it to me." Dao Xian, holding back his anger, said to Nami beside him. He had never heard of this Giant Axe pirate crew before. They clearly looked like small-time pirates whose bounties hadn't even broken 10 million. It was just right for Dao Xian to test his strength and vent the anger of being interrupted while interacting with Nami. "Captain, he still wants to resist." Ha ha ha. These pirates laughed recklessly with no way out. Dao Xian's appearance really does not look like that of a strong warrior. Transform. The first Kamen Rider of the Heisei era, known as Kamen Rider Kuga, officially makes his debut at this moment. When evil appears, clad in the spirit stone of hope, transform into the warrior of flames to defeat evil. This is Kuga's basic form, the almighty Kuga, also known as the warrior of flame. His blood-red armor is as brilliant as blood, wrapped in black material at the joints, with 2 huge red eyes. His insect-like mandibles and sharply raised horns give him a fierce appearance. At the center of his belt is a massive gemstone, the Amadam Spirit Stone. This stone can materialize the user's inner will, capable of absorbing different powers to evolve. Dao Xian already knows the simplest evolutionary direction in the original story. The enhanced version of the almighty form evolved through electrical energy. Unlike Nami, who needs to gradually master it, Dao Xian almost instantly grasped all the abilities of the belt upon obtaining it. Aside from the ultimate form, he is already proficient in the basic 4 forms. Borg, witnessing Dao Xian's transformation, felt a strong sense of unease. This peculiar change seems to be something only the legendary Devil Fruit users can achieve. However, with the arrow on the string, it is too late to retreat now. Kill him. The rugged yet delicate Borg chose to have his subordinates act as cannon fodder to test the waters first. Kill. More than a dozen pirates shouted their battle cry and charged forward. Faced with these enemies, Dao Xian, excited by the hunt, picked up an ordinary weapon placed beside him. Transforming into the warrior of flames, he donned his steel armor and struck down evil with earth-shattering force. This is Kuga's Titan form, and the ordinary weapon in his hand transformed into the exclusive Titan weapon, the Titan sword. In this form, his strength and defense are greatly enhanced. Except for slightly reduced speed, he is overwhelmingly powerful. I will chop off his head. A pirate swung a large knife at Dao Xian. The knife struck the armor of the Titan form, producing a metallic clang, and the pirate was astonished to find that Dao Xian was unscathed. In the next moment, this pirate was bisected in a single counterattack from Dao Xian. Blood splattered across the pirate ship. This scene not only failed to instill fear in the other pirates, but instead ignited their brutal nature, as they all raised their weapons and charged at Dao Xian. The pirates of this sea are accustomed to life and death, and in the face of violence, they will respond with violence. Dao Xian wielded the exclusive weapon of the Titan form, created through his ability to control particles using the void technique. With one strike per pirate, the incoming attackers quickly turned into severed limbs and broken arms, falling onto the ship. Dao Xian felt a bit troubled. It would be difficult to maintain hygiene now. There were a total of 15 people who boarded Dao Xian's ship, and under Dao Xian's ordinary strikes, only 5 remained. The remaining 4 crew members found themselves in a dilemma against the giant axe-wielding Borg. Charge! As Dao Xian approached step by step, Borg finally cast aside his hesitation. Out in this vast sea, pirates were unafraid of death and were determined to set sail. Or rather, at the moment they set sail, life and death were already disregarded. Seeing the captain lead the charge, the remaining pirates mustered their courage and rushed towards Dao Xian. Watching these pirates charge, Dao Xian couldn't help but admire their bravery inwardly. However, admiration aside, it was impossible to hold back against enemies. Borg bellowed as he swung his giant axe, attempting to cleave Dao Xian's head in one blow. Dao Xian, with defenses, strength, and senses far exceeding Borg's, did not choose to evade. He simply infused energy into his Titan sword and countered with a backhand strike. The giant axe was split in two, and Borg's body was also cleaved in half, his eyes filled with disbelief and unwillingness at his own death. The captain of the giant axe pirate crew, Borg, died on the spot. Run! The remaining pirates, under Dao Xian's intimidation, fled towards their ship, and Dao Xian did not pursue. Once the pirates returned to their ship, he instructed Nami, fire the cannons. In the vast sea, another pirate crew vanished. Is this what being a pirate is? After finishing the sanitation on the ship and preserving the head of this unknown pirate, Dao Xian had no choice. This was Nami's request. Although Dao Xian did not know Bog, Nami was aware of his reputation. Just the value of his head, which was worth 7 million berries, determined that Nami would not give up his corpse. At Nami's request, Dao Xian also beheaded Bog and preserved the head intact. Despite it being his first kill, Dao Xian felt no fear or regret after the act. Feeling the empty belt that merged with him, Dao Xian truly experienced a sense of the extraordinary for the first time. However, it was better to do such things less often. Looking back now, Dao Xian felt a bit reckless the moment he took action. The passive protection from a mysterious merchant system vanished. If he encountered a devil fruit user, there was still a possibility of failure. He would need to be more cautious in the future. Until he gained truly powerful strength, he should focus on maintaining his development. After handling all the trivial matters, although Dao Xian hoped to continue the unfinished event with Nami, he was unfortunately rejected by her with righteous words. She even dressed more conservatively, which was, of course, in response to Dao Xuan's request. Unable to be affectionate with Nami, Dao Xian could only regretfully continue sailing towards the Alabasta Kingdom. However, on the way to Alabasta, there was a big client he would miss. Next stop, the floating restaurant Bartai. Dao Xian was very curious about the pirate Sanji, who had once sailed the Grand Line for a year and then retired unscathed. Moreover, as a restaurant owner, in a sense, Sanji was somewhat well off. It would be a sure thing to seek a blind box from him. The Bartai was a moving restaurant ship on the sea, attracting customers by only one method, moving back and forth along a fixed route between several bustling islands. It served the dual purpose of transportation and dining. Following the route, Dao Xian smoothly found the location of Bartai. He naturally recognized the iconic ship emblem at the bow of the fishhead ship. He slowly steered his ship alongside Bartai, tipped the welcoming Chef 10,000 berries to help connect the two ships. They had no subordinates on their ship, and without a connection, they wouldn't know where their ship would drift to after finishing their meal. Ladies first, Nami. Nami shot Dao Xian a glance. She hadn't seen him being so gentlemanly on the ship before. Only then did she step into the Bartai restaurant. At 16, Nami was at her most vibrant and youthful, especially after shaking off Arlong's pressure. Having gained strength brought her the confidence of a strong person, which made her even more charming. Nami's arrival instantly attracted the attention of a lecherous man. The 17-year-old Sanji transformed into a shadow and appeared before Nami in an instant. "Welcome to the Bartai, beautiful lady." Sanji's previously handsome face turned into a foolish grin the moment he saw the beauty. Dao Xian had a face full of black lines. No wonder Sanji hadn't pursued any women for so long. However, Nami was his. Cough cough. Dao Xian silently walked to the middle of the two, separating Sanji's lecherous gaze. If it were someone else, Dao Xian would not have been so lenient, but since Sanji was a real man and he hadn't gained any advantage, Dao Xian decided to let it slide. Order. A single order from Dao Xian instantly awakened Sanji's chef's heart. "Please come this way." Sanji led Dao Xian and Nami to a window-side table, handing over the menu with a gentlemanly expression and an elegant smile. Completely devoid of the pig-like demeanor he had when he first met Nami, Dao Xian glanced over the menu of the seaside restaurant and then handed it to Nami, allowing her to choose the dishes. At the same time, he started a conversation with Sanji. Both Sanji and Zepp were very promising clients. Zepp was a boss in his own right, and he was also quite powerful. The key point about Sanji was the Vinsmoke family behind him. The Vinsmoke family, the uncrowned kings of the North Sea, was also a member force of the world government. Although they did not have fixed territory, they had the right to participate in world conferences like any other member state. They could be considered a dominant force. For Dao Xian, this was a VIP among VIP clients. Vinsmoke Sanji? Dao Xian revealed Sanji's secret that no one knew. Sanji, who had originally been smiling, seemed to feel a tremendous threat, and his expression turned very ugly as he retorted, "Who are you? I'm just a mysterious merchant passing by." "So, Sanji, do you want to make a deal with me?" Sanji's emotional fluctuations were exactly what he hoped for. Everyone has their weaknesses and strengths. Attacking the enemy at their weakest point is naturally advantageous. What deal? A series of associations flashed through Sanji's mind. There are not many people who could know his identity. The most likely ones would naturally be from the Vinsmoke family. Could this person in front of him be sent by the Vinsmoke family to capture him? A deal that will make you even stronger. Invisibility? Or perhaps help you restore the leg of Zepp that you lost because of you. Dao Xian's series of remarks can be described as shocking and relentless. In an instant, he revealed both of Sanji's major secrets. How we trade. Sanji was already in ultimate confusion. Who was this person in front of him that knew so many of his secrets? To explore all of this, Sanji responded, "Then let's open it. Open it, and you will know." Dao Xian extracted a bronze blind box from the system, floating in his hand. Sanji was about to take the box when Dao Xian's other hand stopped him. "You owe me 200,000 berries." Sanji's originally elegant smile turned into a serious expression, instantly shattered. He almost regarded Dao Xian as a swindler. If it weren't for Dao Xian revealing his secret, Sanji would have definitely considered his subsequent actions as those of a con artist. Now, Sanji truly couldn't figure out what this self-proclaimed mysterious merchant wanted. Was it just to earn his 200,000 berries? Wait a minute. As an apprentice, Sanji didn't have a salary. His entire fortune probably didn't even add up to 200,000 berries. So in this situation, he could only go to Zepp to get the money. To uncover Dao Xian's true identity, Sanji was willing to pay this amount. "Nami, what do you think of this person?" Dao Xian looked at Sanji's hurried figure leaving and asked Nami, "A pervert just like you." Nami shot Dao Xian a glare and said. Dao Xian touched his nose, looking innocent. Ever since he almost had an intimate encounter with Nami, he noticed that she had changed, no longer the cute girl he remembered. She would often argue with him. How annoying. "I'm being serious, Nami. Don't you know what Vinsmoke is?" Nami shook her head. The pirate world is one without the internet, and information is mainly conveyed through the newspapers delivered by newsbirds. The newsbirds didn't mention anything about the Vinsmoke family. The Vinsmoke family, the uncrowned king of the North Sea, is a power that can participate in the World Conference. And they're also a special royal family without a fixed territory. A prince? Dao Xian nodded. The third child, who was not liked and had always been bullied, made Nami ponder. So he is very rich? No, he's a poor guy. Nami instantly lost interest. She was now only interested in berries, as accumulating enough berries to resurrect Belmere was her ultimate goal for going out to sea. Seeing that Nami had lost interest, Dao Xian didn't say much more. He called over another chef, ordered a few dishes, and Dao Xian and Nami began to enjoy the prelude to their meal. "Old man, lend me 200,000 berries." "You little brat, what do you need money for?" As Sanji's most trusted person, he naturally wouldn't hide anything from Zepp, telling him everything that had just happened. After thinking for a moment, Zepp took out 200,000 berries from under the bed and handed it to Sanji. Let's go. I'll accompany you to meet this mysterious merchant. After losing a leg, Zepp's strength had diminished by a large margin. However, in the East Blue, his strength was still barely sufficient. He could still be worth a battle strength of 1 to 2 million berries. Faced with this unknown identity, he couldn't let Sanji face it alone. Dao Xian naturally did not know about their conversation in the kitchen. However, his intention was to approach Sanji and Zepp. Seeing Sanji and Zepp come out of the kitchen together, Dao Xian felt unusually happy. The interior space of Bartai was still quite spacious, with a considerable distance between each table of guests. Therefore, the earlier scene did not attract the attention of others. Once Zepp came out, he did not rush to ask questions but respectfully invited Dao Xian and Nami into a private room. Some secrets are not suitable to be shared with others, such as his identity as the Red-Leg Zepp, as well as the secret regarding Sanji's identity. As a former pirate who roamed the Grand Line, his bounty and head were quite valuable, and once his identity was known to the Navy, the trouble from the Navy coming after his head would be enough to give him a headache. After Dao Xian and Nami took their seats, Sanji immediately handed over the 200,000 berries borrowed from Zepp to clarify the identity and intentions of the person in front of him. Sanji was willing to pay this small price of 200,000 berries. Please. Dao Xian smiled as he took the Bailey and handed the bronze blind box to Sanji. The unknown is always the most fascinating. Each person who opens a box from him experiences a unique thrill with their first box. Whether the blind box can compensate for their regrets and change their fate is the greatest charm of the mysterious merchant profession. Sanji carefully opened the bronze blind box. The open blind box transformed into a stream of light and vanished, leaving only a scroll-like item in Sanji's hand. Sanji was astonished and looked at Dao Xian with a puzzled expression. Dao Xian was stunned. This luck was just too good. How could it be so easy to draw a skill scroll? It seemed that the system understood Dao Xian's confusion and spoke up in a timely manner. For the first lottery, the system would provide a skill or item that matched his dreams and background, and that he could actually use. So that's how it is. Dao Xian pondered that, like Nami, the reason for being too weak could be improved by creating a consumable attack ninjutsu that does not drain one's own energy. Luffy's Snake Fist also aligns perfectly with his abilities. As for Carp's pet, Dao Xian was unclear about the reason. But having an extraordinary creature produced by the system instantly added a top-tier combat force, which was not a loss. After organizing his thoughts and seeing the puzzled expressions of everyone, Dao Xian began to explain. Do you know there's a pig that is covered in streaky pork and can even secrete honey from its back? Although they didn't know why Dao Xian suddenly asked about this, Nami, Zepp, and Sanji cooperatively shook their heads. Do you know there's spring water that tastes like mango and watermelon? The group shook their heads again. In that place, there are countless types of special top-tier ingredients. It is a paradise for chefs and a world for foodies. In that place, there exists something called food cells, which once used, can make you stronger by enjoying delicious food. The scroll you have in your hands can grant you this ability. The power of food cells is certainly not limited to this, but compared to the ingredients and delicacies in the world of One Piece, they fall far short. It might be difficult for Sanji to reach the level of Alu. However, Dao Xian remembered that there seemed to be a crossover between One Piece and Food Wars. If they really existed within the same universe, who knows? If that were the case, Sanji would truly benefit greatly. But even without the magical foods from Food Wars, the food in One Piece could still make him strong. As Dao Xian's explanation continued, everyone seemed to enter a world filled with various delicacies, utterly enchanted. Once everyone finished their daydreaming and came back to their senses, Sanji's face instantly filled with skepticism. A stranger suddenly appeared in his territory, making him spend 200,000 berries on something, and then told him that using this thing would allow him to become stronger by eating delicious food. This series of actions would leave anyone dumbfounded. Dao Xian also understood his thoughts, but the reason Dao Xian did this was simple. He wanted to see Sanji's true potential. In the later stages of One Piece, Sanji, one of the original 3 powerhouses of the pirate crew, gradually became disconnected and fell too far behind compared to Zoro and Luffy. Dao Xian wants to see if Sanji, who has obtained the power system from different worlds, can firmly occupy one of the 3 major combat power positions. However, he is also curious whether Sanji will still board Luffy's ship after his intervention. Since Sanji has already gained power, Dao Xian has lost interest in him, as Sanji is still a poor guy at this point. Japu, shopkeeper, would you like to buy a few of my blind boxes and see if you can get something to restore your lost leg? Dao Xian shifted his attention to the side, where Japu was, glanced at Japu's prosthetic limb, and smiled slightly. Japu said in a deep voice, Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in coming to Bharati? I am a mysterious merchant, and my purpose is, of course, just one, to sell blind boxes. Dao Xian replied. He then turned to Sanji and continued. Sanji, pick up the scroll in your hand and think about using it. You'll know if what I'm saying is true or false. Faced with Dao Xian's straightforward words and lack of malicious intent, Sanji, half convinced, raised the scroll in his hand and silently thought about using it. As soon as Sanji thought of it, the scroll transformed into a radiant light that enveloped his entire body. Sanji? Zhapu exclaimed in surprise at this scene. Old man, I'm fine, Sanji quickly responded, feeling no discomfort in the light, only sensing something merging into his body. The enhancement from the scroll was very fast. It only took about 10 seconds for the light to disappear. Looking at the delicious food on the table, Sanji felt his cells stirring with excitement, prompting him to snatch food from the guest for the first time in his life. He picked up a portion of grilled sea king meat that Dao Xian had ordered and began to eat heartily. As the food entered his stomach, waves of heat surged through his body, and Sanji sensed that his body was continuously strengthening with the intake of the delicious food. His hands for cooking and feet for fighting became increasingly powerful, although it might only be a fraction of a percent stronger as a precision-oriented chef. Sanji could still feel these subtle differences. I really can become stronger through food, Sanji said to Zhapu, his expression filled with disbelief. Zhapu's face bore a similar expression. However, since Sanji's actions had indirectly confirmed the truth of Dao Xian's words, he asked again, Are you really just a merchant? Dao Xian shrugged his shoulders with an innocent expression. I'm just an ordinary, mysterious merchant. To be able to possess such a magical item and give it to Sanji for 200,000 berries. That's right, in Zep's eyes, this is a gift. It's like a devil fruit worth 100 million. Yes, in Zep's mind, only a devil fruit can have such abilities. In other words, just a moment ago, Dao Xian gave Sanji something comparable to a devil fruit for a price of 200,000 berries. If someone like him were to have ill intentions, even Zep would find it hard to accept. The originally tense atmosphere instantly became harmonious. While Dao Xian wasn't paying attention, Zep signaled to the chef outside the private room to lift the security. Before coming to this private room, Zep had prepared for a group fight. However, since he confirmed that Dao Xian was not an enemy, he naturally eased those precautions. Take these dishes away. Zep ordered the removal of the dishes and personally got to work, preparing a full table of delicious food. Only then did he sit down for a face-to-face conversation with Dao Xian. The Multiverse Trading Association? To popularize the concept of the myriad worlds, Dao Xian repeated what he had said to Carp, but he added a background identity, fabricating a multiverse trading association. This was a sudden idea that Dao Xian had. Imagine pirates who originally thought the whole world was just an ocean discovering the concept of the myriad worlds. Would they want to go to the broader worlds through Dao Xian? Although Dao Xian didn't yet know what the system needed. He was certain it was definitely not as simple as just berries. It was something deeper. However, Dao Xian knew that the system wouldn't harm him, or rather, it didn't care. For such insignificant ants like him to have the luck of being chosen by the system, it was natural to use the system to live better. That was what he should do now. That's right, I'm just an ordinary mysterious merchant within the Multiverse Trading Association. Sanji and Zep exchanged glances. You call that an ordinary mysterious merchant? Traveling through the myriad worlds is unimaginable for us, mere small fries who haven't even explored our own world. Seeing the astonished expressions of the two, Dao Xian couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. So, Mr. Zep, would you like to try a few blind boxes? Dao Xian pretended to be polite and asked. All right, then let's start with 100. Zhapu, who had witnessed Sanji pulling out good items from his blind box, couldn't help but feel a bit eager. As a well-off chef and restaurant owner, he waved his hand and took out more than 20 million berries as the funding for his first blind box opening. Dao Xian's eyes lit up. He had seen through Zeppu's wealth. Goodness, he actually had 300 million berries. However, the reputation of Bartai was quite significant in the EC, and it also served the purpose of a transport merchant ship, earning money in two ways at once. It seemed that 300 million berries wasn't particularly much after all. Sanji's eyes widened instantly. Old man, you don't even pay salaries and have saved up so much money. What's it to you, you brat? Zeppu scolded with a stern face. Scolding aside, it didn't affect their relationship. For Sanji, Zeppu was even closer than his biological father. And for Zeppu, Sanji was like his son. Within a few minutes, Zeppu brought out 22 million berries in cash from the bedroom, with the money in place. The blind boxes were naturally ready too. Buy 10 draws, get one free. a total of 110 bronze blind boxes, and after opening them, one could purchase a silver blind box. Dao Xian briefly explained the rules, and next to him, Sanji and Japu began to unpack the boxes. However, what intrigued Dao Xian the most, aside from the silver blind box, was the first blind box. Sanji's first blind box revealed the ability of gourmet cells. So, what will Japu, the former great pirate, uncover? It's really curious. Dao Xian stroked his chin, curiously observing. The first blind box was opened, revealing its contents. A piece of armor that seemed to be a model about 5 centimeters in size appeared in front of Japu, with Sanji in the lead. Naturally, Japu wouldn't think this was an ordinary item, and he curiously asked, "What is this?" The design of this armor was recognizable to Dao Xian even without looking at the system. However, noticing Sanji's equally curious expression, Dao Xian's mischievous side emerged instantly. If Sanji were to know the function of this armor, the envy and jealousy would be beyond words. Ahem. This comes from a world I named the world of the Crimson Eye of Slaughter, where the ferocious dragon-like dangerous species, talent, can be understood as a sea king with special powers, is the material used to create the armor of the Emperor, the demon entwined. The so-called Emperor's tools are special items forged with the combined power of the entire world, possessing incredible abilities. There are a total of 48 of them. When the holder calls out to it, the armor will automatically dress itself to help the holder defend against enemy attacks, possessing extremely powerful defense. Of course, the most important special ability of this armor is invisibility. Dao Xian elongated his words, then observed Sanji's reaction. Invisibility? Japu scratched his head, still not quite understanding. Meanwhile, Sanji had an extremely complex expression on his face, seemingly a mix of envy and desire. It was a twisted expression that was hard to describe. Dao Xian had already told him when explaining the rules that some things could only be used by the box opener. Damn it! Looking at Sanji's expression, Dao Xian felt delighted. This guy Sanji's ultimate dream was to obtain the transparent fruit and then enter the women's bathhouse, which was also why he had always refused to eat the devil fruit, even though he could rely on it to catch up with Zoro and Luffy. Right in front of Sanji, an armor with invisibility powers was opened by Zepp, and he couldn't possibly be angry with Zepp. After all, he wasn't that lucky himself. The problem was that the things Zepp opened were useless to him. Sanji had a face that was half crying and half smiling, which made Dao Xian laugh uncontrollably. Zepp, on the other hand, didn't think too much about it. Although this armor was powerful, his ambition had already disappeared the moment he exited the Grand Line. Seeing this, he just set the armor aside and continued to open the blind boxes. Little Chef, seafood fried rice recipe, 1 copy. Little Chef, magical mapo tofu recipe, 1 copy. 110 blind boxes were opened in an instant. Aside from some weapons, the most valuable items for Zepp, a chef, were actually 2 specific recipes. The 2 god-level recipes from the Chinese Little Chef gave Zepp endless surprises. Looking at Zepp's satisfied smile, Dao Xian was equally happy. This round was a win for both of them. As for who actually lost, he didn't know. Mr. Zepp for the last silver blind box. What it can yield depends entirely on luck. In the name of the Multiverse Merchant Association, what can be opened depends on the customer themselves. So please go ahead. The silver blind box, radiating silver light, completely outshone the bronze blind box just by its appearance. Feeling like he had struck gold, Zepp unhesitatingly tore open the packaging of the silver blind box. A knife with a dragon-shaped handle appeared before him. Seeing the description in the system, Dao Xian exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Congratulations, Mr. Zepp, you have obtained the legendary kitchenware, Eternal Spirit Knife. In a world called Chinese Little Chef, there exist 8 pieces of kitchenware forged from extraterrestrial meteorite iron. Each of the 8 pieces of kitchenware has special functions. The Eternal Spirit Knife can restore the taste of ingredients that have lost their freshness to their most perfect state, while the Turning Dragon Pot can quickly cook food that requires time to settle. When all 8 pieces of kitchenware are gathered, it is said that they can cook a special dish that grants immortality." Immortal dishes? Sanji and Zepp were dumbfounded. So what's the verdict? Should we continue opening blind boxes? Dao Xian looked at the dumbfounded Japu and asked, but Dao Xian already had the answer in his heart. An excellent chef would never miss out on such a magical kitchen tool. Just the Eternal Spirit Knife alone had already allowed Japu to break even, not to mention the magical recipes and other items included. Droll Japu responded. This time, he was ready to go all in, putting all the berries he had saved over the years into the blind box drawing process. All right, Dao Xian remained calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was overjoyed. He wasn't very satisfied with what Japu had drawn before. Therefore, He didn't use the opportunity to extract something and kept it instead. However, Sanji's food cell was exactly what he wanted. As a mysterious merchant who could traverse the heavens, food was truly endless. With the food cell, he could become stronger endlessly just by eating. Of course, the food cell must have its limits. However, within the realm of food, this limit seemed to be at the level of destroying planets. For Dao Xian, this power system was definitely not simple. The most important thing was that one wouldn't have to suffer. Regardless of what Zhipu would draw, the food cell was definitely something Dao Xian had chosen. Besides leaving 10 million berries as operational funds for the shop, Zhipu brought the remaining 300 million berries before Dao Xian. After confirming with Zhipu one last time, Dao Xian accepted the 300 million berries. Nami, who was nearby, was also excited. Among these 300 million berries, 150 million was pure profit, and this money would be entrusted to her for safekeeping. Just thinking about it made Nami feel overwhelmed. This was the first time she had seen so much money. She had spent 6 years saving up just over 40 million berries through all sorts of means. Let's get started. There were a total of 650 bronze blind boxes, plus 16 silver blind boxes. This was the grand gesture that Dao Xian was pursuing, with a full 16 silver blind boxes. By proportion, he could select items from 8 of the silver blind boxes to replicate. Adding to that were the 2 in-use selection opportunities from Zhipu, meaning he could replicate items from the blind boxes a total of 10 times. Watching Zhipu and Sanji begin, Dao Xian silently wished them well. He might be the merchant who most hoped for his customers to draw good items. At the G4 Navy base, the base commander asked, "Has there been any news about Whitebeard too?" An elderly man with purple hair and a stern demeanor responded, "Zifa, Whitebeard too has been wandering in the New World. Given the situation of the Navy in the New World, we are currently powerless against such strong opponents." Bastard, Zifa cursed. As a former admiral dedicated to training new recruits for the Navy, he wanted to eliminate the pirate Whitebeard too, who dared to kill his disciple. Little did he expect that this guy would run to the Navy's weak territory in the New World. Brew brew. The phone bug rang beside him, and the base commander answered. Yes. The face of the rear admiral turned serious, as if he had received an important order. What happened, Menard? A rugged man with a beard, Menard, shook his head and said, "I received an order from Admiral Sengoku to take the elites from the base to the Alabasta Kingdom." But he didn't specify what the situation was. "I'll go as well. You stay here and guard the base." Upon hearing this order, Zifa decisively took over Menard's task. The Alabasta Kingdom was the territory of Crocodile. Was Sengoku planning to take action against him? That would suit him just fine. As a Navy man whose family had been killed by pirates, he particularly hated pirates. Among them, the 7 warlords of the sea were the system he was most dissatisfied with, as those evil pirates had received legal permission to plunder, which was simply laughable. If Sengoku wanted to take action, that would be the best scenario. All major Navy bases received Sengoku's orders at the same time and began to gather towards the Alabasta Kingdom. At the G5 base, in the office of Rear Admiral Virgo. "Hey, Doflamingo, Virgo, what's going on? Why are you contacting me at this time?" The scene before him was shocking enough to leave everyone stunned. Who would have thought that Rear Admiral Virgo of the Navy secretly had contact with the celestial dragon Doflamingo? Something very strange has happened, and I think you need to know about it. Virgo's deep and steady voice immediately captured Doflamingo's attention. As the highest-ranking member of the Doflamingo family and the most composed person, if he said it was necessary to know, then it was indeed necessary. "Speak." Admiral Sengoku just ordered the gathering of all elites to head to the Alabasta Kingdom. "I don't know if it's to take action against Crocodile or what the situation is." "Okay, I understand." The phone bug simulated Doflamingo's face, wearing sunglasses and looking contemplative. After hanging up, Doflamingo pondered the implications of this matter for himself. Sengoku's action seemed to be targeting Crocodile, who is currently one of the 7 warlords of the sea. This meant that the Navy might be planning to take action against the 7 warlords. Once he lost the identity of a warlord, many of his businesses would no longer be stable. Should he support Crocodile? That was indeed a question. However, this matter could be leaked to Kaido. He had some understanding of Kaido's temperament. Simply put, Kaido was a troublemaker who liked to stir the pot. The gathering of elites from the Navy in this place might pique his interest. Hey. Doflamingo suddenly laughed. If this news truly caught Kaido's interest, and he came over to take out these Navy elites, things would become much more interesting. However, the 4 emperors wouldn't leave the Grand Line so easily. The possibility of sending a Calamity or a member of the Flying Six was much greater. Through Doflamingo's secret line, the news of Sengoku mobilizing Navy elites to the Alabasta Kingdom quickly spread throughout the New World. The news that Sengoku was attempting to take action against Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, also intensified. To observe the situation, each of the 4 emperors dispatched their own cadres to Alabasta to investigate. Barachi finally finished. Sanji let out a long breath. Over 1,000 blind boxes, even with both him and Japu working nonstop. It took them a couple of hours to complete this task. Dao Xian and Nami were eating while providing commentary. As expected, the bronze-level blind box had nothing good, except for a few special ingredients from the captives of the food. Dao Xian felt that Japu's gaze towards him was somewhat off. Ahem. Although nothing good came out of the bronze-level blind box, I assure you that the items in the silver-level blind box won't be too bad, so don't worry. Seeing the changes in Sanji and Japu's expressions, Dao Xian hurriedly added. At the same time, Dao Xian once again confirmed that the bronze-level blind box is indeed a trap. Except for the first one, there really wasn't a single good item. It's all set up. This is the conspiracy of the mysterious merchant system, aimed solely at selling blind boxes, and has nothing to do with the honest and kind Dao Xian. Dao Xian silently thought. Then let's start opening the silver blind boxes. The first wave of profit made Japu regret it. He didn't expect to make a profit initially, only to lose 300 million berries afterward. Now, it's up to this silver blind box to see how much he can recover. If it weren't for the fictional 10,000 Realms Chamber of Commerce that scared him, he would have already taken action. 300 million berries is definitely not a small amount. Just buying a decent devil fruit would cover the cost, and he just threw it in. This 10,000 Realms Chamber of Commerce is indeed a big pit, Japu thought with complex feelings. The silver blind boxes were presented, 16 of them arranged together, shining brightly. Japu endured the heartache and picked one to open. Dao Xian and Nami had also finished their meal and were waiting for him to open the silver blind box. In the first silver blind box, a scroll-like item appeared. Dao Xian, who already had some experience, could tell what it was just by looking at its shape. There are some subtle differences between different scrolls. The one in front of him was obviously a ninjutsu scroll from Naruto, and it was a one-time use. Dao Xian glanced at the explanation and began to explain. This is a ninjutsu scroll from the world of Naruto. You can understand it as a kind of one-time devil fruit ability. Using it does not require any power or effort. Its name is Water Release, Water Prison Technique. When used against an enemy, it can imprison them, and when used on oneself, it serves as a protective measure. However, its ability is not particularly strong and cannot restrain powerful opponents. Oh, is that all? Dao Xian looked at their expressions and imagined it himself. Indeed, compared to Nami's power, Sanji and Zepp still had some strength, so the value of this consumable scroll was much lower for them. Zepp expressionlessly opened the second silver blind box. It was still the same type of scroll, but this one contained a ninjutsu called Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. This ninjutsu was quite effective, capable of creating a massive waterfall to attack enemies, particularly useful against devil fruit users, especially when at sea. Zepp's expression eased slightly, but compared to 20 million berries, its value clearly fell short. However, it could at least recover a bit of the cost. Next, Dao Xian didn't explain each item anymore. Losing patience, Zepp began to open the boxes in quick succession. The prizes were uneventful until the 12th silver blind box, when a surprise finally appeared. An item that Dao Xian was very familiar with appeared before them. To confirm it was correct, Dao Xian specifically checked the system panel. Then he began to explain. Mr. Zepp, this is a good item. Sanji and Zepp both looked at him with puzzled expressions. This comes from a world I named Jackie Chan Adventures. The power of a demon. The power of a demon? In the world of One Piece, the power of a demon simply refers to devil fruits. Zepp's face instantly showed a look of surprise. Even the worst devil fruit would cost 100 million berries, which would recover a significant portion of his investment. Dao Xian continued to explain, I name it the chicken talisman, but it can also be called the flying talisman. Those who possess it can gain the power of levitation, allowing them to fly. However, on its own, this talisman is not particularly powerful. The other talismans that complement it each have their own magical powers. For example, when the chicken talisman is combined with the rabbit talisman, it grants the ability for high-speed flight. When combined with the snake talisman, it enables invisibility while flying. Yes, Dao Xian did this intentionally. The moment he saw the talisman, he thought of the snake talisman, which also has the ability to render one invisible, and is exactly what Sanji desires the most. Dao Xian is enticing Sanji to make money through this, so that in the future, Sanji will come to him to open the box. After all, with the food cells in his body, it seems that Sanji's future won't just be that of an ordinary chef. It's also uncertain whether he will still board Luffy's ship. Dao Xian was also curious about what would happen 2 years later. Sanji's expression, as expected, turned into one of great desire. Japu also noticed Sanji's thoughts and seemed to have thought of something, suddenly becoming serious and asking, "Excuse me, esteemed mysterious merchant, may I give these items to Sanji for his use?" Dao Xian said without thinking, "No." Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. To give an item to someone else. 3 items of the same level from the blind boxes must be retrieved. Dao Xian instantly realized the system's ulterior motives. It's obvious that this is recycling. Transferring the usage rights of items is essentially a no-cost transaction. Being able to reclaim 3 blind boxes of the same level is simply a way to make quadruple the profit. When it comes to being unscrupulous, the system is strong. No, it can't be. However, to gift an item, one must reclaim 3 items from blind boxes of the same level. Zep nodded. Just transfer the chicken talisman and the cursed demon to Sanji. All I need are the legendary kitchen tools and recipes. Old man. Sanji, who was clearly moved, still cursed stubbornly. Zep suddenly laughed. Don't get me wrong. I'm a top chef. Fighting has never been my dream. This armor named Cursed Demon is more suited for you than me, including the chicken talisman. Saying this, Sanji knew that Zep was concerned about him. He originally wanted to open the box to get divine kitchen tools, but unfortunately, he got combat tools instead. To avoid waste, Zep decisively gave them to Sanji. Sanji's background determined that he could not stay in this small restaurant forever. All his father could do was this much. The influence of the Vinsmoke family is not that simple. What kind of fate will this son face in the future? Since Zep's berries had already been completely harvested by him, Dao Xian did not linger on Bartai. After packing some delicacies with Nami, Dao Xian and Nami set sail for Bartai. The Alabasta Kingdom is located in the first half of the Grand Line. The island is home to Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords who is plotting to seize the Alabasta throne. His conspiracy mainly revolves around using dance powder, which is used to induce rain. And after it rains, drought occurs in neighboring countries downwind of the rain. This is to trap the Alabasta Kingdom in a drought. Then spread rumors to convince the citizens that the drought is caused by the king secretly using dance powder to summon rain. Crocodile then plans to defeat the former king as a hero and seize power. This plan has been in effect for a year, and the Alabasta Kingdom is gradually falling into chaos, with public discontent towards the king deepening. In a country that is already a desert, lacking rain, a year without rainfall has created dire circumstances on the island. Rainbase is the most prosperous city in the Alabasta Kingdom. It has the largest casino in the kingdom, Rain Banquet, and the behind-the-scenes boss of Rain Banquet is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords. Inside Rain Banquet, in a room that guests cannot enter, a middle-aged man with slick-back hair, a cigar hanging from his mouth, dressed in a yellow checkered shirt and leather pants, with a golden iron hook for a left hand, exudes a fierce charisma. He leans back in a chair listening to his subordinates' reports. President, we've received intelligence from the underground world that Admiral Sengoku has summoned a large number of elite Navy troops towards Alabasta. Tap, tap. The sound of fingers tapping on the table echoed as Crocodile pondered Sengoku's purpose for gathering the Navy. This is truly troublesome. Crocodile's plan to annex the Alabasta Kingdom has only been underway for a year. It will take at least another 1 or 2 years to fully annex it. The arrival of the Navy is bound to disrupt his plans. It's not that he doesn't want to annex the Alabasta Kingdom as quickly as possible. This is related to Cobra's identity. Or is it because of the reinforcements requested by Nefertari Cobra, the king of Alabasta? Crocodile established Baroque works ostensibly to create an ideal nation, but in reality, he is searching for information about the ancient weapon, Pluton. The reason he chose the Alabasta Kingdom is that they are most likely to know the whereabouts of this weapon. As one of the 20 royal families that created the world government 800 years ago, they should have migrated to the Holy Land, Mariehua, as descendants of saviors to be revered by the world, becoming celestial dragons. However, the Nefertari family rejected this qualification. This information was all obtained by Crocodile through historians. Although he lost a hand in the battle against Whitebeard, he did not become despondent like Moria. He deeply understands Whitebeard's power and knows he cannot match him. Thus, he seeks power externally, and a legendary battleship capable of destroying an island, Pluton, naturally caught his attention. Nico Robin, this news is very timely. No matter what the Navy attempts to do, we must prepare in advance to welcome their arrival. Gather all the Baroque Works executives. Understood, President. Nico Robin accepted Crocodile's order with a mysterious smile. However, in her mind, she was already planning how to safely escape Crocodile's influence. Everyone, including her, felt that this was evidence that the Navy was attempting to take action against the 7 warlords. As someone who has long been wanted by the Navy and the world government, she has long developed the habit of fleeing at the first sign of danger. Without this habit, how could a little girl like her evade the world government's capture over the years? The images of O'Hara's destruction echo constantly in her memory, tormenting her as they become nightmares whenever she sleeps. Nico, Robin, you're not thinking of running away, are you? Crocodile's voice came. Robin's smile momentarily paused. Then she slowly retreated. Watching Nico Robin leave, Crocodile silently pondered that when faced with the Navy's arrival, he might have to abandon Nico Robin, this important piece on the chessboard. In the eyes of the world government, Nico Robin is undoubtedly a greater threat than his criminals. As long as he hands over Nico Robin, they would likely be more than willing to withdraw their troops. Sengoku has assembled a large number of elite Navy troops to head to Alabasta. A tall Navy officer in a duckbill cap and red casual shirt, with a cigar hanging from his mouth, fell into deep thought upon receiving the news. He is a Kainu, the admiral of the Navy, who is out eliminating pirates. Is Sengoku planning to take action against the 7 warlords? Ha ha ha! Akainu burst into laughter. As a hawkish Navy officer, he has always looked down on Sengoku and others for their weak actions. Now Sengoku is actually taking the initiative to act against the 7 warlords. He welcomes it. The journey continues, passing through places like Reverse Mountain, Whiskey Peak, and Little Garden. Dao Xian and Nami finally arrived at the first half of the Grand Line. With the power of the void, Dao Xian and Nami naturally encountered numerous pirate attacks along the way. However, without exception, they all turned into Nami's berries stash. With their current strength, Dao Xian and Nami could be considered strong even in the 4 seas, and these pirate attacks could only be described as seeking their own doom. While piloting the mysterious merchant ship, Dao Xian suddenly started to miss his exclusive mount, Golem, from the void. As a mount of the void, it was a beetle-type machine formed around the spirit stone Yamatom, capable of being loaded onto any mount of the void. If Dao Xian had Golem now, he could get rid of the hassle of piloting the ship, as Golem was an intelligent being that could drive itself. Thinking of this, Dao Xian asked Nami beside him, "Nami, do you want to open a blind box now?" Nami looked puzzled, wondering why he suddenly asked her about opening a blind box. Having witnessed the experiences of Carp and Zep, Nami now deeply understood the value of revival items. According to her own estimation, to steadily open a revival item, at least 5 billion berries will be needed as a base. Nami's only thought now was to save money. With that in mind, Nami shook her head and declined Dao Xian's invitation. Dao Xian had a mournful expression as he continued to pilot the ship. Every day spent sailing made it inconvenient for him to engage in some private activities with Nami. He desperately needed someone to create some kind of puppet or robot, or at least a clone technique to free him up. As for recruiting more crew members, he had no plans for that at the moment. In his vision, there would only be 3 people on this ship in the future: himself, Nami, and Nico Robin. There would be no room for anyone else. As the mysterious merchant sailed on, Nami and Dao Xian drew closer to the territory of the Alabasta Kingdom, but Rain Base was located in the center of the island. There was still quite a distance to travel from the edge to get there. However, money always has its ways. Nami and Dao Xian landed on a nearby small island and took a camel caravan to Rain Base. As for the ship and valuable items, berries, Dao Xian stored them temporarily in the system for safekeeping. The ship was entrusted to the town's guards. As a cost, paying a fee of 100,000 berries was quite normal. Various factions were converging at Rain Base. At this time, it had been 7 days since Sengoku issued the order, and some naval forces that were not far from Alabasta had already arrived at Rain Base, waiting for further instructions from Sengoku. According to reports from the Million Elders, the known naval forces that had reached Rain Base included Navy Colonel Smoker, Navy Headquarters Colonel Tina, and Navy Vice Admiral, who reported under Crocodile's supervision that Robin, who had no opportunity to escape, was monitoring the city. The so-called Million Elders were grassroots members of Baroque works, totaling 800, with only 200 billion elders above them. Above them were cadre-level figures like Robin, who had the prefix Miss. Crocodile was Miss. 0, the president of Baroque Works. The good news was that they did not lead any naval soldiers, mostly coming alone, which suggested they weren't there specifically for the 7 warlords, but rather that something in Rain Base attracted them. Robin breathed a sigh of relief. Since they weren't there for Crocodile, she hadn't exposed herself and was temporarily safe, not needing to escape. In that case, Robin, you should stay inside for now to avoid being discovered by the Navy, Crocodile said in a low tone. Since they were not there targeting him, it was not suitable for Robin to be exposed to the Navy, as that would only invite greater trouble. So this is the gambling city, Rain Base? After a day's journey, Nami and Dao Xian finally arrived at their destination. Nami, let's go eat at the tavern first. Okay. The two, feeling exhausted, headed straight for the tavern in the city. In a world of one piece, taverns generally serve as both bars and restaurants. During these days, Dao Xian had found time to select a few items from the 10 or so silver-level blind boxes from Zep, which he exchanged for his use. Among them, the most important were the food cell and the chicken charm, which further strengthened his physique and granted him the ability to fly. Coupled with some other consumables, Dao Xian had gained a significant boost compared to the beginning, though it was estimated to be only worth tens of millions of berries. With the system's defense, he wouldn't encounter any danger, while the real danger was on Nami's side. Are we waiting for the person mentioned by Admiral Sengoku here? Smokies ed Tashiji asked as she looked at the Navy personnel beside Smoker. Yes, Admiral Sengoku said so. Smoker replied slowly while puffing out a smoke ring, with his silver hair slicked back. I hate waiting, complained Navy Colonel Tina, who had the ability of the Sansan fruit. Exactly. Admiral Sengoku didn't he say what it was about? Just that we should wait for a girl with orange hair and a man with black hair. It's really strange. I thought we were going to take action against Crocodile. What a disappointment. The Navy elites around them grumbled. Meanwhile, the million elders disguised as ordinary people were constantly changing shifts while continuously sending information to the upper echelons of Baroque works, which meant Crocodile. Bang! The sound of the door opening came, and Dao Xian and Nami finally arrived at the tavern. The chatting Navy personnel all turned their attention towards them. Is that them? It should be, the Navy murmured. Smoker stepped forward and said solemnly, under the orders of Admiral Sengoku, I am here to find a girl with orange hair and a man with black hair. May I ask if you are them? As a popular character in One Piece, with his unique appearance, Dao Xian immediately recognized him. It's you, Smoker. Dao Xian brought Nami to the bar counter. Boss, bring me 2 plates of meat and some staple food. Yes. The boss took the order. Dao Xian then turned around and started chatting with Smoker. Oh, so it was Admiral Sengoku who sent you here? Dao Xian raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't expect Sengoku to be so ruthless, actually mobilizing a large number of elite Navy forces to come here at once, which at least amounted to dozens. That said, the number of people is secondary. The key point is how Sengoku could mobilize such a large amount of berries. It's important to know that the world government controls the Navy, this military power, primarily through economic means. Therefore, Sengoku absolutely does not have the ability to mobilize a large-scale economy. Simply put, while troops can be mobilized, the logistics and corresponding supplies must be approved by the world government afterward. The Navy simply cannot mobilize too much of the economy at once. Yes, Admiral Sengoku instructed us to contact him immediately after meeting you. With that, Smoker took a transponder snail from Tashiji's hands and directly contacted Sengoku's office. BRR. The sound of the transponder snail echoed, and, at the moment the connection was made, the snail took on the form of a square-faced man with a Buddha-like head, none other than Admiral Sengoku, known for his intelligence in the Navy. Hello, mysterious merchant. Hello, Admiral Sengoku. Dao Xian nodded at the telephone bug, which instantly transformed into his likeness in Sengoku's office. The telephone bug, mimicking Sengoku's appearance, continued to speak. Let's continue the transaction. I've already arranged the money to be given to the elite Navy in the Rainy Land. No problem. With these 2 simple sentences, they achieved their respective goals. There was no need for any unnecessary chatter. Sengoku needed blind boxes to increase the power of his faction, while Dao Xian needed them to open boxes and acquire more items to strengthen himself. As a mysterious merchant, his only means of becoming stronger was to obtain various items from the blind boxes. Moreover, he couldn't open blind boxes himself. He could only acquire the items through others' draws and then replicate them, which was a limitation for him. After all, if Dao Xian could strengthen himself by opening blind boxes, to be honest, he might not even share this thing publicly. Wouldn't it be more profitable for him to make money and open them himself? Dao Xian turned his head towards the Navy beside him. Let me introduce myself first. I am a mysterious merchant who specializes in selling blind boxes. Inside these blind boxes, you can draw various items, some of which are comparable to devil fruits or even more powerful, and they come with no side effects. So who wants to go first? The nearby Navy officers exchanged glances, but it seemed that according to Admiral Sengoku, he might be telling the truth. Smoker took a deep breath and stepped forward, saying, Then I'll go first. Smoker felt inexplicably nervous. A blind box? A blind box means a box with unknown contents. So he was very curious about what he would end up drawing. Dao Xian scanned Smoker, and immediately the amount of berries he had appear before him. Smoker, you have 55 million berries, which allows you to open 255 bronze blind boxes and 2 silver blind boxes. Dao Xian said softly, this number is actually not small. The Navy salary is not high. Rather, the benefits are good, such as free meals and accommodation. The military achievements they gain are more for promotion purposes. 55 million berries? Smoker recalled that his entire net worth was probably only around 5 million berries, and he retorted, are you mistaken? I don't have that much money. This might be the Marshal Sengoku's advance deduction from your salary. I can ignore the distance and directly deduct all the wealth you have, converting it into berries. Dao Xian interrupted Smoker's questioning and said straightforwardly. Smoker frowned. Possessing such a magical ability made him believe a little more in the words of the mysterious merchant. He said in a deep voice, then let's get started, deduct everything. Okay. Dao Xian and Smog found a place to sit down, and the nearby Navy almost occupied the entire area. Aside from a few millionaires keeping an eye on the place, there were hardly any civilians around. Although the Navy was present as protectors, some civilians still felt uneasy in the face of violent forces, and naturally wouldn't come to a tavern at such a time. The 55 million berries from Marin Fander instantly disappeared, and Dao Xian then gave Smog 280 bronze blind boxes, which included 25 complimentary blind boxes, spending exactly all the money with the silver blind box priced at 2 million berries. The 280 palm-sized bronze blind boxes almost filled the entire bar, making it look particularly crowded. Please, you can also have others help you open them, but of course, the items belong to you. After opening the bronze blind boxes, they could continue with the silver blind boxes. However, it's best to open the first blind box yourself, as there are surprises. Dao Xian raised his eyebrows and explained, your barbecue is here. The owner nearby brought over a large serving of barbecue, along with a special juice made from desert plants. Dao Xian didn't recognize the specific plant, but after taking a sip, he found a flavor to be sweet and reminiscent of sugarcane, yet even sweeter than sugarcane. Dao Xian and Nami started eating without any hesitation. Smoker, standing nearby, rubbed his hands together to ease his nervousness, knowing that his monthly salary was only 300,000 berries. Of course, this was just the base salary, and there were bonuses for eliminating pirates and so on. Overall, the Navy's pay wasn't high. With 55 million berries right in front of him, he felt a bit scared about facing Admiral Sengoku if he didn't achieve a satisfactory result. He felt guilty to have received such substantial financial support. With these complex thoughts, Smoker took a deep puff of his cigar and opened the first bronze blind box. As the bronze blind box was opened, the special effects of the light spots made Dasky gasp in surprise. A seemingly ordinary book appeared before everyone. What is this? Smoker looked at Dao Xian, waiting for his explanation. Dao Xian first took a big bite of meat, swallowed it to relieve the fatigue of the journey, and then took a sip of an unknown drink. Only then did he come to his senses and glance at the display on the system. The essence of smoke? The system panel showed that this was a textbook containing analysis and teaching on the essence of smoke. Dao Xian was first puzzled, and then suddenly remembered that Smoker was the user of the smoke fruit, realizing the truth. This textbook had little effect on anyone else. After all, relying solely on this book was far from enough to restore those industrial foundations. But for Smoker, it was different. Dao Xian couldn't help but shake his head at Smoker's use of the smoke fruit in the original work. It was really too pathetic. The development of the fruit's abilities was lacking, and his hockey was ineffective, plus he carried around his biggest weakness, a staff embedded with sea prism stone. It was quite frustrating. Indeed, this system, being the unscrupulous merchant it is, had used this as the first blind box to attract people, and it ended up producing something for Smoker that was no less than a golden level item. The most crucial point was that, for the system, the cost this time could almost be said to be zero. Knowledge is the most expensive, yet also the cheapest thing. The process of acquiring knowledge is costly, but the knowledge itself is quite cheap. For something like this, the system only needed to expend a tiny bit of power to replicate countless copies. Seeing the curious crowd, Dao Xian also began to take on the responsibility of explaining. This is a textbook. Textbook? Before Smoker could raise any questions, Dao Xian continued. Vice Admiral Smoker. As a user of the Logia type smoke fruit, do you know what smoke really is? Dao Xian directly threw out the question. He also wanted to know the extent of Smoker's understanding of the fruit's abilities. The essence of smoke? Smoker had never thought about such questions. His use of the smoke fruit was basically limited to either utilizing the elemental ability common to Logia-type fruits to evade physical attacks, or using the floating ability of smoke itself to fly. As for condensing it into fists or ropes to attack enemies, those were abilities he could perform right after eating the fruit. To be honest, his level of development when he ate the smoke fruit was the same as it was now. Hearing Dao Xian's sudden question, Smoker felt a bit awkward and replied with a stiff expression. Smoke is just smoke, isn't it? Dao Xian had a face full of black lines. Feeling that this was it, no wonder Smoke Man seemed so useless in the later stages of One Piece. His haki and devil fruit abilities were lacking, and he didn't know swordsmanship. He was indeed a small fry. However, since Smoke Man encountered him, it would be different. The essence of his smoke would bring Smoke Man an unprecedented fate. The so-called smoke is essentially extremely small dust particles produced after an object burns. Smoker listened blankly as Dao Xian lectured, completely unable to understand what those tiny particles were. Dao Xian had a pained expression on his face. Forget about the lecture. You might as well talk to him about the direction of fruit development. Smoker, do you know that people often die from smoke inhalation during a fire? Also, smoke is essentially tiny particles of matter, and theoretically, you can also carry toxins in your attacks. Dao Xian's words were to the point, yet Smoker was completely stunned, as if a new train of thought had opened up for him. The two development directions of suffocation and toxicity provided him with endless inspiration. And all of this, as long as you grasp the essence of this smoke, you will understand everything. Dao Xian spoke with a serious tone. Smoker's expression was grave, but inside he was deeply shaken. Dao Xian's two pieces of advice were comparable to the training he received from his teacher Zifa, and even more useful. He had thought that compared to monsters at the admiral level, he was far too lacking in both physique and mindset, to the point where he felt he could never become an admiral in his lifetime. However, Dao Xian's pointers instantly opened up his train of thought. Imagine creating a large-scale smoke field that puts those within it in a suffocating state, combined with poisonous fog attacks, like a natural disaster of a monster. Thank you for your guidance. Smoker suddenly bowed in thanks. Here, Dao Xian had a serious misunderstanding, or rather, a common misconception shared by all fans of the sea. That is, the Smoke Man himself did not put enough effort into his physical training. In fact, in this world, some things cannot be achieved simply through hard work. The likes of Big Mom can be considered born strong, with a monstrous physique that doesn't require much training. They grow stronger as they age. On the other hand, an ordinary person like Smoker, even after consuming a logia fruit and receiving training from the Navy, struggles to compete due to his inherent limitations. Yet, Dao Xian's recent advice provided him with a different direction for development. You have a strong physique. Can you hold your breath? Can you withstand toxic attacks? Smoker felt as if he had found his life's direction and the path to becoming a true powerhouse. Therefore, it was completely normal for him to bow and pay his respects to Dao Xian. Dao Xian nodded and handed over the essence of smoke. He genuinely liked the character of Smoke Man and felt regret for him becoming a third-rate minor character. Since they had met, he decided to share a few words. As for whether Smoke Man could change his fate through his guidance, the essence of smoke, and the remaining 2 silver blind boxes, it would really depend on his luck and efforts. Continue. Smoker solemnly put away the book on the essence of smoke and resumed his journey of opening blind boxes. The nearby Navy personnel could tell from Smoker's expression that he had gained a lot, and they couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Although Smoker's qualifications were average, it depended on who he was compared to. Compared to the 3 admirals, the 4 emperors, and those under the 4 emperors, he indeed fell short. However, compared to these Navy elites, Smoker was not weak at all. With a natural type fruit, he had already eliminated 90 of the Navy elites. It seemed that his fruit had found its direction for development, which was quite enviable. The Navy personnel were all eagerly waiting for their turn to receive guidance and see what they could draw from the blind boxes. Inside the rain banquet, Crocodile had received the report from the Million Elders. Mysterious merchant? Crocodile decided to go see for himself what had attracted these Navy personnel, leading to this misunderstanding. Robin, who was nearby, was also very curious, but she wondered if it was worth a risk to find out, being a historian. Curiosity was her eternal weakness. After thinking it over, Robin did some makeup and followed Crocodile from a distance. The speed of opening the bronze blind boxes was very fast. Every time a box was opened, Dao Xian would casually explain what it was. The Navy personnel were quite looking forward to it. However, Nami, who already knew that there was nothing good in the bronze blind boxes, just sipped her juice and watched the show. Mr. Dao Xian, please give me a silver blind box. After opening the bronze blind boxes, Smoker was not disappointed at all. Just Dao Xian's 2 pieces of advice made him feel it was worth it, coupled with the textbook on the essence of smoke. Smoker felt he had not lost out at all. Dao Xian placed 2 silver blind boxes in front of Smog, the silver gleam shining brightly. The appearance alone gave a sense of high-end quality. Smog, feeling a bit nervous, picked up the first silver blind box and opened it directly. What appeared before everyone was a scroll, a unique type of skill scroll for Naruto that Dao Xian had seen many times before. Dao Xian initially thought it was a consumable ninjutsu and casually glanced at the system panel, where a surprisingly unexpected ability appeared: chakra extraction technique. As the name suggests, this is a special ability that allows the user to extract chakra from their body. The question is, isn't chakra derived from God Tree? Could it be that this chakra extraction technique also has the ability to transform one's physique? With this doubt in mind, Dao Xian asked the system and received a positive response. In other words, through this scroll, Smoker would be the first person in this world to truly become a ninja. What incredible luck for you, Major Smoker. With this thought, Dao Xian exclaimed to Smoker. Smoker's face was filled with confusion at Dao Xian's words. This is the essence of power. With it, Smoker, you will truly have the qualification to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Smoker's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with a look of incredulity. However, Dao Xian's few words of guidance sparked a glimmer of hope in his heart. Could it be that he really had a chance to step onto the pinnacle of the world? Smoker looked eagerly at Dao Xian, waiting for his explanation. Not just Smoker, but when Dao Xian said this, all the Marines looked at him, waiting for his explanation, to see what could give Smoker the capital to reach the peak. Dao Xian began to explain what this power called chakra is and its function. It is a technique known as chakra refining, which allows you to refine chakra. The so-called chakra is a type of energy produced by the perfect fusion of various energies controlled by the human body. In Dao Xian's understanding, chakra is different from internal energy. It is not something that is pre-existing in the body. Instead, when you need to use it, you employ the chakra refining technique mentally, allowing the spirit to combine with a certain energy within the cells to give birth to a special energy. In other words, those who are strong both physically and mentally will naturally have more chakra. When chakra is at zero, or when it is completely used up, it is when a ninja dies. However, as long as it is not entirely exhausted at once, it can gradually recover. By utilizing chakra, one can activate ninjutsu to cause changes in earth, water, wind, fire, and even time and space, making it a power that is superior to martial arts but subordinate to the path of immortals. The humans in the world of One Piece have physical constitutions that are dozens of times stronger than those in the Naruto universe. Coupled with chakra, Dao Xian could only say that the scene is too beautiful, especially with such a powerful physique. Dao Xian even doubts that they could use the 8 gates as a regular skill. If they really could open the 8 gates. Do you understand? The Navy present looked at each other in astonishment, dumbfounded. Then I will use it directly. Having clarified the explanation, Smoker decisively used the scroll to verify the truth of Dao Xian's words. As the scroll transformed into a beam of light and fused with him, Smoker felt as if a different energy, distinct from Haki, had emerged within his body, or rather, a seed of power. If Haki feels like a layer of hard armor when used, then this energy is filled with an illusory, unpredictable sensation. The most wonderful thing is that this energy can be used simultaneously with Haki. Just by learning the refining technique, Smoker felt at least a 50% increase in strength compared to before. That was an enhancement in senses, power, and speed across the board. Moreover, Smoker could sense that the effects of this energy were definitely not limited to that. Driven by a strong thirst for knowledge, he asked Dao Xian, Lord Dao Xian, this chakra seems to do more than just enhance the body, right? Dao Xian nodded. Of course, strengthening the body is just the most basic ability and also the least effective one. The real application still requires pairing it with ninjutsu. Smoker couldn't help but continue to ask, where can I learn that ninjutsu? Dao Xian smiled and pointed at the blind box, and everything was left unspoken. Looking at the blind box, the originally honest and upright Major Smoker felt an endless desire for berries for the first time. Looking at the last blind box, he reached out. The blind box opened, and even Dao Xian couldn't help but wonder if Smoker had the luck to obtain a ninjutsu or physical technique suitable for him. Dao Xian's pupils constricted slightly as a god-level ninjutsu, and the eyes of Smog appeared before him. Dao Xian couldn't help but glance at Smoker with a strange expression. He didn't expect that this unfortunate character, who had been beaten up by others in the world of One Piece, would actually be a lucky one when it came to opening boxes. Congratulations, Smoker, you have successfully opened a ninjutsu. A joyful expression appeared on Smoker's face, as he didn't expect to really obtain a ninjutsu. Daoxian explained the function of this ninjutsu. The name of this ninjutsu is water release, hidden mist technique. After using it, one exhales thick mist from their mouth, causing the surrounding environment to become blurry, obstructing the enemy's line of sight. Moreover, after infusing it with chakra, it seems to be able to hinder the perception of observation haki. But you'll have to try it yourself? I'm not sure. Looking at Smoker, who was beaming with joy, Daoxian couldn't help but sigh. The life of a lucky person is very short. With Smoker's smoke fruit and this ninjutsu, Daoxian has already envisioned Smoker's future combat style. First, he will envelop the enemy in mist, then unleash smoke and poisonous mist, which is not only disgusting but also highly damaging. As long as the poison is potent enough. Daoxian has already thought of that man, the one who spends half of his day in the bathroom. If Smoker could get that kind of deadly poison from him, his combat power would instantly reach the top. A terrifying being releasing toxic gas everywhere. Who wouldn't be afraid? Smoker, not hesitating, directly took the scroll and, according to Daoxuan's instructions, thought about using it in his mind. The scroll transformed into light and disappeared into Smoker's mind. Tina was very curious about Smoker's ninjutsu. Tina, with her unique tone, expressed her curiosity about Smoker's ninjutsu. Smoker, why don't you give it a try? The nearby Navy personnel suggested that Smoker use it so they could feel the power of the ninjutsu. Smoker himself was also eager to try. Let's give it a shot. Smoker stepped outside, and the Navy personnel followed him, waiting for him to use the ninjutsu. Water release, hidden mist technique. Acting on instinct, Smoker formed hand seals. It was his first time using it, and it took him 3 full seconds. Then Smoker channeled half of his chakra. Opening his mouth, mist continuously poured out. Centered around the tavern, this city, which had not seen rain for a year, suddenly experienced thick fog for the first time, covering half the city. Thanks to the powerful human body in the world of One Piece, Smoker's chakra amount was several times greater than that of an ordinary Jonin. Although it couldn't compare to Naruto's massive chakra due to his Uzumaki lineage and being a Jinchuriki, it was still 10 times more than Kakashi's meager chakra. The unusual phenomenon in the city was first noticed by the residents. Fog! It's fog! The residents cheered, as mist is just water vapor. Although it doesn't guarantee rain. After a year of drought, the sudden appearance of water vapor condensation was enough to make these ordinary civilians happy. It signified that the climate was returning to normal. Is it finally going to rain in the Alabasta Kingdom? The residents speculated. In front of the tavern, feeling the chakra-infused thick mist he had released, Smoker inexplicably thought of observation haki. If armament haki can be learned as long as one's physical strength is sufficient under the Navy's systematic training, then observation haki is the true test of a person's potential. If you can't do it, then you just can't. At this moment, Smoker hadn't even learned armament haki. So it's naturally impossible for him to learn observation haki, which is also the reason he carried a weapon embedded with sea stone. However, within this misty domain, Smoker felt as if he could sense every passerby moving through the fog, which seemed somewhat similar to the description of observation haki within the Navy. The sudden thick fog made Crocodile's expression very unpleasant. Having used dance powder incessantly in Alabasta, it had been nearly a year since it rained. Likewise, this scale of fog had not appeared for a year either. This situation would undoubtedly have a huge impact on his plans. Who could it be? Crocodile suddenly thought of the Navy that had come here and that so-called mysterious merchant. His instincts told him that everything must be related to them. Suddenly, winds and sands swirled around him, and Crocodile activated the awakened powers of his fruit ability. For a Logia-type fruit user, their abilities are naturally in a semi-awakened state, which is the true reason for the power of Logia fruits. The most obvious proof is that they can elementalize their clothes when they elementalize and restore them upon deactivation. Only the awakened powers of a devil fruit can affect and assimilate external objects. The awakened power of the Sansan fruit is the ability to turn everything around into sand and crush it. Within a 100-meter radius of Crocodile, it was as if there was a bottomless pit continuously absorbing the fog. Smoker immediately sensed the disturbance in the fog. Absorbing fog and controlling sand? Crocodile? Smoker suddenly remembered that one of the 7 warlords, the Sand Crocodile, was stationed in this city. With his powers significantly increased, Smoker felt a surge of excitement and an impulse to test Crocodile and his own strength. Smoker activated his fruit ability, transforming into a cloud of smoke, perfectly merging with the mist created by the ninjutsu, and flew towards Crocodile. Where did Smoker go? The Navy personnel outside the tavern wondered, as they were still waiting for Smoker to demonstrate the ninjutsu. In their eyes, they saw Smoker making several hand gestures. Then he exhaled thick mist that covered half the city, and himself transformed into mist, merging into it. This series of actions left everyone puzzled. After waiting a few seconds and not seeing Smoker appear, a sexy beauty dressed in a deep red, deep V gown, draped in a cloak and wearing pink sunglasses. Tina suddenly turned around. Let Tina be the second to open the box. Having witnessed Smoker gain a new power, this confident and proud beauty was not willing to be outdone. Daoxian touched his head. This Smoker really is something. He originally wanted to see Smoker's current strength, but he didn't expect this guy to suddenly disappear. All right, let me see how much belly you have. Daoxian looked at Tina with a face of gentleman. I have to say, the mature and charming Tina is quite beautiful, especially with that deep V-neck, which is particularly eye-catching. Nami, standing beside him, discreetly pinched the soft flesh at Daoxian's waist. It seemed that because she had no hostile intentions, it did not trigger the system's automatic defense. A wave of pain came, and Daoxian looked at Nami with an innocent expression before turning to Tina and saying, Ahem, you also have 55 million berries. The same as Smoker. Plus the gifts, a total of 280 bronze blind boxes and 2 silver blind boxes. Returning to the tavern with the navy, Daoxian decisively opened the bronze blind boxes all at once and laid them out on the table. The sexy beauty Tina wasted no time and directly picked up a bronze blind box to tear open the packaging. As the outer packaging of the bronze blind box dissipated into light, an item appeared before everyone. Daoxian took another look at Tina, and she seemed to be another lucky one. If Smoker's draw was useful but had a low cost from the system, then what Tina drew had a much higher cost from the system. It was simply a losing deal. Brigadier General Tina, your luck is quite good. Inside the tavern, a group of people was watching Tina open her blind box, while outside, Smoker and Crocodile had already engaged in a fierce battle. Desert Sword. Crocodile's right hand transformed into a giant sand blade and slashed towards the sky. Just moments ago, a seemingly fog-like entity in the sky attacked him, and for some reason, his observation haki did not pick up any sensations. This situation usually only occurs when the opponent's mastery of observation haki is far superior to his own. Such individuals are extremely rare on this sea. Feeling a great threat, he immediately launched a counterattack. In the mist, Smoker felt the sensation of merging with the special fog. Before this, his attack method was to elementalize and directly attack the enemy, which had the biggest weakness of exposing his body to true powerhouses or hockey masters. It was important to note that the smoke fruit does not burn upon contact like the magma fruit, nor does it freeze upon contact like the ice fruit, and it cannot be projected outward like the light fruit. Therefore, Smoker's attack style had always been quite awkward. However, now, this fog seemed to be under his control, similar to the fog created after awakening a fruit. He could even condense the fog into a liquid to attack his enemies. After just one attack on Crocodile that was dodged, Smoker instantly transformed back into smoke and merged with the fog again, making Crocodile's attack completely ineffective. Fog Water. Relying on the instinct of controlling the fog with a natural smoke fruit, Smoker developed his first skill, condensing the chakra fog into a state just before it becomes water. Once it turns into water, the fog will lose control. After all, his fruit is just the smoke fruit. As a large amount of fog condensed, the area around Crocodile instantly became extremely humid, and the fog transformed into a giant water snake that rushed toward Crocodile. Through the condensation of fog, Smoker indirectly controlled the water flow. Although he could only launch a one-time attack and could not manipulate the water flow at will, this attack seemed particularly powerful against Crocodile. Faced with this sudden water attack, Crocodile's expression changed. The weakness of his Sansan fruit was too obvious, which is why he specifically chose this place as his territory. Water is his greatest enemy. While most devil fruit users fear seawater, he fears even regular water. If he were on the sea, his Sansan fruit could be considered the worst natural fruit. However, in this desert it was different. With the advantage of the terrain, he even had the confidence to fight against an admiral. It was uncertain whether an admiral could defeat him here. Violent sand gathered, and a whirlwind made of gravel suddenly grew from small to large. Natural fruits often represent certain phenomena in nature. For instance, his Sansan fruit represents sandstorms, which is why he can wield the power of wind. The violent whirlwind continuously sucked the fog towards the center, and the massive water flow attack was directly deflected by the wind. Accompanied by the fog moving with the wind, Smoker had no choice but to deactivate his elementalization. Standing on the rooftop, Smoker's face was filled with caution. His current abilities seemed to counter Crocodile's. The smoke was completely restrained by Crocodile's wind power, while Crocodile was restrained by his ninjutsu. However, with the influence of chakra, the empowered smoker was quite eager to compete with Crocodile in hand-to-hand combat. According to Navy intelligence, Crocodile was a typical opponent with high fruit development but weak hockey. He was almost the same type as Smoker, only worse, poor in martial arts, weak in hockey, and even worse at fruit development. However, with chakra, he was no longer the same as before. Thick white smoke erupted from beneath him as he wielded a weapon called 10 Hands, propelling himself towards Crocodile. The strong wind was not too much of an obstacle for Smoker, who had given up his elementalization. Breaking through the strong wind, he delivered a powerful chop towards the sand crocodile. The smoke was swept away, and Smoker appeared in Crocodile's sight. Seeing Smoker daring to attack him, a pirate of the 7 warlords, Crocodile felt nothing but humiliation. The 7 warlords were the backbone force balancing the Navy and the 4 emperors. Every person who could become a 7 warlord was either powerful or had a strong reputation. And before him, a mere rear admiral dared to attack him. Even if the Navy was preparing to take action against the 7 warlords, it was still too disrespectful to him. A cold glint flashed in Crocodile's eyes, and he felt murderous intent. Desert Great Sword. Sharp sand blades shot out from the ground, attempting to slice Smoker in half. However, Smoker, with his natural elementalization ability, completely ignored this move. Crocodile also recognized Smoker's identity from the smoke leaking from his body. Navy Rear Admiral Smoker, what gives you the courage to attack a 7 warlord? While dodging Smoker's attack, Crocodile spoke tentatively. If the Navy was indeed planning to deal with him, then he would have to make early preparations to abandon the influence he had built up in Alabasta. It's not that the Navy is going after the 7 warlords. It's just that I, Smoker, want to take action against you, Sand Crocodile. Smoker clarified his position to avoid being held accountable later. Is that so? Crocodile's expression turned significantly more ferocious, and he showed no mercy in his attacks. Inside the tavern, the Navy personnel were watching the blind box Tina had opened, waiting for Dao Xian to explain. Looking at this special item, Dao Xian introduced it to Tina. This is a special item called Satellite. Its function is to monitor the movements below from the sky. Dao Xian really didn't expect that he could actually get something like this from the blind box. Previously, when he got firearms, Dao Xian could still accept it. Now, he even got a satellite, and if the golden level or platinum level blind boxes could potentially yield a nuclear bomb, then what about a god level blind box? Could it possibly produce that kind of two-dimensional foil that could downgrade the universe? Just thinking about it made Dao Xian feel terrified. Dao Xian's explanation was clear and easy to understand, and Tina immediately grasped his point. This is equivalent to a strategic tool that can monitor activities within a radius of hundreds of miles at any time and place. With it, the Navy can always keep track of the pirates under surveillance, and its importance is self-evident. Should we use it now? Dao Xian asked. Although it is a technology-based item, it still produced some mysterious modifications under the system's influence. For example, the image of the satellite would directly appear in the mind of the binder, and its position would always follow the holder, while the energy consumed would deplete the holder's stamina. Tina decided to use it right away. Tina nodded. There was no need to hesitate over such a significant item. Moreover, Dao Xian had already explained beforehand that what was obtained could only be used by oneself. Giving it to others would incur too great a cost. After Tina agreed to use it, Dao Xian directly sent the satellite into the sky through the system. As a fusion of mysterious and technological items, the satellite's movement would consume Tina's stamina, so it was best to keep it fixed in one position during regular use. Additionally, she needed to guard against individuals with strong observation hockey, like a certain blind man, as this satellite had no defensive attributes. If it was destroyed, it would be gone. Once the satellite ascended into the sky, Tina felt a connection between herself and it, and it seemed as if a new perspective had appeared out of nowhere. Following her instincts, Tina pulled this satellite's perspective to the farthest distance, revealing a familiar terrain, the only passage to the grand line outside of the doldrums, Reverse Mountain. Tina's heart instantly filled with endless possibilities. With this item, she would truly become a hunter that pirates could not escape from. Although it did not directly enhance her strength, there was no doubt that this was a highly valuable item. Tina turned the satellite's perspective to her current location, and what appeared before her was Smoker's fog, which was different from regular clouds. Smoker's fog was difficult for even the satellite to penetrate, and Tina frowned. She still wanted to see where Smoker had gone. Tina, how is it? What's the function of this satellite? The curious Navy personnel asked. Tina nodded. It's very powerful, It can monitor a range of hundreds of miles. The Navy personnel showed expressions of shock. As elites trained by the Navy system, they naturally understood the strategic significance of such an item. With it, the Navy would not fall into any ambush and could anticipate the enemy from miles away. Tina did not elaborate further and shifted her attention to the blind boxes. There were still many boxes to open, especially the heavyweight silver blind boxes. Let's continue opening the blind boxes. Meanwhile, the battle between Smoker and Crocodile had entered a heated stage, with various powerful moves being unleashed. Seeing that he couldn't take down a mere rear admiral after so long, Crocodile felt a loss of face. At that moment, he no longer cared about the reputation he had accumulated in this city. The anger provoked by Smoker made him want to crush Smoker in his hands. Just as he was about to unleash the technique Desert Reincarnation, created after the awakening of the Sansan fruit, he saw Smoker transform into smoke and fly into the sky. On the other side, realizing he couldn't take down Crocodile and that attacking a warlord was already against the rules, Smoker chose to retreat proactively, not forgetting to mock him with a couple of remarks. Looks like the warlords aren't all that impressive, Crocodile. I hope you never lose your title as a warlord. Smoker transformed into a mass of fog and blended into the thick mist, leaving Crocodile standing there with a dark expression. Soaring into the sky, Smoker felt for the first time a sense of relief. Although he was still not a match for the warlord, being able to hold his ground against the sand crocodile for so long was already beyond his expectations. Moreover, with the cover of the mist technique, he was in a position where he could choose to fight or retreat. Whether to attack or leave was entirely up to him, which was why he dared to mock Crocodile. The next time they met, after he had fully grasped the essence of smoke and absorbed Dao Xian's guidance, he believed that he would truly be able to stand on the same level as Crocodile. In the tavern, the 279 bronze blind boxes were opened in no time. The Navy personnel gradually figured out the trick with the bronze blind boxes. In short, aside from the first blind box opened, there was basically nothing good in the bronze-level blind boxes, other than a few slightly better guns. The rest were items that could be directly purchased with berries. Compared to the 200,000 berries, it wasn't worth it. Tina's expression remained unchanged, although only one good item was opened from the bronze-level blind boxes. She knew that the item called the satellite was absolutely worth the 55 million berries. Even if the next 2 silver blind boxes yielded nothing good, Tina still wouldn't feel like she had lost out. However, given that Smoker had opened such a good item, if she opened 2 worthless ones, she would find it hard to accept. After all, Smoker's strength had greatly increased thanks to this silver blind box, and she, Tina, was not willing to be outdone. I'm going to open the silver blind boxes now. Tina expressed her intention to open the boxes in her unique speaking style. Dao Xian is not one to dawdle, extracting 2 silver blind boxes and placing them on the table. This round of Smoker's 2 silver blind boxes is quite useful, especially the chakra refining technique. If Smoker is the first ninja in this world, then Dao Xian is the second. Moreover, unlike Smoker's method of acquiring ninjutsu, Dao Xian has many more ways to obtain it. For every person who opens ninjutsu with him, Dao Xian can directly extract it. So far, he has learned 2 ninjutsu. One is Nami's shadow clone technique from her 3 bodies technique, and the other is the water release, hidden mist technique that he just acquired. Dao Xian was looking forward to Tina revealing more ninjutsu. The first silver blind box was opened, and a talisman appeared in front of Dao Xian. A talisman? Dao Xian was quite surprised. The talismans from Jackie Chan Adventures were definitely not weak, especially if he learned his father's chi magic. He could transform the 12 talismans into magical power and absorb them directly into his body. Or rather, if someone could ever unlock the bloodline of the Holy Lord, Dao Xian would definitely choose to use it immediately. After all, he had no psychological resistance to the dragon's bloodline. He was a descendant of the dragon. What is this? Tina looked at Dao Xian with curiosity. Its name was the Rabbit Talisman, or it could also be called the Speed Talisman. It could greatly enhance your speed. Dao Xian explains the Dao. It comes from a world inhabited by demons, and the Rabbit Talisman is a fragment of one of these demons' powers. Of course, to put it simply, you can think of it as a devil fruit without side effects. Moreover, it does not conflict with the devil fruit you are currently consuming. By possessing it, you are essentially a user who has consumed 2 devil fruits. There is no need for Dao Xian to elaborate further. In the world of One Piece, aside from being inherently powerful, the only thing that could defy fate for ordinary people is the devil fruit. Aside from turning someone into a landlubber, the devil fruit is almost perfect. Especially some god-tier devil fruits can ignore differences in strength and still be effective. equivalent to devil fruits? Only devil fruit users truly understand the power of devil fruits. As a person with average potential in the Navy, Tina is acutely aware of how much the devil fruit contributes to her strength. It can be said that without the devil fruit, she might not even be able to take down a pirate worth a few million. However, with the devil fruit, she can easily handle pirates worth tens of millions. Other Navy members look at her with envy. It's clear why Smoker and Tina stand out among so many Navy officers. Beyond their inherent potential, the main reason is that they are devil fruit users. As miracles on the sea, the number of known devil fruit users is so scarce that they can't even gather 100. Compared to the vast world of One Piece, this is astonishingly low. Each one can almost be considered a child of destiny. Tina eagerly picked up the rabbit talisman, and the moment her fingers touched it, she felt an inexplicable energy surge through her body. After moving a bit, she realized that not only her running speed, but also her agility, hand speed, and thought processes had all improved. It felt as if she existed in another dimension, where all the movements of those around her appeared to be several beats slower in her eyes. Dao Xian, watching Tina's actions, was also pleasantly surprised. The power of the rabbit talisman is not limited to this. In Dao Xian's view, the rabbit talisman resembles the Speed Force from the DC Universe. In other words, it grants super speed, allowing for time travel and faster-than-light movement. Everything the Speed Force can do, the rabbit talisman can do too. It can't be deemed weak. However, it's unlikely that an average person could utilize the rabbit talisman to such an extent. To fully unleash the power of the 12 talismans, Dao Xian believes that one would still need the bloodline of the Holy Master. However, after just a few customers, Dao Xian has already obtained 2 talismans. So there is no need to rush. When all 12 talismans are gathered, someone should manifest the bloodline of the Holy Master. Meanwhile, after trying out the martial arts, Tina began to experiment with the rabbit talisman's effect on the devil fruit she had consumed. After some trials, Tina discovered that the power of the rabbit talisman could actually affect the speed of the iron barriers produced by her iron fruit. Under the influence of the rabbit talisman, her power increased even more than that of Smoker. Who exactly is he? Tina curiously examined Dao Xian. His noble-like features showed no signs of sun exposure from being at sea. His clothing was nothing special, just a clean, checkered shirt. He looked no different from those noble youths who had run away from home. How could he sell such powerful items? What was his true identity? Tina's heart was filled with curiosity. What's wrong? Seeing Tina staring at him, Dao Xian felt somewhat puzzled. He wasn't interested in women older than him, and the age gap between him and Tina was a bit large for him to accept, even though Tina was very beautiful and sexy. Tina shifted her gaze away, not saying anything, and focused her attention on the last silver blind box. A small bottle of red potion, the size of a thumb, appeared in front of Dao Xian. Dao Xian also explained as usual. This is an item called Health Potion from a world I named the League of Legends. It can replenish life and stamina, and quickly heal all wounds. Dao Xian originally intended to say that certain wounds were involved, but upon considering the gap between the heroes in League of Legends and those in One Piece, he instantly changed it to all injuries. For the heroes, it might only be a recovery of 150 health points. However, for these weak humans in One Piece, this red potion is equivalent to a universal elixir. Tina nodded. This was indeed a good item, and the key point was that this consumable was unrestricted and could be used by others. In this light, its value increased significantly, equivalent to giving a strong person an extra life. Just as Tina was about to say something and probe into the mysterious merchant's background, a cloud of smoke gathered from outside the door and transformed into Smoker's form. Tina was curious. What had Smoker just been doing? Tina asked straightforwardly. Smoker wore a smile and laughed. I just had a fight with Crocodile. I must say, the strength of the 7 warlords is indeed very formidable. Tina thought he was bragging. Beside her, Tina questioned, as she and Smoker both came from the elite Navy training class under Admiral Zifa, and she was most aware of Smoker's capabilities. Relying on the power of the Logia smoke fruit, he had a slight upper hand when fighting her. However, the gap in strength between them was not large. Even with the rabbit talisman, Tina did not have that confidence, nor did she think Smoker had that ability. Thanks to the chakra refinement technique I just drew from a silver blind box, I feel that this ninja technique, the misconcealment technique, pairs very well with my smoke fruit abilities, along with the improvement in my physical techniques. Although I'm still not a match for Crocodile, I can at least hold my own against him now, Smoker said, scratching the back of his head proudly. The significant boost in strength made the usually justice-abiding and mild-mannered Smoker a bit carried away. Is that so? A deep, magnetic male voice came from outside, and Crocodile, draped in a black cloak and dressed in yellow checkered clothing while holding a large cigar, walked into the tavern. He had initially come to the tavern and, after a brief encounter with Smoker, found him gone. Crocodile continued with his original plan and entered the tavern, only to hear Smoker's words from outside. He casually responded to them. Crocodile had already set aside Smoker's earlier provocation, but what replaced it was curiosity about the silver blind box Smoker mentioned. His pursuit of power was unquestionable, and having reached a standstill in his own strength, he turned his attention to external sources. The legendary weapon, Pluton, caught his interest in this manner. The fact that the mysterious merchant's box could yield items that help others enhance their power piqued Crocodile's curiosity. If this were true, he would need to expend so much effort searching for Pluton. As Crocodile arrived, the Navy personnel instantly became very alert, their eyes fixed on him, ready to act at any moment. The relationship between the 7 warlords and the Navy was quite delicate in the eyes of most Navy members. The 7 warlords were still their enemies. However, due to the face of the world government, they had to tolerate them. Of course, the main reason was that the current overall strength of the Navy was insufficient to balance against the 4 emperors, which led to the establishment of the 7 warlords system as a buffer. Supporting a few powerful pirates to suppress other pirates was the Navy's strategy. However, both the Navy and the 7 warlords knew that once the Navy's power reached a certain level, the 7 warlord system would inevitably be abolished. After all, allowing pirates to pillage legally was a disgrace to the Navy. Currently, it seemed that this mysterious merchant possessed the power to disrupt that balance, as his blind boxes could significantly enhance the overall strength of the Navy. They had just opened a silver blind box and already gotten such a miraculous item. What could possibly come from the subsequent gold, platinum, and diamond blind boxes? It was simply unimaginable. To protect the information regarding the mysterious merchant, the Navy personnel tacitly surrounded Crocodile. With 2 Navy officers whose strength had greatly increased, they seemed ready to try to detain Crocodile. Crocodile appeared to be oblivious to the Navy's movements, completely ignoring their encirclement, and turned his head to Dao Xian, who stood out among the crowd. The elder who had eavesdropped earlier had already reported the mysterious merchant's information to him. "Hello, mysterious merchant. My subordinates have just informed me about your news." Crocodile glanced at the Navy beside him, making his meaning clear. If this mysterious merchant was truly that remarkable, information about him would have long been leaked. Hence, attacking him, a 7 warlord, was pointless. Maintaining a certain level of vigilance, Crocodile then focused his attention on the mysterious merchant's hands. He wondered how the blind boxes in the mysterious merchant's possession were sold. Dao Xian had an expressionless face, appearing indifferent. He was not interested in who the guests were. As long as they could pay the price, he could sell to anyone. After all, whether one could obtain good items depended entirely on their luck. Even if they were good items, he would still have his share. For him, the more guests there were, the higher the chance of finding good items. However, in this world, wealth was concentrated in the hands of the strong. The wealth accumulated by him from 100 or even 1,000 commoners might not be as much as what a strong person could casually gather. This was the reason he had always been dedicated to seeking out the strong. After all, this was a world as vast as the ocean, and the flow of information was very restricted. It would take a long time to gather enough from commoners to open a golden blind box. The bronze-level blind box was 200,000 berries each, and for every 10 purchased, one was given for free. The silver blind box was 2 million berries each, and one had to buy 100 bronze blind boxes before they could purchase a silver blind box. Following the silver blind box, there were gold, platinum, and diamond levels, all with the same rules. Dao Xian briefly explained the rules to Crocodile. The pressure from the Navy regarding the 7 warlords couldn't stop Dao Xian from speaking. Or perhaps Dao Xian simply didn't care about their opinions. Crocodile nodded to indicate his understanding, then calculated the funds he could access. He decided to open 300 bronze blind boxes and 3 silver blind boxes, which amounted to 66 million berries. The Navy had indeed come to his territory. No matter how unbelievable it was, he felt that this mysterious merchant might be real, or he could afford to lose tens of millions of berries. He was not a lone wolf like Mihawk. His casino, Rain Banquet, could bring in at least hundreds of thousands of berries daily. By the end of the month, he could earn at least tens of millions of berries in profit, which was a privilege unique to the 7 warlords. If it were a pirate wandering the seas, it would be impossible to run such a stable business. Once the Navy found out, they would definitely come after him. Brew, brew, brew. After Smoker answered the phone, he heard Zephyr's voice on the other end. asking about the specific location of the mysterious merchant. Zephyr is here. I'll go meet him. You all stay here. Smoker commanded before hurriedly leaving. The faces of the Navy present showed joy, apart from a few individuals. Most of them had come from Zephyr's training camp and could be considered his disciples. Former Admiral Zephyr is here too? Crocodile's heart sank. As a former admiral, Zephyr was well known, and his most notable reputation was his mercilessness towards pirates. Even the 7 warlords were not spared when this old man went crazy. He absolutely did not want to meet him. Given the situation, Crocodile decided not to waste any more time. Let's begin. Dao Xian nodded and first materialized 330 bronze blind boxes onto the table. Seeing this magical scene, Crocodile was also slightly moved and then began his box opening journey. Dao Xian was very curious about Crocodile's first box opening. Familiar scrolls appeared before them, which were indeed ninjutsu scrolls from Naruto. Moreover, it seemed to be a ninjutsu rather than a consumable scroll. Dao Xian suddenly glanced at Nami beside him. It seemed that the first blind box Nami opened contained the worst item. It appeared that the first item opened might also take into account the strength of the person opening the box. For example, if Nami had directly opened a ninjutsu at the beginning, the effect she could produce with her stamina might not even be stronger than a consumable ninjutsu. Please explain the function of this scroll. Crocodile, while requesting Dao Xian to explain the item, continued to open boxes. Facing the imminent pressure from Zephyr, Crocodile just wanted to finish opening the boxes and escape. He wasn't afraid of Zephyr alone, but with so many elite Navy members here, he wasn't sure if he could hold up in a real fight. Dao Xian was about to continue his explanation when a message suddenly came from the system in his mind. The system's small function prompt indicated that he could activate the 3D image display feature for the props, allowing customers to better understand the capabilities of the props and enhancing the effect of the host's explanation. Dao Xian had a perplexed expression on his face. This system felt very strange to him. If it was supposed to be intelligent, it was mostly silent, and if it wasn't, it occasionally showed remarkable intelligence. However, this display function was quite good, much better than him speaking without any context. This was a ninjutsu used by a profession called ninja from a world I named Naruto. As he explained, Dao Xian waved his hand, and a virtual image appeared above the scroll. In the image, several ninjas were battling with water, wind, and fire swirling around each other, occasionally interspersed with gigantic ninja beasts and various stunning effects of jutsu. This scroll contained one such ninjutsu, as Dao Xian described it. The image gradually focused on the ninjutsu contained within the scroll, which was very suitable for Crocodile. The ninjutsu was called Sand Body Flicker Technique. In the image, Gaara was using the Sand Body Flicker Technique to move at high speed, attacking and dodging enemy attacks through sand. In Naruto, techniques that allow the user to move at high speed are collectively referred to as body flicker techniques. What Gaara used was a high-speed movement ninjutsu using sand. But Dao Xian suddenly thought of the moonwalk. This technique didn't seem so impressive and was somewhat similar to the moonwalk. Sure enough, in response to Dao Xian's explanation, Crocodile merely nodded, showing no particular surprise. This physical technique, or rather ninjutsu, had little effect on Crocodile. It could only be said to provide a slight enhancement. Crocodile's hands and feet moved unusually quickly, finishing opening 330 bronze blind boxes in just 3 to 4 minutes, which was quite impressive. Soon, it was time for the main event, the silver blind boxes. Dao Xian waved his hand and collected some trash items, and he had already discussed these rules with the buyers in advance. In order to save time, Crocodile also straightforwardly let him recycle them. The several bronze blind boxes he received in exchange were also waved away by Crocodile, clearly indicating that he realized the chances of getting good items from the bronze blind boxes were not high, extremely low at 0.001. If he really wanted to see what was inside, he would have to look at the silver blind boxes. The chakra refinement technique that Smoker just mentioned seemed to be drawn from the silver blind boxes. Crocodile's expression was serious, but the slightly trembling cigar in his mouth indicated that his inner feelings were not as calm as his expression suggested. Obviously, he still cared a lot about the items worth 66 million berries. As Crocodile made his move, the first blind box was opened, and a virtual image unfolded. The scene was a battlefield, one that Dao Xian was very familiar with. As an anime fan, he liked both Naruto and One Piece. However, compared to the heavy and bitter feelings of Naruto, he preferred the feeling of freedom and adventure on the sea in One Piece. At this moment, the 3D image displayed on the scroll was from Naruto, depicting a scene where the protagonist Naruto was battling Gaara, who had transformed into Shikaku. The fight was between Gaara, embodying Shikaku, and the giant toad summoned by Naruto, Gamabunta. What is this? Crocodile looked at the image, where a monster seemingly made of sand was fighting a giant toad. The combat power exhibited by both was comparable to his full-strength attack. The key point was that the sand monster bore a striking resemblance to his elemental form. Only it was much larger. This is, Crocodile involuntarily asked, an instinct telling him that this sand-like monster was very important for his power enhancement. Looking at this thing, Dao Xian almost exclaimed. However, upon closer inspection, he was relieved to find that it wasn't as exaggerated as he thought. What was drawn was not the immortal being Shikaku from Naruto, but rather a portion of Shikaku's chakra. This portion of chakra would at most grant someone a special physique that allowed them to control sand. However, for Crocodile, it held extraordinary significance. This was a chakra seed, or rather, a special chakra seed. Crocodile looked puzzled. Although he had heard this term from Smoker before, he was not clear about what chakra actually was. The only thing he knew was that it could enhance his strength. What is its use? Crocodile asked calmly. Do you see the sand monster in the image? Dao Xian pointed to a guardian crane in the image. It was an immortal monster composed of the purest chakra. When they died, they would be reborn in the world after a certain period of time, and this chakra was part of that monster. A glimmer of ambition suddenly flashed in Crocodile's eyes. An immortal sand monster, what a wonderful title. He also wanted to become such a monster. The title of monster was the highest praise in these seas, representing immense power. Kaido of the 100 Beasts, Big Mom, and Whitebeard had all been called monsters. And indeed, they occupied their thrones in these seas like monsters, unbeatable. As for the specific effects, you can experience it yourself. Dao Xian briefly mentioned the use of the scroll. After witnessing the power of the monster in the virtual image, Crocodile no longer hesitated. He picked up the scroll, recited the incantation, and a beam of light entered his body. Guardian Crane Crocodile's face seemed to be in great pain, emitting a roar-like sound. A strong pain surged from within his body, accompanied by an even deeper mastery over sand, as his flesh transformed into something resembling sand and soil. Clang! The hook on Crocodile's left hand fell off, and a small piece of the ground turned to sand and gathered on his severed hand, transforming into a normal arm. The color gradually changed to flesh tone, and the arm that Crocodile lost to Whitebeard actually restored. This power, with the integration of this special chakra, Crocodile felt as if he no longer had a true vital point, as long as this chakra was not consumed all at once. Even Haki would find it difficult to harm him now, or rather, even if he were harmed, he could recover through this chakra, and this arm was the best proof. Moreover, Crocodile felt his mastery over sand. If the previous awakening was only a half awakening, then now he truly possessed the power of awakening. With this power, Crocodile had firmly established his foothold among the 7 warlords. It is well known that the strength of the 7 warlords varies greatly. The commonly recognized strongest is the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk. The second tier includes the Empress Boa Hancock and Don Quixote Doflamingo. As for Crocodile, he was relatively weaker, occupying the third tier alongside Moria. But now, Crocodile was confident in battling Mihawk. Is this the power of the silver blind box? Crocodile's eyes were filled with a desire for the blind box. At this moment, what forces or what underworld were no longer important. As long as he had enough blind boxes, he could stand at the peak of the world, and most importantly, take Whitebeard's head. As for the thought of taking action against Dao Xian, as a warlord, Crocodile was certainly not a fool. He couldn't afford to offend a merchant capable of selling such magical items. It's just money. As a great pirate, he just needed to rob for it. Crocodile had already thought of where to plunder treasure. The mysterious merchant. Do they accept treasures apart from berries and gold and silver? Do they accept devil fruits? Crocodile suddenly thought of this question. He didn't have much cash like berries, but he still had some treasures. If the mysterious merchant accepted them, it would save him a lot of trouble. Dao Xian nodded and replied, sure, but everything will be converted to 90 of its equivalent value in berries. Only then did Crocodile show a smile. Selling stolen goods already comes with a discount, and it seems comparable to directly giving it to the mysterious merchant. There are also 2 silver blind boxes. Please, another chakra. Dao Xian was still very happy. This was the chakra of a tailed beast. With it, Dao Xian would be able to do most of the things that the sand fruit could do. Of course, the most critical elementalization wouldn't be possible. However, it wasn't necessary. Elementalization is more for dealing with small fry, while true powerhouses basically all possess Haki. If one's observation Haki isn't strong enough, elementalization becomes a useless skill. After slightly adapting to the chakra of Shoha, he felt powerful. With the arrival of Black Arm Zephyr, Crocodile became somewhat calm. The faces of a nearby Navy changed dramatically as Crocodile's arm actually restored. This meant that his strength had recovered to some extent, and combined with the chakra he had just obtained, the Navy members present began to feel uneasy. Tina's expression was particularly grave. While the other Navy members might have only seen it without truly experiencing the power of the blind boxes, she, who had personally experienced the power of the silver blind box, knew the extent of Crocodile's current strength. According to Smoker's own words, after obtaining chakra, his strength had at least increased by 50, and Crocodile not only obtained chakra, but also restored his arm, so his overall enhancement level would definitely be higher than Smoker's. Tina could only pray in her heart that Crocodile wouldn't open anything good in the next blind boxes, and also hoped that Teacher Zephyr would arrive soon. That way, they could try to capture this mysterious merchant, or at least Crocodile, this warlord of the sea. Facing the surrounding Navy, Crocodile appeared more relaxed with his increased strength. He really wouldn't need to expend much effort to eliminate these Navy members. However, there was no need to rush. He wasn't eager to turn against the Navy just yet. With the title of Warlord of the Sea, he could legally conduct business. Earning berries was his top priority now, as it pertained to whether his strength could be enhanced. Looking at the remaining 2 silver blind boxes, Crocodile's mindset relaxed significantly. The gains were already substantial for him. Even if the remaining 2 silver blind boxes yielded nothing good, it would still be a profitable deal. Crocodile opened both remaining silver blind boxes at once. 2 potions were neatly arranged before him. From the world of League of Legends. One potion was named Red Potion, which could restore all injuries and stamina, but could not restore severed limbs or viral damage. The other potion was named Blue Potion, which could restore special energies, including Haki and Chakra. Looking at these 2 potions, Dao Xian briefly introduced them. He didn't feel the need to waste too many words on these not-so-important or common items. Just a simple mention would suffice. Crocodile nodded. Although it wasn't as precious as Shoa's Chakra, it was still considered good stuff. Combined, the 2 potions could be lifesavers at critical moments. Crocodile Brad is here, huh? A boisterous voice came from outside the building, belonging to Zephyr, the former Marine Admiral who had hunted Crocodile when he was younger. Crocodile frowned. This title hadn't been used to address him in many years. However, he didn't feel angry being called that by the former Marine Admiral Blackar Zephyr. Crocodile was a formidable figure. The term formidable figure refers to someone who will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. But there were still some things he held in disdain. Back in the day, a group of pirates secretly slaughtered Zephyr's family, which he found quite regrettable. As a strong person, he still respected facing challenges head-on with his own strength, rather than resorting to attacking someone's family when unable to win a fight. A tall, purple-haired old man wearing black sunglasses entered the room. His powerful muscles were tightly packed together, dressed in marine uniform with his chest open, resembling Smoker. Or perhaps Smoker's appearance was modeled after Zephyr. A thick cylindrical object was strapped to his right arm, looking particularly intimidating. This was a massive iron wall crusher capable of crushing pirates in his hands, equipped with special bullets made from sea prism stone, particularly deadly against devil fruit users. This was the greatest aid to Zephyr, allowing him to maintain a certain level of combat effectiveness even after losing his most crucial right arm. Zephyr walked in and plopped down right next to Crocodile, while the Navy members surrounded them, seemingly guarding against Crocodile's escape, as well as watching out for the mysterious merchant Dao Xian. Zephyr smiled, but Crocodile showed no signs of relaxation. He clearly knew the strength of the old man beside him. Even at this age, his combat power remained undiminished. Black Arm Zephyr? To think that a mysterious merchant who can traverse worlds actually knows my name, how honored I am. In response to Dao Xian's question, Zephyr laughed heartily. How about joining the Navy? We are willing to fully support your business. During the journey here, Smoker had informed Zephyr of all he knew, and Zephyr understood the true purpose of this trip, to enhance the strength of the Dove faction within the Navy. However, although Zephyr used to belong to the Dove faction and had trained many Dove faction personnel ever since his family was killed by pirates, his current behavior has skewed more towards the Hawk faction, showing no mercy towards pirates. However, he wasn't as extreme as Akainu, who would sacrifice civilians to capture pirates. The Navy isn't suitable for me. You see, the rulers of this world are the 4 emperors and the world government. Compared to them, the Navy is merely a tool for the world government to exercise its power. Dao Xuan's words are very provocative to the Navy. But Dao Xian is fearless and naturally has something to say. Compared to the Navy, I am more interested in Admiral Zephyr. Dao Xian raised an eyebrow and said, The boxes opened by strong individuals clearly had higher quality, which Dao Xian also noticed. Although the system didn't explicitly state it, the items obtained from boxes of the same level varied greatly, depending on the person opening them. For instance, Nami, aside from that golden item, didn't really get much else. Does Admiral Zephyr have any regrets? In my box, there are items that can make up for all regrets. Whether it's power, lifespan, or authority, everything is available. Dao Xian certainly knew his regrets, but it felt a bit heartless to directly poke at the last shred of dignity of this old man. It was better to let him lead the conversation and express it himself. Ha ha! ZFA laughed heartily. In my life, I have countless regrets, and the most painful one is naturally that my family was killed by pirates. Are you saying you can bring the dead back to life? Before ZFA could finish his sentence, Dao Xian was already nodding. The expression on ZFA's face clearly changed as he seemed to doubt this matter. Dao Xian began to introduce the resurrection items one by one. Speaking of which, resurrection items are not uncommon in the Endless Worlds. For example, in the Dragon Ball world, the 7 Dragon Balls can summon the dragon to grant wishes, and the ability to wish for the resurrection of a few people is not a problem. Or there's an item called Resurrection Coin in the game Dungeon Fighter Online, but this requires that the body is still present. In other Fate worlds, the Holy Grail is just one of many examples. Dao Xian's face was lightly dismissive, yet his words were astonishing. Reviving the dead, what a magnificent ability that is. In his mouth, it seemed almost effortless, which was hard to believe and also sparked desire. Zephyr's expression changed rapidly. For years, he had harbored hatred for himself and for pirates. The root of all this stemmed from the death of his family. Was there really a chance to make up for these regrets? The faces of his deceased loved ones flickered in Zephyr's mind, his eyes glimmering with unshed tears. I finished opening my box, Mr. Mysterious Merchant. Let's continue next time we meet. Meanwhile, Crocodile strode toward the exit as if Zephyr did not exist at all. Taking advantage of Zephyr's unease, Crocodile just wanted to return to his own territory to process the gains from this encounter. Suddenly, Zephyr lifted his head. Stop. Crocodile halted and looked at Zephyr. The weakness that had just been on Zephyr's face was gone, replaced by murderous intent. It was a rare opportunity to encounter Crocodile inside this building. He was willing to bear the consequences from the world government if he could capture the notorious pirate among the 7 warlords. Coupled with the mysterious merchant's matter. After hearing about his wonders from Smoker, Zephyr was even less inclined to let Crocodile go. Crocodile's departure would inevitably attract a wave of ambitious individuals. A mysterious merchant capable of making them powerful, even reviving the dead, would surely cause a stir on the seas. However, if the Navy could keep the mysterious merchant a secret as their trump card, then perhaps the seas could truly be pacified. With this thought in mind, Zephyr called out to Crocodile. Without the need for a verbal exchange, just by looking at Zephyr's expression and the hawkish behavior of the Navy, Crocodile knew that there was no escaping this battle. Desert Arc Diamond Blade. His arm transformed at a speed previously unattainable into a massive blade made of sand, slashing outward from his center. Watch out, Smoker exclaimed, but some were still caught off guard. The more than 10 Navy officers surrounding Crocodile suffered casualties in an instant. Daz Bonez barely dodged this deadly blow under Smoker's protection, but clearly, this level of battle was not something ordinary Navy could participate in. After taking down a few Navy officers and breaking through their encirclement, facing the furious Zephyr, Crocodile turned into a gust of wind and flew toward the outskirts of the city. His home turf was in the desert. Once he successfully entered it, even Zephyr would find it hard to do anything to him. Chase, Zephyr commanded, leading a group of Navy to pursue Crocodile's fleeing direction. Smoker, with traces of blood from the fallen Navy on his face, looked grim. The deceased were all acquaintances, having graduated from the Navy training camp through hard work. They had not expected to die here. Daz Bonez, you stay here with this mysterious merchant. Smoker's face lost all trace of arrogance, clearly shaken back to reality by the brutal scene. Facing the enemy who killed his comrades, hatred rose in Smoker's heart as well. Half of his body transformed into smoke, propelling him quickly after Zephyr's figure. Seeing this cruel scene, Dao Xian felt no tension or unease from the moment he acquired the mysterious merchant system. His extraordinary future was already determined. He had long been mentally prepared to face all kinds of brutal scenes. However, this bloody scene somewhat spoiled his appetite. Just as Crocodile left the rain-soaked area, Dao Xian seized the opportunity to experience the grandeur of the luxurious casino Rain Banquet. Blackarm Zephyr, what do you mean? Do you intend to attack me, a warlord of the sea, with a legitimate piracy order issued by the world government? While retreating, he transformed half of his body. Questioning Zephyr. Crocodile exerted psychological pressure on Zephyr while also sowing discord among the Navy's fighting spirit. Each of these Navy officers was at least at the level of a supernova pirate. In terms of bounty, none were below 50 million berries. Do not think that 50 million berries is a small amount. A 17 million berries bounty dragon could become the overlord of the East Sea. 50 million berries is a terrifying figure in the first half of the Grand Line. Remember, when Crocodile became a warlord, his bounty was only 80 million berries. All of this fully demonstrated the strength of these Navy officers. Shut up, you crocodile brat. Crush Blaster. A Sea Prism stone bullet, under the influence of Black Arm Zephyr's observation hockey, accurately struck Crocodile's arm from his right hand crushing machine. In terms of armament hockey, the physically weakened Zephyr might not be much stronger than Crocodile. However, observation hockey does not weaken with age. It only becomes more refined. Crocodile's observation hockey was completely suppressed by Zephyr. In a sense, this is called I predicted your prediction. Boom. The moment the Sea Prism stone bullet hit, Crocodile exited his elemental form, crashing heavily from several dozen meters in the air to the ground. Go! He has lost the ability to resist. Capture him and execute him directly. Zephyr laughed, then commanded the nearby Navy. The equipment crafted by the Navy fit him perfectly. With the suppression of observation hockey, Devil Fruit users had no means to defend themselves in front of him. Even if a warlord was hit by a Sea Prism stone bullet, they would lose their ability to resist. Usually, he never had the opportunity to get so close to Crocodile. Only today, due to the box opening, Crocodile had not been able to escape in time. He's fine. Everyone be careful. In response to Zephyr's words, Smoker, who also possessed chakra, had a different opinion. He clearly sensed the unique chakra ahead, filled with a strong, magical nature, a sandy feeling of chakra. What? The Navy officers surveyed the front, where dust swirled and lingered, and only then did they realize something was wrong. Erosion, reincarnation. Crocodile's voice came from the dust. The rocks and greenery that had existed on the ground were devoured by the sand, transforming into a world of yellow sand. A slightly weaker Navy officer, who had not mastered moonwalk, accidentally touched this awakened power and instantly had all his moisture sucked away, becoming a dry corpse. Tesla. Zephyr shouted angrily and quickly commanded, I'll use moonwalk. The Navy members showcased their skills, flying into the air one after another. Crocodile's greatest ability in this move was actually creating a home field advantage. Currently, he was still on the edge of the city, not completely in his territory. To counter the Navy, including Zephyr, Crocodile took the initiative to create a spatial advantage. Merging with the chakra of the sand-tailed beast, his manipulation of sand became even more proficient. Originally, Crocodile should have lost his powers under the influence of sea stone bullets, but he used the power of chakra to temporarily isolate the sea stone bullets lodged in his body, thus restoring his abilities. He then used chakra to manipulate the sand to wrap around the sea stone bullets and expel them from his body. At the same time, the wounds caused by the sea stone bullets were completely healed with the consumption of chakra. Crocodile remained unscathed. Sandstorm. A tornado carrying sand blew towards Crocodile, and under the influence of the wind, the sand had enough power to turn flesh into mud. You really underestimate people, Crocodile. Zephyr roared, visibly enveloped in black-armed hockey that covered the entire crushing machine. Then, this gigantic mechanical fist, infused with powerful hockey, shattered the still-forming sand tornado with a single punch. As the tornado dissipated, Smoker, Tina, and other Navy members rushed to surround Crocodile. Crocodile frowned, pondering how to respond to this offensive. The greatest threat to him still came from the sea stone bullets in Zephyr's hand. If he wanted to escape, he had to make them understand that he could make them pay a sufficient price. With this thought, Crocodile contemplated the power he had gained from the creature known as Shohei. Shohei, following the instinct of chakra, the sand fruit acted as a supporting role, and the sand just created on the ground continuously gathered onto Crocodile's body. What is this? The Navy members nearby stopped in their tracks, as in front of them. Crocodile transformed into a gigantic raccoon-like creature. Its yellow body was adorned with violet patterns representing the wind god. It stood over 50 meters tall, comparable to some small sea kings. Crocodile? Smoker instinctively felt that Crocodile's state was definitely related to the mysterious merchant's props. Get back! Smoker shouted urgently. As the giant raccoon crocodile had transformed into concentrated a massive blue sphere in its mouth. The still developing observation hockey, or sixth sense, continuously warned of danger. Even Zifa's expression turned grave, as his powerful observation hockey reminded him of just how strong Crocodile's attack was. Tail Beastball. Following the instinct of chakra within his body, Crocodile unleashed the unique ability of the tailed beasts. The body formed from sand gave Crocodile a feeling of truly becoming a tailed beast. Gathering 90 of his chakra, a smaller version of the tailed beastball was shot towards a crowd. Boom! A beautiful mushroom cloud slowly rose, followed by a massive sound and an endless shockwave spreading outward. Several Navy members with slightly lower strength were instantly blown over 100 meters away. Fortunately, these Navy members were all robust individuals. Being blown away 100 meters did not pose a life-threatening danger, but they temporarily lost the strength to continue attacking. After firing this shot, the sand monster scattered, turning into a pile of loose sand. From within the sand, Crocodile emerged, his pale face indicating his weakness. Crocodile uncapped a thumb-sized red and blue potion and downed them in one gulp, rapidly restoring his depleted stamina and chakra. Crocodile was wise to use such items. He used them without hesitation. As long as he was alive, these potions were indispensable. The biggest problem now was how to escape. Looking at the restored Crocodile, Zifa's expression suddenly became troubled. The tailed beastball, just now, had slightly deviated at the last moment. This indicated that the previous attack was a warning to him. If he insisted on killing Crocodile here, then Crocodile would not hold back. Even if he truly killed Crocodile here, his disciples would likely be left with only 2 or 3 alive. The situation immediately reached a stalemate. Zifa was reluctant to let Crocodile go, yet he was unsure of saving his students from Crocodile's hands. He fell into a dilemma. Nico Robin, Dao Xian, and Nami walked in front, followed by Dasky, as the three headed towards the largest and most luxurious building in the city, the Rain Banquet. Just as they were about to arrive at the Rain Banquet, a tall woman in a hooded coat appeared beside them. She was none other than Nico Robin, who had secretly followed the Sand Crocodile. Thanks to the abilities of the Hana Nomi, Nico Robin was fully aware of everything that had just happened in the tavern. Therefore, in front of the Rain Banquet, she blocked the path of the mysterious merchant, Dao Xian. To her surprise, this remarkable mysterious merchant actually knew my name. Nico Robin said with a smile while covering her mouth. Dao Xian knows that Nico Robin has a smiling exterior, but her heart is dark and filled with malice. If you cut her open, everything inside is black. She is the ultimate scheming woman. However, knowing all of Robin's childhood experiences, Dao Xian finds it very difficult to hate her. On the contrary, he feels a great deal of sympathy for Robin. Compared to Robin, Nami is much happier. Nami has her own family and a hometown, but Nico Robin's life has been much more tragic. During her childhood, she was bullied while living with her uncle, and after finally making friends, they died right in front of her. Her hometown, O'Hara, was destroyed under the Buster Call, and she has been hunted by the Navy for 20 years, never able to settle down, hiding in the underground world to evade capture, surviving by betraying others. This is Robin's survival rule. Knowing all of this, it's hard for him not to feel sympathy for such a pitiful girl. Although Robin is older than him, in Dao Xian's eyes, she is still that little girl studying history in O'Hara. Let me take the place of Mr. Crocodile and entertain the mysterious merchant. You can call me Dao Xian. Dao Xian interrupted her speech and seriously told her his name. Robin was taken aback. She could sense an inexplicable trust from this little man in front of her. Unlike the hunters who coveted the bounty on her head, she felt no such aura from him. Robin smiled again, but this time her smile appeared particularly innocent and genuine compared to the one she had just covered with her hand. All right, Master Dao Xian. On the side, Dasky's expression was fluctuating. She held her sword close to her chest. Facing someone with a high bounty from the world government, she felt threatened whether she acted or not. The others completely ignored Dasky's actions. Please. Robin smiled and raised her hand, leading the 3 of them into the Rain Banquet. So beautiful. Nami had always had no resistance to the golden yellow material, and Crocodile's Rain Banquet was known for its opulence. It instantly captured Nami's attention. Robin led the way, guiding them toward Crocodile's usual reception room. The 3 quickly arrived at the top of the building, which was spacious and bright, allowing them to observe the entire Rain base's movements. Any sign of disturbance could be immediately detected. They all sat down on the sofa, and Robin brought over a few cups of coffee. Can the things you sell really bring people back to life? Just as Robin was about to ask the mysterious merchant if the items in his possession could truly resurrect others, a loud noise suddenly echoed through the room. Dao Xian turned to look in the direction of the sound, and a giant beast appeared before him, one that was extremely unfamiliar to those in the world of One Piece. However, it was a giant beast that Dao Xian recognized very well. A tailed beast, specifically a Shikaku. After a brief thought, Dao Xian realized that this must definitely be related to Crocodile, who had just left. With Crocodile's Sansan fruit combined with Shikaku's chakra, it was no surprise to Dao Xian that a Jinchuriki form could be created. The recent commotion and the appearance of this mushroom cloud instantly made Dao Xian think of the tailed beast bomb ability. As expected of Crocodile, with the chakra he acquired, his strength was significantly higher than Smoker's. However, Dao Xian was not concerned about Crocodile's life or death. His target was Robin, who stood before him. In the world of One Piece, the characters of Nami and Robin were almost perfectly crafted. Robin's question was, of course, within his expectations. For Robin, her only obsession for survival in this world was to uncover the truth hidden in the historical texts. Besides that, she had no relatives or friends in this world. Just thinking about it, Dao Xian could feel the loneliness within Robin's heart. How excited must she be to hear about the possibility of resurrecting the dead while being so alone in this world? Yes, Dao Xian nodded, responding to Robin. At that moment, historical texts meant nothing to Robin. She only wanted to revive her mother and return to the time when she nestled in her mother's arms. As a historian, Robin knew that many people were unaware of the information regarding the mysterious merchant's actions, which had never occurred in the world of pirates. Moreover, even a navy and great pirates like Crocodile believed his words, leading Robin to think that a fraud could achieve such credibility. A hopeful smile suddenly appeared on Robin's face. Dasky, standing by, observed coldly and remained silent. As Smoker's vice captain, her strength was indeed unimpressive. Faced with a great pirate like Robin, she could only stand quietly beside her. Mr. Dao Xian, I also want to open blind boxes, Robin suddenly said with a serious expression. Do you know the prices? Dao Xian asked. Robin nodded. She had used her fruit ability to clearly understand what was happening in the shop. The ability of the Hana no Mi allowed her to grow body parts within her line of sight, and she had just been standing at a distance, looking into the tavern. By using the power of the Hana no Mi, she created an ear and an eye, eavesdropping and watching everything happening inside the tavern. How many blind boxes do you want to open? Dao Xian inquired. A determined look flashed across Robin's face, and then, as if she had come to a realization, she said, 1,000 bronze blind boxes and 10 silver blind boxes. Dao Xian was astonished and said, Do you have so much money? Dao Xian has been watching One Piece for so long, and it's the first time he realizes that Robin is a rich woman. I don't have any, but Crocodile does. And I know where his wealth is. Robin has figured out Crocodile is being hunted by the Navy, and now is the best time for her to take him down. After being chased by the Navy for so many years, what difference does it make to have one more warlord on the list? Dao Xian twitched the corner of his mouth, but having watched One Piece, he naturally knew Robin's scheming nature, so it was not surprising for her to do such things. Mr. Dao Xian, let's have some coffee here for a while. I will go collect some funds. Dao Xian nodded. After Robin left, Nami glared at Dao Xian with a puffed-up face. As soon as Robin appeared, she sensed something was off. Dao Xian felt completely different. This feeling was exactly the same as when they first met. In short, she was jealous. Seeing Nami's expression, Dao Xian quickly changed the subject. Do you want to know about her past? Nami's attention was instantly diverted. Curious about the special background of this woman who was treated differently by Dao Xian. Even Dasky, who was nearby, perked up with curiosity. What kind of experiences did this extraordinary woman, who had been pursued by the Navy for 20 years, have? Watching Nami's attention shift, Dao Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to tell the story of Robin's past. Outside in the rain, the battle between Zephyr and Crocodile reached a stalemate. Crocodile let out his signature low chuckle. Zephyr, do you really want your lovely disciples to die here? Oomph. Zephyr merely snorted coldly, neither letting him go nor attacking him. Realizing this strange situation, Crocodile quickly understood that Zephyr was stalling for time, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Get out of the way, Crocodile shouted, no longer holding back. He couldn't afford to be lenient in the face of Zephyr's threat. Spear of the Guardian Crane. The chakra of the Guardian Crane contained many abilities unique to it. However, others couldn't replicate it well. But Crocodile's Sansan fruit was different. This chakra wielded power comparable to that of a golden tool in his hands. The so-called Spear of the Guardian Crane was an extremely tough special sand made by condensing sand with the chakra of the Guardian Crane. Under the replication of the Sansan fruit, dozens of sand spears were launched from the sky towards everyone while Crocodile fled into the distance. Once he got away, he would immediately contact the Gorosei to confirm the world government's stance. No matter what, he couldn't accept being hunted by Zephyr in his own territory. Isn't this Crocodile Boy? A purple-haired giant with an explosive hairstyle, standing nearly 5 meters tall, with a short stature and a huge face, was none other than the revolutionary officer Emporio Ivankov. Beside him was a person half his height, appearing both male and female, who was Ivankov's subordinate, Imazuna, also a revolutionary officer. Ivankov and Imazuna hid behind a sand dune, watching everything unfold in front of them. The news that Crocodile, a warlord of the sea, was being hunted by Zephyr, a former Marine admiral, would definitely cause upheaval. Other warlords might think the Navy was preparing to take action against them and would start making preparations. However, as revolutionaries, the two chose not to leak this news. Causing turmoil in the world would not benefit the revolutionaries. Their goal was to overthrow the unequal rule of the celestial dragons governing the world government, not to instigate battles between pirates and the Navy, which would only lead to suffering for the common people, something the revolutionaries who fought for the rights of the lower class would never do. I wonder why the Navy has suddenly gathered here. Dragon was so eager to have us come. Ivankov complained. There was no choice. Ivankov had recently been idle, while other officers had tasks to attend to, so they could only rely on him. Imazuna, as a new human, spoke softly, holding immense respect for Ivankov, the creator who made them. Ivankov certainly knew this was just a habitual complaint. Avoiding Crocodile's pursuit, Ivankov and Imazuna headed towards the rain. From the earlier situation, something must have happened in the rain. Their purpose for coming to this island was to investigate the Navy's actions. Many people had come to this island, but the most significant figures were likely Zephyr and Ivankov. The true big shots sat high on their thrones, looking down on these small fry. They could never have imagined that these individuals would one day topple them from the throne of the 4 emperors. Sister Robin is so pitiful. Through Dao Xian's narration, Nami completely changed her impression of Robin. Initially, she thought of Robin as just a bad woman. Indeed, in Nami's mind, pirates were all bad people. In the original story, it was only because Luffy saved the village of Kokoyashi that her perception changed. However, Luffy's actions had now been replaced by Dao Xian, and Nami still held deep prejudices against pirates. Dasky, nearby, couldn't help but nod in agreement with Nami's view. Anyone who learned of Robin's experiences would not think the Navy's actions were justified. However, in Nami's eyes, both the Navy and pirates were not good. On the other hand, Dasky began to question the Navy in her heart. Creak. The sound of a door opening came, and Robin, who had gone to gather riches, returned. Some gold and silver treasures, along with a large amount of berries, when absorbed by Dao Xian through the system, roughly equated to the value of 1,000 bronze blind boxes and 10 silver blind boxes. It seemed Robin had long calculated Crocodile's assets, which was why she mentioned opening so many blind boxes. Shall we begin? Robin nodded, her expression showing slight unease and nervousness. What would her blind boxes yield? Would they be able to revive her mother, Alvia? Dao Xian waved his hand, and the bronze blind boxes belonging to Robin filled the table. Robin picked up a bronze blind box. According to the information she had obtained, the chances of getting something good from the bronze blind boxes were very low, with only the first box guaranteed to contain something good. Feeling a bit nervous, she decisively opened it. A virtual image unfolded, showing a masked wrestler with a special talisman embedded in the mask. This wrestler was unbeatable in the ring, possessing immense strength. Dao Xian was pleasantly surprised to see this thing. He didn't expect it to be gathered so quickly. This talisman was the Bull Talisman from the 12 Talismans of the Supreme Master in Jackie Chan Adventures. It came from a world that I named Jackie Chan Adventures. The person who obtains it becomes immensely strong, with greatly increased physical strength and significantly enhanced defensive power. The striking power, impact force, critical strike power, and physical attack destructive force will also receive a strong boost. Taking this opportunity, Dao Xian also briefly explained the concept of worlds to Robin. Robin beside him clearly showed a look of astonishment. The infinite worlds provided her with a completely different experience. Even with just the world of One Piece, she couldn't fully understand the knowledge within it, let alone the infinite worlds. For a historian, this was simply a torment. However, that was something to consider later. Robin put away the talisman, feeling the sudden increase in her power. Single flower. This was Robin's most basic application of the Hana no Mi, allowing her to grow an arm at a designated location. The strength of the arm depended on her physical strength and the power she possessed. Suddenly, an arm extended from the wall, and Robin tried to lift the heaviest sofa in the room with this arm, easily raising it. Compared to before, Robin's strength had increased by several times. Of course, this was also related to her original lack of strength. With the Bull Talisman's power enhancing her, Robin felt a sense of security for the first time. The Hana Hana no Mi was an incredibly powerful and extraordinary fruit, and in Dao Xian's view, the best candidate for this fruit should be Garp. Even though Robin had already developed her powers to a high degree due to the gap in physical quality, she still couldn't fully unleash the potential of the Hana Hana no Mi. However, with the Bull Talisman, things would be different, Dao Xian thought. Robin's face showed a smile. She was quite satisfied to have opened such a powerful item on her first try. She never expected to immediately find a resurrection item. Such strong luck did not belong to her. Just as Robin continued to open the blind box, a strong man barged in. "Nico, Robin, are you planning to escape with all of Crocodile's treasures?" The strong man was none other than Crocodile's most loyal subordinate and the #2 figure in Baroque Works, Mississippi. 1. Daz Bones, a user of the Shredder Fruit. He could turn any part of his body into a blade with the hardness of steel. This fruit could be said to be the dream fruit of all swordsmen. What weapon is more convenient than one's own body? If this fruit were obtained by swordsmen, it would invisibly enhance their strength. A swordsman whose whole body could unleash slashes would be terrifyingly powerful. Daz Bones had just returned to Rain Banquet when he received a report from Mississippi 3 about Nico Robin's actions. Crocodile had never fully trusted Nico Robin. He only gave her a position in Baroque Works because he needed her abilities. However, behind the scenes, Crocodile had long ordered Bones to eliminate Robin if she made any treacherous moves. Facing Robin's silence, Bones chose to take action. Thus slash. Daz Bones immediately unleashed his killing move. As a user of the Shredder Fruit, his entire body could become a blade with the hardness of steel. The Dust Slash was his signature move, where his fingers transformed into 5 blades, tearing apart everything in front of him with the force of a hurricane. Bones enveloped everyone in the room within the range of his attack, and sharp blades quickly slashed toward them. Be careful. As Crocodile's subordinate, Robin knew Bones' strength best. Before joining Crocodile's Baroque Works, he was a famous bounty hunter in the West Sea, and it was only after Crocodile's enthusiastic invitation that he joined Baroque Works. According to Robin, he was the only man capable of sharing in the profits of Baroque Works. This shows how much Crocodile valued him. And indeed, Bones' loyalty was beyond doubt. In the face of Bones' attack, Robin could only shout a warning and then released countless arms that overlapped, forming a giant arm to block the attack. With a tearing sound, the giant hand released by the Hana Hana no Mi was instantly shredded and turned into petals, disappearing. As fellow Devil Fruit users, they naturally had their strengths and weaknesses. Robin's Hana Hana no Mi was perfectly countered by the Shredder Fruit in this regard. The Hana Hana no Mi could grow limbs on the enemy regardless of distance, which would be difficult for an ordinary person to deal with. However, the Shredder Fruit, a superhuman-type Devil Fruit that could create superhuman bodies, could completely disregard the Hana Hana no Mi. After all, those arms growing on others couldn't add haki, and how could flesh without haki resist steel blades? The slashing blades continued to cut toward everyone. In a critical moment, Dao Xian stepped forward. Transform, gathering chakra, Shikaku's chakra, and the power of 3 talismans. With the core being the Amadam Spirit Stone, he absorbed numerous special powers to forge a new form of Kamen Rider Kuga. Its name was Kamen Rider Kuga, Chakra Armor Form. Based on the all-powerful form, it incorporated the wind god symbol from Shikaku and some blue chakra, giving the entire armor a divine and noble feeling. With a high cape that highlighted the coolness of the armor, Dao Xian raised his right hand, activating the special ability in this form. Sand Shield, centered around the ability to decompose and reorganize particles. Dao Xian was able to mimic Crocodile's awakened power. Under the influence of this power, the surrounding furniture and walls transformed into grains of sand, forming a sand shield based on the unique ability of the Guardian Crane Chakra. It materialized as a sand shield, defending in front of him. The furious slashes, like a violent storm, struck against this flowing sand shield, merely causing ripples to appear. Daz Bonus, Dao Xuan's voice, transmitted through the armor, was filled with divinity, a strong sense of pressure oppressing Bonus. This was the ability of the Void's killing intent fluctuation, releasing a powerful murderous aura that could intimidate enemies, causing the weak to be directly scared to death. This force bore a striking resemblance to the Conqueror's haki. Daz Bonus could only feel all the power in his body resisting him. Dao Xian was surprised. In one piece, Most of the characters that appear early on are not very strong. Daz Bones, the enemy who was defeated by Zoro at the beginning, he didn't think much of. However, he was surprisingly able to withstand the killing intent released by Kong Mo's power. In the context of One Piece, he could be considered a supernova-level powerhouse, and it wouldn't be an overstatement for him to be a rear admiral in the Navy. Of course, the strength of rear admirals varies greatly, and even if he became a rear admiral, he would just be one of the weaker ones. What he lacked was powerful haki and sufficient swordsmanship. Looking at Bones, who was being oppressed by the killing intent and unable to move, Dao Xian contemplated for a moment and decided not to kill him after all. Robin, do you have sea stone handcuffs here? Not going to kill him, Robin asked, looking at Dao Xian, who was fully armored. There was no need, as Crocodile would pay a high price for him. Although Crocodile was tough on the outside, it was proven that Bones was an exception. He was the only one who gained Crocodile's trust. A high price. Nami's eyes lit up. She had saved up quite a bit of berries, and with this person's berries, she might be closer to the time of opening a golden mystery box. The chances of getting a resurrection item from the golden mystery box should be significantly higher. After all, resurrection abilities, aside from those in the DNF-type worlds mentioned by Dao Xian, are extremely rare in any other world. Sister Robin, I'll go with you to get the sea stone handcuffs. Nami was just shy of directly saying that she wanted Bones. Robin nodded, having no objections to Bones' worth, since it was Dao Xian who captured him. Let's change places. Robin glanced at the meeting room, which was completely destroyed and nearly shattered. Enough, you old fool. Crocodile was already tired of being chased by Zephyr. After obtaining the chakra of the guardian crane, his vitality had been greatly enhanced. It wasn't so easy for Zephyr to kill him. Being chased like this was a very humiliating thing. Who was he? He was one of the 7 warlords, on par with the Navy and the 4 emperors of the sea. Crocodile, aren't you going to escape? Zephyr, who was chasing from the side, clearly showed signs of fatigue. In this sea, there is only one person who could maintain considerable combat power at over 70 years old, and that was Garp. With age, Zephyr's overall strength had declined. He could clearly feel that he couldn't take down Crocodile. However, as a former Navy admiral, his pride forced him to continue pursuing Crocodile. Oomph. Crocodile pulled out a cigar from somewhere, took a nice puff, and said, Zephyr, you can't do anything to me. How about this? I'll tell you the whereabouts of Whitebeard too, and you can stop chasing me. As one of the 7 warlords, his intelligence network was not to be underestimated. He knew well who Zephyr's enemies were. He and T found a suitable opportunity to speak before. But now Zephyr was clearly forcing himself, and as long as he provided a sufficient way out, Zephyr might give up. Zephyr laughed heartily. Crocodile, you tell me the whereabouts of Whitebeard 2 first. Crocodile smiled and revealed the whereabouts of Whitebeard 2 before heading in another direction. As for Rain Country, he couldn't return for now. Teacher Zephyr? Smoker asked whether they should continue the pursuit. No, we can't catch Crocodile. What a terrifying, mysterious merchant. Zephyr's expression was heavy. From his experience, Crocodile's current strength was already close to that of some elite vice admirals. In less than half a day, Crocodile's strength had undergone earth-shattering changes, which was enough to prove the terrifying nature of the mysterious merchant. If there was just Crocodile, it would be fine. But if the mysterious merchant came into contact with the 4 emperors, what kind of shock would it cause on this sea? Zephyr could hardly imagine. And as a former Navy admiral, he absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. The mysterious merchant must be controlled within the Navy. Let's go back to Rain Country. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. Alyabarna, the capital of the Alabasta Kingdom, inside the palace. Icolum, what is the situation in the country? Nefertari Cobra, the king of Alabasta, asked his most trusted captain of the guard about the domestic situation. As a desert country, rain was already scarce. Previously, Alabasta relied on dancing powder for artificial rainfall. However, for the past year, except for Alyabarna, other places had seen little rain even when using dancing powder. Gradually, a voice began to emerge among the people, blaming the king and attributing the lack of rain to his misuse of dancing powder. A rebellion force was also slowly growing in the country. Curly-haired Icolum respectfully responded to the king's inquiry. They are just small disturbances, but if it doesn't rain soon, the rebel army will inevitably grow. Cobra frowned, feeling quite troubled. He could sense that there was a force behind all this. However, it was currently just speculation and could not be confirmed yet. Putting that issue aside for now, Cobra thought about the reason for the Navy's gathering in Rain Country. As a descendant of the royal family that saved the world 500 years ago, even if they did not reside in Mariewa, they still maintained contact with the celestial dragons. Or rather, they were a sort of proxy celestial dragon. The Navy's attitude towards them could not be the same as that of ordinary countries. They would never intrude into Alabasta's territory without necessity. Icolum, do you know what is happening with the Navy gathering in Rain Country? Icolum shook his head. Crocodile is there. Generally, whatever happens in Rain Country is handled by Crocodile, and we do not interfere. Send someone to find out what is going on. The Navy's actions must have a reason, and something big must be happening. Understood. Their conversation was overheard by Nefertari Vivi, who was eavesdropping nearby. Something big? Vivi's face showed an interested expression as she rode her Mount Quick runner towards Rain Country. Continue. Robin Sand. After changing rooms, Robin continued her box-opening journey, while Bones had already been handcuffed with sea-stone handcuffs, temporarily losing his ability to resist. As for the commotion just now, with Crocodile absent, Robin was considered an absolute high-ranking figure in this place. After some calming down, everything returned to normal. Free from distractions, Robin continued to open the mystery boxes with a nervous heart. Daz Bones remained silent, quietly watching. Nami was very proactive in helping Robin open the mystery boxes. Since learning about Robin's experiences, she has been filled with admiration for this strong woman. Due to the rules of the mysterious merchant, which Dao Xian made up himself, there are some things he cannot conveniently handle in order to maintain a certain image. Opening blind boxes on behalf of others is one such action. Shuriken X1, Iron Sword X1. As time passed, the blind boxes were opened one by one, and Dao Xian was responsible for collecting the useless items. The 889th blind box was opened in Robin's hands. After a long absence, silver light burst forth, and Dao Xian knew that someone had once again obtained a silver-level item from a bronze blind box. Generally speaking, the items from the first blind box can sometimes rival those from silver blind boxes, but due to the system's enhancement, they do not possess special effects. As the silver light faded, a familiar item appeared before Dao Xian's eyes. The Cloak of Levitation from the Marvel Universe had its previous owner known as Doctor Strange. A magician, it possesses consciousness, allowing the wearer to fly, and it can help its owner defend against attacks, as well as actively attack enemies, making it a very powerful, magical item. While Dao Xian was explaining, the colorful cloak had already wrapped around Robin, draping over her and transforming into the appearance of Robin's disguise as a black robe. Feeling a connection with the cloak, Robin issued a command to fly. In the next moment, she floated in the air. Robin let out a joyous laugh. It was her first time feeling this happy, and the sensation of flying was simply amazing. Nami looked on with envy, wishing she could fly too. Dao Xian whispered a few words in Nami's ear, and Nami blushed for a moment, then nodded, seemingly agreeing to some embarrassing request of his. Dao Xuan's face showed a proud smile. Exchanging a floating cloak for further advancement was a great deal. Robin flew around the room for dozens of seconds, familiarizing herself with the cloak's abilities before slowly landing. With the Ox Talisman and the floating cloak protecting her, Robin now felt a strong sense of security. Even if the remaining silver blind boxes didn't yield anything good, she wasn't afraid anymore. Robin, flying feels really nice, right? Nami approached and touched the cloak, which shook like a little dog, bouncing her hand away. This was precisely the characteristic of the items obtained from Dao Xuan's blind boxes. They were absolutely loyal to their owner and could not be used by others. Not knowing the details, Nami felt a bit annoyed for being dismissed by a mere cloak. It's just a stinky cloak, not that great, Nami thought unhappily. The remaining hundreds of bronze blind boxes yielded nothing good, and Dao Xian waved his hand to collect them all back. Robin also took a deep breath and began the process of opening the silver blind boxes. As she unwrapped the box, something that had appeared before showed up in front of everyone. What appeared was a pet egg from the Pokemon world. The last one that had opened a pet egg was Carp. However, the egg in front of them looked distinctly different from Squirtle. Following that, a virtual image appeared on the screen, showcasing Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, and Venusaur, along with various battle scenes featuring them. Dao Xian recognized its identity at a glance. Coming from the 3 starter Pokemon, also known as Garlic King Turtle. This is a special creature called Bulbasaur from a world named Pokemon. When you hold it, it will automatically hatch. Dao Xian briefly explained the use of pets. A hint of blush appeared on Robin's face, seemingly pleased with the appearance of Bulbasaur. Dao Xian had a strange expression on his face. How to describe this garlic turtle? Those who are used to it think it's fine, while those who can't stand it definitely find it ugly. However, Robin's aesthetic is different from that of most people. Gunna, a palm-sized creature, entirely green and resembling a toad or a small dinosaur with bluish-green skin, emerged from the broken eggshell. So cute, Robin exclaimed in surprise. Nami, standing beside her, was momentarily dumbfounded. In her eyes, this creature was undoubtedly a garlic turtle. How could it be considered cute? This woman must have a problem with her taste. Just a few seconds after its birth, the Bulbasaur grew up, but it didn't undergo the same change as Cap Squirtle. It still looked like a Bulbasaur, which was naturally due to Robin's insufficient strength to support its evolution. After having some fun, Robin fed the Bulbasaur a bit of food and continued to open boxes. Explosive talismans X50, grenades X50, various types of weapons. After opening 8 silver blind boxes, they were all like this. Goodness, is she trying to open an arms company? However, it was clear that Robin's luck didn't seem very good, as what she obtained were all these disposable consumables. She was still far from her goal of obtaining a resurrection item. The expression on Robin's face clearly changed. She knew that what she had opened wasn't great. But there were still 3 silver blind boxes left, so there was still a chance. With this mindset, Robin reached for the 9th silver blind box. A dazzling golden light appeared, and another golden item emerged. An image followed, showing a blue-haired, armored female general facing her enemies with grace, unleashing ice powers that froze countless foes into blocks of ice. The scene quickly changed to her battling a man wielding a cursed sword. In the image, the female general seemed to unleash some ability that even froze time and space. The powerful ice power deeply shocked Robin. What is this? Robin couldn't help but ask. The demon god manifestation, essence of the devil, that was its name. Looking at the small pot-like object appearing in Robin's hand, Dao Xian uttered its name. It was the blood of a creature known as a dangerous species from the world of Akame Kill. Those who consumed it would gain ice powers. Ice powers. Robin inexplicably thought of that man, the one who had hunted her for 20 years. He used the very ice powers. A glint of determination flashed in Robin's eyes. That man had almost become her nightmare, and she could never forget the way he killed Saul, not to mention the years of being pursued. Picking up the small pot containing the blood of the dangerous species, she drank it in one go. Seeing Robin's expression, Dao Xian naturally understood her inner turmoil. However, this conflict could only be resolved by her alone. After all, how could she accept the news that Akiji was not pursuing her, but rather protecting her? As the blood of the dangerous species entered her body, Robin suddenly felt a coldness emanating from within. This coldness made even her own master want to freeze. However, under some inexplicable power, Robin quickly mastered this force. At the same time, her originally black hair instantly turned blue, and the cold aura emanating from her body caused the room's temperature to drop rapidly, even forming ice blocks. What is this? Bonus widened his eyes, having witnessed everything that just happened. Right before his eyes, Robin, who was previously vulnerable, seemed to have suddenly transformed into a powerful being. Moreover, she had mastered the ice powers that only Marine Admiral Akiji possessed. Everything completely overturned his imagination. So beautiful. Nami approached, touching Robin's blue hair, admiring its smoothness and the coldness contained within. Robin had just integrated the demon god manifestation and was not yet very skilled, which led to the leaking of cold air. Hearing Nami's praise, Robin smiled particularly happily. She hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. While Robin had just opened the demon god manifestation, Dao Xian was also contemplating how to utilize this item. The justice hand that Cap had opened was clearly not suitable for him. As a novice who had never fought anyone, he deeply understood his shortcomings. Therefore, he set his direction as a mage, focusing on long-range attacks. His attempts in this area revolved around the concept of Kong Wu, attracting various powers from different worlds to create different forms of Kong Wu, gathering the powers of multiple worlds to transform into his ultimate form. The previous chakra armor form was one of his attempts. However, to fully realize that form, a trip to the Naruto world was undoubtedly necessary. As for the pirate world, all Dao Xian could think of were Haki and devil fruits. He needed to carefully consider how to develop a Haki armor form from the Pirate King world using devil fruits and Haki. Dao Xian was deep in thought, but Robin didn't stop either and continued to open the mystery boxes. X1. Red Potion X1. After opening 11 silver mystery boxes, aside from a pile of consumables, Robin's greatest gain was undoubtedly the demon god manifestation, this imperial tool. This was the true power that Robin could rely on for her survival. Seeing that Robin had finally finished opening the mystery boxes, Dao Xian extended his invitation. Robin-san, come aboard my ship. Follow me, and there will surely be a time when you can acquire resurrection items. Looking into Dao Xian's sincere eyes, Robin fell silent for a moment, seemingly considering her options. The next moment, she broke into a smile. There was nothing to think about. Dao Xian's attitude said it all. Here, she gained power and hope. If she left now, even if she managed to gather enough money, where would she go to find the mysterious merchant Dao Xian later? Please take care of me, Mr. Dao Xian. Robin responded to Dao Xian's invitation with a charming smile. The second person to board the ship is taken care of, Robin San. After finishing up with Robin's matters, Dao Xian felt that the issues in Alabasta were mostly resolved. The next destination was the Sabati archipelago. It was a necessary stop to the New World, gathering numerous pirates, merchants, and bounty hunters. Only there could Dao Xian grow rapidly. With Dao Xian's current strength already comparable to some ordinary vice admirals, it was naturally not enough for him. His goal was to gather the powers of various worlds, create the forms of Kong Wu, and evolve into an ultimate power that surpassed the Omoji Shirwan. He had always felt a sense of urgency in his heart, as the system was too mysterious, leaving him without a sense of security. However, Dao Xian knew that the power obtained through the system was the true power that belonged to him. As long as he gained enough strength, it wouldn't matter if the system left. Robin, contact Crocodile. I believe he won't easily die at Zephyr's hands. Robin nodded and took a transponder snail from Crocodile's office. Having shaken off Zephyr's pursuit, Crocodile was flying toward the capital of the Alabasta Kingdom. It wasn't suitable to go back to Rainbase for now. However, there was a branch of the Baroque works in the capital, and he could go there as well. Moreover, with the existence of a mysterious merchant, he had lost interest in the Underworld King. Compared to the Underworld King, earning more berries to open mystery boxes was what he valued most at the moment. Suddenly, a voice came from the transponder snail in his arms. Crocodile took out the transponder snail, a peculiar creature that was a hybrid between animal and plant, with exceptionally strong vitality. During the recent intense battle, the transponder snail had only become a bit wilted, but hadn't lost its vitality. Hello, Robin, what's going on? On the other end of the line, Robin pointed the transponder snail's eyes at Bonnie, then spoke with a lazy smile. Boss, how much do you think Bonnie is worth in your eyes? Crocodile's expression darkened instantly. With Bonnie captured, Robin intended to use him as leverage for a bounty. If before this, Crocodile had been quite generous regarding berries now. Berries equaled power, and Crocodile was indeed somewhat reluctant. However, Bonnie was different, a powerful and loyal subordinate. Who would want to give that up? After some inner turmoil, Crocodile finally stated a price. 100 million berries, 150 million, and also, boss, your assets in Rainbase are gone. To redeem Bonnie, you might need to draw funds from the Alabasta base. Nicole Robin, very well. You're quite bold. Crocodile suppressed the anger rising within him. However, how dare Nicole Robin misuse his money and speak to him so audaciously? Could it be? A very bad thought crossed his mind. The next moment, this premonition was confirmed. On the other end of the transponder snail, Bonnie suddenly said, Lord Crocodile, Nicole Robin has betrayed you. She is now planning to leave the Alabasta Kingdom with someone named Dao Xian for the Sabati archipelago. Bonnie, with a heart resigned to death, revealed all the information to Crocodile. I understand, Bonnie. Crocodile first reassured his subordinate before turning to Dao Xian through the transponder snail. Since Robin has chosen to follow the great mysterious merchant, I will grant her request. Please, great mysterious merchant, release Bonnie. I will bring 150 million berries to the Sabati archipelago to seek you. All right, Dao Xian readily agreed, and he wasn't worried at all that Crocodile would give up the chance to open the blind box for the 150 million berries. He had fully experienced the power of the blind box. He hung up the phone bug. Dao Xian looked at Bonus on the ground and said, you can go. He tossed the key made of sea prism stone to Bonus, letting him leave just like that. Robin-san, Nami-san, let's go. Quick, get out of the way, quick. In the city, a giant duck over 2 meters tall, wearing goggles to shield against the sand, was rampaging down the main road, carrying a fair-skinned, blue-haired beauty who was shouting ahead with a panicked expression. As a unique species of Alabasta, the fast runner was incredibly swift. Just as it turned a corner, a huge human suddenly appeared, and the fast runner couldn't brake in time, crashing into him instantly. In an instant, people and vehicles were thrown into disarray, falling to the ground. Imazuna, standing nearby, had a black line on his face. As a Revolutionary Army officer, he understood deeply how powerful Ivankov was. With his strength and domineering presence, it would be too easy for him to avoid the collision. The fact that he was hit could only mean it was intentional. Ivankov was definitely a drama queen. My waist. Ivankov stood up, hands on his hips, with an exaggerated expression, looking as if his waist had been broken. Vivi, who had fallen but was not seriously injured, felt a bit guilty. After all, it was her pet that had run too fast and couldn't stop in time. I'm sorry. Vivi began to apologize. Just kidding. Ivankov suddenly changed to a normal expression, laughing heartily. That's great. Vivi, instead of being angry at being tricked, was actually relieved, as no one was hurt, which was the best outcome. This was the scene that appeared before Zifa and his group, the Princess of Alabasta and a revolutionary officer, causing a commotion together. Ivankov. Zifa was instantly puzzled. As one of the high-ranking officers of the Revolutionary Army, he certainly knew him. But wasn't he supposed to be in Impel Down? Why did he suddenly appear here? Did he escape from Impel Down? Zepha. Ivankov's voice changed. His escape was made possible through a large hole created by Molly, the Revolutionary Army's Western Army commander and a user of the push-push fruit, which allowed him to escape from Impel Down. He would have to return after finishing his business. This secret must not be exposed. In fact, with Molly's influence, Impel Down had become a good place for the Revolutionary Army to select elite soldiers. They had successfully chosen many powerful individuals from Impel Down to strengthen the Revolutionary Army's forces. If this secret were discovered, the Navy would surely find ways to patch this loophole. This was bad. In fact, if it weren't for the collision with Vivi, he theoretically would not have encountered Zifa. He thought Zifa had already chased Crocodile away from the rain, but unexpectedly he returned so quickly. Vivi looked confused. The Navy's attitude left her unclear about the situation. Who exactly was this friend she had just met? Zifa had already given up on questioning how Ivankov escaped from Impel Down, compared to the mysterious merchant. That was just a minor issue. What worried Zifa more was that the Revolutionary Army was here for the mysterious merchant. Once the Revolutionary Army obtained that mysterious blind box from the merchant, they would undoubtedly grow rapidly, which would only bring greater trouble to the Navy. As a soldier who had been loyal to the Navy all his life, he could not sit idly by while this happened. Vivi, goodbye. Despite his large size, Ivankov was extremely agile and, sensing danger, immediately adopted a strategy of escape. The Navy officers all rushed after him. However, the three key figures, Zifa, Smoker, and Tina, did not choose to pursue. Zifa hated pirates the most, but as a member of the Navy, he also understood the Navy's issues. Therefore, over the years, he had adhered to the belief of not killing, earning a reputation for not executing high-ranking officers. Because the Navy was not absolute justice, he was fully aware of this. His attitude toward the Revolutionary Army, which aimed to overthrow the Celestial Dragons, was one of neither support nor opposition. As a Navy officer, he felt shame in protecting the Celestial Dragons and pride in protecting civilians. He had not yet been provoked by the Navy's decision to list his enemies among the 7 warlords, nor had he embarked on the path of world destruction. At that time, he was merely seeking death. Finally escaped from those Navy officers. Ivankov and Imizuna stopped in a secluded corner. As a revolutionary officer, Ivankov naturally couldn't just have strength without brains. He had already sensed something was off. It seemed Zifa's intention was to drive them out of the rain. However, this action only confirmed Ivankov's suspicion that something special must have happened in this city. Moreover, this matter was likely very important to the Revolutionary Army or had significant implications for the Navy. With this thought in mind, Ivankov not only did not flee, but also began searching for Zifa's whereabouts with Imizuna. Just moments ago, he received an invitation from Zifa, so he came as promised. After all, he had no resistance to big clients. In other words, is our world just one of countless ordinary worlds? Zifa was somewhat dazed by Dao Xian's explanation of the worldview. However, this was a normal reaction, and Dao Xian was not surprised. That's right. And the blind boxes from our Multiverse Merchant Association contain items from countless worlds, including the Dragon Balls that can grant any wish, the golden fruit that can make one a deity when eaten, and the 9-turn golden elixir that can make one an immortal and indestructible Deluo Jinxian. Dao Xian incorporated some of the highest items he could imagine into the narrative of the blind box. Now, I would like to ask you, esteemed merchant, what is your opinion on the Navy? Zfa asked Dao Xian with a serious expression. Dao Xian had a calm expression. Navy? Pirates? In my eyes, there is essentially no difference. You, Smoker, who was beside him, was clearly provoked by these words. Zifa suppressed the impulsive Smoker, and Zifa himself also held a similar view in his heart. However, he had no better choice. Without the Navy, this world would only become more chaotic. This was the reason for his inner pain and struggle. The Navy is not justice, and the pirates are even less so. He had no choice. Dao Xian glanced at Smoker and continued to express his views. The Navy is a weapon. When it is in the hands of someone like Zephyr, it represents justice. However, now this weapon is held by the Celestial Dragons. If we consider the Navy as a huge pirate crew, what essential difference is there between the Celestial Dragons and those reckless emperors. If the Navy does not obey the orders of the celestial dragons, or if it were a normal organization capable of providing safety for civilians, then it would be different. However, with the celestial dragons involved, the Navy has become merely a lackey. What is justice? For the Navy, their justice is to protect the people and combat pirates who threaten them. Yet, the existence of the celestial dragons is the greatest violation of the Navy's justice. Now, do you think I am wrong? Dao Xian clearly stated his opinion. Smoker, Tina, and Zephyr, who were nearby, were immediately at a loss for words after hearing this. There was no way to refute it. There are many civilians harmed by the celestial dragons, and as long as the celestial dragons exist, the Navy will never be able to fully stand on the side of the people, and the Navy's justice can never be upheld. Thus, Dao Xian's claim that they are just like pirates has become a reality. Zephyr looked serious. Smoker, Tina, I sincerely hope that when you become high-ranking members of the Navy in the future, you will still uphold the duty of protecting civilians. Even when facing the celestial dragons, you must maintain this original intention. Zephyr's words were heavy. The Navy exists for justice. So what should the Navy do when the celestial dragons kill civilians for amusement? However, Zephyr was very clear about his own physical condition. He knew he could not hold on for many more years. Why rely on them? He could completely accomplish this task himself. Dao Xian interjected at the right moment, saying, in my box, there are all kinds of items, whether they are things that restore your status or things that enhance your strength. The silver-level blind box contains countless varieties. If you want to change everything, then come and open the box. Dao Xian personally admires ZFA quite a bit, but in this world, ZFA has not yet found a true path to achieve peace. As for guiding him to realize peace, Dao Xian knows that he does not have that ability. But that does not prevent him from appreciating ZFA as a person. Dao Xian's words broke his contemplation. ZFA laughed heartily and said, let's open a silver blind box and see if this old man has such luck. As a former admiral, he still had some funds, though he wouldn't dare to say it was a lot. Spending over 20 million berries to open a few boxes was still within reason. Dao Xian waved his hand, and a row of blind boxes appeared on the table, still following the familiar rule of bronze first, then silver. In the midst of laughter and conversation, ZFA had already opened the first bronze blind box. The name of the item was 8 Gates of Duanjia. Dao Xian waved his hand, and on the box, a man who almost kicked his way to the grand finale appeared on the screen. In the image, a man wearing a green vest with an ordinary appearance was radiating a blood-red glow, which was the state when the 8th gate of the 8 Gates of Duanjia was opened, battling a very powerful enemy. As the video played, Dao Xian also spoke about everything regarding the 8 Gates of Duanjia. When all 8 gates are opened, the user is destined to die. However, after using it, they can unleash boundless power. With Zephyr's strength, using it would grant him immensely powerful abilities for a short time. The cost, however, is death after opening the 8 gates. Zephyr nodded, his expression showing no fear, but rather a hint of joy, clearly unconcerned about the price. He was very satisfied with the power it brought. When using the 8 gates of Duanjia, it was undoubtedly the moment he practiced his beliefs. For his beliefs, even death would not make him regret. Looking at Zephyr, who had obtained the 8 gates of Duanjia, Dao Xian inexplicably thought of the Zephyr who died at the hands of Kizaru. What choice would the current Zephyr make if faced with that situation? Continue, Admiral Zephyr. The bronze blind box beside them was opened by Smoker and Tina, and soon it was finished, yielding results as he expected, with nothing good. Zephyr picked up the only silver blind box and opened it without hesitation. It contained a magical bean that could regenerate severed limbs, heal all injuries, and restore a large amount of stamina, although it was ineffective against diseases. This item was not the best in the silver blind box, but for Zephyr, who heavily relied on his arms, it was equivalent to a golden item. Restoring his arm would at least allow him to regain 80 of his strength from his prime, and with the support of strength, he could practice his ideals. Teacher Zephyr. Smoker and Tina beside him looked surprised. A significant part of Zephyr's weakened strength was due to his severed arm, and if he could restore it, he would regain much of his lost power. Restore his arm? Zephyr's heart was far from as calm as he appeared. The loss of this arm took away not only his strength, but also a part of his beliefs. Strength can return, but can beliefs? Zephyr tossed the magical bean into his mouth, yanked off the crusher attached to his right hand, causing blood to flow from where it connected to his body. Countless flesh buds quickly gathered at the wound, and the blood ceased to flow. Zephyr let out a muffled grunt. Clearly the process of his arm growing back was not easy. However, The pain of the body was far outweighed by the joy of the arm's recovery, making Zephyr's expression somewhat strange. After a moment, Zephyr's arm was completely restored. Aside from some differences in strength and color due to just having grown back, every other aspect was identical to his previous arm. Zephyr looked at his arm with joy, waved it a few times, and then restrained his expression, turning to say, "Thank you for your help." Dao Xian shook his head. "Everything is luck, everything is fate. I haven't done anything. If you're able to meet me, then it's your fate that shouldn't be like this." Only Dao Xian knows that Zfa would choose it dead and a few years later. But meeting him naturally changed Zfa's fate. Zfa nodded, seeming to understand, and stopped speaking. Now that he had regained his strength, he wanted to cultivate more like-minded people in the Navy. The Navy shouldn't be the lapdogs of the Celestial Dragons. He aimed to train a group of elites within the Navy to fight against the decaying Celestial Dragons. After bidding farewell to Zfa and his group, Dao Xian also set off towards his ship. The three of them walked through the desert, riding rented camels. Nami didn't have ice powers, and the scorching sun was very harsh, so she intentionally sat on the same camel as Robin. "Nami, why aren't you sitting with me?" Dao Xian was unhappy with the situation. Damn it, Dao Xian's little thoughts were completely seen through. Nami was determined not to let him take advantage. Wait. Suddenly, there was a shout from behind. Dao Xian and the others turned around to see a blue-haired little beauty riding on a giant crab chasing after them. Behind the crab were Ivankov and Imzuna, who were also riding on a crab. The crab that Princess Vivi was riding on had a happy and lewd smile on its face. On the other hand, the crab with a bruised face clearly had been beaten. This type of crab is a special creature from Alabasta, having an extremely peculiar preference for women, making it a very lecherous crab. The crab that Princess Vivi was riding on was certainly very willing to carry her. As for the crab behind, it clearly did not want to carry Ivankov, which led to it getting beaten. Princess Vivi and Ivankov, Dao Xian scratched his head. In his impression, Ivankov should be an impelled down at this time. Accompanied by Dao Xian and the others stopping, Princess Vivi and Ivankov quickly caught up. "You must be the mysterious merchant?" Ivankov's eyes widened as he looked at the man claiming to be the mysterious merchant. While he was gathering information in the rain, he had heard from the Navy about their presence in a tavern on 2 occasions, prompting him to make a special trip to the tavern. Using his hormone fruit ability, he made the tavern owner divulge all the information. The Navy had naturally instructed not to speak, but under the influence of his hormone fruit, he still obtained the information he wanted. The Navy came to this place for the person known as the mysterious merchant. From the tavern owner's mouth, he learned that this mysterious merchant could pull out boxes directly from the air, and the boxes contained various magical items. Ivankov keenly sensed the importance of this information, and after tracking down his whereabouts in the city, he hurriedly pursued him. As for Princess Vivi, she encountered him again in the city. Hearing about the Navy's actions, Vivi insisted on following, and these 2 lustful crabs were also found by Vivi. The princess of the Alabasta Kingdom and Ivankov, a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, Imazuna. "Did you come to find me to open blind boxes?" Dao Xian directly threw out the information, seizing the initiative. "By the way, Ivankov, shouldn't you be an impelled down? As expected of a mysterious merchant, you even know this. However, I won't tell you that it's because Molly has opened a passage under impelled down. Imagine his face was filled with black lines. Wasn't this leaking all the information?" "Oh no, how did I say that?" Ivankov looked confused. Vivi ignored his antics. She had heard some things about the Revolutionary Army. However, the Revolutionary Army mainly targets the Celestial Dragons, and for now, the Alabasta Kingdom hasn't been disturbed by them. So Vivi has no objections to the Revolutionary Army. "Great mysterious merchant, do you have something that can make it rain here?" Vivi tried to ask. In the information just obtained, this mysterious merchant could sell all kinds of things. As a newly made friend, Ivankov did not hide information. Of course, all of this is thanks to the good reputation of the king of Alabasta. Among the kings, the king of Alabasta is considered one of the more benevolent ones. Therefore, the Revolutionary Army has not extended its influence here for now. The Revolutionary Army's activities are mainly in countries where the kings are very tyrannical. They go to those countries to help and encourage the people to resist the kings. "Zan, that's very easy," Dao Xian said lightly. "When it comes to rain-inducing items, there shouldn't be too many, and Crocodile has already become obsessed with blind boxes. This means that the current culprit preventing rain in the Alabasta Kingdom has shifted its target. However, Dao Xian couldn't guarantee this. After all, if Crocodile is someone who wants to open blind boxes, even the Underworld King would want it too. With such a personality of wanting it all, who knows what could happen. Vivi's expression instantly changed to one of great surprise. Alabasta was already unable to withstand the predicament of no rainfall, and rebellious forces were gradually emerging within the country. However, as long as they could obtain something to make it rain and bring a heavy downpour to the Alabasta kingdom, all the crises could be resolved. How much do you sell them for? Vivi asked directly, as merchants are meant to sell goods. Since that's the case, it's better to be straightforward. On a patch of yellow sand, camels and crabs were resting nearby. Standing in the shade of the crabs, Robin and Nami had already sat down. Seeing this, Dao Xian also took a seat, and the group sat on the ground, with the soft sand serving as the best sofa. The only thing I'm selling here is blind boxes. Currently, the bronze blind box is the most basic one, priced at 200,000 berries each, and if you buy 10, you get one free. After purchasing 100 bronze blind boxes, you can get the chance to buy one silver blind box. Similarly, after reaching the purchase of 100 silver blind boxes, you can qualify to buy one gold blind box. As for the platinum blind box, after the gold one, it requires higher conditions, which I won't elaborate on for now. You will know the conditions later. I also don't know what items are in the blind boxes. It could be bloodlines, skills, magical items, everything you can think of, and there's also a chance to get devil fruits. Dao Xian repeated these words, which had already been said many times, to them once again. As for the platinum blind box, Dao Xian initially thought that opening 100 golden blind boxes would qualify him. After inquiring with the system, he realized it was not that simple. To unlock the platinum blind box, a certain number of people must have opened golden blind boxes, and competition is also required. Countless buyers who have opened golden blind boxes need to engage in a world-class battle. It is a grand battle that 50 people in this world will witness. This also confirmed Dao Xian's original conjecture. What the system needed was not belly, but this unknown power. With such a significant commotion needed to unlock the platinum blind box, Dao Xian now doubts what exactly is contained within it. It's too expensive. Can it be cheaper? Princess Vivi pouted. The purchasing value of belly is very complicated. Sometimes it is very expensive, while other times it seems quite cheap. The best way to measure its purchasing power is still with devil fruits. The value of the most worthless animal-type devil fruit is 100 million belly, which shows that belly's purchasing power is quite high. A devil fruit that can turn a person into a superhuman can be bought for 100 million belly, highlighting its value. Given Princess Vivi's status, she doesn't have much capital to use. Dao Xian shook his head to indicate he couldn't, then looked at Ivankov nearby. Compared to Vivian, Ivankov was more valuable to the Revolutionary Army. Through him, Dao Xian could directly connect with the Revolutionary Army, one of the three major forces in the pirate world. Perhaps due to being born in a red country, Dao Xian naturally had a favorable impression of the Revolutionary Army. However, in Dao Xian's view, the Revolutionary Army in this world was still quite immature. It could only be said to be in a budding state, still needing time to grow. Should the leaders of the Revolutionary Army also open some blind boxes? Hee. Then I'll open a few blind boxes. Ivankov responded to his suggestion with a hearty laugh. Of course, more than that, he was very curious about what charm these blind boxes had. So many Navy officers had gathered here, and in fact, there were still some Navy officers who had not arrived. However, under the news brought back by Zephyr, these Navy officers either took a detour to Sabati Archipelago to wait for him or had to turn back. How many should we open? Dao Xian asked a question, secretly calculating in his mind. So far, he has already interacted with the Navy and the Revolutionary Army, and now he just needs to deal with the four emperors. To open the platinum blind box, the collision of these several forces is naturally indispensable. 10 silver blind boxes? Ivankov looked as if he were a wealthy person, which led to a misunderstanding for Dao Xian. No. 10 bronze blind boxes. Dao Xian almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Is this what a Revolutionary Army officer is like? I can also open 10 bronze blind boxes. Princess Weiwei came over to join the fun. Did you forget to bring money? My ability allows me to directly obtain the wealth that belongs to you, no matter where it is placed. Dao Xian looked at the two with an expression that seemed to say, don't tell me you're poor. Just 10, it's not that I can't afford it. I just want to try first, Princess Vivi said, her tone lacking confidence. I'm a Revolutionary Army officer. How could I not have money to buy blind boxes? I just want to give it a try, Ivankov said, also being very stubborn. With two stubborn mouths in front of him, Dao Xian felt helpless. He directly took the money for 10 bronze blind boxes from each of them, and then tossed down the 10 blind boxes. Without saying a word, he quietly watched them open the boxes. This was the first time Dao Xian had traded with such poor people. After all, Nami had saved tens of millions of berries. And then there were Carp, Zephyr, and Robin. None of them were poor. Dao Xian instantly felt that the system's choice to drop him into Cocoa Village was truly perfect. Not only did he connect with Nami, the genius navigator, but he also gained his first major client. Looking at the bronze blind box, Princess Vivi reached out her hand and nervously opened the first blind box. Detonator. X10 Dao Xian briefly introduced the items in Vivi's bronze blind box. In Naruto, this explosive tag requires chakra to detonate, but since it's produced by the system, it naturally won't be that convenient. Ordinary people can also use it. Due to Vivi's limited strength, Dao Xian finally saw the first blind box produce the worst item. Vivi continued to open boxes, but Dao Xian had already lost interest in her. Aside from the first box, it was too difficult to get anything good from the other bronze boxes. Dao Xian turned his gaze towards Ivankov, the 5-meter-tall Ivankov, of an unknown race, perhaps a half-giant like Whitebeard. The small bronze blind box, held in his hand, seemed like a toy. Ivankov carefully opened the blind box. A simple, ordinary book appeared before him. It was a history book documenting the revolution. For ordinary people, it was undoubtedly useless. But for the Revolutionary Army, this book was akin to the Holy Bible, equally sacred and important. What is this? Ivankov asked in confusion, wondering why an ordinary book would sell for 200,000 berries. Ivankov felt he had been greatly deceived. Dao Xian's expression was extremely serious, and he spoke with a heavy tone. This is a book from another world, a story about a country undergoing a tremendous revolution. After reading this book, you will understand what a revolution truly is. Trust me, this 200,000 berries is definitely worth it for you. Dao Xian's earnest tone also affected Ivankov. Half in doubt, Ivankov opened the book and glanced at the outline on the cover. Revolution is not a dinner party, not an essay, not a painting or embroidery. It cannot be so elegant, so unhurried, so cultured, so gentle and polite. Revolution is a riot, a violent action where one class overthrows another. The moment Ivankov read this sentence, his previously exaggerated expression vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. At that moment, the brilliance that a revolutionary should possess appeared on his face, as if he had found a guiding light. What their revolutionary army had always lacked was a program, and they had been searching for it. Today, they finally found it. Just this sentence has already clarified the essence of the revolutionary army. The mysterious merchant was right. This 200,000 berries is worth every penny. Thank you, Minter. Ivankov stood up and saluted Dao Xian, a greeting exclusive to their revolutionary army comrades. In the following blind boxes, Ivankov opened them very quickly. As for what he obtained, he did not pay much attention until he finished opening them. And then he said eagerly, "Haha, I have to return to our Revolutionary Army's headquarters right away. Princess Vivi and Minter, I hope to see you again." What Ivankov wanted to do most now was to show this book to Dragon. This book would completely change the actions of their revolutionary army, transforming it from an organization aimed at overthrowing the celestial dragons into a new revolutionary army that overthrows classes and allows the people to take charge. This revolutionary army would carry faith and possess an indomitable will and strength. After speaking, Ivankov casually picked a crab and quickly left with Amzuna towards the direction of the island, where their ship was located. Princess Vivi looked dejected. She still couldn't solve the predicament of Alabasta. This opportunity had also shattered, but what could she do? She had no money. Seeing the dejected Princess Vivi, Robin spoke up. "Princess Vivi, you don't have to worry about the rain in Alabasta. It should rain in a few days." Princess Vivi looked up at Robin, her expression filled with confusion. Having already betrayed Crocodile, Robin naturally no longer cared about him. Moreover, based on her understanding of Crocodile from their interactions, she felt that after gaining power from the blind boxes, Crocodile might not continue to care about the elusive Pluton. After all, it was just her speculation that an ancient weapon named Pluton was hidden somewhere underground in Alabasta, and there was no evidence to directly confirm its authenticity. The blind boxes, however, undeniably existed. From Robin's perspective, the likelihood of Crocodile abandoning the Pluton plan to make money from the blind boxes was the highest. After saying this, Robin did not explain further. As the Princess of Alabasta, she was much more familiar with this land than they were, and naturally did not need their guidance. Princess Vivi returned with doubts about Robin's words. Meanwhile, Dao Xian, along with Nami and Robin, returned to their ship, the Mysterious Merchant, and set sail towards the Sabaody archipelago using the Eternal Pointer. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku exclaimed, "Do you know what you're doing? Does your fleet admiral no longer want to serve?" On the other end of the transponder snail, the Gorosei were criticizing Marine Admiral Sengoku in unison. What the Gorosei could not tolerate the most was the Marines breaking away from their control and Sengoku's dovish style, which sometimes defied their orders, was something they could never accept. In contrast, Akainu, with his unwavering loyalty and obedience to orders, was much more favored by them. In their eyes, Akainu was their next choice for Fleet Admiral. Stop the nonsense. If I did anything wrong, you can just remove my position as Fleet Admiral. With that, Sengoku firmly hung up the phone. With Sengoku's influence built over many years in the Marines, as long as he did not commit a major mistake, even the Gorosei could not easily move against his position. What he wanted to know now was the outcome of this Marine expedition. That was the most important thing. However, it seemed that the deducted berries were not many. Currently, only Smoker and Tina's salaries were missing. It appeared that the gains from this trip were not as satisfactory as expected. At Mariehua, the residence of the Celestial Dragons, located at the peak of the Red Line, is an essential part of the Grand Line. Through the Red Line, one can safely reach the latter half of the New World. At the same time, it is very close to the Marine headquarters, allowing for immediate support and protection from the Marines, preventing a repeat of the rock surprise attack on the Celestial Dragons in God Valley. Sengoku was becoming increasingly disobedient. It seems we need to support Akainu's rise to power ahead of time. However, the time is not right. Akainu's prestige in the Marines is still shallow and needs more time. Under the butterfly effect caused by Dao Xian, the Gorosei began to consider replacing the Fleet Admiral ahead of time. It seems that as soon as Sengoku makes a major mistake, he will likely be removed from office. Meanwhile, on the vast ocean, Ace's Spade Pirates were formed, and Ace, with the power of the Mera Mera no Mi, became a supernova-level pirate with a bounty of 200 million berries. The main reason for such a high bounty right after setting sail was his identity as a natural-type Mera Mera no Mi user. Natural-type Devil Fruit users are practically born strong in this sea, not to mention the Mera Mera no Mi, a powerful natural-type fruit. The Gorosei have not yet learned of the mysterious merchant's news, but it can be anticipated that this information will soon reach their ears. This will undoubtedly provoke a strong reaction from the Celestial Dragons. The existence of the mysterious merchant has greatly shaken the status of the Celestial Dragons. He will create countless powerful individuals, plunging this sea into complete turmoil, and the biggest beneficiary in this ocean will be the Celestial Dragons. This will undoubtedly challenge the status of the Celestial Dragons. Under the guidance of this revolutionary theory, the actions of the Revolutionary Army in the future will undoubtedly be more efficient and impactful, and their challenges to the Celestial Dragons will become more frequent. Meanwhile, within the Marines, the fully restored Zephyr, with his immense influence, has returned to the front lines of the Marines, undoubtedly adding a voice named Zephyr to the Marines. Outside of the Doves and Hawks, a new massive faction has emerged, which will also have significant impact on the Marines. On the ocean, after barely surviving a sudden storm, a sudden fog enveloped the mysterious merchant. What bad luck! What bad luck! Dao Xian couldn't help but borrow Uncle Long's catchphrase to complain about himself. However, in this vast ocean, all kinds of weather phenomena can occur. A sudden fog is definitely better than a storm. Dao Xian helplessly looked at Nami, who was holding the permanent pointer, and asked, "Nami, where are we now? How far is it to the red line?" Nami, who was responsible for guiding the direction, glanced at the sea chart and silently calculated the deviation from their course. It seemed that they were in the Misty Sea, where it is said that over 100 ships disappear every year. This is bad. Nami's expression turned a bit frantic. According to the normal route, they shouldn't have ended up here, but the journey is never smooth sailing. A sudden storm interrupted their normal course. So it turns out this is the Misty Sea. Dao Xian suddenly realized that he felt a strange familiarity with the thick fog around him. It turned out they had entered Moria's territory. Calculating the time, Moria had been entrenched in this sea area for about 8 years. However, Nami, do we have a way to leave this sea? Nami picked up the eternal pointer in her hand and took a look. Sure enough, the pointer was spinning wildly, which meant they were lost in this sea. Dao Xian were lost. What happened? Robin, who had prepared the food in the cabin, came out and noticed that Nami's expression seemed a bit off, and the weather around the ship also seemed unusual. "We've gotten lost in the foggy sea," Nami said, panic evident in her voice. Dao Xian scratched his head, realizing that he was left with no choice. He originally didn't want to meet with Moria, but now it seemed unavoidable. He didn't want to waste time in this sea area. Right, and there was that Brook. He had a good impression of Brook, after all. He was a relatively pure adventurer-type pirate, whose purpose was more about exploring the vast ocean rather than plundering. However, the foggy sea area was quite large, and it was uncertain whether they would encounter each other. "Don't worry, I have a plan. This sea area belongs to Moria. one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the missing ships are his doing. If we want to get out quickly, we need to rely on his power. Although it's possible to leave without a permanent pointer, it's hard to say how long it would take to navigate through this area. To save time, Dao Xian naturally chose the fastest method. Nami, Robin, keep an eye out for any barrels nearby that carry the sea god-esque treasure flag. If you find any, haul them up. Those are the bait Moria uses to locate ships. Nami and Robin nodded. Dao Xian had already earned their trust, and there was no need for him to explain everything in detail. For 2 days, Dao Xian aimlessly steered the ship in this sea area, and by now, it had been 6 days since they left Alabasta. Dao Xian, who had been staring at the sea surface and feeling a bit fatigued, suddenly spotted a barrel in the water. A flag hung from the barrel, inscribed with the words Sea God-esque Treasure, indicating it was an offering to the sea god. This was the signal barrel released by Moria for locating ships. As Dao Xian's thoughts stirred, the floating cloak hanging nearby instantly flew over and wrapped around him, carrying Dao Xian away. This useful item, the floating cloak, Dao Xian naturally copied without hesitation. After all, he had not yet evolved the ability to fly. This cloak still had quite a significant function. Looking at the barrel of wine that Dao Xian had retrieved, the 2 women expressed their doubts. Is this the bait of the warlord Moria? Dao Xian nodded. This device was used by Moria to locate ships that had accidentally entered the Misty Sea. Not all ships that wandered into the Misty Sea had abundant supplies, and a wooden barrel filled with drinks and food was like a treasure from heaven to them, so they would naturally not miss it. Dao Xian opened the wine barrel directly, and a firework emitting yellow smoke shot up into the sky in an instant, dyeing the Black Sea into yellow. On the terrifying 3-masted ship, the bat zombie responsible for observing the signal immediately went to inform the zombie General Absalom, who was in charge of capturing those who had fallen into the trap. Absalom, a user of the transparent fruit ability, found his greatest pleasure in searching for his new bride among his prey. Each time there was a new target, it was his most exciting moment. Lord Absalom, we have a catch. A zombie bat flew to Absalom's side to report. Absalom's mouth watered at once. He could hardly wait to go aboard the ship carrying the prey to see if there were any beautiful women who could become his new bride. Dao Xian made a simple arrangement on the ship, nothing too complicated. He just spread a layer of flour on the deck. It wasn't that he was afraid of Absalom. It was just that this lewd orc could take advantage of Robin or Nami with the power of the transparent fruit, and that would be a big loss for him. Thinking about Absalom's actions in the original work, Dao Xian prepared to burn him to ashes on this trip and scatter his ashes into the sea for revenge. Half an hour later, in the black mist, a huge shadow slowly approached the position of the sky Moku, stopping only when it reached the edge. Under Dao Xian's prior warning, the 2 prepared and kept a close watch on the movements on the deck. At this moment, Absalom had quietly sneaked onto the sky Moku. Looking at the black-stocking beauty Robin and the sexy Nami, Absalom couldn't wait to pounce on them. Not only did he think about it, but he also took action, using the invisibility of the transparent fruit to silently approach Nami. Robin, always ready, immediately activated her fruit ability when she saw footprints suddenly appear on the ground. 6-petal flower. With the ability of the Hana no Mi that she had prepared in advance, 6 arms grew from the deck, grabbing Absalom's feet. The freezing power brought by the manifestation of the demon god also activated, fixing Absalom's feet to the deck. With Absalom's strength, it was nearly impossible to break free from Robin's control, which was enhanced by the bull talisman, the Hana no Mi, and the demon god manifestation. This was the result of Robin trying to combine the powers of the Hana no Mi and the demon god manifestation after gaining the freezing ability. The arms generated by the Hana no Mi could perfectly exert the power of the demon god manifestation. Slowly emerging from his invisibility, Absalom looked at the 3 of them, a trickle of cold sweat running down his forehead. He seemed to sense that something was amiss. He should just freeze him directly and toss him into the sea. Dao Xian glanced at it and immediately said, in the world of One Piece, there are 2 characters he dislikes the most. One is Absalom, and the other is naturally Momonosuke. Since Absalom has fallen into his hands, he naturally won't be able to survive. The terrifying 3-masted ship, the zombie bats, frantically flew towards the castle. Just as the zombie General Absalom was thrown into the sea, the zombie bats responsible for scouting immediately flew back. Master Moria, what's wrong? In the castle, Moria looked at the zombie bats flying in from the window and asked, on this world's largest pirate ship, he is undoubtedly the king. Over the years, he has been constantly thinking about finding sufficiently powerful strength to defeat Kaido. in revenge for the hatred of having all his companions killed by Kaido back in the day. The Demon King Ors and Dr. Hogback are his two masterpieces, but that is still not enough, far from enough. Every time he thinks of Kaido's monstrous strength, Moria feels a sense of fear. He completely dares not confront him head-on. Since being defeated by Kaido, Moria's spirit has completely diminished, and his observation haki and Conqueror's haki have faded away completely. The only remaining armament haki is not something Moria is good at. He is now focusing all his energy on developing the devil fruit abilities and creating a zombie army. Lord Absalom has been thrown into the sea. What? Moria's eyes widened. As Absalom had been his subordinate for so many years, he could not just sit back and watch. However, defeating an enemy who could easily beat Absalom is definitely not that simple. Go inform Perona and Hogback. No, there's no need to inform Hogback. Summon all the zombies and the zombie generals. After giving the orders, Moria, with his big belly, hurriedly ran towards the shore. Although Absalom is a cyborg with strong vitality, he cannot withstand being in water for long. Moreover, as a devil fruit user, if he is left alone, he will probably be gone before long. On the other side, Dao Xian brought Nami and Robin aboard the terrifying three-masted ship. As soon as they stepped onto the ship, they were greeted by a vast graveyard. Standing on the damp soil, Nami showed a hint of discomfort on her face. These graves wouldn't belong to those who went missing in the foggy sea, would they? Robin said thoughtfully. Nami's face suddenly filled with fear. The eerie environment indeed scared her a bit. Robin, don't scare Nami, Dao Xian helplessly said upon hearing Robin speak. He knew Robin's dark nature was at play. What is buried here are zombies. However, these are not the kind of zombies you imagine. They're the ones created by Moria's fruit ability. Nami's expression improved a bit. Whoa, from the desolate grave mounds, some mournful cries could be heard. Some tattered zombies crawled out of the graves. These zombies are the first line of defense of the terrifying three-masted sailing ship. Upon seeing living people come here, these ordinary zombies followed Moria's orders and crawled out of the graves to scare and attack the enemies. Robin, use salt. Dao Xian instructed Robin beside him, saying that most of these people were shadows of pirates, but there were also some who were shadows of the guards from merchant caravans. As for ordinary people, they had no value at all. Dao Xian did this effortlessly, helping to liberate them. Robin nodded. 60 flower blooms. With the boost from the bull talisman, Robin unleashed a quantity she had never used before. Previously, using the 20 flower blooms would nearly exhaust her stamina. However, now even with 60 flower blooms, it only consumed about 1/3 of her stamina. Moreover, the bull talisman also enhanced her stamina recovery. Dozens of zombies had their mouths wide open, either from arms growing out of their shoulders or chests. Just as Robin was about to step forward to sprinkle salt, a huge noise erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps and trees being knocked down, a giant, resembling a demon and standing 7 meters tall, suddenly appeared before them, clearing the trees aside. The controlled zombies nearby, as if they had found their savior, started shouting Moria's name one after another. Robin frowned and decided not to sprinkle salt. Using those arms, she twisted the joints of the zombies to temporarily immobilize them. Did you throw Absalom into the sea? Moria's sharp voice carried a hint of anger. He was someone who valued his companions greatly, and Absalom was a partner he recognized. Very few of the comrades who survived from Kaido's hands were left. He could not tolerate anyone daring to harm Absalom. Although Absalom was not yet dead, if they didn't hurry to save him, it would be no different from death. Yes. Dao Xian walked in front of Moria and replied. Although he had the system's defenses, he still chose to take action when the danger was not too great, in order to familiarize himself with and integrate the abilities from those blind boxes. With his current strength, Moria was undoubtedly a very good opponent. Hey, then I'll kill you first and go save Absalom. Moria laughed in anger, truly believing that after being defeated by Kaido, he had become a character that anyone could bully. He was very clear about the strong ones in this sea. The small boy in front of him, who was only 75 meters tall, was definitely not among them. Compared to Moria's massive physique, Dao Xian's height was indeed comparable to that of a child. The nearby zombies, although immobilized, still shouted in encouragement. The scheming Robin instantly sprang into action again, as numerous arms suddenly grew out, filling the zombies' mouths with dirt. The zombies instantly became spectators. On the other side, the battle between Dao Xian and Moria had already begun. Shadow Mage. Moria's shadow transformed into a warrior that would not be injured and was not afraid of death, heavily smashing a punch down at Dao Xian. The shadow fruit was a very powerful fruit that could create an assistant that was in sync with his mind and had the same strength. In other words, the strength of this puppet depended entirely on its master. Unfortunately, since his defeat by Kaido, Moria had been pursuing strong zombies for years, neglecting to improve his own strength. Or perhaps he knew that relying solely on himself, he would never be able to defeat Kaido. Come on. Facing Moria's shadow mage, Dao Xian appeared extremely pleased. At this moment, Dao Xian had not completely transformed into the empty body form. He had only manifested the belt from within his body. In this form, he could utilize the power of the demon god manifestation and charms, which was enough for Dao Xian. General Ice Storm, one of the two secret techniques of the demon god manifestation. A large amount of cold air radiated from the belt, causing ice sculptures to suddenly appear, either relying on trees or soil. Then, under the influence of the demon god manifestation essence of demons, they were revived, transforming into ice knights rushing forward. Summoned beings battling summoned beings. The imperial tool, demon god manifestation essence of demons, not only creates ice, but can also control it. If understood through the lens of a devil fruit, it is undoubtedly an advanced version of Akiji's freezing fruit. After all, Akiji can only create ice and freeze people. The demon god manifestation, however, can manipulate ice to act according to its will. Apart from elementalization, the demon god manifestation undoubtedly perfectly counters Akiji. Facing the attacks of the Shadow Mage, these Ice Knights showed no fear and charged forward. The Shadow Mage's attack power was strong. Each strike could shatter the bodies of these Ice Knights, but Dao Xian was continuously providing precise support from the side. The injured Ice Knights, under the energy replenishment of the demon god manifestation, continuously absorbed moisture from the air to recover their bodies. In this vast sea, the humidity was abundant. These more than 10 Ice Knights played a powerful role, entangling the Shadow Mage helplessly. Just as Dao Xian's Ice Knights and Moria's summoned beings were locked in a fierce struggle, Moria's reinforcements also arrived. Hundreds, or even thousands of various animals and human zombies rushed towards Dao Xian and Nami. Ice Age. Robin recalled Akiji's strongest move from memory and restored it with the power of the demon god manifestation. A fierce cold air surged out, instantly reducing the hundreds of zombies to less than 5, each of which was an elite among zombies. They were generals among the zombies. Nami also instantly transformed into the empty body and rushed forward. Dao Xian only glanced at them and then ignored them, feeling very reassured about their safety. With their gains from the blind box, Moria might still have a chance to defeat them, but these zombie generals were not even qualified. Damn it! Moria was filled with frustration. Ever since he was defeated by Kaido, he had come here to recuperate, planning to create a zombie army to fight against Kaido. He never expected that this sudden powerful being would come and almost destroy his zombie army. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to him, proving that his zombie army was utterly incapable of facing strong opponents. On the other side, Dao Xian took action. The powers of the chicken, rabbit, and cow talismans simultaneously spread throughout his body from his belt. Coupled with the strength he gained from the enhanced Kongwa belt, he delivered a heavy kick directly to Moria's big belly. Bang! Moria was instantly kicked dozens of meters away, crashing through several trees before hitting the ground hard. This strike did not even include the sealing energy from Kongwa. Otherwise, that kick would have been enough to make Moria explode on the spot. However, Moria felt exceptionally weak to him. Dao Xian remembered Lao Sha and then looked at Moria, suddenly feeling that Lao Sha was much stronger than Moria. No wonder he was the bottom existence among the 7 warlords. In the upcoming Marineford War, he was easily dealt with by Jean Bei, who was also a warlord. Lord Moria, a Gothic-style little lowly shouted loudly as she ran towards Moria. From her hands, she occasionally released a few things that Dao Xian was very familiar with, the negative ghosts released by the ghost fruit. Those hit by these would fall into a negative state, allowing others to take advantage of them. This was precisely the Paramecia-type devil fruit in One Piece. Of course, this was Dao Xian's own naming. Strictly speaking, there are 3 main categories of devil fruits: Zoan, Paramecia, and Logia. However, within the Zoan category, there are distinctions between ordinary types, ancient types, and mythical types. Similarly, there are differences within the Paramecia category. For example, Luffy's Gum Gum fruit, which allows the user's body to transform into a certain substance. Dao Xian named as Paramecia-type superhuman fruit. Katakuri's Mochi fruit, Queen's Sticky fruit, Bonnie's Cutting fruit, and Bellamy's Spring fruit all belong to this type. Then there are the Paramecia-type abilities represented by the Shock fruit. This type is easy to understand as the user does not undergo any changes themselves, but gains an additional ability. Most Paramecia-type users fall into this category. Lastly, they're the most powerful and outrageous rule-type devil fruits, which, as the name suggests, can almost ignore the gap in strength within their rules. If used well, an ordinary person could defeat an admiral. Representative examples include Foxy, the Silver Fox's slow fruit, the Fun fruit, and Perona's ghost fruit. Dealing with these negative ghosts was indeed not easy for Dao Xian. However, he knew that the best way to counter such devil fruit users was to attack their physical bodies directly. Floating Cloak. Dao Xian silently issued a command to the cloak, which took on the form of a cape and immediately flew out, wrapping around Perona. Perona was completely enveloped like a large rice dumpling, and the negative ghost instantly dissipated without anyone controlling it. Dao Xian floated up using the power of the chicken talisman and flew in front of Moria. Stop! Moria, who had just barely recovered from the previous attack, quickly shouted for a halt. At this moment, nearly all of Moria's moonlight pirates had been wiped out by Dao Xian. However, Dao Xian didn't even need to transform. Who on earth are you? Moria's expression looked quite innocent at this moment. Dao Xian rubbed his chin and said, I am a mysterious merchant. It was when I accidentally wandered into the misty sea that I opened a barrel of wine, and here you are. Moria was immediately speechless. After all this time, this trouble was caused by him. However, it didn't seem unreasonable. He used those who wandered into the misty sea as prey, and naturally, there would come a day when it backfired. In Dao Xian's words, even if he didn't come today, Luffy would come a couple of years anyway. Moria, who had suffered a total defeat, finally came to his senses. He also revealed a glimpse of the spirit that once dared to challenge Kaido. Respected mysterious merchant, what is your purpose? If you came for me, please spare my subordinates. Moria looked at Perona with a hint of affection in his eyes. Seeing Moria's words, Dao Xian felt his care for these crew members, and it was no wonder that even after the Moonlight Pirates had scattered, Perona and Absalom still remembered their captain. People are never one-dimensional. Moria has his bad side, but also his good side. However, for Dao Xian, the greatest value lies in the person himself. The blind box items opened by a strong person are often better, and Dao Xian was also curious about what this former challenger of Kaido could obtain from him. Open the blind box. If you open the blind box and pay enough ransom, I will spare you and your subordinates. Open the blind box? To be honest, the concept of a blind box had never appeared in the world of One Piece, and Moria looked completely bewildered. Coupled with his massive physique, it was quite amusing. Dao Xian briefly explained, and Moria instantly understood. A merchant wandering through the myriad realms? Dao Xian's position was instantly valued in his eyes, and of course, the most important reason was that Dao Xian easily defeated him. Strong individuals do not need to lie to the weak. This was the confidence he once had as a strong person. Dao Xian didn't need to lie to him. If he needed money, Dao Xian could simply kill him. And this terrifying three-masted sailing ship, along with the treasures aboard, would naturally belong to him. All of this clearly demonstrated that what Dao Xian said was true. In a small blind box, one could obtain power, lifespan, or wealth. What enticing treasure that was. Then let's use all my treasures to open blind boxes. At this moment, Moria revealed the decisive nature unique to strong individuals. The reason he pursued the zombie army was that he knew it was absolutely impossible to defeat Kaido relying solely on his own power. Kaido the Beast, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, could only be truly understood by those who had faced him. Just thinking about the scenes of being slaughtered by Kaido sent shivers down Moria's spine. And could this blind box belonging to the myriad worlds produce something that would allow him to defeat Kaido? Moria didn't know, but he was willing to take the gamble. Seeing Moria's determination, Dao Xian nodded in appreciation. At this moment, Dao Xian also activated his probing ability to check Moria's wealth. 800 million berries? All treasures, berries, and valuable items were completely converted into corresponding berry wealth through the system. Doflamingo gasped in surprise. Moria was the wealthiest pirate he had encountered so far. However, considering that Moria had been entrenched on this ship, which resembled an island, for 8 years, it made sense. After all, Crocodile had only been in Alabasta for a year and had already amassed several hundred million in wealth. Even if Moria wasn't good at business after years of plundering, having around 800 million in wealth didn't seem too far-fetched. For 400 bronze blind boxes and 44 silver blind boxes, Moria, are you sure you want to exchange? Dao Xian followed a certain merchant's tradition and made the final confirmation of the Dao. Moria nodded, temporarily putting Absalom aside. As a cyborg, Absalom could hold on for a while longer. The rule was to start with bronze, then silver, should they begin here or go inside the castle. After surveying the environment, Dao Xian felt that this eerie forest was not very suitable. Let's go to the castle. This place isn't fitting for the identity of a great, mysterious merchant. Moria finally recovered from the attack, stood up, brushed off the dust from his body, and let out a strange laugh as he led Dao Xian, Robin, and Nami towards the castle. As for the zombies, Moria paid them no mind. A group of weak zombies was utterly insignificant in front of Dao Xian and his companions. Ever since Dao Xian revealed his origins, Moria had decided to abandon all zombies except for the zombie general. These ordinary zombies couldn't withstand even a single blow from a strong opponent. What was their purpose in existence? After walking along the eerie forest path for a few minutes, they finally arrived at Moria's castle. Perona, go tell the chef to prepare some delicacies to entertain our esteemed guests. Yes, Lord Moria, Perona replied with a sharp, lowly voice, casting an annoyed glance at Dao Xian before turning to leave. Dao Xian naturally wouldn't pay attention to Perona, this little lowly, for no other reason than that she wasn't his type. The zombie general led by Long Ma stood aside, and Dao Xian didn't hesitate. He directly confiscated all of Moria's treasures. Then, with a wave of his hand, 400 bronze blind boxes, stacked up to form a small mountain about the same size as Moria, placed on the ground. Seeing this magical scene, Moria had no doubts left in his heart. Please. Accompanied by Dao Xian's invitation, Moria began his box-opening journey. Dao Xian naturally placed the most importance on the first blind box. Nami and Robin, who had been following Dao Xian for quite some time, also knew that the chances of getting good items from the first blind box were the highest. They gathered around to watch. The small blind box in Moria's hand was only the size of a finger, forcing Moria to directly break open the blind box. With the seal of the first bronze blind box broken, a skill scroll from the Naruto world appeared before everyone. Robin remained unfazed. She had opened many good items before, and this one did not evoke her envy. However, Nami looked on with envy, recalling how unfortunate she had been when she opened her blind boxes. Aside from the golden items from the silver blind box, most of the other items had been useless. Oh, the skill in this blind box surprised Dao Xian. It was quite a good skill. It was worth Dao Xian showcasing it. With a wave of his hand, an image appeared above the scroll. Two characters dressed somewhat like ninjas from Wano were battling in the image, instantly capturing Moria's attention. Moria's expression suddenly turned very excited, which puzzled Dao Xian, reminding him of the speculations about Moria's identity he had seen on forums before crossing over. Moonlight Moria, or could it be Light Moon Moria? Dao Xian vaguely speculated about Moria's background. In the image, one of the ninjas with a ponytail manipulated shadows to transform into an infinitely extending arm, reaching straight for the neck of the opposing ninja, directly choking the opponent to death. This secret technique, shadow binding neck technique, is the ability contained within the scroll. The person who acquires this ability can directly manipulate their shadow to attack enemies. At this point, Dao Xian suddenly fell silent. It seemed that Moria himself could already control shadows to attack enemies, making this ability somewhat useless for him. However, Moria did not think so. He recognized the difference between this secret technique and his shadow fruit. When his shadow fruit attacks enemies, it manifests as a physical entity, meaning that while his shadow can attack enemies, enemies can also directly counterattack his shadow. In contrast, the person in the image seemed to use the intangible form of shadows to attack enemies directly. If he mastered this ability, could it allow his shadow to become a shadow warrior that could only attack others without any chance of retaliation? Truly, the mysterious merchant. The first blind box turned out to be such a great aid to his fruit ability. Moria's gaze towards Dao Xian became even more respectful. The strong are kings, and those who can make others stronger are the kings among kings. Dao Xian noticed that Moria did not seem to question the scroll and quickly moved on. Moria was not in a hurry to use it either, as there were still many bronze blind boxes left unopened. He called over the zombie generals standing by to help him open them. After that, Dao Xian lost interest in watching, deciding to wait until Moria opened something good to provide commentary. A refined steel tang knife, a desert eagle, accompanied by 500 rounds of ammunition. As more and more useless items were opened, Moria's disappointment became hard to hide. However, under the belief that good items were in the silver blind boxes, as Dao Xian suggested, Moria persisted in opening the blind boxes. Opening 400 bronze blind boxes took an hour, and with the efforts of the zombie generals and Moria, they finally finished. These 400 bronze blind boxes were utterly disappointing. Except for the first blind box, The rest were all garbage. Although Moria's eyes still held admiration, even Dao Xian felt a bit embarrassed. Others had at least found some decent items in their bronze blind boxes, but Moria, who opened the most, had the worst luck. However, as a mysterious merchant, Dao Xian couldn't let his reputation drop. He immediately said with a serious expression, "Moria's luck isn't great. Out of 400 bronze blind boxes, aside from the first one, there wasn't a single good item." Dao Xian took the initiative and attributed the lack of good items to Moria himself. He then continued, "However, every silver blind box is a treasure. Even the worst ones are better than bronze. I believe that the items in the silver blind boxes will not disappoint you." After hearing Dao Xian's remarks, Moria adjusted his mindset and focused on the 44 silver blind boxes that Dao Xian had brought out. During the process of opening the boxes, delicious food had already been served on the table. Dao Xian was also enjoying the delicious food without any reservation, relying on the abilities of his food cells. As long as there was tasty food, his body would become even stronger. It was precisely because of the food cells, Captain America's serum, and the enhancement from the empty self that Dao Xian was able to defeat Moria with a single kick under the support of the talismans. It must be said that while Moria was weak, it depended on who he was compared to. With Moria's strength on this sea, he was still strong enough to crush the vast majority of ordinary people. Only the current Dao Xian could take him down with one kick. Holding on to his hatred for Kaido and the hope of finding something in the blind box that could help him defeat Kaido, Moria opened the first silver blind box. Inside was a fairy bean, which could restore all injuries and regenerate severed limbs after consumption, but it could not cure diseases. Dao Xian glanced lazily and began to introduce. After seeing too many blind boxes, he now only felt interested in relatively good items. Things like the fairy beans didn't need much explanation. Meanwhile, Moria was carefully putting away the fairy bean, as this single bean was far too small compared to his size. If he wasn't careful, it could easily get lost. What seemed insignificant to Dao Xian was completely different in Moria's eyes. This single fairy bean equated to a life. As long as he wasn't facing an opponent with too great a disparity in strength, against an opponent of similar power. If others had 2 lives, and he had 1, how could he fight? Explosive Talismans, X100. Comprehensive Guide to Basic Taijutsu of Konoha, with 5 consecutive items. Dao Xian explained them with no enthusiasm. There was no good item, so he couldn't muster any spirit. Just as Dao Xian yawned, the 7th silver blind box finally delivered its contents. A skill scroll from the Naruto world suddenly appeared, and even Moria knew that there had to be something good inside. The previous secret technique, Shadow Neck Binding Technique, was a significant enhancement to his Shadow Fruit ability. So what kind of power was hidden within the scroll? Dao Xian waved his hand, and a fat figure appeared on the screen. The fat figure seemed to make a gesture, and in an instant, it expanded to more than 3 times its size, transforming into a giant. Hee. This ability seems quite powerful. Moria finally started to feel happy. With so many silver blind boxes left, he had already made a profit. As long as he gets a bit more from the remaining boxes, he would break even. Of course, what he thought was breaking even was just his assumption. The system never loses. Similarly, with this secret technique, I have to say, Moria, your luck doesn't seem as bad as I imagined. Secret techniques, as a special type of ninjutsu, are either extremely powerful or very unique. The secret technique in this scroll is called the doubling technique, which, when used, can greatly enhance one's physical strength, but consumes a lot of stamina. It may not be suitable for prolonged battles, but the power will be significantly boosted after transformation. In Dao Xian's view, this ability is simply a legendary version of the Heaven and Earth technique, but still quite powerful, especially when given to a giant like Moria. A 7-meter giant combined with this doubling technique and a demon-like appearance. Damn it, this isn't Moria. This is Belial, right? Dao Xian inexplicably thought of something. Moria naturally didn't have so many thoughts. He was just happy to have gained 2 powerful abilities, and at the same time, the ambition that had been extinguished by Kaido seemed to slowly reignite. With these 2 abilities, it seemed possible to defeat Kaido. This point is still questionable, but Moria's strength has definitely been significantly enhanced. Discarding these thoughts, Moria began to continue opening blind boxes. Dao Xian was also inspired by this amplification technique and became curious about what Moria would be able to obtain from the upcoming blind boxes, especially since he was very familiar with the grudge between Moria and Kaido. Just thinking about the scene of Moria transforming into a giant and fighting with Kaido made him quite intrigued. However, relying solely on these 2 things was not enough for Moria to challenge Kaido. He needed to see what else could be obtained from the upcoming blind boxes. Silver Blind Box X1. Basic Lightness Skill X1. Following that, two skill scrolls were revealed from the next 16 silver blind boxes. One was the National Martial Art Becomesa, which targeted vital points and assisted in generating power, while the other was a lightness skill from the world of martial arts. However, without the support of internal energy, it would only increase agility to a certain extent. On the other hand, Becomesa was quite useful. It integrated the body's strength, allowing the same force to be exerted more powerfully through Becomesa. However, since these two abilities were not flashy enough, Daoxian did not showcase them with images for explanation. In the next silver blind box, a golden light that had not been seen for a long time appeared. The golden light immediately attracted everyone's attention. As the light faded, a mask that looked like a ghostly apparition appeared before them, its expression resembling that of a devil with a sinister grin. Moria couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" The special golden light indicated that it was definitely something good, and Moria's heart filled with anticipation in an instant. The shape of the mask seemed somewhat familiar to Daoxian, but to avoid any inaccuracies that could damage his image, he glanced at the description in the system. After confirming that the mask was indeed what he had imagined, he waved his hand, causing an image to appear above the mask. In the image, a dragon-like creature stood upright, its eyes emitting a red, evil light, and as it waved its hand, mysterious shadows suddenly appeared on the ground. These shadows quickly transformed into solid forms, becoming ninjas dressed in black skin-tight suits. These ninjas, fearless of death, were loyal to their master and possessed intelligence, allowing them to autonomously carry out their master's commands. After roughly showcasing the function of the mask in the image, Daoxian began to explain. Its name is the IKA mask, and upon use, it grants a shadow space filled with thousands of shadow soldiers, which are the ninjas in skin-tight suits that you just saw in the image. Daoxian never expected that this item could actually be considered a golden item. The combat power of these ninjas is merely at the level of cannon fodder in One Piece. How could this be classified as a golden item? He felt bewildered in his heart, but his expression remained calm. On the side, Moria, after listening to the introduction, had a look of surprise on his face, making Daoxian suspect that this item might have some unexpected use. At this moment, Moria became very impatient, completely lacking the calmness he usually had when facing other abilities. He picked up the mask and directly put it on his face, accompanied by a tearing sound, as if the mask had merged with Moria's face. Shadow Master. Driven by instinct, Moria first transformed his shadow into a physical form, then began to experiment with the mask's abilities. The scene that appeared before Daoxian was that Moria suddenly released the Shadow Master, and then his entire being seemed to turn into a shadow and disappeared from the spot, leaving only the Shadow Master standing still in place. After disappearing for a few minutes, the Shadow Master suddenly vanished, and Moria replaced him, appearing before them. This ability? Daoxian suddenly understood that Moria was playing with the Ika mask in a completely new way, and couldn't help but praise him. Moria, you really grasp the abilities of this mask quite quickly, don't you? Hee, the things in the blind box of the great mysterious merchant are truly amazing. Moria responded respectfully. This mask has given me a space that only shadows can enter. I tried to bring myself into the space, and found that apart from the absence of air, it is quite similar to the real world. As long as I keep my shadow or the soldiers of the Shadow Legion outside, I won't lose my direction. At the same time, through the Shadow Mage, I can travel back and forth between the two spaces at any time. Daoxian feigned calmness and nodded. Not bad. The grasp is decent. However, inside, he was turbulent. Indeed, one cannot underestimate the battle wisdom of these strong fighters. The soldiers of the Shadow Legion are mere cannon fodder in this world, summoned by Moria with a wave of his hand to call forth hundreds. Yet, the combat power of these ninjas may not even match that of his zombie soldiers. However, for Moria, the significance of this mask lies not in these soldiers, but in the shadow space where they hide. Theoretically, this space can only be entered by magical beings like the Shadow Ninjas, but Moria, who has consumed the Shadow fruit, has successfully entered it. If it weren't for the limitations of the air, Moria would practically be a shadow version of Shinwei. Utilizing the Shadow Mage, Moria can switch positions between both parties at any time. As long as Moria remains unharmed, the Shadow Mage exists as an undying entity. Goodness. Moria's difficulty level has increased tenfold at this moment. Moria's vulnerabilities now are that he has to come out for a breath every few minutes, and, on the other hand, the lethality of his shadows. If these two issues can be resolved, Moria will become the most terrifying enemy on this sea. A formidable opponent who can attack enemies while they are completely unable to fight back. Daoxian had already raised the difficulty level of dealing with Moria in his mind by several times, but on the surface, he still maintained an expression of indifference, as if it were an everyday occurrence. Moria misunderstood Dao Xian's expression, interpreting it as these abilities being very common in the myriad realms, which deepened his sense of awe. Following that, Moria continued with his box opening process. However, after the luck of a European emperor, there often comes a downturn, and Moria was no exception. Ever since he opened the Ika mask, the subsequent silver blind boxes had completely fallen into the abyss of bad luck. He didn't get anything useful. It was mostly consumables, with the only good item being the fairy bean. However, Moria did not feel disappointed, exchanging 800 million berries for the magical Ika mask, along with various physical techniques, and the two secret techniques, Shadow Binding Neck Technique and Doubling Technique, was still a worthwhile deal. Once Moria fully digested these gains, he decided to challenge Kaido again. As for whether he could take down Kaido's position as one of the four emperors, Moria was not entirely confident. However, compared to himself 10 years ago when he challenged Kaido, Moria knew that he was now at the most hopeful moment, especially with the existence of shadow space. He could choose to fight or retreat, and he was already in an invincible position. After opening all the blind boxes, Moria suddenly remembered his subordinates who had sunk to the bottom of the sea and hurriedly said, "Great mysterious merchant, I wonder if I can rescue my subordinate, Absalom, the one with the lion face." Moria inquired of Dao Xian, who had become a figure he regarded as even more powerful than Kaido in his heart. He didn't dare to act on his own, fearing to provoke Dao Xian's displeasure. Dao Xian remained silent and nodded, indicating his agreement. Speaking at this moment would only damage his image. Moria was currently very respectful towards him, both in words and actions, and letting him not save his subordinate seemed to undermine his own image. "Thank you, the great mysterious merchant, Lord Dao Xian." After expressing his gratitude, Moria quickly called over a few people to rescue Absalom, and with the zombie bats guiding the way, they wouldn't go wrong. Moria's wealth had already been completely harvested, and Dao Xian was not planning to stay here any longer. Additionally, Nami had just obtained the most recent route to leave the fog. This fog could no longer block their path. "Nami, Robin, let's go." Dao Xian glanced at Moria, who no longer exuded a sense of despair and seemed to have regained some of his former glory. He said to Nami and Robin beside him, "Refusing Moria's offer to see us off, we left the horror three-masted ship and returned to the Going Merry. Our next destination is the Sabati Archipelago. Let's set off." "Absalom, you've already become a cyborg. Why do you still think about getting married every day?" Looking at Absalom, who had just been awakened and was lying in bed, Moria said with a hint of helplessness. He had just heard the reason for Absalom's eagerness to meet his prey. After the failed challenge against Kaido, the Moonlight Pirates suffered 90 casualties. At that time, Absalom was half dead, with most of his bodily functions failing. It was thanks to the Shadow Fruit that he was able to hang on to life. However, Absalom had also lost some of his abilities. It seemed that because of this, his once normal subordinate had since become quite twisted, obsessed with using the transparent fruit's power to violate women. "I can't do it." What a terrifying woman. Lying in bed, Absalom seemed to have been frozen in fear by Robin, trembling at the mere mention of women. His near-death experience had seemingly extinguished any interest he had in women. Moria put aside his concern for Absalom for now. He was preparing to reclaim his own haki while familiarizing himself with his new abilities. His battle with Kaido was now his most important goal. Whether for revenge for his fallen comrades or to overcome the nightmare within himself, this battle was necessary. Moreover, with the existence of a shadow space, he held the initiative in this battle, allowing for both offense and retreat. "Absalom, prepare the ship. We are heading to Wano." Moria's expression was solemn. The last time Absalom saw that expression was 8 years ago. Watching his captain regain his confidence, Absalom couldn't help but nod. It wasn't just the captain. Even he remembered the hatred between them and Kaido. Now that the captain had regained his confidence, Absalom was willing to swear to accompany him to the end. On the Grand Line, on the White Soil Island Baldigo, the Revolutionary Army's base. White Soil Island was a desolate island, surrounded by yellow sand and mud, with no civilians living there and very few trees or animals. Both the Navy and pirates rarely passed by, making it an ideal location for the Revolutionary Army's base. Inside a house, surrounded by a few trees, a man with a scar-like tattoo on his face listened to the report from the Okama king, Ivankov. A mysterious merchant from the heavens? Dragon silently pondered the significance of a mysterious merchant to the Revolutionary Army. Hee. Ivankov suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to show Dragon the revolutionary book he had found. Flipping through it, Ivankov pulled out the book from his tight pants and handed it to Dragon. Dragon glanced at the cover, and the words on it shook him to his core, causing his expression to turn serious. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he always appeared to have everything under control in front of his subordinates. But only he knew that sometimes he felt confused about the path of revolution. Where is he? Dragon felt a strong impulse to meet this mysterious merchant. He had said his next stop was the Sabeti archipelago. Ivankov shared the information he knew with Dragon, having anticipated that Dragon would say this. When he saw the book, he too felt a similar shock. As comrades with a shared ideology, their common goal was to overthrow the world government led by the celestial dragons. However, how to achieve that and unite the oppressed masses presented a series of problems. This mysterious merchant could traverse the various worlds, and they were curious about whether this force called revolution existed across those realms. With this purpose in mind, Dragon set off alone for the Sabeti archipelago, without bringing anyone along. As the user of the wind fruit, he possessed the power of wind, which meant he had the ability to fly, making it very convenient for him to travel alone. At Marineford, two elderly men were fiercely battling it out on the sea, each unwilling to back down. How exhilarating! Karp's iron fist collided with Zifa's black arm, and the tremendous haki even caused a change in the weather, as the clouds in the sky seemed to split into two forces, pouring down towards the sea. Haki is not only a physical power, but also a spiritual one. The strong derive their strength from their spirit. Once the spirit is defeated, the strong become weak. Zifa, your arm was restored by that mysterious merchant, wasn't it? Karp laughed heartily, feeling particularly relieved to see Zifa finally move past his regrets after years of friendship. Zifa also laughed heartily, exchanging a few more punches with Karp, feeling the vitality of his newly restored arm. Reflecting on what Dao Xian had told him, Zifa's resolve to reform the Navy solidified in his heart. With the primary goal of protecting civilians, he aimed to establish a Navy that represented his sense of justice. Over the years, he had trained many capable naval officers. However, after losing his arm, he had lost his faith. With the restoration of his arm, Zifa's faith returned. He intended to transform the Navy into what he envisioned. On the coast, the Marines were fulfilling their duty to guard Marineford. Oh no, that old man's arm is actually healed. A man dressed in a yellow striped coat, who spoke with a lopsided smile, expressed his surprise. He had only gone to deal with some issues regarding the celestial dragons, and upon returning, Zifa's arm was restored. While Karp was wearing a weapon that looked extraordinary, Kazara knew that something significant must have happened during those days. However, even though he and Zifa were often at odds, he still respected Zifa deep down. He had devoted his life to the Navy and trained countless elite officers. His recovery was undoubtedly good news for the Navy. Currently, the Navy's strength was not strong, as the backbone was almost fractured, all stemming from that massacre. Because of this, the Marines harbored a deep hatred for the Whitebeard too. However, these matters had nothing to do with Kizaru. Although he was an admiral, he did not share the radical views of Akainu, nor the independent judgment of Akiji. As long as he received his salary on time, Kizaru would follow the Navy's orders and execute his superiors' tasks, without any personal ideology. Or perhaps, that was his sense of justice, having no personal justice and adhering to others' justice. In Sengoku's office, Moria from the Warlords is heading to Wano. Looking at the intelligence transmitted by the Navy, Sengoku murmured to himself, "What does Moria want to do?" Sengoku found it hard to understand Moria's actions, but theoretically, the Warlords and the Navy were in a cooperative relationship. Except when the world government initiates a force summons, at all other times they're not bound by the Navy. Unable to understand, Sengoku instructed the Navy to continue monitoring the movements of the 7 warlords before passing this message to the little sheep beside him. Sengoku, how can you let that mysterious merchant roam the seas so recklessly? Akainu burst through the door, shouting at Sengoku. Just moments ago, he learned that Sengoku had sent elite Navy forces to Alabasta, but for Akainu, he was not displeased by the increased power of the Navy. Even if their ideologies clashed, they were all part of the Navy. However, he could not tolerate Sengoku allowing a merchant who sold miraculous items to wander the seas. If it were him, he would definitely capture this mysterious merchant no matter what. He absolutely could not let this sea become more chaotic because of him. Sakazuki, watch your identity. You are speaking to the fleet admiral. Sengoku retorted, not backing down. Among the 3 admirals, only Akainu would dare to speak to him like this. Besides disliking his style, it was more because Sakazuki knew that the Navy ultimately obeyed the world government, and the world government favored the very image that Akainu projected. Yes, Akainu also had his own sense of justice. However, he knew that to execute his own justice, he must hold the highest power in the Navy, which is the position of Fleet Admiral. And for that, he needed to impress the Gorosei with his performance. After Sengoku shot back, he then asked, "Do you know the background of the mysterious merchant?" Sakazuki tightened his lips. What background? The intelligence Sakazuki received was not comprehensive. He only understood that this was a merchant with miraculous items. He came from a force called the Multiverse Commerce Association. According to him, they roamed among various worlds, selling items from blind boxes. The multiverse? Sakazuki frowned. They hadn't even explored their own world clearly. How could someone from the multiverse suddenly appear? I have a feeling his intentions are not that simple. Such miraculous items that can be purchased with berries don't conform to logic, Sakazuki questioned. Sengoku also replied seriously. I've considered this too, but if the Navy doesn't take action, we can only watch the pirates grow stronger. The establishment of the Seven Warlords system was already a helpless move. Do you want to see the birth of a second Seven Warlords system? Akainu was momentarily speechless. Given his temperament, he was most opposed to the Seven Warlords system. If it weren't for the Navy's inability to contend with the pirate wave brought about by the Great Pirate Era, they wouldn't have established the Warlords system to curb this tide. Otherwise, the Navy would have completely retreated from the New World by now. Even so, the current New World only has the G5 base left. In that case, I'll go see what kind of person this mysterious merchant is. His destination is Sabaody Archipelago, right? Sakazuki thought for a moment and decided to go see this mysterious merchant for himself, as this merchant roaming the seas was the most terrifying for the Navy. If only he could stay in one place. The yellow monkey at the door listened to everything. How interesting, the lazy Kazura thought. For the first time showing interest in something. Since he had nothing to do recently, he planned to secretly follow Akainu to see this mysterious merchant. On the sea, aboard the K-Moku, several black-clad ninjas were cleaning the ship, while Robin and Nami, wearing swimsuits specially purchased by Dao Xian, lounged comfortably on sun chairs, enjoying the sun. Watching the busy shadow ninjas, Nami couldn't help but praise. Having them around makes things so much easier. Robin nodded with a smile in agreement. Before the shadow ninjas appeared, the three of them were incredibly busy. Besides cleaning, they also had to steer the ship and cook. It was overwhelming and devoid of any fun. Now it was different. Except for cooking, which the shadow ninjas couldn't do, Nami only needed to occasionally reorient the direction. This allowed the three of them to be freed from the burdensome work. By the way, Dao Xian, do the powers used by your mysterious merchants also come from blind boxes? Nami asked curiously as they chatted. Dao Xian looked at Nami's and noticed that Robin seemed interested as well. After thinking for a moment, he decided to reveal some information. The mysterious merchant's power also comes from blind boxes, but we cannot open the blind boxes ourselves. Instead, we take a commission approach. Seeing the puzzled expressions on Nami and Robin's faces, Dao Xian explained in a way they could understand. In other words, whatever you get from the blind boxes, I can also receive an equivalent amount based on a certain quantity. Nami and Robin nodded, but they were not interested in deeper aspects at the moment. At this point, Dao Xian suddenly wanted to review his gains. Up until now, he had saved nearly 6 copies of the silver blind box permissions. This means he still had 6 chances to choose. Currently, he possessed Nami's empty waist belt, as well as the shadow clone technique and wind release. Great breakthrough. He also had Karp's iron cloth and the hand of justice, although he had not had many opportunities to use the hand of justice yet, as he was primarily following a mage route. Additionally, he had Smoker's chakra refinement technique and mist concealment technique, along with Crocodile's guard crane chakra. These were all the combat-related abilities he had obtained previously. However, after experiencing the terrifying 3-masted ship, he had gained 2 more secret techniques, doubling technique and the Nara family's secret technique. As for the IKA mask, its effect on his combat power was not significant, and the shadow space was basically useless. The mask's greatest utility was actually for the Shadow Legion soldiers, who freed him from the busy daily chores. Currently, Dao Xian's power composition was centered around the empty waist belt, absorbing the original power of all worlds to forge different forms. Of course, some abilities could be used in all forms. For example, the talismans have been completely fused with his spirit stones, allowing him to use their abilities as long as he summoned the belt. Moreover, Dao Xian felt that with the further fusion with the belt, he was getting closer to the Heisei era's Kamen Rider, possessing formidable combat power even in his everyday form. Dao Xian felt that once he completely fused, his abilities would be able to perform perfectly, regardless of whether he transformed or not. Currently, apart from the 4 forms of the void, Dao Xian had also come into contact with the chakra armor evolved from chakra. As for the world of One Piece, It was still too early for Dao Xian to develop a devil fruit form, since he had not yet encountered the powers of the devil fruits. With the enhancement of the 3 talismans, combined with the void belt and his body strengthened by Captain America's serum and gourmet cells, Dao Xian's strength, when fully exerted, is already comparable to that of a general. Even without the protective shield of the system, Dao Xian still possesses the ability to protect himself. However, for Dao Xian, it is still not enough. There are still quite a few individuals in this world with similar strength. There are many who can pose a threat to him, and his power is far from sufficient. To become stronger, he needs to continuously open boxes, especially high-quality blind boxes. The Sabaody Archipelago is the only path leading to the second half of the Grand Line for pirates. Here, pirates travel to Fishman Island, located 10,000 meters underwater, before heading into the New World. Sabaody Island number 20 is home to the most luxurious restaurants and taverns on the entire island. In one tavern, a newly famous pirate, Captain Ace, appears to celebrate his bounty, reaching 200 million. Cheers! Cheers! The crew of the Spade Pirates cheers loudly, and nearby pirates hear Ace's name and hurriedly avoid him. A bounty of 200 million is considered a major figure on these seas, especially when Crocodile's bounty is only around 80 million. Even though he joined the 7 warlords of the sea early, which prevented the Navy from raising his bounty, this still highlights the value of a 200 million bounty. Ace laughs heartily, raising his glass and drinking deeply. Outside the tavern, a Navy officer dressed in a naval officer's uniform rushes in with a group of sailors. Captain Ace, this is the Navy. Slightly intoxicated, Ace dismissively replies, "It's the Navy, so what?" Facing Ace's provocation, the naval officer's expression remains unchanged as he pulls out a document-like item and begins to read. Pirate Ace, currently a notorious pirate with a bounty of 200 million. The world government acknowledges your strength and reputation, and hereby invites you to take on the position of Warlord of the Sea. Will you accept? It's an invitation to become a Warlord of the Sea. Ace's crew bursts into laughter, knowing their captain would never accept the Navy's invitation. After all, he dreams of becoming the Pirate King. With the Conqueror's hockey as a testament, it shows the captain's unwavering belief. A man with the qualities of a king will inevitably act in accordance with his convictions. The Navy's expression is stern, completely unmoved. Since Ace is unwilling to join the Navy, they will proceed according to the normal procedures. Therefore, Ace's bounty will not stop at 200 million. The weather in the Sabaody Archipelago is clear after several days of travel. The Empty Me ship successfully arrives at the Sabaody Archipelago, quietly disembarking from the port. This is a Navy-guarded harbor that accepts all ships except for pirates. Of course, a hefty docking fee is unavoidable. Where are we going? After walking around the Sabaody Archipelago with Dao Xian and Robin for a while, Nami happily asks, having missed the islands after being on the ship for so long. The ship can never provide the same sense of security as being on land. Hearing Nami's words, Dao Xian contemplates. Now that they are in Sabaody, selling blind boxes is certainly a must. However, aimlessly wandering around like before won't do. Such a random sale will never maximize his profits. Opening a blind box shop seems like a good choice. However, the biggest problem with opening a shop is the Navy. The power brought by his blind boxes will undoubtedly create chaos on the seas, which conflicts with the Navy's justice. The Navy won't allow him to do this. So it seems that he will need to fight to stabilize his shop. To achieve this, he needs to quickly open several powerful blind boxes to enhance his combat power, faster than the Navy can react. Without Nami and Robin, the protection from the Xianlight system would be enough, but looking at the 2 happy women beside him, Dao Xian felt that there was nothing to be concerned about in fighting against the Navy for them. Welcome everyone to the transit station of the Grand Line. Sabaody Archipelago. I'm a tour guide, Yami. Do you need anything, guests? Just as Dao Xian and the others were strolling through the sightseeing street, a boy dressed in a green short-sleeved shirt and shorts approached them with wide eyes. Looking at their attire, the boy Yami immediately marked them as wealthy individuals in his mind. In fact, he wasn't wrong. Dao Xian was not stingy with his belly, and the clothes worn by him, Nami, and Robin cost over 1 million belly in total. It was truly the epitome of luxury. Looking at this clever little guy in front of him, Dao Xian thought that he might actually need a guide in Sabaody, especially regarding shops and transactions. These tour guides, who make a living by catering to customers, would definitely know the most about this, and having them around would be incredibly convenient. With this need, if you satisfy us. Dao Xian took out 10,000 berries from his hand and waved it, and Yami's eyes instantly lit up. In terms of income, it would be a huge gain for small tour guides like them to earn a few hundred berries in a day. Don't worry, I'm not boasting. I know the environment and power dynamics of the Shambadi archipelago very well. Feel free to ask me anything, Yami promised, patting his chest. Dao Xian didn't say much and handed 10,000 berries to Yami before asking, Yami, if we were to open a shop on this island, which area do you think would be the most suitable? Dao Xian considers this a test of his little tour guide's abilities. If he can do it, Dao Xian wouldn't mind hiring a helper. Opening a shop? The people who can open shops in the Shambadi archipelago are not ordinary. The reason is simple. This island is a necessary route for lawless pirates heading to the New World, and conflicts between these pirates occur quite frequently. Ordinary people opening shops here inevitably encounter such situations, where their shops may suddenly suffer misfortune, and finding compensation is nearly impossible. They can only consider themselves unlucky. However, shops opened by strong individuals or major powers can earn substantial profits here. After all, being a pirate is not a profession that saves money. After seizing treasure, they often squander it lavishly before continuing their life of plunder. But these matters have nothing to do with Yami. His main goal is to earn his tour guide fee. He wonders what kind of shop the customer wants to open. If it's some ordinary specialty food items, that'll be fine. There are plenty of locations on Islands 70 and 40 for opening shops. Yami continues to introduce enthusiastically. But what about shops for weapons or other types of goods? Dao Xian interrupted Yami's introduction and asked straightforwardly, So, we can only go to the No Man's Land Islands numbered 1 to 29. That place is the domain of underground forces and pirates, and even the Navy rarely manages that area. Due to the importance of the Sabeti archipelago, even the Navy cannot completely occupy the entire island. Therefore, the Navy and other forces are divided by numbers, with the Navy occupying islands 30 to 60, while the other islands, numbered 1 to 29, belong to the No Man's Land. No Man's Land? Dao Xian was clearly understanding the power dynamics above the Sabeti archipelago for the first time, but it seemed that all of this was a compromise. The Navy would certainly prefer to directly cut off this route that continuously supplied powerful pirates to the New World, but given the strength of the Navy, if the four emperors united, the Navy could only retreat. Moreover, cutting off this route to sever the supply of troops to the four emperors was something that they would absolutely not allow. In this strange atmosphere, the Navy could only occupy half of the island, while allowing the other half to run free in order to maintain a balance with the four emperors. However, for Dao Xian, having such a place was much better. Even the Navy did not dare to take action against the Sabeti archipelago for fear of forcing the four emperors to unite. His shop could only, and would only, be opened in this lawless area. Take me to the lawless zone. Looking at the money in Dao Xian's hand, Yami nodded. He was a native of this island and was very familiar with the terrain. Even in the lawless zone, the danger was not great for him. With Yami leading the way, Dao Xian and his group arrived at a place that Dao Xian found increasingly familiar. Oh, it's Yami. Bringing me customers again? A very mature woman, with a gold necklace around her neck and a cigarette in her hand, slowly walked out from behind the bar. This familiar figure instantly triggered Dao Xian's memory. The name of the bar, Shaki's Bar, immediately reminded Dao Xian of where this place was, the location of the pirate King Roger's first mate, Rayleigh. As for the relationship between Shaki and Rayleigh, whether they were lovers or married, Dao Xian was not very clear. However, their relationship was definitely extraordinary, as she was the woman Rayleigh trusted with his life. Yami secretly made a gesture, and Shaki winked in acknowledgement. This was their agreed-upon signal, indicating that this customer was a big spender and could be safely taken advantage of. What news do you want to know? Shaki asked with a smile as she guided them to sit down. Na Mei, who was unaware of the situation, spoke up. We want to open a shop in the lawless area of Sabeti and need a storefront. Do you know where would be suitable? Dao Xian touched his nose, feeling as if he was about to be slaughtered. Xia Qi smiled, exhaling a cloud of smoke, and slowly said, 5 million berries for a 3-story building with an area of 200 square meters. The first floor can be used as a shop. To Dao Xian's surprise, it wasn't as expensive as he thought. Trading 5 million berries for such a building might be a loss elsewhere, but here it was a great deal. As long as they had the strength to protect the shop, the 5 million profit could be easily earned back. This was a normal business, and the profit from blind boxes was even higher. Nami was about to negotiate, but Dao Xian interrupted her. The price is very reasonable. Can we take a look? Young man, you're quite straightforward. Xia Qi smiled and praised Dao Xian. As an information dealer, she liked such straightforward customers, especially since she found these few people quite likable. Therefore, the price she offered was fair. If they were unpleasant pirates, Xia Qi would have extorted every penny from them, just as the tavern's name suggested. Just as Xia Qi was leading Dao Xian and the others outside, a handsome old man with silver hair and glasses walked in. The two brushed past each other. Dao Xian's pupils contracted. Is this the Dark King Rayleigh? My battle instincts are constantly reminding me of Rayleigh's strength. Little brother, do you know me? Rayleigh asked with a smile as he leaned closer. Dao Xian's unusual reaction caught his attention. Could it be that this stranger knows his identity? Dao Xian's mind raced with countless thoughts in an instant, but in the end, he decided to confront the situation head-on. He was not afraid of Rayleigh in terms of strength. A powerhouse like Rayleigh was exactly the kind of blind box customer he needed, so there was no harm in revealing a bit. With that in mind, a mysterious smile appeared on Dao Xian's face. After all, who didn't recognize the legendary Dark King Rayleigh, the right-hand man of Pirate King Roger? The atmosphere seemed to freeze for a moment when Dao Xian revealed Rayleigh's identity. A powerful mental shockwave surged toward Dao Xian, which was Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki. As one of the top users of the 3 types of Haki in the world of One Piece, Rayleigh could already use his Conqueror's Haki with pinpoint precision. The young man in front of him actually knew his identity. Rayleigh's first reaction was to use his Conqueror's Haki to knock him out, then secretly interrogate him on how he knew his identity. Facing Rayleigh's probing, Dao Xian did not resist. The strong impact hit him, but was directly blocked by the system's defense, and then an equal force of Conqueror's Haki was completely returned to Rayleigh. This was the system's defense that returned the attack in kind. Whatever strength the enemy used to strike Dao Xian would be countered with the same power. Rayleigh easily endured this shock, as he hadn't used his full strength. It was merely a test. This power? Rayleigh's expression changed slightly. This powerful Conqueror's Haki was nearly on par with his own. When did such a young powerhouse appear on this sea? Who exactly are you? Rayleigh's face turned serious and heavy, ready to take action at any moment. Beside him, Shaki instantly adopted a combat stance, prepared to strike at any moment. In her prime, she was also a renowned pirate, and even though she was older now, she was not someone an ordinary person could handle. Dao Xian wore a friendly smile, tried to alleviate Rayleigh's pressure. He didn't intend to beat him up. His purpose was still to sell blind boxes to Rayleigh, and starting with violence would be quite inappropriate. Don't be nervous. I'm just a blind box merchant. Let's sit down and talk. Seeing Dao Xian's unguarded demeanor, Rayleigh slowly lowered his hostility. Of course, this was because he regarded Dao Xian as his equal. Otherwise, a strong person wouldn't engage in equal conversation with a weaker one. Dao Xian and the others sat down again in the tavern, which had already been empty. After Xia Qi hung up the close sign, it became even less likely for anyone to enter. Once they were seated, Dao Xian began to explain to Rayleigh and Xia Qi, I am a blind box merchant from the countless worlds. The so-called blind box contains revival items that can bring anyone back to life, as well as immortal elixirs that grant eternal youth. Rayleigh's expression was one of shock, looking completely bewildered. Xia Qi beside him wore a similar expression. Dao Xian's words left them feeling dazed. Indeed, it is quite difficult for someone from within one world to understand that there are countless worlds beyond it, especially when it's not a technology-driven world. Rayleigh and Xia Qi automatically interpreted his words as him being a special merchant from outside this world who could sell all kinds of things, be it power, information, or special items. He could even revive the dead. Just as Rayleigh was about to ask how Dao Xian knew his identity, Dao Xian's next words halted the question in his mind. Do you want to revive Roger? Dao Xian suddenly asked, and he was very curious about this question. Moreover, during the Marineford War in One Piece, why didn't Rayleigh go to rescue Ace? A series of questions flooded his mind, making this pirate fan eager to know the answers. Upon hearing Dao Xian's question, countless thoughts rushed into Rayleigh's mind. After contemplating for a moment, he replied, No, he has already achieved his perfect life. We don't need to disturb him. For Roger, becoming the Pirate King and starting the Great Pirate Era was everything. Regardless of whether this era is good or bad for people, he has no regrets in death. His era has passed, and there is no need to rise from the grave to stir up any more trouble. This was the answer Rayleigh arrived at after his contemplation. Even with the resurrection medicine, there was no need to revive the legendary Pirate King Roger, who had no regrets. Dao Xian was taken aback, and in an instant, he understood. Indeed, the era of the Pirate King had passed. This era no longer needed a great pirate named Pirate King Roger. Once he was resurrected, the Grand Pirate Era he had initiated would lose all its meaning. However, for Dao Xian, the most troublesome part was that Rayleigh seemed to have no desires. This blind box might be a bit hard to open. Undeterred, Dao Xian pressed on. Don't you want anything? Power, authority, beauty? Rayleigh laughed heartily and shook his head. At his age, he no longer pursued such things. Even longevity-enhancing medicines were not that necessary for him. Most pirates on this sea had seen through life and death, pursuing fleeting glory rather than long-lasting existence. Rayleigh's expression gave Dao Xian a feeling of helplessness, like a mouse trying to catch a turtle. I'm really interested in that item that can maintain eternal youth. At this moment, Shaki interjected during the conversation between Dao Xian and Rayleigh. If she was uninterested in other things, then an item that could keep one forever young was different. It was something that no woman could easily refuse. If she didn't care about this, she wouldn't look like a woman in her 30s despite being around the same age as Rayleigh. Who knows how much she had spent to maintain her youth? Most of the money she earned over the years had gone into her upkeep. Shaki looked at Dao Xian with great interest, daring to claim that her blind box contained anything, especially an item for eternal youth. This completely captured her attention, and the price wasn't too high either. 200,000 berries for a bronze blind box. This cost was not a big deal for her. She and Rayleigh had been doing business on this island for many years and had a bit of wealth, as those pirates who had lost all their fortune to her could attest. Upon hearing Shaki's words, Dao Xian silently gave himself a thumbs up. What a turn of events. Rayleigh didn't want to open it, but Shaki did, and could Rayleigh refuse her request? Clearly, he could not. Rayleigh suddenly had a very bad feeling. The money he had saved up over the years was suddenly in jeopardy. Let Rayleigh open the boxes for me. After all, I'm only interested in that eternal youth item. Let Rayleigh keep the other things, Shaki said, glancing at Rayleigh. Rayleigh's bad feeling was confirmed. Hearing Shaki's words, he was about to say he had no money. But before he could speak, Shaki shone a glare. Instantly, Rayleigh's face was filled with bitterness. The pocket money he had saved over the years to comfort young girls and gamble was about to be put to the test. He couldn't help but glare at Dao Xian, then reluctantly said, "Then let's open 100 bronze blind boxes and 1 silver blind box." Shaki calmly replied, "Increase the quantity tenfold." Rayleigh, in a desperate struggle, said, "I don't have that much money." At a critical moment, Dao Xian stepped in. His eyes could see the wealth others possessed, and Rayleigh's fortune was entirely within his sight. Rayleigh's wealth was just enough to open 1,000 bronze blind boxes and 10 silver blind boxes. Dao Xian still left a bit of pocket money for Rayleigh, with a total of 1,000 bronze blind boxes and 10 silver blind boxes amounting to about 220 million berries. According to Dao Xian's investigation, Rayleigh's net worth is a whopping 250 million berries. And Dao Xian also left him with 30 million berries as personal spending money. At this moment, Shachi was giving Rayleigh a death stare, and facing that gaze, Rayleigh instantly felt less hatred towards Dao Xian. After all, Dao Xian had left him 30 million berries as personal funds. The best part is, Dao Xian helped him clean that 30 million berries. Once this matter passes, Shachi will definitely think that he no longer has any personal funds. And that will be the time he can truly enjoy himself. Just thinking about the group of young girls in the happy street of Sabeti Archipelago made Rayleigh feel invigorated. So, shall I give it a try? Dao Xian once said that he could directly take away Bailey, which is one of the reasons why Rayleigh was willing to believe him. If he truly had such ability, Dao Xian could have easily stolen his wealth. Therefore, since Dao Xian has this ability and did not do so, it indicates that what he said is very likely to be true. In fact, all of Dao Xian's previous statements only gave Rayleigh a slight sense of belief. Rayleigh did not fully trust him. However, considering that the cost of trying what Dao Xian suggested is not high, a blind box only costs 200,000 Bailey. Even if they lost 200,000 Bailey, it would essentially be a zero loss for Rayleigh and Shaki. But if what Dao Xian said is true, then the implications could be significant. A merchant who can walk among the worlds holds great significance for their world. Once the world learns of his existence, he will have an attraction greater than that of the great treasures. The recent events were more about the tacit cooperation between Rayleigh and Shaki. In reality, their purpose was still to investigate the truthfulness of the mysterious merchant's words. Once it is confirmed that Dao Xian's words are true, they need to prepare early to welcome this great change. Dao Xian certainly didn't know what he was thinking, but he didn't care. As long as he could sell blind boxes, with more and more people opening them, his power would soon surpass everyone in the world of One Piece. Moreover, it would be strong beyond their imagination. At that time, whether to roll it into a ball or flatten, it would be entirely up to him. Shall we begin? Rayleigh nodded. A feeling of diminished wealth surged in his heart. This was the special ability of the system. While deducting wealth, it would also inform the owner of the wealth about the occurrence. Rayleigh immediately confirmed the truth of Dao Xian's words in his heart and nodded to Ziyaki beside him, using their way of communication to inform her of this matter. Dao Xian didn't pay attention to these details. Instead, he first took out 100 bronze blind boxes and placed them on the table. Then, he joined Nami, Robin, and the little guide Yami as part of the onlookers. Ever since he learned that this handsome old man he knew was actually the legendary pirate, he had fallen into a state of admiration. Grandpa Rayleigh had been living on this island for over a decade, and his father was quite familiar with Rayleigh, which was why he brought the guests to this tavern. Realizing that this grandpa he knew was the legendary pirate, Yami was not only unafraid, but also quite admiring. However, Rayleigh did not notice the child's gaze. Looking at the blind boxes that Dao Xian suddenly took out from thin air, Rayleigh also felt a sudden sense of anticipation. What kind of things could this magical blind box, which could open up worlds, reveal in his hands? With this feeling, Rayleigh picked up a bronze blind box and gently opened it, revealing a syringe-shaped object in front of Dao Xian. Seeing this familiar object, Dao Xian couldn't help but silently inquire with the system in his heart. Would the items in the blind box repeat? Unique items would only come from platinum-level blind boxes. All blind boxes below platinum level contain genuine talisman products, with power depending on their level. For example, the rabbit talisman in Jackie Chan Adventures serves as one of the source powers for the demon god of fire, capable of traversing time and space, while the rabbit talisman in your hand only has the ability to accelerate. Dao Xian instantly understood that these things were quite comprehensible. In other words, everything beneath the platinum blind box consisted of products replicated by the system, without side effects. Of course, their power might not be as strong as the original versions. However, within the platinum blind box, it was possible to obtain original items, which would have side effects and similarly greater power. Most importantly, the items within these blind boxes would never repeat. Everything drawn would be unique. Having clarified the information he wanted to know, Dao Xian turned back to introduce the item that Rayleigh was holding. Congratulations, the first item has already met your requirements. This is a serum from a world with countless powers capable of destroying planets. After injection, it can increase strength by a small amount and extend lifespan by up to 200 years. Restoring youth after injection is certainly not a problem. The strength gained from the serum would naturally feel insignificant to people in the One Piece world. However, its other effect of increasing lifespan is quite significant. Although it does not extend life as much as the original, it can still prolong it to 200 years, which is a very valuable item for ordinary humans in the One Piece world, who generally have an average lifespan of 80 years. Before Shaki could speak, Rayleigh handed the serum to her, but Dao Xian had already explained the conditions for transferring items to others. Therefore, even though Shaki had the serum, she would still have to wait until Rayleigh finished opening the silver blind box before it could truly be in her hands. After giving the serum to Shaki, Rayleigh turned back to continue opening the blind boxes. With Rayleigh's strength and speed, the pace of opening the blind boxes was incredibly fast. In half an hour, 1,099 items from the bronze blind boxes were piled on the ground and the table. With the Captain America serum and Dao Xian's prior arrangements, Rayleigh was not disappointed. Obtaining one Captain America serum was already a significant return. Setting aside the items from the bronze blind boxes, Rayleigh shifted his attention to the silver blind box and reached out. Compared to the plain appearance of the bronze blind boxes, the silver blind box was undoubtedly much more visually appealing. Rayleigh sat steadily in his chair, took a silver blind box that Dao Xian had just extracted, and casually opened it. A brand new scroll design appeared before Dao Xian. This was a design that had never appeared before, seemingly a skill from a previously unseen world. Dao Xian deliberately checked the system's description and finally understood its origin. The power levels in that world were quite high, and, thinking about this, Dao Xian waved his hand to display the effects of the skill. Suddenly, an image rose from the scroll, showing a sword god with 5 swords on his back. Every movement contained countless swordsmanship principles. The sword god held what seemed to be an ordinary sword, annihilating countless monsters. Before each action, he would shake the sword, causing it to emit a white glow. As a sword master, Rayleigh was far more shocked than others. While they might only see the power of the sword god in the image, Rayleigh perceived the sword god's mastery of swordsmanship, a realm he could never reach. Even the swordsmanship of Hawkeye was worlds apart from that of the sword god in the image. As a non-sword practitioner, Dao Xian couldn't see these differences. Looking at the sword god in the image, his only feeling was nostalgia. Back in the day, he was also a sword god with 5 swords in his backpack. But due to financial constraints, he had become a sword-forging soldier, a salty fish shouting main, C666. Dao Xian did not expect that his gaze would lead to a misunderstanding for Rayleigh. Seeing Dao Xian's nostalgic expression, along with his earlier mention of his identity, Rayleigh automatically imagined Dao Xian back in the world of the sword god, fighting alongside the sword god to slay that giant turtle-like monster. His attitude towards Dao Xian instantly changed. Dao Xian, however, was unaware of the myriad associations that Rayleigh had suddenly conjured. After reminiscing about his lost youth, he began to introduce the skills contained within this scroll. As you can see, this is indeed a technique from the swordsmanship of the sword god depicted in that image. A figure bearing 5 divine swords. The technique is called breaking the extreme blade. After use, it allows a weapon to break through its limits, meaning the weapon's rank can be enhanced to a certain degree. Ordinary swords can become weapons of good quality after use. Of course, the downside is that ordinary swords will deteriorate very quickly after using this technique. On the other hand, renowned swords can rival the supreme great swords, like the unparalleled great sword, after utilizing this skill. And this is merely its most basic application. Mastering more techniques requires opening more blind boxes. The breaking the extreme blade that was obtained was just a level 1 skill scroll, which is undoubtedly far inferior to the max level 10 version. However, in the world of One Piece, its power is still strong enough. It's just that compared to those epic weapons, these ordinary swords might have a very short lifespan after use. Perhaps only the unparalleled great sword could withstand its power. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Rayleigh had to admit he was intrigued. The weapon he held was also considered a renowned sword, ranking 13th among the great swords. But it was undoubtedly vastly inferior compared to the unparalleled great sword. He had sought the unparalleled great sword before, but in this world, there were only 12 weapons bearing that name, and Rayleigh had not been fortunate enough to encounter an unclaimed unparalleled great sword. The moment Dao Xian finished his explanation, Rayleigh tore open the scroll, and countless techniques for unleashing weapon power appeared in his mind. Following this instinct, Rayleigh picked up a wooden stick and shouted the name of the technique. Breaking the extreme blade. A white light enveloped the wooden stick, and Rayleigh swung it. As a seasoned swordsman, he instantly realized that this ordinary wooden stick was being used like a weapon of good quality in his hands. After a few swings, the white light dissipated, and the wooden stick suddenly shattered into pieces. Rayleigh knew that its inherent quality was too poor, so it could only withstand the power of the breaking the extreme blade for a few seconds. If it were a renowned sword, this would not have happened. For Rayleigh, acquiring the breaking the extreme blade was almost equivalent to obtaining an unparalleled great sword, which was enough to make him happy. However, Rayleigh was even more curious about whether the blind box contained the sword god's legacy. He had ignited a flicker of interest in the knowledge of swordsmanship. He wondered if this blind box could yield the swordsmanship legacy belonging to that sword god. The old man still held a bit of interest in swordsmanship. Seeing that Rayleigh had finally taken a bait, Dao Xian felt quite gratified. Relying solely on Xia Qi was not enough. Only when Rayleigh became genuinely interested would he find ways to earn money to open blind boxes, allowing him to continuously reap the benefits from this big cabbage named Rayleigh. Moreover, Dao Xian felt that the breaking the extreme blade had a very high affinity with his own abilities. His weapon utilized the ability to manipulate particles, converted from ordinary matter. If one were to say it was strong, it was actually just average. Dao Xian suspected it would probably break with a single strike against an unparalleled greatsword. However, if paired with the breaking the extreme blade, it would be a different story, and its lethality would significantly increase. Dao Xian was quite satisfied with what Rayleigh obtained from the first silver blind box. It was a substantial supplement to his combat power. In response to Rayleigh's inquiry, Dao Xian nodded and said, "Of course, the sword god's name is Sadaros. His legacy, even if it is just the initial level sword spirit, requires a gold level blind box to be opened. As for the sword saints, sword gods, and the most powerful extreme sword spirits, they can only be found in even higher level blind boxes." Dao Xian calls this drawing a pie. Faced with this series of illustrations, Rayleigh couldn't help but feel captivated, wishing to witness the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Strangely, Rayleigh suddenly felt that if Mihawk didn't know that there was such swordsmanship in this world, it would be a great pity. If given the chance, he would definitely tell Mihawk that there are swordsmanships in this world far more powerful than his own. Shaking off these thoughts, Rayleigh shifted his focus to opening the boxes. Although the silver blind box couldn't yield the swordsmanship inheritance of Sadaroth, it could still produce skills within the swordsmanship inheritance of the breaking extreme weapon. This was still a good thing and very cost-effective for Rayleigh. He didn't feel that the price of the blind boxes was high at all. The value of being able to buy such a magical blind box was simply incredible. However, reality soon slapped Rayleigh in the face. Aside from the first blind box and the first silver blind box that yielded good items, the next 10 silver blind boxes produced a bunch of consumables, with the best items being a fairy bean and 2 bottles of red and blue potions. Compared to skill scrolls and Captain America's serum, These items undoubtedly had their value significantly discounted. However, for Rayleigh, one serum and the breaking extreme weapon were already more than enough. Spending over 200 million berries was worth it. If he were to buy them, he wouldn't be able to get the supreme great knife for 200 million berries. After opening all the blind boxes, Rayleigh let out a breath and said, "Give the serum permissions to Shaki." Dao Xian nodded, took away the items from the 3 bronze blind boxes, and then lifted the restrictions. Only then did Xiaoqi feel as if the serum in her hand had truly come to life, becoming a part of this world. Following Dao Xian's instructions, Xiaoqi directly used the serum. With the successful injection, the wrinkles on her face were visibly smoothed out, and her originally dry skin regained its youthful moisture, transforming her from a mature woman into a young girl. At that moment, no one could tell that Xiaoqi was actually decades old. Her appearance was no different from that of a girl in her 20s. Witnessing this scene, Robin also showed a hint of envy on her face. She wasn't young anymore and was gradually starting to care about her appearance. Dao Xian had already noticed Robin's gaze and quickly leaned closer to her, whispering, "I have a bottle of serum here. Come to my room later, and I'll give it to you." Robin's face flushed, and she shot Dao Xian a glare, saying nothing. She turned her head as if nothing had happened, leaving Dao Xian feeling quite perplexed. He had taken advantage of Nami, but with Robin, he had gained nothing at all. Aside from feasting his eyes, he was as clean as could be. He was completely unaware of how ambiguous his words could be regarding her coming to his room. If Dao Xian knew, he would only shout that he was wronged. He really hadn't thought about it that way. It was just something he said casually. He and Nami had already injected Captain America's serum, and if he didn't give this serum to Robin, who else could he give it to? As for why she would come to his room at night, Dao Xian suddenly felt that his words seemed a bit off. Well, let's put aside those messy thoughts. As Rayleigh finished opening the box, Dao Xian continued the conversation he had started, turning to the now young girl, Shaki, and said, "Boss lady, let's go take a look at that house worth 5 million berries. We want to move in today." Shaki nodded, feeling very cheerful in her rejuvenated state. Everything looked pleasing to her. However, good mood or not, she had just lost over 200 million berries and needed to make up for it. If she could earn, she would. Although this money was Rayleigh's retirement fund, to her, what was his was also hers. It was no different from taking 200 million berries from her. In this housing matter, earning 1 million berries as a middleman was quite reasonable. You could say that black merchants meeting black merchants, they were evenly matched, and talent met opportunity. Of course, as the top supplier, Dao Xian was the one making the most profit. The 1 million Shaki earned was just a drop in the bucket for him, not worth worrying about. Following Dao Xian's footsteps, Smoker and Tina also arrived on the island. This island was very close to the Navy headquarters, and with Admiral Kizaru's speed, he could reach the island in no time once notified. Therefore, there weren't many pirates daring to cause a ruckus on this island. Most of them were discreetly passing through Fishman Island to enter the New World, all avoiding the trouble that an admiral would bring. At this moment, on Island 66, which was the Navy's base stationed in the Sabati archipelago, an officer was issuing orders to the Navy personnel. You are to find a man with black hair, accompanied by 2 women. Once found, do not disturb them, and quickly return to inform me. After Smoker briefly described Dao Xian and the other's appearance, he had the Navy search the entire island for Dao Xian's whereabouts. Dao Xian's next destination is the Sabati archipelago. He had already informed the warlord of this news, and he was sent on a mission to find Dao Xian's location in advance. They do not seek to stop Dao Xian from selling blind boxes, but every person who buys a blind box from Dao Xian must be investigated by the Navy, and they need to clarify what they obtained. This is to guard against the sudden appearance of powerful pirates. Moreover, if the identity and background of the box opener are clean, the Navy will also make efforts to win them over. Is this the new residence? Nami exclaimed joyfully as she walked into a wooden building. This is a 3-story small building in a European and American architectural style, with each floor close to 200 square meters in size. The first floor is empty, making it very suitable as a store. As for the second and third floors, Dao Xian did not check them since they would be remodeled according to his wishes anyway. This is a shop located on Island 13 of the Sabati archipelago, not far from Shaki's bar, which can be reached in a few minutes on foot. Pirates occasionally pass by outside the house, indicating the unrest in the area, but this unrest is exactly what Dao Xian wants. These people are all customers in his eyes, the ones who will open boxes. Dao Xian can't wait to open the shop right away. However, he still needs to obtain the property rights of the house first. Of course, in this world, property rights are not so strictly enforced. It is enough to report to the Navy and pay a fee to prove that one is not a pirate. With Shaki around, Dao Xian does not need to worry about anything. After paying the money, It only took half a day for the ownership of the house to be transferred to Dao Xian. After Shaki and Yami left, Dao Xian then began to arrange the house with Nami and Robin. The first floor was set up with a large bar-like counter, which was filled with bronze blind boxes, along with a few silver and gold blind boxes as embellishments. Of course, these are just virtual images under the system's power. Only after the buyer pays enough money will these items truly appear in their hands. The second floor was rearranged by Dao Xian to become the residence of Nami and Robin, while the third floor was exclusively for Dao Xian, complete with an attic, which was simply delightful. In his previous life, Dao Xian had never lived in such a large house. The cramped rooms in the city were suffocating. Then comes the final step. System, transfer the protective capabilities to this house. Dao Xian keenly sensed that the protective stance that had been enveloping him had shifted to encompass the entire building. Within this defensive stance, those designated by Dao Xian would not suffer any harm. At the same time, anyone who dared to take action would be met with a counterattack of the same force. For Dao Xian, transferring the stance to the store had the greatest benefit of being able to protect Robin and Nami together. Moreover, with his current strength, no one could take him out in an instant. As long as he was within the store, he was invincible. After setting up the defensive stance, the work for the entire store was complete. It only took a day for a special shop called the Mysterious Store to appear in the Sabaody archipelago. At the entrance of the store, a large sign hung with the shape of a golden blind box, along with a promotional slogan: "Everything you desire, power, lifespan, resurrection of the dead, warships, it has it all. Want it? Then come open a blind box." The lowest tier blind box costs 200,000, and for every 100 purchased, one can buy a next tier blind box, with the highest tier being the golden blind box. Such an exaggerated promotional slogan, combined with such an expensive price and the name Mysterious Store, made it particularly eye-catching. However, what surprised Dao Xian was that not a single person had come to the store, leaving him puzzled. It didn't make sense. Even though the prices were indeed high, there shouldn't be a complete lack of customers. On Island 66, at the Navy base stationed in Sabaody, inside an office building in the base, Smoker and Tina were continuing to arrange actions regarding Dao Xian's newly opened store. I have arranged for the Navy to conduct ongoing sweeps near his store, trying to keep pirates out as much as possible. Completely cutting them off is unrealistic, but stopping some is better than nothing. I heard that Admiral Akainu was supposed to come over, but seems he was delayed by something and won't be able to come for a couple of days. Smoker said, puffing on a large cigar. After spending a day with the Navy and Tina's satellite support, this newly opened store quickly entered their line of sight. Dao Xian also appeared in their sight, along with the shop. However, out of caution towards this mysterious merchant, they did not dare to confront Dao Xian directly. But interfering with Dao Xian's business was still acceptable. This was also the reason why Dao Xian's business was not doing well. "Ace, don't run. Stop right there." A girl draped in a Navy justice coat and wearing extremely short shorts shouted at Ace, the captain of the Spade Pirates, from a distance. Just hearing that pleasant voice, one could picture a beautiful girl in their mind. Upon hearing this voice, Ace seemed to have seen a ghost, quickly fleeing with his two crewmates, seemingly very afraid of encountering this girl. "Why is Captain Ace running? She's just a mere Navy lieutenant. Any one of us can take care of her. I could deal with her in one punch." A tall and sturdy fighter of the Spade Pirates, Asamando, who had a silly demeanor and followed the path of combat, asked while running alongside Ace and the first mate, Dias. The first mate, Dias, unhesitatingly exposed the captain's embarrassing situation. After all, he was the first to board the ship and was well aware of the entanglement between Ace and Iska. "Do you think she's chasing after the captain?" Dias scratched his head, feeling he might have said something wrong, and continued, "It seems that she is indeed pursuing the captain." Ace, seeing Dias being so unsupportive, quickly voiced his dissatisfaction. "Dias, shut up. Be careful. I'll tell everyone about the incident when you're carried out from Joy Street." Asamando looked bewildered. Wow. The first mate was too despicable, going to such a place and not taking him along. Nonetheless, thinking of the girl following behind him, Ace felt a headache coming on. He was the least skilled in dealing with emotional matters. Ever since he saved this Navy girl, she had been trailing behind him, following him from the East Sea all the way to the Grand Line. Ace wasn't a fool, even though he was somewhat dull when it came to feelings. He could sense the girl's affection for him. However, just thinking about his identity as the son of Pirate King Roger made him somewhat resistant to this budding relationship. Not knowing how to face it, he could only use avoidance to temporarily sever this newly sprouted emotion. While dodging, Ace took his two crewmates into a shop to hide. He ran away again, Lieutenant Iska with orange hair complained. She had chased him from the East Sea to Sabaody archipelago. and each time she was almost close to catching Ace. Now, she just wanted to ask Ace if he had any feelings for her. Unfortunately, he escaped again. Looking around and not seeing any members of the Spade Pirates, Iska, as a naval officer, couldn't stay away from the base for too long. So, she could only return disappointed. Inside the mysterious shop, Dao Xian looked at Ace, who was hiding inside and occasionally sneaking glances outside, feeling quite surprised. What a coincidence to run into him here. Dao Xian calculated the timeline in his mind, and it seemed that it was about the same time. Soon, the Spade Pirates would step into the new world, and after multiple failed challenges against Whitebeard, Ace, at Whitebeard's invitation, became a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Spade Pirates, a total of 19 members, disbanded on the spot. What a pity. Let's go. Iska's already left, it's fine now. Watching Iska completely disappear, Ace laughed heartily. Mondo and Dios were about to leave with the captain when they heard a voice and stopped in their tracks. The user of the Flame fruit. The grandson of Marine Vice Admiral Garp, Portgas Ace, you have finally grown up inheriting your mother's surname. Dao Xian appeared to be quite familiar with the surroundings. Aside from revealing that he was Roger's son, all other important identities were laid bare. This was naturally to attract Ace's attention. As a strong individual, Ace was certainly one of his targets. Moreover, Ace, like Luffy, had more of an adventurer's vibe compared to ordinary pirates. Although joining the Whitebeard Pirates allowed him to gain what he truly desired, real familial bonds, it was undoubtedly a betrayal for the other members of the Spade Pirates. It is likely that this was the reason why none of his crew came to his aid when Ace was captured by the Navy in his previous life. However, Dao Xian still quite liked this pure adventurer-like pirate. Who are you? Ace asked, having just entered a random shop to temporarily hide while running. He hadn't expected that upon leaving, the owner would completely expose his identity. Other than the biggest secret buried deep in his heart, everything else was revealed. In this world, there was only one person who was so familiar with his identity, and that was Carp. The person in front of him must have an extraordinary relationship with Carp. The only problem was that this person looked too young, and there seemed to be no reason for them to be so familiar. In response to Ace's question, Dao Xian merely smiled slightly and said, I am just the manager of this mysterious shop, but I do have some connections with your grandfather Carp. I see, you're the old man's friend. Ace laughed heartily, instantly relaxing his guard. He truly did not believe that someone who knew his identity so clearly could have no relation to old man Carp. According to his mother's will, his father Roger had not informed anyone on the ship about his existence, except for Carp. Of course, it was not a matter of distrust. At that time, the Navy was fiercely pursuing the crew of the Pirate King, and knowing such information would only bring greater trouble to his crew. Not everyone on the Pirate King's ship was strong, after all. Therefore, after careful consideration, Roger chose to entrust Ace's life to the ally enemy Carp. Roger knew that Carp, being the kind of person he was, would never harm his wife and children. In that environment, Ace was safest in Carp's hands. Dao Xian was about to shift the topic to blind boxes when Rayleigh stumbled into his shop. Rayleigh was feeling bored at the moment, so he came to check on the business and see what others could pull from the blind boxes. As a box opener, he also wanted to see what others could get from the blind boxes to compare and judge whether he was lucky or not. Boss Dao Xian, I'm here, Rayleigh greeted, dressed in beach casual style, wearing a pair of flip-flops and swaying as he walked in. Dao Xian nodded, indicating his welcome to him. Dao Xian didn't expect that Ace would meet Rayleigh so soon, but if he didn't reveal Ace's identity, Rayleigh might not recognize him either. Compared to Roger, Ace inherited more of his mother's looks. Is he the guest for today? Uninformed, Rayleigh casually asked. This question piqued Ace's interest. Boss, what does your shop sell? Dao Xian was pondering how to bring up this topic when he heard Ace's question and instantly gave a thumbs up to Rayleigh for the perfect assist. He then began to explain. This is a place that sells all kinds of magical items from various worlds. The so-called various worlds left Ace, Doflamingo, and Mondo with exaggerated expressions, completely stunned by Dao Xian's words. However, if what Dao Xian said was true, his relationship with Carp might not be as close as he thought. After all, a mysterious merchant capable of traversing different worlds could potentially learn his identity through any channel. But resurrection? He had never seen his mother since he was born, yet through the letters left by her and the information relayed by Carp, he could still feel her love for him as her son. Upon hearing Dao Xian mention the existence of resurrection items, a desire to bring his mother back to life began to blossom in his heart. Can the deceased truly be resurrected? Ace's expression changed from a constant smile to one of silence, as if he were reminiscing or cherishing something. Dao Xian just smiled slightly. Everything is possible. Death is never the end. In some worlds, there are even realms where the dead exist. At this point, Dao Xian suddenly thought of Brook. According to Brook, after his death, he entered the underworld and was able to escape from it thanks to the power of the underworld fruit. The devil fruits are indeed terrifying. From Dao Xian's own speculation, Brook's fruit is the most terrifying of all. It involves the realm of the undead, and he escaped from the underworld. Combined with the fact that he is already a dead body, unless he is reduced to ashes, he is almost an immortal being. In a sense, Brook is the most perfect vessel for the underworld fruit. The King of Souls, the Lord of the underworld, Brook has great potential. Let's try opening a box and see how many I can open. Ace fell silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. He wasn't too sure if he should resurrect his mother, but anyway, resurrection items are not that easy to obtain. It's worth a try. Dao Xian was very straightforward. After scanning Ace's assets, he discovered that Ace could open 200 bronze blind boxes and 2 silver blind boxes. 200 bronze blind boxes and 2 silver blind boxes are all your assets. Do you want to purchase so many blind boxes? Ace nodded. So Dao Xian didn't hesitate any longer. He directly deducted the wealth and extracted 220 bronze blind boxes from the system, placing them on the table. 200 were purchased, and 20 were complimentary. Please. Dao Xian simply said please and silently watched him open the blind box. Each person opening a blind box had their own purpose. As for Ace, his purpose was undoubtedly to resurrect his mother. However, Dao Xian was also curious if he could actually obtain such a magical item. After all, so many people had opened blind boxes without success, and even Moria had failed to obtain a resurrection item. He wondered what Ace would find in the blind box. Next to him, Rayleigh struck up a conversation with Dao Xian. Perhaps it would be a resurrection item. After all, his father was Roger. Rayleigh's expression changed instantly, and the smile on his face couldn't hide the surprise hidden in his heart. As for doubting Dao Xian's words, he didn't. After all, Dao Xian had already become a figure of a transcendent being in his mind, traversing the worlds. There was no need to lie about such things. And with Dao Xian's words, Rayleigh also found a slight resemblance to Roger and Rouge in Ace's face. The more he looked, the more similar it became. So, he's called Ace? That's right, Pork-ass D. Ace, that is his name. Rayleigh nodded, looking at Roger's grown-up child, complex emotions surfacing in his heart. Back then, they were all fleeing from the Navy's pursuit and had no time to care for Roger's family. Moreover, Roger had told them that he had found a suitable place to settle them. He never expected that Roger's child would have grown up so much. Looking at Ace's youthful figure, Rayleigh seemed to see himself and Roger adventuring across the sea together. By the way, Rayleigh, what exactly is the One Piece? Taking advantage of Rayleigh's reminiscing, Dao Xian casually asked. He had been curious about the One Piece for a long time. Aside from Roger's treasure, there were also secrets of Laugh-Tale. Rayleigh just smiled slightly. Aren't you the mysterious merchant? Is there anything you don't know? Dao Xian glanced at Rayleigh and didn't ask further. With his speed of becoming stronger through blind boxes, this world would soon be unable to hold him back. By then, he would go to Laugh-Tale himself to see what this great treasure really was. Dao Xian and Rayleigh's voices were not loud, and Ace did not hear them. His attention was entirely focused on the blind box, with a sense of tension that the resurrection item could be revealed at any moment. Ace reached out and picked up the first bronze blind box, tearing open the packaging. A fire release scroll appeared in front of Dao Xian. The fire release, Great Fireball Technique, is a C-rank ninja technique from a world called Naruto, and it is just an ordinary fire release technique. Dao Xian took a look and explained, this is a relatively low-level fire technique. If it were an ordinary person, it would still be quite valuable. Unfortunately, for Ace, who has eaten the Mera no Mi, this fire technique is not as effective. Aside from the fact that it can be used without being restricted by Sea Prism Stone, it pales in comparison to the attacks Ace can unleash through the Mera no Mi. Ace casually absorbed the power of this scroll and then continued to open other bronze blind boxes. There are still 219 bronze blind boxes, which will take some time. Watching Ace's face, Rayleigh smiled happily. He hadn't felt this happy in a long time. It was wonderful to see the captain's descendant. It was so great that he couldn't help but want to go out and share this news with the crew from back in the day. He believed those old guys would be very pleased. However, Ace's strength seemed a bit lacking. Rayleigh could tell at a glance that Ace's hockey level wasn't impressive. Of course, this was in comparison to him. Compared to ordinary pirates, Ace was undoubtedly gifted. With the powerful abilities of the Mera no Mi, coupled with a certain level of hockey, Ace would still have a place in the second half of the Grand Line. Rayleigh thought about whether he should find an opportunity to train Ace's hockey. That was the only thing he could do for him. Dao Xian was watching Ace open the bronze blind boxes with complete boredom. For him, the bronze blind boxes were utterly devoid of surprises. And indeed, Out of the 120 bronze blind boxes, only the first skill scroll was useful. The rest were all trash. Ordinary weapons could be easily crushed into molten iron in Ace's hands. Coupled with his elemental abilities, Ace didn't even bother to glance at these worthless items. And Dao Xian straightforwardly helped him recycle them. After finishing opening the bronze blind boxes, Dao Xian finally said, "The good stuff is all in the silver blind boxes. Come on." Dao Xian directly took out the 2 silver blind boxes purchased by Ace. The silver shone brilliantly, clearly different in essence from the bronze blind boxes. Ace picked up one of the silver blind boxes, appearing both apprehensive and somewhat nervous. With this feeling in mind, Ace opened his first silver blind box, revealing a scroll from the Naruto world. However, it was a design that Dao Xian had never seen before, completely different from the disposable ninjutsu scrolls and skill scrolls. Dao Xian realized that the goods had been released, and he immediately felt a jolt of excitement. He glanced at the instructions in the system, and then waved his hand to release an image showcasing the abilities. In the image, a young man dressed in blue clothing, with a fan emblem on his back, had blood-red eyes, with a single tomo, double tomo, and triple tomo, eventually transforming into a 6-pointed star-shaped red eye. Accompanying the change in his eyes, the man in the image also unleashed different abilities, starting with the single tomo, which allowed him to directly perceive the flow of energy within his enemies. Then came the double tomo, which enhanced the speed of his neural responses. Next was the triple tomo, which enabled him to replicate the abilities of his enemies, including ninjutsu and physical techniques of a certain level. Finally, there was the ocular technique of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, which was an ability that Ace was particularly interested in. As a fellow user of flames, he was extremely curious about the black flames in the image that would not extinguish. It is known that the Flame fruit grants its user the ability to transform into any flame as long as they possess the original source flame. However, before this, he had not encountered any other fire sources. He could only transform into the flames of nature. But if he could transform into that kind of black flame from the image, how powerful would that be? He himself did not know, but undoubtedly, it would be terrifying, undying and unyielding, burning to the end. Such a fearsome flame truly piqued his interest. Ace's eyes were fixed intently on Dao Xian. He could hardly wait to know what was contained within this scroll. Rayleigh also couldn't help but lean in, waiting for Dao Xian's explanation, as the unknown was always so enticing. The Bloodline Limit Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke Defective, this was its name. After use, one could obtain the abilities demonstrated in the image. However, the bloodline you acquire is not perfect. Some abilities are still incomplete. Moreover, once you obtain it, you can only use the first ability of the single tomo. And as you progress, it will gradually evolve. Only when it becomes the final 6-pointed star Sharingan can you use its ultimate ability, Amaterasu, the Eternal Flame Amaterasu. However, if the ultimate ability is used excessively, it may lead to blindness. Once you develop it to the kaleidoscope stage, you must also use its abilities with caution. Dao Xian couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for Ace, as he had only unlocked the incomplete Manjiki Sharingan abilities of Itachi. Even if he developed the Manjiki Sharingan, he would only have the Amaterasu ability, and he would still face the risk of blindness. However, there were still opportunities for further advancement, depending on whether he could unlock the other half of Itachi's Manjiki abilities, or more simply, directly obtain Itachi's Manjiki and evolve into the Eternal Manjiki. Of course, that was something for later. Ace was still very happy about unlocking the Sharingan, especially the ultimate ability, which once developed would definitely become his trump card. As for the issue of blindness, it was already a trump card, so it wouldn't be used casually. Once it was used, it would mean fighting with all his might, which was an acceptable price. Moreover, with the existence of a mysterious shop, even if he went blind, it might not be impossible to recover. With this thought, Ace felt no more hesitation. He directly tore the scroll, which transformed into a beam of bloodlight and fused with his eyes. When Ace opened his eyes again, a blood-red eye appeared before him. However, there was only one tomo visible in the blood-red eye, indicating that he was still quite far from achieving the Manjiki. Of course, under the influence of the system, the evolution difficulty was much lower than in the original Naruto, although the power was slightly weaker. However, compared to the difficulty, this Sharingan was clearly more suited for Ace. After all, Ace's main combat abilities were still Haki and the Mera Mera no Mi powers, with the Manjiki serving more as a support ability. To exert a greater effect, he would need to open more blind boxes. After getting a bit used to the Sharingan, Ace closed it, and when he activated it, he could clearly feel his stamina depleting. However, Compared to his abilities, the rate of depletion was not significant. He could keep it activated for a whole day, consuming about the same amount of stamina as a regular fight. Looking at the last silver blind box, Ace reached out and opened it directly. Inside was a senza bean, which could restore all stamina and injuries, including regrowing severed limbs. But it couldn't be used to cure diseases. Dao Xian introduced the Dao without any fluctuations. He had seen too many immortal beans, but it was obvious that Ace's 2 silver blind boxes were quite good, and the items opened were decent. Especially the bloodline thing. Ace was the first to open it. Although it was incomplete, it matched him quite well, particularly the ultimate ability. Dao Xian was also curious about what kind of effect Amaterasu flames would have under Ace's burn fruit ability, especially after awakening. A battle between Akiji and Akainu could create an island of ice and fire. Could Ace create an island of Amaterasu flames that never extinguished? This was indeed intriguing. Good stuff. Ace accepted the immortal beans and then smiled, saying, "It's a pity I only have this much money right now. I'll open the boxes again when I return from the New World. By then, I must open a golden blind box and see what good things are inside." After Ace finished speaking and was about to call his crew to leave, he saw the white-haired old man standing next to the store manager, walking over with a smile. "You must be Ace, right?" Facing Rayleigh's kindness, Ace nodded, feeling quite puzzled. He had an inexplicable feeling, as if he were facing Carp. "Would you like to learn hockey from me?" Rayleigh got straight to the point. Ace looked Rayleigh up and down, but couldn't see any aura of a strong person from him. He seemed just like an old man enjoying retirement. However, the vague perception of observation hockey and conqueror's hockey told him that this old man was not simple. Moreover, he knew that this old man had no ill intentions towards him. "Why?" Ace asked. "Because you are that man's son?" Rayleigh laughed heartily. Although Rayleigh didn't say it explicitly, Ace understood his meaning. It was clear that he had a close relationship with that man. After saying this, Rayleigh took Ace directly away from there. As for what happened afterward, Dao Xian didn't care much. Speaking of which, Robin and Nami had been buying some daily necessities and furniture for a while, and the next time was a rare joy for Dao Xian. On an island in the second half of the Grand Line, there was a small town full of factories. The whole town was filled with albatrosses flying around, each carrying a messenger bag divided into 2 parts. One part holding newspapers, and the other a cleverly designed pocket for coins. This was the location of the largest news agency in the pirate world, the World Economic News Agency. The owner here was Morgans, a user of the bird fruit, albatross model. Relying on the power of the devil fruit, he made a deal with these birds. They worked for him, selling newspapers around the world, and he became one of the 4 kings of the dark world. He held countless pieces of information. Moreover, Morgans had never revealed his human identity in front of anyone, which was why he dared to offend anyone. No one knew his true face. What the world saw was his form after transforming into a beast, which was also his awakened appearance. Morgan's appearance also served as a warning to those who tried to take action against him. A resilient, flying enemy could be terrifying. No one dared to claim they could definitely defeat him. Not even Kaido. Ga ga ga. A robust albatross flew over, reporting a major event to Morgans. At this moment, Morgans, in his awakened animal form, or rather, considering this awakened form as his true appearance, had a glimmer in his eyes. It seemed he had encountered some monumental news. For the president of the world's largest news agency, if such big news couldn't be reported under his name, it would be worse than death. Moria is challenging Kaido. The 7 warlords are going to take action against the 4 emperors. Morgans, resembling a giant bird standing upright, muttered various big headlines. Clearly, he was very much looking forward to this event. Whether Moria succeeded or failed, lived or died, it was a monumental headline that was enough to make the front page today. Thinking of this, Morgans instructed his subordinates, "Quick, put Moria's challenge to Kaido on the latest newspaper, immediately, right now. By tomorrow morning at the latest. I want everyone who buys our newspapers in the world to know this news." After giving the orders, Morgans immediately took off, flying towards Wano country. Such a big event. Sending ordinary reporters would likely cause key information to be missed. He had to handle it personally. This news belonged to him. And as for the reporters from other news agencies, daring to go against one of the 4 kings of the dark world was seeking their own death. A day later, the news of Moria's challenge to Kaido spread throughout the world, causing a stir among various factions. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku was furious. Faced with Moria's unilateral action, he was very displeased, especially regarding the challenge to Kaido. Did Moria's ambitions resurface? Or did he think that after 8 years, he had become strong enough to defeat Kaido? Investigate. Find out what happened before Moria left the Misty Sea. Sengoku dispatched all available Navy intelligence personnel to investigate why Moria suddenly challenged Kaido again. On the other side, the four emperors and the Revolutionary Army also received the news. Oh, Moria is challenging Kaido again. The seven warlords are taking action against the four emperors. As he flew through the sky, Dragon casually picked up a newspaper from a bird while passing by and tossed in some belly, showcasing his exquisite control over his fruit abilities. On red-haired Shanks' ship, upon seeing the newspaper, Shanks was also pondering how this event would affect the world structure. As the most unique among the four emperors, he seemed to have no ambitions, spending nearly every day drinking and enjoying himself in his territory, unlike Kaido and Big Mom, who were always looking for ways to expand their power. He never actively expanded his territory. Not only that, if conflicts arose between the four emperors or large-scale conflicts occurred between the Navy and the four emperors, he would mediate to prevent the escalation of the conflict. Shanks' presence was crucial to the current calm on the sea. However, only Shanks, as a fellow four emperor, understood the gap between Moria and Kaido. They wielded the highest application of Conqueror's Haki, armed Conqueror's Haki, using Conqueror's Haki in conjunction with armament Haki. This was why Conqueror's Haki was regarded as proof of a king's qualification. And it was also Shanks' greatest ability to stand alongside other four emperors despite not being a member of the giant race and not having eaten a devil fruit. Although Moria possessed Conqueror's Haki, his understanding of it was very shallow. For him, the Conqueror's Haki can only be used to bully the weak. Moria is well aware of the distance between himself and the four emperors, and Shanks knows it very well, which is why he has no intention of intervening. This is merely a farce. Considering this, Shanks decided against going to watch and instead stayed on his own territory, hosting a banquet peacefully. Moria's challenge is just a farce. He has no need to join the commotion. Old man, Moria is actually going to challenge Kaido. Should we go take a look? Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, asked Whitebeard, who was sitting nearby, while reading the news in the newspaper. Whitebeard, sitting in his large chair, paid no attention to this trivial matter and continued to drink the fine wine offered by the Fishman tribe. Old man, drink less, your health. Marco, as the ship's doctor and vice captain, was well aware that Whitebeard's health was deteriorating. I'm fine, Bista, bring the old man more wine. Gururara, Whitebeard laughed heartily, and Bista, standing nearby, went to fetch more wine with a smile. Marco felt helpless about this. Even if Whitebeard's health was poor, no one could stop him from drinking. He could only do his best to help Whitebeard maintain his health within his capacity. However, due to the importance of the information, Marco decided to send someone to Wano country to check on the battle. As he looked around, Marco noticed that everyone else was drinking and having fun, except for Blackbeard Teach, who was gazing into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Marco approached him. Teach, Moria is preparing to challenge Kaido. Can you go to Wano country and see what is happening? Marco asked for Teach's opinion. Blackbeard, who had just realized Marco was talking to him, had been pondering the possible locations of the dark fruit. He had been a member of the Whitebeard Pirates for over a decade, and during these years, he had not given up on searching for the dark fruit while honing his strength. As a member of the D family, he understood the power of the D clan better than anyone else, and he was a unique member of that family, possessing a special constitution that allowed him to consume multiple devil fruits. To acquire the most perfect fruit, he needed to obtain the most fearsome Logia-type fruit in history, the dark fruit. Only by getting it could his ambitions have a chance to be realized. Wano country? Interesting, Teach thought. He had been to many places, but he had never been to Wano country. Over the years in the Whitebeard Pirates, he had been one of the members who had gone on the most expeditions. Could Wano country be the hiding place of the dark fruit? With this thought, Teach readily agreed to Marco's request and set off for Wano country with a few colleagues from the 2nd Division. Moria is going to challenge Kaido? The only female among the four emperors, Big Mom, laughed loudly. Katakuri, you go to Wano country and ensure Moria's survival. He has finally come out of that sea area. Moria's race is extremely special, one that Big Mom has long sought after, and Moria is likely the last of that race. Big Mom has wanted to capture Moria for a long time, but unfortunately, he had been hiding in the foggy waters of the first half of the Grand Line for many years. Finding him was no easy task. Now that such a good opportunity has arisen, she certainly wouldn't let it slip away. However, the four emperors are not allowed to casually venture into each other's territories, as it could easily lead to conflict among them. As for the crew members, there are no such restrictions. Sending Katakuri, her strongest son, would ensure that everything goes smoothly. Wano country, bring me some wine. Kaido, who was drunk, completely ignored the report from his subordinate, the Calamity, who was trying to inform him of the situation. The Calamity was also quite troubled. Kaido hardly spent much time sober and was mostly inebriated. Just Moria? If he dares to come, I can handle him myself without Lord Kaido needing to lift a finger, said a plump man beside him, who is none other than the Calamity Queen. The Four Emperors pirate crew has never been a solitary force, but rather a small-scale naval power. In Kaido's crew, there are already over 200 artificial Zoan-type devil fruit users. With the covert support of the Flamingo da Flamingo, that number continues to grow. A mere Moria is not worth their attention. The only question is whether Kaido is interested in playing with him. If not, with a single command, the Beast Pirates could easily overwhelm Moria. Some powerful factions see Moria merely as a clown. No one thinks he could be Kaido's opponent. However, for a world lacking major events, this is still a sufficiently eye-catching matter. For Moria, as long as he doesn't suffer a crushing defeat in this battle, he could rise to become a true great pirate. Up until now, Moria hasn't really done anything earth-shattering. His greatest achievement is challenging Kaido and surviving. The 7 warlords, pirates, the navy, and the press are all gathering in Wano country, eagerly anticipating Moria's challenge. Will he become a clown or defeat Kaido and ascend to the position of the 4 emperors, becoming one of the 5 emperors of this sea? On Sabeti Archipelago, it was another day without business. However, after seeing the news published in the newspaper, Doflamingo knew that he would soon be inundated with customers. With the shadow space acquired, combined with Moria's shadow fruit, Doflamingo realized that even if Moria couldn't defeat Kaido, he was certainly no longer the kind of weakling he used to be. Of course, this isn't just about opening boxes. More importantly, opening boxes helped him regain the mindset of a strong person. In the world of One Piece, haki is a fascinating power, especially Conqueror's haki, which is proportional to strength and mindset. When a person can firmly believe in their convictions, their Conqueror's haki becomes extraordinarily powerful. At this moment, Moria has already regained his own Conqueror's haki. Fearless of the king, a confident Moria challenging Kaido is certainly not seeking death. After Moria's fierce battle with Kaido, the outcome will surely shock the world, and Doflamingo's identity will inevitably be investigated. By that time, the Platinum Blind Box should be able to make its appearance. Thinking about this, Doflamingo felt no urgency and comfortably slumped on the sofa in the store, quietly waiting for the major event to unfold. Meanwhile, Robin and Nami set up a fruit platter and sunflower seeds, enjoying a few of the most popular novels of the time. A man with an explosive hairstyle walked in through the door. He questioned, "Nico Robin?" Robin's expression changed drastically. This man was her nightmare, haunting her for more than a decade, almost becoming her worst fear. "What's wrong, Robin?" Nami, not knowing what had happened, asked with concern as she noticed Robin's drastic change in expression. Daoxian looked up and saw a tall man wearing a white vest, white trousers, and an eye mask, with an afro hairstyle entering his field of vision. Akiji? Daoxian recited his nickname. Indeed, what appeared before them was Akiji, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. As Smoker's direct superior, Akiji was the first to report after receiving news from Daoxian. After learning about Daoxian, Akiji decided not to inform anyone else and personally came to the island. He wanted to see this mysterious merchant for himself. He wanted to see who this person was that Zifa had been so grateful to. The mysterious merchant described by Zifa had an image of justice. Yet he was also a merchant capable of providing power to others. His existence was the source of chaos. Akiji even envisioned a world destroyed because of him, where countless powerful individuals exploited civilians endlessly to gain wealth from his blind boxes. Subsequently, these strong individuals would fight among themselves, leading to the world's destruction. The hard-won balance on the seas would be utterly shattered under the mysterious merchant's blind boxes. As long as the news of the mysterious merchant spread to more people, such a situation would be almost inevitable. To clarify this, Akiji avoided the ears and eyes of everyone and came alone into this mysterious shop. To his surprise, he saw Nico Robin, whom he hadn't seen for a year. Robin was sitting on the sofa, one hand holding sunflower seeds and the other a book, clearly not wandering. "Nico Robin, have you found your home?" Akiji asked lightly. Robin fell silent. She didn't know if Daoxian was her home, but at least here, she felt no pressure. Unlike elsewhere, where people were constantly trying to claim her bounty with her head. Perhaps that was enough. This place was her home, just when Robin herself was uncertain. Daoxian decisively gave her clarity. After spending time together, his feelings towards Robin and Nami had changed from that of adoring fictional wives to a familial bond, resembling love, yet also familial affection. Robin evidently enjoyed this feeling, especially as she could sense Dao Xian's sincerity. Is that so? That's good. Akiji suddenly smiled, a smile that Dao Xian had never seen in anime before. Akiji turned to Dao Xian. Since Nico Robin had found her home, he no longer needed to help her escape the Navy's pursuit. Whether she lived or died depended on the nature of the home she had found. His mission was complete. This was the only thing he could do for O'Hara to leave behind the last seed. You are the mysterious merchant that Zifa mentioned, right? What is your purpose in this world? Do you wish for its destruction? Akiji directly threw out all his questions. In response to Akiji's inquiries, Dao Xian replied, "Do you want to know? Then come open a blind box. My only purpose is to sell more blind boxes. As for whether this world will be destroyed, it has little to do with me. The fate of this world naturally depends on the people within it, whether it is destruction or survival. Isn't the fate of this world in your hands?" This profound dialogue, in reality, said nothing at all. Dao Xian was going around in circles, with one goal in mind, to get Akiji to open a blind box. Compared to Akainu and Kizaru, Dao Xian undoubtedly had the highest regard for Akiji. Akainu's sense of justice was too radical, while Kizaru had no sense of justice at all. Only Akiji had his own sense of justice, which was neither radical nor blindly obedient to the world government. Dao Xian is quite optimistic about Qing Ji taking the position of marshal, especially considering his teacher-student relationship with ZFA and their shared sense of justice. Whether such a navy can break free from the world government and become an independent institution remains to be seen. Let's open the blind box. Since Dao Xian has mentioned it here, Qing Ji naturally cannot refuse to open the blind box, he replied casually. Dao Xian's expression remained unchanged, but he was ecstatic inside. Another strong contender had taken the bait, and he wondered how much wealth Admiral Green Bull had. He activated the system's scanning ability, and Green Bull's wealth appeared before him. 28 million berries? Green Bull was much poorer than he had imagined. Dao Xian's disappointment was immediately noticed by Green Bull, who scratched his head. My money should be enough to buy 100 bronze blind boxes and 1 silver blind box, right? As a Navy admiral, Green Bull had all his food and clothing covered, and he didn't have many places to spend money. During his missions, he often helped impoverished citizens. This 28 million berries were his savings over many years. On the other side, Dao Xian also set aside his disappointment. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, and after making several big moves, the current amount made it seem like Green Bull was a miser. In reality, Green Bull's wealth was still decent. After a routine inquiry about whether to purchase and receiving Green Bull's consent, he deducted the money and placed the bronze blind boxes before Green Bull. The unknown blind box captivated Green Bull, and the first blind box opened. Although it was his first time seeing a blind box, Green Bull had already heard about them from his teacher, Zifa. The bronze blind box shimmered with a simple metallic luster, perfectly embodying the characteristics of this otherworldly product. Green Bull carefully observed every detail and gently opened the first blind box. A dazzling light appeared, and Green Bull slightly shielded his eyes from the blinding brightness. As the light faded, a bird egg appeared before everyone. However, compared to ordinary bird eggs, this one was unusually large. A bird egg? Green Bull was a bit dumbfounded. He never expected there would be an egg in the blind box that could even hatch living creatures. Seeing Green Bull's shocked expression, Dao Xian curiously asked, "Haven't you seen that giant turtle beside Vice Admiral Garp? That was also hatched from a blind box." Green Bull then recalled seeing a giant turtle next to Garp when he was at the Navy headquarters. But he had thought Garp had caught it from somewhere and hadn't paid much attention. It turned out it was also from a blind box. However, what was so special about this mere bird egg? In their world, there were countless strange creatures, and sea kings were endless. It was just a bird. So Green Bull didn't take it to heart. Just as Green Bull was thinking this, Dao Xian waved his hand, and an image appeared above the bird egg. In the image, a magnificent giant bird soared with grace, reminiscent of a phoenix, instantly capturing all of Green Bull's attention. What should I do with this egg? Upon seeing the shape resembling a kite, Green Bull instantly changed his mind. Having a flying bird seemed quite appealing. Others thought it was cool for him to ride a bicycle on the sea, but only he knew it was not only slow, but also tiring. With such a top-tier giant bird as a mount, he wouldn't be foolish enough to ride a bicycle on the sea. He could just hold the egg in his hands. Dao Xian was also quite interested in watching Qingji, going from initial indifference to finally being charmed. To be honest, which man could resist having a Pokemon? He certainly couldn't. He didn't want Carp's turtle. However, the Pidgeot was still very impressive, and Dao Xian had already imagined himself flying over the sea on the back of a Pidgeot. Upon hearing this, Qingji held up the giant egg with both hands. A burst of white light shone from within the egg, and the shell cracked open, revealing a variant Pidgey covered in blue feathers in front of everyone. Kawaii! Nami exclaimed in delight, while continuously giving Dao Xian meaningful glances, hinting for him to choose the Pidgeot for her when the time came. Dao Xian also exchanged a knowing glance with Nami, reaching an unspeakable deal. Robin glanced over, seemingly a bit disdainful, and then absorbed herself in the book in her hands. In her eyes, this bird looked incredibly ugly. Peep, peep. The little bird landed on the ground, making a loud call. Akiji felt as if he suddenly had some kind of telepathic connection with this little creature. At the moment this connection appeared, a white light of evolution emanated from a bird. The little bird evolved from a Pidgey to a Pidgeot, transforming into a giant bird standing over 2 meters tall. Its green feathers matched perfectly with Akiji. With a resounding cry, Pidgeot announced its arrival in this world. Akiji temporarily calmed Pidgeot through their telepathic link before turning back to continue examining the bronze blind box. The first bronze blind box had already brought such a big surprise. Akiji instantly raised his interest in these bronze blind boxes tenfold. After spending half an hour, what he got was a pile of garbage, leaving Akiji with a face full of black lines. After all that, the first blind box was good, but the rest were trash? Akiji recalled his conversations with Smoker and Zephyr and suddenly realized that the first blind box was indeed not bad. However, it seemed that the subsequent bronze blind boxes were not very good. If he wanted something worthwhile, he would have to look at the silver blind boxes. This bronze blind box had traps. Akiji instantly discerned the true nature of this bronze blind box. The first one was purely to lure people in, while the rest were basically free. Then the silver blind boxes dangled in front of them. This series of events left the buyers with nothing to spare. What a cunning, mysterious merchant. Akiji immediately became extremely vigilant. Dao Xian saw that all the bronze blind boxes of Qing Ji were black except for the first one. But he remained calm and composed, without any signs of excitement. He had seen this scene too many times to feel embarrassed. Facing Qing Ji's gaze, which was filled with suspicion of scammer, Dao Xian nonchalantly changed the subject and asked, "Shall we open the silver blind box now?" "Let's do it." Faced with Dao Xian's complete lack of embarrassment, Qing Ji had no choice but to finish opening the silver blind box. However, looking at the eagle beside him, Qing Ji could only comfort himself in his heart, thinking that this round wasn't a loss. Dao Xian took out the only silver blind box purchased by Qing Ji and solemnly placed it on the table. He then stepped aside, watching as Qing Ji opened the box. Given Qing Ji's status, there was a hint of tension as he held the silver blind box, a mix of anticipation and fear. Would he be a lucky one or a loser? This is a dilemma every box opener faces, especially when others hit the jackpot while they end up with nothing. With this thought in mind, Qing Ji picked up the silver blind box and confidently began to unwrap it. Is it actually this? Dao Xian was simply amazed. Although this system's blind box was not under his control, the items that came out had a certain degree of compatibility with the opener in some aspects, and waste items rarely appeared. Clearly, this was the system maintaining a certain balance. Dao Xian waved his hand, and the image was displayed. Rob Lucci, take a few members to the Sabati archipelago. The Navy seems to be deliberately concealing some actions from the world government. Within the world government, Spandam announced the orders of the Gorosei to CP9. As the highest officer of CP9, Spandam holds significant power. Leading these powerful individuals as an ordinary person, he owes much to his father, Spandine, who oversaw the eradication of O'Hara Island. It was after that incident that his father won the favor of the Gorosei, allowing him to lead this special intelligence organization, CP9, as an ordinary person. This organization specializes in assassination and undercover work for the world government. In this instance, under the Navy's deliberate concealment, the Gorosei decided to send out CP9, this deeply hidden special organization, to investigate this intelligence. In the image, a person dressed as a ninja was forming seals with his hands. Whenever facing an attack, he would swap positions with a nearby wooden block to evade the enemy's strikes. This is the basic body replacement technique from Naruto, although it is just a fundamental ninjutsu in the hands of a strong individual. It can be considered a divine skill, quick to activate, with spatial displacement and low consumption. For others, the items available for use as substitutes may not be easy to obtain, and thus may not perform as well. However, in Akiji's hands, he can create ice blocks at any time, and as long as he creates a battlefield made of ice. The body replacement technique is far more useful than any elemental transformation. After all, elemental transformation has always been a skill to bully the weak. Using it arrogantly against the strong is a path to doom. If one uses elemental abilities while being suppressed by observation haki, it will only exacerbate the damage inflicted by the enemy. The ordinary body replacement technique in Akiji's hands will become an ice body replacement technique. Dao Xian has already envisioned the troublesome appearance of Akiji. Once you use the body replacement technique, you will understand its true power. Dao Xian didn't elaborate much. The substitution technique doesn't have any flashy special effects, but its effectiveness is already sufficient. Qingji clearly recognized its power from the visuals and didn't question Dao Xian's statement. He took the scroll and used it directly. Looking at Dao Xian, Qingji hesitated, wanting to say something but holding back. After a moment of hesitation, he walked outside with the eagle beside him. When he reached the door, he couldn't help but turn back and ask, "Is there a world that has been destroyed because of your blind box?" "No, no world has been destroyed because of my blind box," Dao Xian answered decisively. "Of course not. This is just his first world." However, according to Dao Xian's true intentions, he certainly did not wish for the world to be shattered. It depends on whether those who belong to the protective world are willing to become stronger by obtaining blind boxes from him. Akiji then looked at Nico Robin. "Nico Robin, from now on, live well," Akiji said in a complex tone. Nico Robin's existence had always challenged his trust in the world government, reminding him of the world government's direct destruction of O'Hara to cover up the blank history. How could such a world government represent justice in this world? Akiji had been thinking this way ever since the O'Hara incident, leading him to doubt the justice of the world government. "I will." Nico Robin finally met Akiji's gaze. After Dao Xian said that, Robin had already freed herself from the shadow of those years. Moreover, after getting rid of the gloom, Nico Robin understood that Akiji did not truly want to kill her. Rather, he had been protecting her all along. Otherwise, how could a little girl like her escape the Navy's capture multiple times, let alone evade the hands of Akiji, a Marine admiral? Robin looked at Akiji with a complex expression. Akiji stepped outside, mounted his bird, and glanced back at the shop before riding away. "Is that Wano country ahead?" Due to its geographical location, Wano country had always been a relatively isolated place, making it difficult for outsiders to enter. Naturally, Moria's terrifying three-masted ship could not sail in. Therefore, halfway through, Moria switched to a smaller boat, taking Absalom and some zombie soldiers toward Wano country. The zombie soldiers wouldn't be missed if they died, and Absalom, with the transparent fruit, had a strong survivability. As for Perona and the others, once they got involved in his battle with Kaido, it would be hard for them to protect themselves, so Moria naturally wouldn't let them get involved in this fight. In a room within a remote village in Wano country, Kinnymon was lost in thought as he watched Kazuki Momonosuke stumbling and learning to walk. To protect Lord Momonosuke, he had been sent by Kazuki Odin 20 years into the future, which was 2 years ago. Along with him were the newly born Lord Momonosuke, as well as Reizo, Kiku, and Kanjiro, 3 samurai. He needed to wait until Lord Momonosuke grew up enough to speak freely, and then lead everyone to find help at the location of Zou, seeking the power of the Mink tribe and the Elephant Lord to defeat Kaido and Orochi, achieving the goal of reclaiming the position of Wano's daimyo. To accomplish this, they were already building ships, waiting for Lord Momonosuke to grow a bit more before setting sail for Zou. Great Kanban. Moria has entered Wano country and is heading this way. A person seemingly possessing the bat fruit reported to the Calamity, Ember, who is second only to Kaido and the Beast Pirates. Besides him, are there others who have come to Wano country? Embed Inquayurt. One Moria is nothing. I'm worried that some ambitious individuals have mixed into Wano and will cause us trouble. Kaido generally doesn't care about these small matters. He lets me handle them. And I can't disappoint Lord Kaido. Morgans, Blackbeard, Kukri, Doflamingo are all here, and some minor fish have already been dealt with by the gifters. Ember nodded, acknowledging the actions of the gifters. As for the few individuals sent by the Yonko pirate crews, he found them harder to deal with. If they came at the same time, even he wouldn't dare to offend them casually. Otherwise, once he provoked the hostility of 2 Yonko, even the Beast Pirates would suffer a huge loss. All right, leave Moria to me. No. Ember's words had not yet finished when Kaido, lying on the throne, seemed to awaken from his drunken state. I want to personally teach that brat Moria a lesson. Kaido laughed heartily. If this brat's strength has greatly improved compared to 8 years ago, then let him join the Beast Pirates. Anyone who dares to challenge Kaido again after overcoming the psychological pressure should naturally be given this treatment. Many members of the Beast Pirates had joined after failing to challenge Kaido and being recruited by him. Moria's willingness to face him again piqued Kaido's interest, and his current thought was to defeat Moria again and then recruit him. Kaido, The portly Moria walked through Wano, calling out Kaido's name, while the villagers, sensing trouble, had long since hidden away. The streets were empty. Moria chose to battle in Wano country to avoid being surrounded by the beast pirates. The beast pirates had countless strong individuals, and his conqueror's haki was obviously not very useful. Most of the zombies were just small fry. Once surrounded, even if he had the shadow space, it would be a big problem. Bastard, who allowed you to call Lord Kaido's name? Moria, are you seeking death? Some armored individuals, adorned with either real or fake animal organs, shouted angrily, but no one dared to take action. Clearly, they had received orders for Kaido to take action personally. Oof. Moria glanced around and then unleashed his maximum conqueror's haki, sweeping waves of it around him. Bang, bang. Occasionally, some weaker gifters, pleasures, and waiters fainted under Moria's conqueror's haki, collapsing to the ground with thuds. Kaido, Kaido. Moria, who was several times stronger than during his peak, provocatively called out Kaido's name in Wano. Regarding Kaido's orders, the gifters merely taunted from the side without anyone truly taking action. They feared disrupting Kaido's nature, as receiving a Thunder Bagua would be disastrous. A sudden loud noise echoed in the sky, and a massive dragon's head broke through the clouds, its huge body shrouded in mist. Just the sight of that enormous figure was enough to send ordinary people into nightmares. Kaido, with two fierce shouts, the air seemed to crackle with some kind of thunder, releasing the burnt smell after lightning struck. The clash of Conqueror's haki caused the clouds that had concealed Kaido's body to disperse, revealing his gigantic form, which was as massive as a mountain. Moria's arms were wrapped in pitch-black armament haki, and Kaido's dragon form claws were similarly adorned, their fists and claws entangled, their haki clashing fiercely, and time seemed to pause at that moment. Lord Moria is too strong. Absalom, invisible at the side, couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. Unlike on the island, where he was obsessed with creating a zombie army, Moria had vaguely regained the vigor he had 8 years ago. Interesting. The dragon's mouth emitted Kaido's voice, and then the armament haki that was originally wrapped around its claws gradually changed color, transforming into a type of haki that seemed to carry thunder. Moria's expression changed slightly. Here it comes. This was exactly the technique Kaido used to defeat him 8 years ago, which seemed to be called Thunder Bagua. A strong impact surged from the outside in. Even Moria's monstrous body could not withstand it, and the stalemate was instantly shattered. Moria was sent flying over 100 meters, kicking up a cloud of smoke. Everything that stood in front of him, be it houses, trees, or other objects, was crushed to pieces. Mr. Moria. Absalom hurriedly ran to Moria's side to check on his condition. I'm fine. As the smoke cleared, Moria stood up. Compared to 8 years ago, he was undoubtedly much stronger. Back then, he was defeated in one blow under Kaido's Thunder Bagua. His crew suffered heavy casualties, and he retreated from the New World to the Foggy Sea. Now, Kaido's blow could no longer inflict significant damage on him. However, if he wanted to engage Kaido further, his own abilities were no longer enough. With this thought, Moria decided to use the ability he had obtained by spending 800 million berries from the blind box merchant. Absalom, stay back. Doubling technique. Fufu, interesting. Doflamingo, watching from a distance, laughed heartily. He had come not only to join the excitement, but also to discuss the issue of artificial devil fruits with Kaido. The supply of raw materials for artificial devil fruits was insufficient, and he needed Kaido to send one of the calamities to resolve this matter. He never expected that Moria had become so powerful in just a few years. The last time they met, Doflamingo looked down on Moria from the bottom of his heart. A defeated Moria, in his eyes, was a minor character, a disgrace among the warlords of the sea. To think that Moria had stepped out of the shadow of his defeat by Kaido was truly amusing. In the distant sky, a birdman was continuously taking photos with a camera. Whether it was the fist fight between Kaido and Moria or Moria being sent flying, it was all captured in his shots. That's it, Morgans muttered to himself. Neither he, Doflamingo, nor anyone else had any faith in Moria. This Thunder Bagua should mark the end, just as everyone thought this. A figure that had increased several times in size appeared from the smoke, transforming from a 7-meter giant to a 49-meter giant. What is this? Doflamingo was stunned. What? Morgans was also dumbfounded. Kaido's subordinates were left speechless. The increase in size was accompanied by a surge in power. 7 meters and 49 meters were completely different scales. It's not over yet. Shadow Sorcerer. Suddenly, the shadow detached from his body, transforming into an identical giant. Two 49-meter tall giants stood side by side, exuding immense intimidation. Just the sight of this alone made it impossible for anyone to claim that his position as a warlord of the sea was undeserved. Come on, Kaido. The two giants stepped toward Kaido, their footsteps shaking the ground as if the earth was trembling. Roar! Kaido let out a roar and engaged in battle with the two giants. The fierce clash between the two giants and the giant dragon unfolded in Wano, a scene that completely exceeded everyone's imagination. No one had anticipated that Moria could fight Kaido to this extent. Now, even if Moria were to lose, he would still do so with honor. Anyone who witnessed this battle would regard Moria as a true powerhouse of the seas. The battle was still ongoing. Given their stamina, it was clear that this fight would not end anytime soon. On Sabedi Archipelago, a significant figure arrived on the island, Monkey D. Dragon, the leader and creator of the Revolutionary Army. As soon as Dragon arrived at Sabedi Archipelago, a satellite that had been floating in the sky transmitted this scene to Tina. Revolutionary Army? Tina discussed the matter with Smoker and then relayed the information to Admiral Sengoku at Naval Headquarters, as it was a significant issue that they could not handle. Dragon's arrival, whether it was aimed at the celestial dragons or the mysterious merchant, was not good news for the Navy. Moreover, with the capabilities of the dragon fruit, only Admiral Kizaru could keep an eye on him. Anyone else who came would only be able to watch him leave. This matter had to be dealt with by Sengoku. Carp, you stole my senbei again. Upon receiving the news, Sengoku immediately felt a headache coming on. Carp was not an easy character to deal with, and his son was an even bigger problem. To protect Carp's reputation, he had put in a lot of effort over the years. Just now, hearing the report from Smoker via the Den Den Mushi, he was filled with anger. This dragon had suddenly come to Sabedi Archipelago, which was very close to Mariewa, where the celestial dragons lived. If Dragon had any ulterior motives regarding the celestial dragons, it would undoubtedly cause a huge impact. If he was aiming for that mysterious merchant on the island, it would be even worse. Beep beep. The sound of two bird calls caught Sengoku's attention. Looking over, he saw Akiji riding a giant blue bird at the entrance. Seeing this bird, Sengoku suddenly felt a headache as he thought of Carp's turtle. Akiji, you didn't run into that mysterious merchant, did you? Well, not only did I run into him, but I also bought a blind box from him. I even got this bird, which I named Little Akiji. Akiji patted the bird, introducing it. B. The bird responded to Akiji's call. Sengoku's headache intensified. Good grief. Problem children were popping up one after another in the Navy, and he constantly felt an urge to resign. Akiji, why didn't you tell us about the mysterious merchant? Sengoku shouted. Akiji scratched his head and said weakly, I forgot. Idiot. You guys are really making me worry. Sengoku shouted in frustration. His anger was completely ignored by the two present, which made him feel very troubled. At this moment, Akiji finally dropped his frivolous attitude and said, Don't worry. I talked with that mysterious merchant. He has no particular inclination. He clearly told me that whether the world is destroyed or achieves better peace depends on us. He's just a passerby. Sengoku paused for a moment before saying, Is that so? I just heard Smoker's report that Dragon has arrived at the Sabedi Archipelago. Akiji glanced at Carp beside him and decided not to get involved in this mess. When Sengoku hinted that he should go, he pretended not to see it and lifted his head to look at the ceiling. Today's ceiling is particularly beautiful. Sengoku, with a dark expression, watched Akiji's behavior and thought, Well, let Kizaru go to the Sabedi Archipelago. Only he can keep an eye on Dragon's movements. At this moment, Carp seemed to snap out of his daze from eating senbei and laughed heartily. I'll go too. Sengoku held his head in his hands. However, it seemed unlikely to stop him. Once Carp decided to do something, no one could obstruct him. Hopefully, Kizaru can keep an eye on him. A mysterious shop? Dragon looked at the information passed on by the Revolutionary Army. As a major force, the Sabedi Archipelago naturally had no shortage of their people. With Ivankov having relayed the information in advance, the Revolutionary Army had long been aware of the location of a shop opened by Doflamingo. Of course, this was also related to Doflamingo's lack of discretion. Anyone with a mind could easily find out about his blind box shop with a simple search. Following the location mentioned in the information, Dragon quickly arrived at the site of the mysterious shop. Bibi, a bird much smaller than a Pidgeot, was hopping around on the bar. Nami occasionally tossed over some jerky, and the little bird jumped up to swallow it. The Bibi bird now looked less like a bird and more like a dog. This was the Bibi bird that Doflamingo gave to Nami after their deal. In Akiji's hands, the Pidgey had directly evolved into a Pidgeot. However, in Nami's hands, the Pidgey only evolved partially, becoming a Bibi bird. Welcome. Dao Xian was just about to say welcome to the guests when he was momentarily stunned by the person entering. Goodness, Drag, the revolutionary came so quickly. Does this mean he rushed over as soon as he got the news? Hello. After entering, Drag took off his hood, revealing his entire face. Hello, Drag. Drag wasn't surprised that Dao Xian knew who he was. Ivankov had long mentioned Dao Xian's identity to him. For someone who could navigate the various realms, knowing a bit of information was nothing remarkable. Dao Xian nodded and exchanged a few simple words with Dorag. Dorag directly expressed his intention. I came here for it. Dorag carefully took out the book that Ivankov had opened from the blind box. Even Dao Xian showed great respect when faced with this book. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "What do you want to know?" Dorag's eyes tightened, and his expression became serious. "Please tell me, what exactly is revolution, and how can a revolution succeed?" Dao Xian was speechless. Although he often came into contact with these things, he really couldn't explain them if asked. However, when facing the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he certainly couldn't say that. So, he could only shift the topic to opening blind boxes. What is revolution? I'm not sure. I'm just a businessman. If you want to know, then come and open a blind box. Everything unknown is within. Dao Xian picked up a bronze blind box, shook it in front of the dragon, and continued. As long as you pour all your desires into the blind box, it will respond to your expectations. You will successfully open what you want. Dao Xian said with a serious face, almost convincing himself. This was a set of reasoning he came up with in a moment of inspiration. After receiving so many guests, he had gradually figured out a bit of a pattern. In short, the items in the blind box would always satisfy the person opening it in some way. As long as Dolag opened enough boxes, he would get some things he wanted. Thus Dao Xian avoided discussing the issue of revolution with him. Dolag was silent. But since the book was opened from the blind box, it seemed to make sense. Thinking of this, Dolag looked up and said directly, "Then let's open the blind box. I hope it can meet my expectations." Facing Dolag's agreement to his suggestion of opening the box, Dao Xian suppressed his excitement. This was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, one of the three major forces in the Pirate King world. With his wealth, he could open many blind boxes. Just thinking about it was an astonishing number. Although he was excited inside, Dao Xian's expression was very calm, and he asked slowly, "The prices and rules are written over there. How many blind boxes are you planning to open?" Dao Xian pointed to the rules posted on the wall. 200,000 berries for a bronze blind box? 2 million berries for a silver blind box? Only after purchasing 100 bronze blind boxes can one possibly buy a silver blind box, and the items obtained are generally only usable by oneself. If one wants to give them to others, they need to pay the price of 3 blind boxes of the same level. Seeing the expensive prices on the wall, even Drago felt a bit financially constrained. With the Revolutionary Army's savings, opening a gold blind box might not even be a problem. However, without a proper reason, even he couldn't casually use the organization's savings. If he wanted to buy a blind box, he could only use his personal savings. So, Dao Xian stared intently at Dolag, hoping to hear the words to open the golden blind box. "Let's open 500 bronze blind boxes and 5 silver blind boxes." Dolag slowly spoke the number of blind boxes he wanted to open. This 100 million berries was almost his entire personal fortune. He couldn't afford to open more, but that would require using the Revolutionary Army's funds. Whether it was worth spending such a large price would depend on whether this 101 million berries could get him what he desired. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he had to spend every bit of funding on the steel blade, and this blind box was his only impulsive purchase. After all, with the precedent of Ivankov opening good things, he dared to spend this berries. Just 500 bronze blind boxes and 5 silver blind boxes? Dao Xian conducted one last confirmation before the purchase, but he still felt very disappointed. He didn't expect that Dolag would only release such a small amount of blind boxes, which was far from his expectations. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The reputation of this mysterious merchant had not yet spread throughout the world, and not many people were aware of his existence. During the first box opening, how could Dolag possibly reveal all his cards at once or use a large amount of funds from the Revolutionary Army to open blind boxes? If the blind boxes turn out to be a scam, the future of the Revolutionary Army could be at stake. In this light, the 110 million berries didn't seem too little after all. Now it all depended on whether this blind box could capture Dolag's interest and make him continuously open more blind boxes. But that was no longer up to him to decide. What he mentioned earlier, that the blind boxes would respond to the desires and dreams of the box openers, was something he had fabricated. However, on some level, it was also a fact. Then please go ahead. Dao Xian directly used the system's ability to deduct 110 million berries from Dorag. Then he placed 550 bronze blind boxes on the table and made a gesture, signaling Dorag to come forward and open a box. experiencing a certain feeling that directly took away his 110 million berries. This sensation felt so real that it left no doubt about Dao Xian's identity. Taking a deep breath, Dorag reached out to pick up a blind box and opened it. The bronze light faded, revealing a plain book in front of everyone. The moment he saw the book, Dao Xian felt an impulse to load an image for him. "What is this?" Dorag asked. "This is a book written by a great person of similar status to yours about how to make a revolution." As he explained, Dao Xian waved his hand, releasing an image for clarification. Dorag's expression tightened as he focused intently on the rapidly changing images. However, he still managed to understand the scenes being depicted. This was indeed a revolution. It was a strategy of surrounding the city from the countryside, gradually seizing the path to revolutionary victory. The images only displayed for a few minutes before disappearing, and Dorag seemed to have gained some insight after losing the visuals. Looking at the book placed in front of him, Dorag carefully tucked it into his bosom, relying on the path guided by this book. The revolutionary army he led would surely achieve ultimate victory and overthrow this world government ruled by the celestial dragons. "So, is this blind box genuine?" Dorag couldn't help but nod, no longer maintaining his initial aloof demeanor. "Good, very good." The first blind box brought him such a great surprise, and Dorag couldn't help but look forward to the subsequent bronze blind boxes. Dao Xian nodded with a thick face and a dark heart. 1, 2, 3. Time slowly passed as Dorag opened the bronze blind boxes. Knives, guns, swords, books. The best item he opened was surprisingly a book on postnatal care for sows, which had a significant promotional function for the livestock industry. Dorag's expression changed from aloof to calm, and then to ugly. Faced with Dorag's occasional glances, Dao Xian felt justified. There were good items in the bronze blind boxes, and if he couldn't get them, he could only blame his bad luck. The items from 500 blind boxes filled the hall of the room to the brim. It looked just like an arms warehouse, with cold and hot weapons mixed together. "Silver blind boxes, come on." Dorag was somewhat speechless. Apart from 2 books, the items he opened were almost unbearable to look at. He had at least lost 90 million berries out of 100 million, but fortunately, these 2 books were of great value, equivalent to exchanging money for knowledge. Having been cheated by the bronze blind box, Dorag had little confidence left in the silver blind boxes. "Please." 5 dazzling silver blind boxes appeared on the table, and Dorag finally had a bit more confidence. Compared to the bronze blind boxes, the silver blind boxes were several levels higher in appearance alone. With a hint of expectation, Dorag reached for one of the silver blind boxes. As the light faded, what appeared this time was actually a bag of seeds. "What kind of seeds are these?" Dorag picked up the seeds and looked at Dao Xian. "Huiliang Yusi Miao, an extremely high-quality grain seed. 1 acre of land can yield 700 to 900 kilograms of grain." Dorag looked at the seeds in disbelief. The biggest problem for the Revolutionary Army was the supply of food. Meat was manageable, as there were countless strong individuals in the Revolutionary Army who could still be supplied. But food was different. The supply of food in the world government member countries was strictly controlled. The Revolutionary Army had to take many detours to collect food. However, if these seeds were indeed so high-yielding, they could find a few bases and achieve a certain level of self-sufficiency. This would inevitably make the Revolutionary Army more covert, making it even harder for the intelligence personnel of the world government to find the whereabouts of the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. After all, the biggest weakness of the Revolutionary Army was the supply of food, and these intelligence personnel were looking for unidentified food supplies all over the world to locate the Revolutionary Army. Thinking of this, countless ideas sprang up in Dorag's mind. However, the urgent task was still to see what good items could be opened from the next few silver blind boxes. The first one had already given him such a big surprise. After putting away the seeds, Dorag continued to open the second silver blind box. With the surprise of the seeds, Dorag was filled with anticipation. The second silver blind box was opened, and a talisman appeared. "What is this? A piece of stone?" Dorag asked again. If the previous seeds and books were still within his understanding, this talisman was truly puzzling. Given that this was just a silver-level replica, Dao Xian chose not to show the image, as the essence of the talisman was too powerful. The horse talisman, also known as the healing talisman, can cure all ailments. Dao Xian casually explained that the purpose of the replica is to heal all diseases, but the more severe the illness, the longer it needs to be held. However, unless Dorag pays the cost of 3 silver blind boxes, this horse talisman is limited to his own use. With Ivankov, the doctor, present, whether the restriction of this horse talisman is lifted depends on him. As for the original horse talisman, it is much more terrifying. It is a dreadful item that can restore all objects to their original state, locking their current status on the timeline. The more Dao Xian understands, the more he feels how deep the waters of the Jackie Chan Adventures world are. Coupled with the real existence of immortal figures like El Dong Bin and the existence of historical records, the world of Jackie Chan Adventures is countless times more terrifying than that of One Piece. Healing all diseases? Dorag immediately thought of countless uses, especially using the ability of this horse talisman to seek out some nobles suffering from severe illnesses, gradually pulling them into his camp. This is an extremely crucial item. The moment Dorag heard about its function, he knew it, especially since there is someone who needs it very much, the man known as the world's strongest. Once that man obtains this talisman, it would truly be terrifying, and he could use this talisman to make a perfect deal. Thinking of this, Dorag decided not to continue opening the remaining silver blind boxes. It could almost be said that this is the best item he can get right now. No need to open the remaining blind boxes. Let's exchange this horse talisman for a free item, Dorag said seriously. Since it was Dorag's request, Dao Xian naturally had no reason to refuse. He directly deducted the remaining blind boxes, and a horse talisman with no user restrictions appeared in Dorag's hands. Looking at this talisman, Dorag smiled with satisfaction, raised his cloak, and left without looking back. He walked away. Dao Xian's eyes were almost piercing as he still did not see Dolag return. Dolag came and went in a storm, leaving behind Dao Xian's regrets. As the leader of a formidable force, he had only earned such a small amount of berries. However, Dao Xian believed he would return. After all, the road to revolution was fraught with obstacles, and here he had the most direct path. He would definitely come back. In Wano country, the battle between Kaido and Moria had been going on for half a day. If Dao Xian knew, he would surely marvel at how monstrous the physiques of people in this world truly were. Akiji and Akainu fought for 10 days and nights before a victor emerged. Moria and Kaido were equally strong, simply monstrous. However, as time passed, Moria seemed to be running low on stamina, primarily because his power was insufficient to inflict any fatal damage on Kaido. Kaido truly deserved the title of the strongest creature with a powerful physique. Even an all-out Moria, without mastering techniques to rival the Thunder Bagua, could not inflict enough damage on Kaido. Thunder Bagua, the Dragon Claw, infused with both Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki, unleashed an overwhelming power that instantly shredded Moria's Shadow Giant. The residual force hit Moria. Boom! A massive smoke screen rose as the 49-meter-tall Moria reverted to his normal 7-meter form. This encounter essentially achieved Moria's goals. First, to dispel the shadow of his past defeat against Kaido, and second, to gauge the power gap between himself and Kaido. After the actual battle, Moria felt that he was only a hair's breadth away from Kaido's strength. Although it seemed difficult for him to break through that barrier alone, the thought of the mysterious merchant ignited a fire in Moria's heart. As long as he had enough money, he would have the chance to become the ruler of this sea. Moreover, it seemed not many knew about the mysterious merchant's existence. This was his best opportunity. Absalom, let's retreat. Absalom instantly vanished from the spot, and Moria also disappeared, entering the shadow space. Only the shadow sorcerers transformed into a swarm of bats, scattering in all directions. Chase! Catch him! Seeing Moria escape, Kaido was instantly furious and issued orders to the Beast Pirates' army of abilities. Catch Moria! The Beast Pirates mobilized to capture the fleeing Moria. Nearby, Doflamingo was filled with disbelief. How could Moria suddenly become so powerful? That was impossible. Remembering the message that Virgo had conveyed earlier, Doflamingo keenly sensed that something shocking was happening quietly in the sea. When it appeared, the last to discover, it would inevitably be abandoned by the times. Those who could board this ship of the era would have the opportunity to sit on the throne known as the ruler in the new era. Meanwhile, Morgans, flying in the sky, was excitedly hopping around. What a big event. Moria can actually fight Kaido to this extent. If I help a bit, it seems a fifth emperor could be born in this sea. One born through my newspaper? Thinking of this, Morgans was overjoyed. He quickly soared into the air, chasing after Moria's escape direction. With the shadow space, Moria could not be stopped by any of Kaido's subordinates as he fled. Moria and Absalom quickly returned to the ship they came on. As for the zombie army, Moria ruthlessly abandoned them in Wano country to block Kaido's subordinates from pursuing. Absalom, amistron, Moria said proudly while standing at the bow of the ship. Moria did not expect that he could fight Kaido for so long this time, and, under Kaido's full-force attack, successfully escaped without sustaining much damage. At this moment, Aside from feeling happy about his own strength, Moria only wanted to acquire more treasure and head to the mysterious merchant to buy more blind boxes to become even stronger. A small silver blind box had already made him so powerful. How terrifying would the higher-level golden and platinum blind boxes be? Lord Moria is so powerful. Next time, Lord Moria will definitely defeat Kaido and sit on the Pirate King's throne. Absalom was wildly boasting beside him. However, this was not all flattery. The power Moria displayed in front of Absalom was so terrifying and strong. For Absalom, this was indeed his most genuine thought. Just as Moria and Absalom were retreating on their ship, a large bird dressed in human clothing flew down from the sky, landing on the ship. It then removed its hat and said, "Respected Warlord Moonlight Moria, hello." Faced with the sudden appearance of Morgans, Moria instantly became vigilant. Seeing the two on guard, the Birdman introduced himself. "I am Morgans, President of the World Economic News Agency." President of the World Economic News Agency? Moria was naturally familiar with this name, as he had relied on the agency's newspapers to understand the outside world while in the Misty Sea. However, what was his sudden visit about? Moria did not recall having any ties with him. Seeing Moria's confused expression, Morgans directly revealed his purpose. "Lord Moria, do you want to become the 5th Emperor of this sea?" Morgans had been plotting this for a long time. However, his biggest dilemma was the lack of someone who could fight the 4 emperors and still emerge unscathed. This had kept his plan stalled. Now, he had finally found the right person. If he could elevate Moria to the position of 4 emperor, the status of the World Economic News Agency in this world would be unshakable. Similarly, such an exclusive big news would undoubtedly boost the sales of their newspapers, squeezing out the existence of other newspapers and fulfilling Morgan's dream of dominating the newspaper industry. With this goal in mind, Morgans fixed his gaze on Moria, waiting for his response. The 5th Emperor? Moria's heart raced. As a pirate, who wouldn't want to reign over this sea? Seeing Moria's intrigued expression, Morgan slowly laid out his plan. It had been a day and a half since Moria's defeat at Kaido's hands. The newsbirds led by Morgans had already spread this battle report across the world. This news instantly sparked strong reactions from various forces, especially the term mentioned in the newspaper, the 5th Pirate Emperor, which ignited widespread controversy. Was it the warlord who narrowly lost to Kaido? The 5th Pirate Emperor? Moria? Nami was muttering about the news reported in the newspaper, instantly catching Dao Xian's attention. Hearing this shocking news that shook the world, Dao Xian smiled, knowing that a big business opportunity was about to come his way. If Moria wanted to defeat Kaido, the most direct way was to open blind boxes with him. Moreover, with the reputation provided by the newspaper, as long as Moria chose to abandon his position as a warlord of the sea, he could immediately assemble a massive pirate crew. In this world, 99% of the population is illiterate, and piracy is a profession with many illiterates. For them, the only way to judge strength, aside from fighting, is based on what they have done. In simple terms, it comes down to reputation. Carrying the reputation mentioned in the newspaper that could rival Kaido, as long as Moria chose to give up the position of warlord of the sea, which is hated and cursed by pirates, he could quickly organize a large pirate crew. These pirates would then provide him with a substantial source of income. Of course, for Dao Xian, the greatest significance was that Moria finally had money. It was predictable that the amount Moria would spend next time would definitely not be less than his original fortune of 800 million berries. That would be enough. As more and more people opened boxes and the amounts grew larger, Dao Xian had begun to look down on ordinary box openers. After all, the gap between bronze blind boxes and silver blind boxes was too vast. However, truly big clients still needed time to develop. The sand crocodile who had opened blind boxes was surely holed up somewhere, gathering treasures in preparation for the next round of blind boxes. And the Navy was naturally not willing to be outdone. Whether it was Zephyr, Carp, or Akiji, they had all tasted the sweetness of blind boxes. However, the biggest problem now was that the situation was not chaotic enough, and the Navy's funding lifeline was still in the hands of the world government. To get the world government to increase the Navy's military budget, they currently lacked a suitable reason, which limited the number of boxes the Navy could open. On this point, Dao Xian was still very patient. With so many enhanced items, his lifespan was at least a few hundred years. Waiting for a year or two was nothing. However, whether Ace would still join the Whitebeard pirates after being enhanced here and trained by Rayleigh following his failed challenge against Whitebeard was a question. Did Dragon leave? That little brat, didn't he even show his face to his father? Carp shouted loudly. The news he revealed stunned Smoker and Tina in front of him. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, is the son of Marine hero Vice Admiral Carp. Smoker and Tina lost their composure for the first time. Such explosive news completely shocked them. Fortunately, this was their office, and only the two of them knew this news. The nearby Kizaru had a lazy demeanor, looking half asleep. Smoker. Tina, you just need to know this news. It's a Navy secret and must not be disclosed. Kizaru instructed lazily. Yes. Kizaru's words were simple. But Smoker and Tina took them very seriously. Since Dragon had already left, it seemed there was nothing more to do. Kizaru scratched his head in thought. His life motto was to slack off, and after realizing he had made a trip for nothing, he felt no disappointment at all. Instead, it was a pleasant surprise. This was like getting a vacation for free, a paid vacation, and Kizaru was already mentally planning how to spend these days off. First, he would go to the sauna, then head to the entertainment district to find some young girls to revive his youth. Oh, what a delightful vacation. Just as Kizaru was happily planning how to spend his holiday, he heard Carp's voice. Kizaru, lend me some money. Carp seemed to remember something and extended his hand. Kizaru's heart sank. Carp had a very high reputation among the lower ranks of the Navy, but among the upper echelons, Carp was seen as an old fool. Borrowing money and not paying it back was what he was known for. Faced with Carp's request to borrow money, Kizaru was immediately troubled. He expected Carp to spring this on him. Seeing Kizaru's hesitant expression, Carp widened his eyes in disbelief. Kizaru, do you think I'm the kind of person who doesn't return borrowed money? Looking at Carp, who was eager to borrow, Kizaru had to part with some cash to avoid a confrontation with a significantly stronger Carp. How much do you need? Carp then revealed a satisfied smile. Just 100 million berries will do. Just need? Kizaru nearly spat out his grievances. He knew Carp was a tricky one, but he didn't expect Carp to be so unreasonable. As the richest among the three admirals, he indeed had some savings. However, even so, 100 million berries was still a considerable amount. At his salary level, it would take 3 years to accumulate that much. Of course, for an admiral, the Navy provided many things. Therefore, there weren't many places where money was needed, and the salary wasn't that high. I want to use your stuff for free. Seeing Kizaru looking unwilling, Carp took out a small bean from his pocket and handed it to Kizaru. You must have heard about that mysterious merchant, right? This is the miraculous medicine that can heal injuries and regenerate severed limbs. I was going to give it to Zephyr, but I didn't expect that old man to go open blind boxes himself, and he even got one. I have no use for it. So let's trade it for 100 million berries. Kizaru had certainly heard of the legendary Senza bean. Since Carp was willing to trade it for 100 million berries, Kizaru didn't feel like he was at a loss. As long as he found a wealthy noble, he could probably sell that bean for 200 million without a problem. After the deal was made, Carp laughed heartily and asked Tina for the location of the mysterious shop before striding away with a carefree gait. Kizaru pondered for a moment and followed after him. Even the usually lazy Kizaru was intrigued by the existence of a mysterious merchant. Of course, the most important thing was that both Carp and Zephyr seemed to have obtained good items. Even Akiji had opened a large bird, which made him a bit eager to try his luck as well. Inside the mysterious shop, Dao Xian was in the training room on the 3rd floor, familiarizing himself with his abilities. The 3rd floor was 200 square meters, with his bedroom occupying less than 20 square meters. The rest of the space was a huge and empty hall. Thanks to the system, the walls and floor inside were indestructible. When others tried to attack, there would be a rebound effect, but as the host of the system, there was naturally no rebound for him. Thus, it became the most suitable training ground for him. Transform. The belt, belonging to the Void, was crafted by the Galanki clan using the Amadam Spirit Stone. It materialized on Dao Xian's body, centered around the belt. A layer of armor made of a substance resembling bone instantly enveloped Dao Xian's entire body. The 4 elemental forms of fire, wind, water, and earth appeared in succession. Following that was the chakra form, which was based on the all-powerful form, that is, the fire form, infused with the power of chakra. On his originally fiery red body, wind god patterns began to emerge. Substitution technique, clone technique, mist conseillement technique, great fireball technique, multiplication technique. All the ninjutsu acquired by the box openers appeared one by one under the chakra form. Next came, Dao Xian cast aside all distractions, his desires for battle and slaughter expanding infinitely, and the armor on his body instantly turned black. Just as Dao Xian was about to delve deeper, he realized that something seemed to be missing, preventing him from directly transforming into his ultimate form of emptiness. This was the ultimate dark warrior, said to have the power to bury the sun and destroy the world. With that kind of power, Dao Xian would be strong enough to protect himself in this world. Unfortunately, although the system had helped him master most of the abilities of emptiness, he was still lacking something for this ultimate form. However, Dao Xian was not in a hurry. As the number of people opening blind boxes increased, his abilities would only grow more numerous and powerful. And it wouldn't be long before he could master the ultimate form. Or perhaps he was lacking a battle of equal strength? Dao Xian, a guest has arrived. While Dao Xian was honing his abilities, he heard Nami's voice calling from outside the door. Dao Xian released his transformation and returned to his original form before stepping out of the room and arriving on the first floor. The old man is here again. As soon as he saw Dao Xian, Carp laughed heartily. Welcome, welcome. While welcoming him, Dao Xian's gaze was fixed on the yellow ape beside him. It must be said that, without considering his face, the yellow ape's 3-meter height was quite impressive. Dao Xian was not particularly tall, but he was of average height for a normal person. In this world, he had become somewhat of a shorty, which was rather absurd. Unfortunately, the yellow ape's lazy expression completely undermined his aura of strength. Of course, he was very stylish and handsome when using the Pika Pika no Mi, taking down supernovas one after another. Carp unceremoniously pulled the yellow ape over to him and said, I'm here today to open a blind box with Celino. By the way, can you tell me what my sun dragon got from you? Carp seemed to not hide his intention of gathering intelligence. Or perhaps he was using the inquiry about dragon as an excuse to open the blind box. Let's open the box. After we finish opening the blind box, I'll tell you a little bit of information. Dao Xian made a gesture, indicating just a little bit. Then let's open another 500 bronze blind boxes and 5 silver blind boxes. Carp readily agreed, as he also had his own plans in mind. The fairy beans were exchanged for 100 million berries, and the chances of getting good items from the 5 silver blind boxes were still quite high. The probability of breaking even was very great. He actually only spent 10 million berries. Should Major General Carp directly exchange the 500 bronze blind boxes for 1 silver blind box? Dao Xian looked at the prompt on the system and said, It's been a few months since I came to this world, and this is the first time I have a customer coming back for a second visit. It was only at this moment that Dao Xian realized that it was possible to directly convert a bronze blind box into a silver blind box. In other words, with 110 million berries, one could directly purchase 6 silver blind boxes? Let's do it. Knowing how much of a trap the bronze blind boxes were, Carp naturally wouldn't refuse this option. Receiving the response, and since it was a regular customer, Dao Xian didn't elaborate further. Carp was already familiar with the rules. Dao Xian directly took away Carp's berries and placed 6 silver blind boxes on the table. Kizaru silently stared at Carp as he opened the blind boxes. This was the first time he had truly seen a blind box. He didn't even see where Dao Xian had taken them from. It was just a moment's work. 6 blind boxes radiating silver light appeared in his line of sight. The old man opened one. Carp moved his hand a bit, then cautiously picked up one of the silver blind boxes and opened it. 1. Dao Xian briefly introduced beside him. Carp suddenly burst into laughter. I knew it. My luck wouldn't be too bad. Starting off with a celestial bean made Carp very satisfied, as it meant he had already recouped the investment he made with the celestial bean he mortgaged to Kizaru. The remaining 5 silver blind boxes were almost obtained for free. If he opened just one more, it would be a huge profit. Carp instantly felt an impulse to become a middleman. Unfortunately, only consumables could be freely traded. To let others use those items, he would have to pay the price of 3 blind boxes of the same level. That would greatly increase the chances of loss. Kizaru, seeing that Carp had already recouped his investment with the first blind box, was instantly tempted. A celestial bean on this sea, someone would definitely buy it for 100 million berries. Opening one would be a huge profit. As for not getting anything, nonsense. This guy Carp has opened celestial beans twice from blind boxes. Kizaru believed his luck couldn't be worse than Carp's. Who knows? He might even get something better. Proudly, Carp reached for the second silver blind box. With the celestial bean as a base, even if the rest were trash, he wouldn't be at a loss. Watch this. My second silver blind box. Give me something good. Carp directly opened the second blind box, and a scroll appeared before him. Store manager, what is this? Carp asked, holding up the scroll. Oh, chakra refinement technique. Dao Xian was seeing something repetitive for the first time. However, the system had already explained this. The lower the level of the blind box, the more likely it is to repeat. Chakra extraction technique. The items that Smoker obtained from the blind box were naturally not a secret to them, and Smoker had already reported the situation to them. Therefore, Carp was quite familiar with some basic functions of chakra. Without ninjutsu, chakra can simply be attached to the body to increase certain strength and defense. In simple terms, it is a weakened version of the Busashoka Haki, armament haki. Of course, for Carp, the most practical aspect was that chakra could actually allow one to walk on water. Smoker had tried many uses within the Navy headquarters and finally discovered one useful application. which was the adhesion of chakra. With chakra, one could actually stand directly on walls or on the surface of the water, which was quite useful for Carp's mobility. It would be even better if he could unlock ninjutsu. Good. Carp once again showed a proud smile, further stimulating the consumption desire of Kizaru, who was watching from the side. High-quality steel, 10 tons. A huge ingot of steel appeared before them. Carp curiously touched it, made a hand seal, and then ignored the steel. Looking at the steel that had been pressed with a hand seal, Dao Xian could only respond with silence. The steel smelting level in the one-piece world was not low, and these 10 tons of good steel were not really considered good items in this world. High-quality rice. 10 tons. Dao Xian introduced without any fluctuations. Not bad. Can get back a few million berries, Carp muttered. 10 tons of fruit. Carp's eyes widened, his face full of displeasure. These things that could be bought with berries felt like a huge loss to him. Fortunately, there was still the last silver blind box. With an unhappy expression, Carp reached out to open the last blind box. What is this? Dao Xian widened his eyes. How could he not recognize this thing that others didn't? Could it really appear in a silver blind box? Goodness. Kapu was indeed the king of luck among the lucky ones. Seeing Dao Xian's expression, Kapu knew he had hit the jackpot and quickly asked with excitement, "What good thing is this?" It's from a storage bag belonging to the protagonist named Han Pao Pao in a cultivation world. Storage bag? Kapu looked at the palm-sized bag, his face full of confusion. What could such a small bag store? Was he joking? Seeing Kapu's confusion, Dao Xian quickly explained, "Don't be fooled by its size. It can hold items with a volume of no more than 50 cubic units, and it disregards weight. Even among storage bags, this is considered top-notch." Kapu instantly performed a lightning-fast change of expression. His previous displeasure turned into joy. Haha, I am indeed a lucky one. This was a term he learned from Dao Xian, meaning someone who has great luck when opening boxes, and he, Kapu, was that kind of person, the so-called lucky one in Dao Xian's words. He definitely did not want to be labeled as an unlucky one by Dao Xian. That would be too insulting for him to accept. Kapu happily began to explore how to use the storage bag, while Huang Yuan couldn't sit still. 110 million berries had earned him a fairy bean, a chakra refining technique, and a top-tier storage bag. Anyone would be envious of such a deal, and Huang Yuan was no exception. Long before Kapu opened the blind box, he had already read the rules on the wall, and now he was a bit impatient. After watching Kapu finish opening the box and getting good items, his hands itched slightly. "Boss, I also want to open a blind box." Dao Xian is as steady as Mount Tai. He knows that Huang Yuan can't sit still. This is a feeling that anyone who frequently opens boxes in various games can relate to. When a good friend hits the jackpot, who wouldn't want to try their luck a few times? Then, before they know it, they've fallen into the trap. "How many did you open?" Dao Xian calmly asked. The performance of Akiji among the three admirals made him lose any illusions about the Navy's income. Kizaru considered the cost-effectiveness in his own wallet, decisively expressing his thoughts. "Let's not open the bronze blind boxes, boss. You said that the first-time box openers must open bronze blind boxes. I'll buy 10 bronze blind boxes first, and then directly buy silver blind boxes for the second round. Is that okay?" Kizaru had no interest in the lowest-tier bronze blind boxes. After looking at the rules, he immediately thought of a way to bypass Dao Xian's rules. Dao Xian didn't expect Kizaru to be so clever, but this posed no loss to him. Instead, it only brought benefits. The better the items the box openers received, the more he would benefit, making it a win-win situation. Thinking of this, Dao Xian nodded and said, "Okay, how many blind boxes do you want to open? One more question. Can you directly purchase the gold blind boxes?" Dao Xian looked at Kizaru in surprise. Could it be that he had misjudged him? Was Kizaru actually a hidden rich man? The golden blind box costs nearly 2 billion berries, and Kizaru instantly acted as if he hadn't asked that question at all. "Boss, let me start with 10 bronze blind boxes, and then give me 20 silver blind boxes." Kizaru was indeed a show-off, but 20 silver blind boxes still amounted to nearly 400 million berries, making it the second largest transaction among the guests Dao Xian was entertaining, just behind Moria. Moreover, since Dao Xian didn't have high expectations for Kizaru, this situation surprisingly delighted him, astonished that Kizaru could open so many blind boxes. "Shall we begin?" After the final confirmation before opening the boxes, Dao Xian did not take all the money at once like others. Instead, he first deducted the cost for 10 bronze blind boxes. He then placed the 10 bronze blind boxes in front of Kizaru and waited for him to open them. The ever-laid-back expression on Kizaru's face showed a hint of tension. Meanwhile, Carp had somehow come over to join, enjoying the spectacle of watching someone else open boxes, which was an ultimate pleasure. With this feeling, Kizaru picked up one bronze blind box and opened it. As the blind box disappeared, a familiar egg appeared. Bastard? Carp spat out a vulgarity, and of course, Dao Xian understood what he meant. Because this egg was very similar to the one Carp had opened, just with slight differences in color and size. It was clearly a Pokemon, just a different species from Carps. Kizaru ignored Carp beside him and turned his gaze to Dao Xian, waiting for an explanation. It is. Dao Xian glanced at the information displayed in the system, and then released an image of the creature inside the egg. On the screen, a huge yellow mouse appeared, with a lightning bolt-shaped tail. It then evolved twice, showcasing a total of 3 forms to everyone. So cute, Nami exclaimed again, although it had mouse characteristics. The fluffy Piku and Pikachu looked quite adorable, almost like plush toys. Robin remained calm, seemingly unaffected by Pikachu's cuteness. It came from a world filled with exotic beasts, belonging to the electric type, capable of releasing lightning to attack enemies, just like Vice Admiral Carp's Blastoise, which came from the same world but was of the water type, while this one was electric. Wow, it seems pretty cute. Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Dao Xian felt awkward. It was clearly a compliment, but coming from Kizaru, it always sounded annoying. To be honest, if it weren't for Kizaru's strong abilities, he would have long been sunk in this vast sea. Holding the egg in his hands would cause it to hatch. Hearing Dao Xuan's words, Kizaru took the egg, holding it in his hands. An inexplicable connection formed between him and the life inside the egg. Bika, Bika. A tender cry sounded as a small yellow mouse appeared in Kizaru's hand. The little yellow mouse moved its body, and then a white light of evolution radiated from it. Piku evolved into Raichu. Under Kizaru's power, Pikachu instantly evolved into its ultimate form, becoming a huge electric mouse standing 1 meter tall. Chew! Chew! Raichu rubbed against Kizaru's thigh to show affection. Dao Xian watched Raichu and suddenly envisioned a vivid image of Kizaru's face on Raichu's body. It would be quite a lewd scene. He hoped Raichu wouldn't be corrupted by Kizaru, this perverted fruit user. Kizaru calmed Raichu down before turning back to continue opening boxes. However, judging by Kizaru's expression, he was quite happy to have gained Raichu as a partner. These pets not only looked good, but also possessed special abilities, which for Kizaru meant he had acquired a companion with devil fruit powers. The remaining 9 bronze blind boxes were opened casually by Kizaru, and indeed, nothing good came out of them. However, Kizaru wasn't disappointed. The good stuff was still ahead. He had bought 20 silver blind boxes, plus the bonus, totaling 22 silver blind boxes to open. If Carp could get 3 good items from 6 silver blind boxes, Kizaru would be satisfied with 9 good items from his 22 silver blind boxes. Boss, give me another 20 silver blind boxes. With this thought, Kizaru said to Dao Xian with a serious expression. Dao Xian nodded and deducted the corresponding berries for 22 silver blind boxes from Huang Yuan. The deduction of wealth suddenly made Huang Yuan feel a pang of pain. This was his savings accumulated over decades of work. Moreover, most of it was wealth that he had accumulated only after becoming an admiral, as his salary before that was hardly enough, and he hadn't saved much money. He hoped to open a few more fairy beans and make a hefty profit. Let's open them. Dao Xian placed the blind box on the table, watching intently from his side. Each silver blind box had the potential to contain something good, and even as a bystander, there was still fun to be had. Huang Yuan's expression remained lazy, but he was fully focused in his mind. If this round of silver blind boxes turned out to be a huge loss, he would really consider jumping into the sea. Nervously, Huang Yuan picked up a silver blind box and began to open it slowly. As the familiar special effects white light dissipated, an invitation appeared before Huang Yuan, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The impressive appearance seemed to tell everyone that Huang Yuan had hit the jackpot. Dao Xian looked at the familiar invitation letter, his eyes filled with nostalgia. After glancing at the system's explanation, he released the image. In the image, a swordsman, accompanied by several companions dressed in various outfits, entered a special space through the invitation letter. The 4 of them then collectively broke the steel pillar in the space, from which a huge black demon emerged. After successfully defeating the demon, several puppet demons appeared. After defeating the puppets, a large pile of equipment exploded onto the ground. Among them, one piece of equipment emitting a yellow glow was particularly eye-catching. Huang Yuan couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" Dao Xian said very seriously, "Its name is the Abyss Party Invitation. This is a party hosted by demons from the Abyss. Once you enter, you will be able to challenge the demon's avatars. If you defeat the demon and its avatars, you may have the chance to obtain special artifacts. There's also a very small chance of encountering epic-level items. Believe me, their power is beyond your imagination." Abyss demons? Upon hearing this name, Kizaru's first reaction was to wonder if it was related to the devil fruits, as the word demon was in the name. However, after thinking about the background of the mysterious merchant that Smoker and Zephyr mentioned, Kizaru dismissed those thoughts. An invitation can allow 4 people to participate in a challenge of the Abyss Party. The minimum reward is weapons comparable to good quality swords. As for artifacts, I can only say their power is no less than the Supreme Great Sword, and they also have some special abilities. As for epic level weapons, I can only say that if you truly have the luck to obtain one during this Abyss Party, you will naturally know its power. Of course, this is just the lowest level Abyss Party invitation, and the demon avatars inside won't be too strong. The corresponding artifacts or epic items are not the strongest ones. To obtain more powerful artifacts and epic items, you will need to open higher level blind boxes. If you fail the challenge, there will be no life-threatening danger, but it will be equivalent to wasting this opportunity. Dao Xian revealed all the uses of the Abyss Invitation Letter at once, which was somewhat different from Dao Xian's understanding of the Abyss Invitation Letter. Inviting 4 people at once essentially means 4 separate Abyss runs. In this case, even if the drop rate is extremely low, there is still a slight possibility of obtaining something. Huang Yuan carefully kept this invitation letter and then turned his attention to the other silver blind boxes. Although this invitation letter only has the potential to yield artifacts comparable to the Supreme Great Sword, it is still quite precious. The most crucial point is that he can invite others to join. Huang Yuan definitely needs to take 1 spot for himself, leaving 3 spots that he can choose to sell. This way, he can recover quite a bit of his investment. Speaking of which, charging 50 million berries per person for the ticket doesn't seem unreasonable. Huang Yuan's mind was buzzing with calculations. This is a good item. I want 1 spot for this invitation letter. Beside him, Carp didn't consider himself an outsider at all and spoke up, completely ignoring the resentful look in Huang Yuan's eyes after hearing his words. Unable to compete with this old man Carp, Huang Yuan could only shift his focus back to the blind boxes, as arguing with Carp would only frustrate him. Let's see what good items will come out of the next blind box. Picking up the second blind box, Huang Yuan swiftly opened it. A basic swordsmanship book. Dao Xian simply explained the way. The most basic swordsmanship is naturally very useful for ordinary people, but for a general like Kizaru, it's hardly worth a glance. With a casual clap, the basic swordsmanship transformed into a white light that melded into Kizaru's body. After adjusting to the suddenly added memories of the sword path, Kizaru shifted his attention to the blind box. However, this basic swordsmanship seemed to be anything but ordinary. Unlike the swordsmanship of the pirate world, each move of this basic swordsmanship was designed specifically for humans, essentially a sword path specialized in killing humans. It still provided a certain supplement to his swordsmanship. Dismissing these distractions, Kizaru opened the third silver blind box. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. A one-time scroll that can create a huge earthen wall to defend against enemy attacks. Kizaru nodded and gave a simple and clear evaluation. Garbage. 100 high-quality swords. Kizaru crushed one in his hand, completely ignoring the pile of scrap metal. After 2 consecutive blind boxes turned out black, Kizaru's methods became increasingly rough, seemingly believing that this way of opening blind boxes would yield better results. Unfortunately, the reality proved that it was of no use. It only got worse. Then explosion tag. A large piece of gemstone meat. It wasn't until he had opened 20 silver blind boxes that Kizaru finally stopped his relentless box opening. Celino, your luck seems to be pretty bad. Carp laughed shamelessly from his side, making Kizaru's already grim face turn even darker. Kizaru had thought that even if he was not as lucky as Carp, the difference wouldn't be too great. But unexpectedly, Carp had gotten 3 good items from 6 silver blind boxes. He had only received an invitation from his 20 silver blind boxes. As for the basic swordsmanship, it barely counted as 1, but it was undoubtedly not comparable to Carp's items. Looking at Carp's slightly tanned skin, Kizaru couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. It turned out that the unlucky one was actually him. Forcing himself to ignore Carp's irritating smugness, Kizaru silently comforted himself that there were still 2 blind boxes left. There was still a chance for a turnaround. With a refusal to admit that he was unlucky, Kizaru reached for the last 2 blind boxes. This time, he opened both boxes simultaneously, and as the light faded after opening, 2 items appeared before him. Oh! Seeing the change in Dao Xian's expression, Kizaru knew that it seemed like he had gotten something good, and hurriedly asked, "Store manager, what are these 2 items?" Dao Xian originally thought that Huang Yuan had completely failed this time, but unexpectedly, 2 items were still produced in the end. Although it was far from the luck of Carp, it was at least not so hard to accept. Dao Xian pointed to a bronze-colored scroll among the 2 items and said, This is an enhancement scroll from the same world as the Abyss Demon Invitation letter we just saw. Its level is 7. Dao Xian thought for a moment, and then directly translated it into words they could understand. Simply put, this scroll can be used on all external objects. A wooden stick, an armor piece, or a boxing glove. When used, the armor will enhance its defense, while the weapon will increase its strength and sharpness. As for the level of enhancement, a good fast knife can be raised to the level of a great knife after use. I suggest that if it must be used, the most suitable item for it right now would be the Justice Hand that Karp possesses. Upon hearing this, Kizaru's heart sank. Good grief. The Abyss faction is trying to take a spot for Karp, and now even the store manager is suggesting the enhancement scroll for him. Kizaru's face darkened immediately. He ignored Karp, who was beside him, constantly hinting with his eyes at Dao Xian. Kizaru shoved the enhancement scroll into his pocket and then changed the subject, asking, "So what is this last one?" It was a scroll with peculiar patterns, somewhat resembling the enhancement scroll, but it was clearly different. This is a real good item, a basic HP potion. The name mentioned by Dao Xian left Karp and Kizaru puzzled. But Dao Xuan's subsequent explanation sent Kizaru into a frenzy of joy. Its function is to allow the user to master a special ability, enabling them to create a potion called the primary HP potion using certain materials, which can quickly heal specific injuries. As long as it's not a life-threatening injury, it can bring someone back to life. This time, even Karp lost his carefree demeanor and became serious. This item is simply a strategic tool. With it, the casualty rate of Navy soldiers could be significantly improved. Karp and Kizaru thought of this almost simultaneously. The only question is, who should be given the method to make this potion? As a consumable, the scroll also has no restrictions on who can use it. Otherwise, Kizaru wouldn't be so tense. Of course, that's a matter for later. After realizing the importance of this scroll, Kizaru promptly put it away. Although the items Kizaru opened didn't seem to enhance his own strength significantly, whether it was the Abyss Party Invitation, the enhancement scroll, or this scroll for potion making, they are all very useful. After finishing their blind box opening, Kizaru and Karp hurried back to the Navy headquarters. The ability scroll for making the primary HP potion is crucial, prompting Kizaru to sacrifice his own vacation to rush it back to the Navy headquarters. Watching them leave, Dao Xian felt like he had forgotten something, but since he had forgotten, he didn't care about it anymore. What Dao Xian wanted to do most now was to finish this Abyss run. "Robin-san, Nami-san, do you want to play with something really fun?" Dao Xian raised the Abyss Party Invitation in his hand and said to Nami and Robin beside him. The Abyss, such a familiar memory, made Dao Xian feel a bit impatient. Moreover, the possibility of encountering some divine artifact or epic item would make it even more exciting. After all, there was no real danger to life. Even if the challenge failed, it would just be a wasted opportunity. That Abyss Party Invitation? Come on. Nami readily agreed. And Robin also showed an interested expression. She had heard Dao Xian's words as well. Faced with a special party where divine artifacts or epics might appear, even they couldn't help but become intrigued. All right, Dao Xian closed the door of the house and then used the Abyss Party Invitation. The invitation disappeared, and a blue circular light pillar door appeared in front of the three of them. Dao Xian took Robin and Nami's hands and jumped directly into the door. The moment they passed through the light door, the environment changed drastically, and the three of them arrived in a huge square, which spanned several miles. In the center of the square stood a massive pillar, dozens of meters high and 4 to 5 meters wide, emitting a dark luster, indicating that it was not as fragile as it seemed. Two voices shouted out as they transformed, and Dao Xian and Nami both turned into their Sky-Mai form. If Nami still resembled her original self, but with added feminine features, then at the moment Dao Xian transformed. He had already taken on a form that was black with hints of fiery red, which was the astonishing omnipotent mode of Sky-Mai, characterized by black as the main color, mixed with red and gold in a special form. This form represented that Dao Xian had mastered the power of Sky-Mai to the point where he was just one step away from evolving into the ultimate form. Though Robin did not transform, she had already positioned her hands in a way that indicated she was ready to activate her fruit ability at any moment. Once they were ready, with a gentle wave from Dao Xian, the pillars suddenly showed signs of damage, and several monsters appeared. The special challenge, known as the Abyss Party, had begun. With the speed of Kizaru, returning to the Navy headquarters would only take a few dozen minutes. But he still had to accommodate Garp. While on the warship, the two of them sailed at full speed and spent half a day finally returning to the Navy headquarters. As soon as they disembarked, Kizaru and Garp hurried towards Sengoku's office. "Sengoku, your actions have gone too far." Akainu slammed the table. having just received intelligence from Sengoku regarding the mysterious merchant. It turned out they had long known the exact location of the mysterious merchant on Sabaody Archipelago, but had deliberately concealed it from him, which made him quite dissatisfied. Sengoku, feeling a bit of a headache, explained, "We only recently grasped his whereabouts, which is why we hadn't informed you in time." Akainu pressed, "Where is he now on Sabaody Archipelago?" "He is in the lawless zone of Island 13 on Sabaody Archipelago, where he has opened a mysterious shop." Upon receiving this information, Akainu's temper instantly calmed down. His goal was to obtain information about the mysterious merchant. He wanted to personally test this mysterious merchant, and it would be best if he could control him. The worst-case scenario was that he couldn't let him sell blind boxes to pirates. This was something he could not tolerate. There was no need for a mysterious merchant who would further disrupt the already chaotic sea. Even if he might be very strong, Akainu was willing to risk his life to confront him. This was his justice. For the sake of his justice, he would not fear death. As Sengoku stepped into the office, Kizaru and Garp saw Akainu standing to the side. "Akainu is here too?" Garp greeted with a big smile. Akainu had a cold expression. In his eyes, neither Garp nor Kizaru were truly qualified Navy members. They were merely powerful individuals occupying their positions in the Navy. Garp, unfazed by Akainu's cold demeanor, knew that this was just Akainu's bad temper, something everyone was aware of. Kizaru leisurely reported everything that had happened with him and Garp on Sabaody Archipelago. Sengoku frowned. "So, you mean to say that during your trip to Sabaody Archipelago, you not only didn't encounter Dragon, but you also forgot to ask for the promised intelligence?" Kizaru and Garp exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. After obtaining the potion ability scroll, they had hurried back and completely forgot to ask the mysterious merchant for information. Trying to act nonchalant, Kizaru took out the scroll for the basic HP potion and said, "The biggest gain from this trip is this." Kizaru described the scroll's ability, instantly piquing Sengoku's interest. "Basic HP potion," Sengoku murmured, deep in thought. He suddenly remembered a crucial issue. This time, he hadn't received special funding for the box opening, meaning this item was likely purchased by Kizaru or Garp out of their own pockets. Garp had just asked him for 1,000,000,000 berries, implying that the money likely came from Kizaru. Knowing Kizaru's character, he was not one to make selfless contributions. Sure enough, Kizaru's words came right after. "Admiral Sengoku, this potion cost me nearly 400,000,000 berries to obtain." Kizaru said slowly, making it clear that he expected reimbursement. Additionally, Kizaru even wanted to charge more for the reimbursement, stating that whoever owned this potion could easily make money if they went into business. If Kizaru didn't have that intention, he wouldn't have chosen to hand over the item. After all, he was just a general who wanted to clock in and out of work normally. Business was not his strong suit or hobby. He just wanted to earn his salary steadily. As soon as money was mentioned, Sengoku felt a headache coming on. Ever since he had clashed with the Five Elders, the Navy's budget had been further restricted. Every time he wanted to use a large sum of money, he had to go through the world government's review. Trying to fabricate an expenditure of 400,000,000 berries from the budget was too difficult. The existence of the mysterious merchant was becoming increasingly hard to conceal. However, if he confronted the Five Elders directly, he found it somewhat hard to save face. Akainu, noticing Sengoku's predicament, stepped forward. "In that case, I'll apply to the Five Elders for the funding for this matter." Since Akainu had taken on this tricky task himself, Sengoku couldn't have been more pleased for him to resolve it quickly. "Then it's up to you, Akainu." Seeing that the basic HP potion had resolved the issue, and not only did they not lose out, but Kizaru could also recoup the money he spent on the blind box. The remaining Abyss Party invitation could be considered pure profit. With 4 people present, Kizaru decided to deal with the Abyss Party invitation early, both to earn some berries and to see if the Abyss Party could yield a divine artifact or an epic item. With this in mind, Kizaru took out the Abyss Party invitation and said, "This is the Abyss Party invitation I just mentioned." The mysterious merchant said that this invitation can open a special space. Demonic avatars will appear inside, and if we succeed in the challenge, we will receive some equipment. According to the mysterious merchant, there are divine artifacts comparable to the Supreme Great Knife and epic weapons that surpass the Supreme Great Knife. Seeing that he had successfully captured the attention of Akainu and Sengoku, Kizaru changed his tone. "For such an opportunity, selling you a spot for 50,000,000 berries is not too much, right?" Kizaru had a cheeky grin on his face. "Celino, you are truly embarrassing the Navy," Akainu said with a look of deep disgust. Facing Akainu's disdain, Kizaru's expression remained unshaken. 10,000,000 berries. Beside them, Sengoku directly negotiated the price reported by Kizaru. who had opened his mouth wide like a lion, down to an acceptable range. Akainu, what do you think? Sengoku asked for Akainu's opinion, and Akainu snorted, indicating his agreement. Based on the price of 110 million berries for 6 silver blind boxes, it would be about 20 million berries to purchase 1 silver blind box. If they followed what Kizaru said about 50 million berries per person, they might as well take that money and open the blind boxes themselves. 10 million berries was still acceptable. Deal, Kizaru said with a grin. 50 million berries was indeed a high price. And the key point was that he would be freeloading from Garp. As long as he could recoup the cost of this blind box, he would be satisfied. After all, when calculated overall, he spent not a single penny and even profited 20 million berries. Kizaru was not worried about Akainu and Sengoku defaulting. They wouldn't do something as shameless as Garp. Meanwhile, Garp had already dug into Sengoku's filing cabinet, pulling out Sunbei and eating them heartily. Seeing that Kizaru, Sengoku, and Akainu had come to an agreement, he laughed heartily. I've been waiting for this. Let's start now. Kizaru shot a resentful glance at Garp. That old man was really annoying, freeloading and still being so arrogant. If it weren't for his age, he would have taught him a lesson long ago. It definitely wasn't because he couldn't beat him. Turning his head to ignore Garp's face, Kizaru raised the Abyss Party invitation in his hand, silently chanting to use it. The invitation transformed into a green light, opening a portal. Shall we? Kizaru led the way into the space, followed closely by Garp, Sengoku, and Akainu. In a vast and spacious square, a huge black metal pillar stood in the center. With the 4 strongest of the Navy present, they completely disregarded a mere demon's avatar. Kizaru was the first to take action. A highly penetrating laser beam shot from his fingertip directly at the steel pillar. Boom! An explosion rang out, and a sense of urgency filled the square with music from an unknown source. A massive demon, holding a steel pipe and with a dark, muscular body, emerged, towering at 6 meters tall and looking quite intimidating. Buddha, swastika. A huge sound of Sanskrit echoed, and Sengoku, who had been small compared to the steel pipe man, instantly transformed into a giant Buddha over 10 meters tall. Shockwave. Sengoku ruthlessly unleashed the special ability of the human fruit Buddha form, which was also his most powerful attack. Akainu snorted disdainfully, his right hand transforming into a blazing mass of magma. Dogbite Red Lotus. The magma, under Akainu's control, morphed into a giant lava dog, crashing directly into the steel pipe man like a volcanic eruption. The steel pipe man, who had entered with such momentum, was instantly shattered by Sengoku and Akainu's combined attack. Following that, several puppets appeared, but with the power of the 4 strongest of the Navy, they easily eliminated these puppets, accompanied by a shining yellow light. A large number of equipment appeared out of thin air. As someone who had eaten the glint fruit and was known for his speed, Kizaru was the first to flash forward and catch the weapon represented by the yellow light. The moment he made contact, the name and function of this weapon fused entirely with Kizaru. As the light faded, in the eyes of Akainu, Garp, and Sengoku, Kizaru held what looked like just a sword hilt, grinning lewdly in place. Damselino. Garp loudly expressed his dissatisfaction, then asked again, is this sword hilt the epic weapon the mysterious merchant spoke of? Why does it look like just a sword hilt? Kizaru lewdly smiled, and the sword hilt disappeared from his hand. The moment the invitation was opened, the rules regarding it informed him that the items dropped in the instance would be first come, first served. Once obtained, they would bind to the user, with artifacts and epic gear having special abilities. In simple terms, they could fuse with him and be summoned at any time. Once the equipment was in hand and bound, it belonged to whoever possessed it. Kizaru explained the rules to the others, then showed a face that seemed unbothered by the situation. In the sky, a large countdown appeared, and the group quickly tidied up the other equipment. The next second, they suddenly found themselves back in Sengoku's office. Admiral Sengoku and Akainu, don't forget, you both still owe me 10 million berries. Oomph. Looking at the shameless Kizaru who had snatched the equipment, Akainu could only express his discontent in this way. For him and Sengoku, the main task of this trip was to experience the mysterious merchant's incredible power, like the invitation that had directly pulled them into a different dimension. This was an experience they had never had before. All of this highlighted the uniqueness of the mysterious merchant. Setting aside the showboating Kizaru, Sengoku began handling Navy matters, while still monitoring the mysterious merchant's movements through Tina's satellite. The main goal was still to investigate the movements of those opening the blind boxes. Akainu returned to his office and dialed the number of the 5 elders using a transponder snail. Hello, it's Akainu. What happened? Akainu reported solemnly about what the Navy knew regarding the mysterious merchant. What? Sengoku? The five elders expressed their dissatisfaction with Sengoku through the transponder snail, while also praising Akainu for reporting the news in a timely manner. Well done, Akainu. Prepare to go to the Sabeti archipelago to personally investigate the mysterious merchant's details. Then report back to us. I'll send someone to allocate 10 billion berries to you. 4 billion for Kizaru's reimbursement and the other 6 billion as your cost for probing the mysterious merchant. You must uncover his background. Yes, as the rulers of the world. The five elders despised things like the mysterious merchant that caused chaos and were not under their control. Moreover, the Navy had dared to conceal this information. If it weren't for Akainu's report, they wouldn't know how long Sengoku planned to keep it hidden. After issuing the probing order to Akainu, the five elders contacted the CP9 unit again, directing them to conduct a preliminary probe. Inside the mysterious shop, Dao Xian was playing with a lightsaber in his hand. Yes, after bringing Nami and Robin to challenge the Abyss Party, he also obtained an epic-level piece of equipment, a lightsaber. Naturally, Nami and Robin, who didn't really need to fight, wouldn't compete with him for this weapon. Thus, this lightsaber, named 1,000 Years of Light, fell into Dao Xian's hands. For Dao Xian, the only feeling was that it was light too light. Moreover, apart from the basic swordsmanship book opened by Kizaru, he had no foundation in swordsmanship. And what he needed most now was a swordsmanship expert to communicate with. Of course, the best would be for the swordsmanship expert to offer suitable swordsmanship skills, which would be the most fitting for him. Lord Moria, have you really decided? On the terrifying three-masted ship, Absalom and Perona expressed their confusion regarding Moria's decision. A Shichibukai suddenly announcing that he no longer wanted to be a Shichibukai would undoubtedly provoke a strong backlash from the Navy. That's right. This is the only way for me to become the 5th Emperor. Under Morgan's persuasion and Moria's newfound confidence from his increased power, Moria quickly spread this news to the entire world through the World Economic News Agency. As long as he could withstand the Navy's counterattack, under this immense prestige, he would be able to quickly organize a large force. What Morgans didn't expect was that the Moria he helped was truly someone with the potential to become an emperor. Extra, extra. Moria announces his withdrawal from the ranks of Shichibukai to become a free pirate again. The 5th Emperor of the Sea, Moria. Do you want to join his ranks? Head to the second half of the Grand Line. Lord Moria is waiting for you there. With Morgan's help, this news quickly spread throughout the world. Whether admired or mocked, at least at that moment, countless pirates felt respect for Moria's boldness. As long as Moria could withstand the Navy's counterattack, his power would undoubtedly grow tremendously, and he might truly become the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Of course, by the time that moment arrived, he must be strong enough to withstand the pressure from 2 of the Yonko to secure his throne. Half a day later, at the Navy headquarters, the office was silent. Only Sengoku's voice could be heard recounting. According to intelligence reports, the ship of the mysterious merchant passed through the Misty Sea. After the mysterious merchant left the Misty Sea, Moria's challenge to Kaido occurred. It can almost be concluded that Moria must have obtained some powerful ability from the mysterious merchant to do all this. Currently, among all the information about the mysterious merchant, the 2 highest-ranking pirates are Crocodile and Moria. Today's task is to discuss how to deal with them. Sengoku paused, giving the people present time to think. The hot-tempered Akainu slammed the table and said, directly eliminating Crocodile and Moria is the best choice. He was waiting for the funding from the Gorosei, and once it arrived, he would immediately head to Sabeti Archipelago. The silver-haired old lady, Vice Admiral Tsuru, spoke up. No, eliminating them won't prevent them from leaking information about the mysterious merchant. It's better to send someone strong enough to negotiate with them. At the same time, we need to keep a close eye on the reports from various newspapers and be ready to shut them down at any moment. For a moment, the room was filled with voices, and opinions quickly reached a consensus. The most important thing was still to pay attention to the dynamics of the newspapers. Only they had the power to spread the news worldwide. If they could control the newspapers, this news would be doomed not to circulate in the world. Kizaru would secretly go to negotiate with Moria, and if the negotiation failed, he would immediately eliminate Moria on the spot. On the other hand, Garp would go to negotiate with Crocodile, making sure to seal Crocodile's mouth while also preparing to eliminate him. In an instant, the winds and clouds of the sea were stirred up by Moria's sudden actions. On the sea, a peculiar lone, small boat drifted with the wind, getting closer and closer to Sabeti Archipelago. Dracul Mihawk, one of the Shichibukai and the world's greatest swordsmen. He was not lecherous, nor did he love wealth. His only interest was to spar with strong opponents to hone his swordsmanship. He had few friends, with Shanks and Rayleigh being among them. Of course, these friendships were forged through combat. In terms of swordsmanship, he was the strongest. However, regarding hockey, he was slightly inferior to Rayleigh and Shanks. This time, he came to Sabaody Archipelago to exchange sword techniques with Rayleigh. Not long ago, he had just visited Shanks for a swordsmanship exchange. This annual swordsmanship exchange occurred once a year, both to catch up with friends and to engage in a swordsmanship duel. Let us go to the New World, Ace. On an uninhabited island near Sabaody, Rayleigh said to Ace, who was exhausted and collapsed on the ground. Over the past few days, he had taught Ace various techniques and advanced techniques for using hockey. Ace, inheriting the talent from that man, was indeed enviable. In just these few days, he had already mastered the use of Busashoko hockey, and his strength had increased another level. For this, Rayleigh had to thank Garp for taking care of Ace, as well as Ace's unique way of digesting things that seemed to have a life return mode. However, when he directly asked Ace, Ace answered that he really didn't know. Garp was still the same, doing things without saying anything. In the invisible training, life return had become Ace's instinct. This was the reason Ace could have his current strength and quickly master the hockey techniques he taught. Now, all he could do was watch Ace head towards the sea. Thank you. Ace took a few breaths, his gaze seemingly reminiscing about his father, mixed with a hint of resentment. The impression he had of Roger was formed through the stories of those around him during his childhood, which was also the reason for his hatred towards Roger. However, from Rayleigh's words, he was able to further enrich the image of his father. It turned out that Roger was a true hero of the seas. Aside from having let his mother down a bit, he seemed to have wronged no one else. Even Roger's old rival, Carp, was more about the conflict between their factions. In reality, their relationship was a special one of both enmity and friendship. When Roger was gravely ill, he didn't entrust himself to his crew, but to Carp instead. In a moment of daze, Ace seemed to see his father's care for him. The separation between men had always been so decisive, bidding farewell to Rayleigh. Ace boarded the successfully coated ship with his crew and set sail towards Fishman Island in the deep sea. On the other side, watching Ace leave, Rayleigh revealed a smile akin to that of an old father. He had no children with Shacky, and to him, Roger's son was like his own. Watching Ace grow up healthy, Rayleigh was equally pleased. As he smiled, Rayleigh's expression suddenly froze. He suddenly remembered that it seemed to be time for his annual spar with Mihawk. He couldn't let Mihawk wait too long there, and every time he fought with Mihawk, the disadvantage was always in the gap of their weapons. Now that he had the Supreme Blade, he was determined to show off in front of Mihawk this time. With that thought, Rayleigh jumped straight into the sea and swam towards the place he had agreed upon with Mihawk. Reib Island, an unknown, desolate island near Sabaody, was devoid of any humans except for wild beasts. A special Western coffin boat was steadily docked on the shore, and on the boat, Mihawk was meditating. As two special individuals extremely focused on by the world government, it was generally inconvenient for them to meet casually. Thus, he and Rayleigh had made an agreement to come to this island every year at this time to spar in swordsmanship. However, today it seemed Rayleigh had arrived a bit late. Just as Mihawk was thinking that, a muscular silver-haired old man leaped out of the water onto the boat in a fish-like manner. "Hey, Mihawk." Mihawk's expression didn't change at all. "You're late, Rayleigh." Rayleigh showed a hint of embarrassment and smiled as he explained, "I got a bit lost on the road of life. But don't worry this time. The swordsmanship spar will definitely surprise you." A confident smile appeared on Rayleigh's face, piquing Mihawk's interest. Could it be that Rayleigh had made some significant progress in the past year? Mihawk raised his supreme great knife, the black blade known as Knight. Seeing Mihawk draw his sword, Rayleigh also unsheathed his own sword from behind, the famous sword known as the Mitsurugi, one of the 21 great blades. In an instant, the two figures sped past each other, and within a moment, Rayleigh and Mihawk had already exchanged dozens of blows. Mihawk frowned. Although there was a slight improvement compared to last year, it was still far from the surprise Rayleigh had mentioned. It seemed he understood Mihawk's thoughts. Rayleigh smiled and said, "Watch out, Supreme Blade." A visible silver glow suddenly emanated from the blade of Mitsurugi, which had initially looked like an ordinary famous sword. In an instant, it took on the quality of a supreme great knife. "Take this," Rayleigh called out, swinging his Mitsurugi forward. "What?" As Mihawk blocked Rayleigh's attack with his black knife, he immediately noticed the difference. He had fought against Mitsurugi before with Knight. However, this time, it felt as if he was battling against a supreme great knife on par with his own Knight, and a good sword undoubtedly enhanced a swordsman's strength. With Knight, Mihawk was the true embodiment of the world's greatest swordsman. Rayleigh had previously been at a disadvantage due to weaponry, but now with his supreme great knife. He was subtly matching Mihawk. However, Mihawk still held the advantage of youth, allowing him to maintain a slight edge. Of course, this did not diminish Mihawk's interest in Rayleigh's technique, called the Supreme Blade. However, such exchanges would have to wait until after their spar. Both Mihawk and Rayleigh refrained from using any haki, and they also tried to keep their stamina at a similar level, engaging in a fair exchange of swordsmanship. They fought for a full hour, showcasing their insights into swordsmanship over the past year. A swordsman could not be separated from his weapon, which was why Mihawk had previously avoided using a sword of equal caliber against Rayleigh. Switching to a new weapon would at least drop his strength by 10 to 20. It would take considerable time to adapt, and as one of the strongest 12 weapons in the world, Mihawk couldn't afford to set aside Knight to adjust to a weapon weaker than it. Now, it was different. Under the technique known as the Supreme Blade, Rayleigh's weapon had become comparable to his Knight. This battle was finally on equal footing. What is a Supreme Blade? After finishing their exchange of swordsmanship, Mihawk directly asked, his curiosity at its peak. Moreover, if this technique could be applied to his Knight, it would also significantly enhance his swordsmanship. This was something he couldn't help but be curious about. Rayleigh avoided the topic and countered, "How much berries do you have?" Although confused, Mihawk still answered Rayleigh's question. "I have a few 100 million berries." Rayleigh's eyes lit up, but as a friend who enjoyed teasing, he didn't want to take too much advantage of Mihawk. After thinking for a moment, Rayleigh quoted a price he felt was appropriate. "Give me 200 million berries, and I'll tell you the secret of how to get the Supreme Blade ability." "Deal." Mihawk, faced with Rayleigh's bold demand, didn't hesitate at all. With his background, pulling out a few 100 million berries was not difficult. He didn't feel at a loss for exchanging such information. Upon Mihawk's immediate agreement, Rayleigh suddenly wondered if he should have asked for less. Mihawk was always so mysterious. Rayleigh looked at the eagle eye and thought no one knew his background. Only that since he set sail, he had challenged various strong opponents with his supreme great knife in hand. The most famous battle, of course, was with the current Yonko Shanks, after which the red-haired became Yonko. Mihawk chose to accept the world government summons to become one of the 7 warlords. However, unlike the other warlords, even if Hawkeye refused the world government's coercive summons, the world government and the Navy never considered taking action against him. It's unclear whether this is due to his strength or his mysterious background. This series of thoughts quickly passed, and facing the straightforward Hawkeye, Rayleigh recounted the origins of the mysterious shop. On Sabeti Archipelago, there's a mysterious shop that sells an item called a blind box, from which various things can be obtained: abilities, equipment, bloodlines, lifespans, and so on. My ability, the Breaking Extreme Blade, or rather my swordsmanship technique, was obtained from the blind box. At this moment, Mihawk's hawk-like eyes seemed to have found their prey, becoming exceptionally sharp, and his expression seemed to convey his interest in this mysterious shop. In this world, Mihawk's swordsmanship has little room for improvement. He has deeply felt his bottleneck. Although he is still making progress, he knows that even if he improves for another 100 years, he will still be trapped in the realm of the great swordsman. Could this sudden mysterious merchant be the key to breaking the deadlock? "Take me there. You want the 200 million berries to open the blind box, right?" Mihawk said sternly, and Rayleigh certainly didn't think he was angry. After all, having known him for so many years, he had never seen Mihawk smile. However, to prevent the Navy from making unnecessary associations, he still needed to disguise himself a bit before taking Mihawk to the mysterious shop. The Revolutionary Army's dragon, carrying the talisman, headed towards Whitebeard's territory among the 4 emperors, aiming to gain favors from the Whitebeard pirates and to establish cooperation to jointly counter the pressure from the Navy and the world government. Moria and Morgans reached an agreement to pave the way for him to become the 5th Emperor of the Seas, while raising funds and planning to obtain further power from the mysterious merchant. Crocodile lurked in the Alabasta Kingdom, working hard to gather funds for opening blind boxes. Ace went to the New World, following his own path, preparing to challenge the 4 emperors, Whitebeard. Zifa, having recovered his arm, actively voiced his opinions within the Navy, striving to change it. Inside the mysterious shop, Dao Xian was calculating his gains. Kong Wu, Chakra, and the manifestation of the demon god, the essence of demons. These are his 3 most powerful forces now. As for equipment, due to the Kong Wu armor, although he chose the Hand of Justice, he had yet to find a suitable opportunity to use it. He finally obtained a weapon suitable for him, an epic weapon from the world of the Underground City, the Millennium Light, a weapon that resembles a lightsaber from Star Wars. Dao Xian is currently considering where to acquire knowledge about the swordsmanship. If he could directly unlock the inheritance of the sword god, that would be even better. Playing with the Millennium Light in his hand, Dao Xian quietly searched for the latest news from the newspaper delivered by the newsbird. The news of Moria's withdrawal from the 7 warlords caught Dao Xian's attention, which included Moria being referred to as the 5th Emperor of the Sea, sparking some thoughts in Dao Xian. Interesting. Dao Xian stroked his chin in contemplation. Coupled with the reputation of this world's economic news agency, all of this reminded Dao Xian of the original plot. For years later, Morgans would implement the same scheme, promoting the protagonist Luffy's name as one of the 5 emperors. Unexpectedly, 4 years prior, Morgans had already had this idea and even found the perfect candidate in Moria. Dao Xian has already seen Moria coming to him with a large sum of berries to open a blind box. A tall figure blocked the sunlight streaming in, and Dao Xian squinted his eyes to look at the person stepping into the shop, wearing a coat of red and black, with a huge sword on his back and a jazz hat on his head, combined with eyes like those of a falcon. Dao Xian instantly recognized his identity, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Dao Xian was just about to ask about his intentions when Mihawk stepped forward and exposed the lewd old man beside him. Dao Xian saw through his disguise at a glance. There was no way around it. He was very familiar with Rayleigh. He recognized various features well. Although this old man looked just like a real elderly person, his appearance still resembled Rayleigh's general likeness. So it turned out to be Rayleigh. Dao Xian directly revealed Rayleigh's identity. Rayleigh removed his disguise and lay down on the sofa, explaining, "I disguised myself to avoid Mihawk exposing my identity." Dao Xian raised an eyebrow and said, "Speaking of which, when did King of Hell Rayleigh and the world's #1 swordsman become so familiar? This was never mentioned in the original plot, so I have no idea, which is why I'm asking." Rayleigh smiled and replied, "As one of the few great swordsmen in this world who can rival Mihawk, it's not strange that I am friends with him, right?" Dao Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, Oda is just a comic artist. He doesn't know anything about pirates. As 2 of the few great swordsmen in the world, it's not surprising that Rayleigh and Mihawk, the sword enthusiasts, are friends. Rather, it's strange that they aren't more familiar with each other. Therefore, Rayleigh's purpose in bringing Mihawk here is quite simple. He must have come for his blind box. Hawkeye Mihawk is here to purchase the blind boxes I have, right? Dao Xian turned his head and asked the standing Mihawk. Mihawk still had a cold expression, making Dao Xian somewhat doubt if he was expressionless. Fortunately, Mihawk paused for a moment before responding. "That's right. Rayleigh said he saw the pinnacle of swordsmanship in your blind box, which is a swordsmanship that surpasses that of great swordsmen. For this reason, I specifically came here to purchase a blind box. As for strong individuals opening boxes, especially a great swordsman like Mihawk, Dao Xian naturally would not oppose it. How many blind boxes would you like to purchase? The first time, at least 1 bronze blind box must be purchased, and then you can directly purchase a silver blind box. The price for purchasing a silver blind box separately is 20 million berries." After Dao Xian found a loophole in the system's rules, he automatically adjusted the prices. Simply put, the original blind box, costing 110 million silver, now requires 120 million. "I understand." Mihawk nodded, not saying much, which made Dao Xian too lazy to say anything unnecessary. "Then let's buy a bronze blind box?" Although it was phrased as a question, Dao Xian had already deducted 200,000 berries from Mihawk. He then retrieved the bronze blind box and placed it on the table. Rayleigh chimed in, "Go ahead, Mihawk, and I hope you don't become a non-lucky player." Mihawk glanced at Rayleigh with a blank expression. Although he didn't understand what he was saying, it was clear it wasn't anything good. Non-lucky player was definitely not a good term. He then turned his attention back to the bronze blind box. The blind box was swiftly opened in Mihawk's hands, and, as the light faded, a skill book appeared in front of everyone. With no experience in opening blind boxes, Mihawk looked at Dao Xian, waiting for his explanation. "Store manager, what is this?" Rayleigh asked the question everyone wanted to know on behalf of Mihawk. "The 9 swords of Dugu." Dao Xian uttered the name of this sword technique, a swordsmanship rich in countless legends within the martial arts world. Unfortunately, this is a top-tier sword technique for individuals. In a world like One Piece, where the level of power is so high, the Dugu 9 swords can only be said to be beneficial in certain aspects, but it does not significantly enhance overall combat power. Dugu 9 swords? Mihawk spoke decisively upon hearing this name. Dao Xian continued to explain. This is the top-tier sword technique from a world called Jianghu. In that world, there are no devil fruits, no haki, and certainly no massive sea kings. The greatest enemy of humanity is itself, and the Dugu 9 swords is a supreme sword technique for battles between humans. A lot of Dao Xian's words, but for Mihawk, the easiest to understand is the last sentence, top-tier swordsmanship. Is this the top-tier swordsmanship from some world? Mihawk, who was extremely obsessed with swordsmanship, couldn't wait to continue opening blind boxes and hurriedly slapped the swordsmanship manual, accompanied by a burst of white light. The essence of the Dugu 9 swords fused completely with him. Anticipating the enemy's moves, attacking without defending, Mihawk muttered the essence of the Dugu 9 swords. The techniques themselves were meaningless. Instead, it was the philosophy of the Dugu 9 swords that pleasantly surprised him. This was an entirely new philosophy that instantly filled him with boundless inspiration, making him eager to return to his island to contemplate this new concept. However, just thinking that this was only the lowest level blind box and that such a great thing had already been opened made him wonder what kind of surprises awaited in the subsequent silver blind boxes. At this thought, what Mihawk was most eager for at the moment was to open the silver blind boxes. "Store manager, I want to buy 20 silver blind boxes," Mihawk said solemnly. He invested all his wealth into this blind box, except for the basic expenses and the 200 million berries he left for Rayleigh. All right. Dao Xin instantly gave a thumbs up to Hawkeye's boldness. The Lone Sword of 9 could be useless to Hawkeye, but for Dao Xian, it was the best introductory sword technique. Now, Dao Xian was even more looking forward to what good items Hawkeye could pull from the silver blind boxes. Together, they amounted to 400 million berries. After muttering about the berries to be deducted, Dao Xian activated his ability, and Hawkeye immediately lost his 400 million berries. Similarly, the 20 blind boxes Hawkeye purchased, along with the 2 bonus blind boxes, totaling 22 silver blind boxes, gleamed brightly in arrangement. It was quite eye-catching. Hawkeye reached out to grab a silver blind box and quickly opened it. A dazzling golden light appeared, and the blinding glow attracted everyone's attention in the vicinity. Rayleigh felt extremely envious. Just from the special effect alone, he knew Hawkeye had hit the jackpot, especially since this was only the first silver blind box for Hawkeye. It truly echoed the saying, "Everyone present was a lucky one, and the fool was actually me." Although Rayleigh wasn't exactly unlucky, the gap compared to Hawkeye was significant. As the golden light dissipated, a seemingly intangible scroll appeared before everyone, its golden appearance highlighting its uniqueness. Hiss! Dao Xian took a deep breath. This ability was too special, making him unable to help but praise Hawkeye's luck. "What is this?" Mihawk and Rayleigh both asked simultaneously. Dao Xian did not rush to explain, but instead played an image. An image floated up from the scroll, immediately attracting everyone's attention. In the picture, an old man with a bald head and blindfolded eyes, carrying 5 different weapons on his back, exuded the aura of a powerful being. As the old man moved, astonishing sword techniques were displayed, some icy, some fiery, all imbued with killing intent and the use of the heart's eye, until finally, the world changed color and fell into darkness. In the sky, countless eyes, resembling the eyes of the heavens, slowly opened, then exploded, annihilating all living beings within the vicinity. Everything returned to calm, and one could see 5 wave-congealed seals slowly rotating above the old man's head before the image disappeared. Mihawk had long been captivated by the sword techniques demonstrated by this swordsman and couldn't help but ask, "What is this scroll?" This is a skill scroll called Wave Seal, which is the core ability of a profession known as Great Dark Heaven. Mastering it allows you to harness a power called Wave. The sword techniques just shown in the image, whether it is the extreme ice wave sword or the explosive flame wave sword, all of it is based on its extension. Dao Xian elaborated on the Dao. However, merely mastering the power of fluctuations cannot fully make one a great dark sky. To truly become a great dark sky, one also needs Kazan's curse, which Dao Xian did not mention, as it wouldn't be useful to say it. Whether one can unlock Kazan's curse is also a matter of luck. If one has that luck, then Eagle Eye can naturally become a great dark sky. Of course, considering Eagle Eye's talent, having the power of fluctuations is already sufficient for him to carve out his own sword path, and he may not necessarily need to follow the path of the great dark sky. Dao Xian felt that these powers could only serve as resources on Mihawk's path of swordsmanship. Mihawk picked up the scroll, his eyes filled with intense obsession. This would be a stepping stone for his sword skills to advance further. However, with the inspiration from the previous Dugan 9 swords, this time, Hawkeye was not in a hurry to use it. He planned to wait until he had digested the swordsmanship concepts of Dugan 9 swords before using this ability scroll, called Wave Imprint. Beside him, Rayleigh was almost wide-eyed. This Wave Imprint was clearly of the same type of ability as his Breaking Extremity Blade. However, his Breaking Extremity Blade seemed to lack the core essence of the Wave Imprint. In his hands, the Breaking Extremity Blade could only serve to enhance a weapon. In contrast, The wave imprint ability seemed capable of extending into various different sword paths, which made him envious. Hawkeye maintained a calm expression, but internally he was excited about the rewards. Picking up the second silver blind box to continue opening. 10 pill of absence from food. One pill allows you to go 10 days without eating while still maintaining full energy. Dao Xian said this after glancing at the system panel. After all, people from different worlds have different physiques. In terms of the physique of people from the One Piece world, a single fasting pill lasting 10 days is already considered extremely top tier, especially the special ability that experts must possess, Life Return. Note that the essence of Life Return has never been exclusive to the 6 styles. Its true meaning is a special ability that arises from having reached a certain extreme level of body manipulation. Dao Xian had seen this in the martial arts theory of national arts before he crossed over. However, he had never truly encountered such experts in reality. This pinnacle of national martial arts is possessed by many powerful individuals in this world. The Navy trains their physiques through the 6 styles and among the elites. Some have integrated the 6 styles to develop the terrifying ability known as Life Return. At the same time, certain monsters in these seas are born with this terrifying talent. According to Dao Xian's perspective, it is indeed the world that limits their development. If they could possess a cultivation civilization's techniques, they would surely become extraordinarily fearsome. Among the blind boxes that Dao Xian sells, there exists such a terrifying entity. Mihawk nodded, calmly putting away the fasting pill before continuing to open the blind boxes. With the wave imprint as a foundation, Mihawk's mood was very calm, even if nothing else came out afterward. Just this wave imprint and the existence of the Dugan 9 swords was already a significant profit for Mihawk. With this thought, Mihawk's hand became quicker in opening the blind boxes, while Dao Xian continued to announce the contents of the blind boxes. 1 Autumn Leaf Blade, 100 Explosive Talismans, 1 Chakra Metal Shuriken. After nearly 15 silver blind boxes, the best item was merely a shuriken made of chakra metal, which was of no use to Mihawk. Mihawk's expression didn't change much, but Rayleigh beside him had a look of schadenfreude. Not because he didn't want to see Mihawk do well, but due to the psychological gap. Now, seeing that apart from the first box, which had good items, the rest were all duds, he instantly felt balanced and found it easier to accept, seeing that there were only 5 silver blind boxes left on the table. Mihawk slowed down his pace in opening them. 1 Fairy Bean. Fairy Bean? Mihawk and Rayleigh had never seen it before, so Dao Xian specifically explained it again. As a friend of red-haired Shanks, the moment he got the Fairy Bean, he thought not of using it himself, but of sending it to Shanks. Having lost an arm, Shanks' strength was somewhat affected, and this bean that could regenerate severed limbs was just what he needed. Mihawk could engage in a more exhilarating battle with Shanks at his peak. Thinking of this, a smile actually appeared on Mihawk's face, which shocked Rayleigh beside him, as if he had seen a ghost. Over the years, the number of times he had seen Mihawk smile could be counted on one hand. He never expected this fairy bean could move him. It was worth noting that even the previous wave imprint didn't cause such a significant change in his expression. It seemed the fairy bean was extremely important to him. After 3 consecutive worthless items appeared, only 1 silver blind box was left on the table, and Mihawk had little expectation left for what might be inside. With this mindset, Mihawk casually opened the last blind box. An eye-catching golden light burst forth. This time, even Dao Xian couldn't help but glance over. To consecutively open items from the golden blind box can only be described as being the luckiest of the lucky. Rayleigh was utterly dumbfounded. Mihawk was just too speechless and too enviable. As the light faded, a scroll that was very similar to the wave imprint appeared before everyone. Was this also some kind of swordsmanship mystery? Mihawk's tone carried a hint of surprise and delight. If this was also related to swordsmanship, then he had truly hit the jackpot. Mihawk, you really are the luckiest of the lucky. Dao Xian first nodded, indicating that his thoughts were not wrong. Then he waved his hand, and an image appeared. In the picture, a sword god wearing a bamboo hat and dressed in simple clothes wielded a massive, cleaving mountains and splitting seas with every movement, with endless sword light flickering. From his hands, various sword techniques were unleashed, including sword formations, sword control techniques, and ultimately the unity of man and sword. The sword could infinitely enlarge, large enough to sever mountains with one strike and part the sea with another. Eagle Eye's gaze was firmly fixed on the sword god in the image, and, at that moment, his eyes conveyed a true sense of soaring like an eagle in the sky. This was the kind of momentum that the world's greatest swordsman, Eagle Eye, should possess. In response to Eagle Eye's gaze, Dao Xian explained the name and function of this scroll. Its name is Villagewith sword technique. It is a dual-wielding sword technique. If the core of the great dark heaven lies in the power of fluctuations, then the core of the sword god lies in the Villagewith sword technique. The sword god's ability is a profession created based on the Villagewith sword technique, known as the sword saint or sword god. As a master of the sword path, Eagle Eye keenly sensed something different. Both the great dark heaven and this sword god seemed to lack something, feeling incomplete. The explanation from Dao Xian followed, although he initially wasn't prepared to go into such detail. However, it seemed that Eagle Eye had a deep connection with the ghost swordsman. At the same time, he revealed the core abilities of the Heavenly Emperor, this stainless steel basin, as well as the core abilities of the sword god, this crane. Given this, Dao Xian decided to explain in detail to Eagle Eye whether it was the great dark heaven or the sword god. Their power came from the ghostly hands produced by the confrontation with the demon god. This is a curse that can grant you higher swordsmanship power, but it will also drive you into madness. If, after my reminder, you still wish to obtain this power. Dao Xian's expression was serious and solemn. Then let's open the blind box. The golden blind box contains 4 powerful swordsmanship professions: sword god, great dark sky, dark lord, and blood demon. The old man you just saw in the fluctuation imprint is a strong practitioner who is proficient in all 4 professions. Reflecting on the various sword techniques displayed by the old man in the image, Mihawk immediately strengthened his resolve to continue opening the blind boxes. He wanted to explore the level of swordsmanship the old man had reached in that image. Mihawk nodded at Dao Xian, then carefully stored away the ghost sword technique. According to what this mysterious merchant said, if he wanted to reach the swordsmanship realm of that old man, he still needed to unlock the core abilities of the Dark Lord and Blood Demon, along with the ghostly hand generated from the confrontation with the demon. This meant that he would need at least several billion berries to possibly obtain this inheritance, not counting the random probabilities. Thinking of this, the usually untroubled Mihawk felt for the first time what it was like to have empty pockets. Dao Xian didn't have any other thoughts. He was just happy for Hawkeye. With Hawkeye obtaining the swordsmanship inheritance, it was as if he had gained it too. Hawkeye was like a timely rain, exactly what he needed since he lacked abilities in swordsmanship, and Hawkeye had just given him the core abilities of Azura and Sword God from the Underground City. Seeing that Mihawk was about to leave, Rayleigh quickly followed behind. Mihawk, it's been a while since I've been to your territory. Let's go together later, Rayleigh said without hesitation. The 2 golden glimmers of Hawkeye made him itch to get his hands on them. However, he was also out of money and was counting on Hawkeye's 200 million berries. Let's first go to Shank's territory, Hawkeye said in response to Rayleigh's suggestion. Rayleigh's expression turned nostalgic. He hadn't seen Shanks in years. Since that's the case, it would be nice to catch up. Moreover, with Hawkeye suddenly wanting to go to Red-Haired, Rayleigh felt that he could sell this information for a bit more. Given Hawkeye's character, he wouldn't do anything to steal information money from him. Selling this information to Hawkeye for 200 million. Asking Shanks for 500 million wouldn't be too much, right? Rayleigh stroked his chin, and the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Rayleigh and Hawkeye left Sabeti Archipelago, boarding Hawkeye's small shabby boat, heading towards Shank's territory in the Alabasta Kingdom. In a rain banquet within the rain, withdrawing from the 7 warlords, and the 5th Emperor Moria, Crocodile lay in a large armchair, looking at the latest newspaper, constantly calculating in his mind. Among the 7 warlords, Hawkeye, Dracula, Mihawk, and Bartholomew Kuma were the most powerful, with the second tier being Crocodile, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Empress Boa Hancock, and Jean Bay, the Fishman. As for Moria, he was recognized as the weakest among them. Of course, this referred to their peak conditions. After all, once Crocodile left the desert, he wouldn't be much stronger than Moria. Of course, this was referring to Crocodile before opening the blind box. After opening the blind box, Crocodile even had the confidence to fight Hawkeye. As for whether he could win was another matter. As for Kuma, his pawpaw fruit was too abnormal. It could almost be considered a rule-type devil fruit. Although there isn't such a detailed classification of paramecia-type devil fruits in this world, as a strong person on the sea, they had all heard of various devil fruit abilities. Among them, Kuma's pawpaw fruit could repel everything, and this point was known to all the 7 warlords. Even Hawkeye would find it quite tricky to face Kuma, let alone the other 7 warlords. Moria suddenly withdrawing from the position of the 7 warlords, along with the title of the 5th Emperor, had already made the strong in this sea realize Moria's intentions. He was trying to take this opportunity to rise to power and become the 5th Emperor of the Sea. The only thing that puzzled Crocodile was how Moria managed to leave Kaido's side unscathed after fighting with him for so long. Unless Crocodile thought of his own method of becoming stronger. Could it be that Moria also encountered that mysterious merchant? Upon thinking of this, Crocodile immediately confirmed his guess in his heart, and his mood became urgent. The four emperors were high above, with resources unknown to many. Once they learned of the mysterious merchant's existence, Crocodile would no longer have the opportunity to ascend to the throne of this sea. Crocodile hurriedly called for Bonus using a den mushy. How much berries have you gathered? Looking at Bonus, Crocodile asked. Ever since Robin and the mysterious merchant left, he indeed lacked a capable assistant. For now, all the finances would be handled by Bonus. Under his new orders, these people, whether stealing or robbing, were all contributing berries to him. At the same time, all useless heavy assets, like properties, were being liquidated. Crocodile was preparing for a one-time gamble to further enhance his strength and then step into the new world to compete for resources with the four emperors. Moria's advance made him particularly anxious. Under your command, I have sold off all assets except for the rain banquet. Some of the funding-consuming activities of the Baroque works have also been halted. In total, I have gathered 600 million berries. Crocodile frowned. Is that all? Nicole Robin took away several billion berries, and currently, only this much had been raised. The subsequent income sources outside of the rain banquet had basically dried up. Bonus said in a tone devoid of emotion. Crocodile's face fell into contemplation. He had no way to deal with the berries Robin took away, and he couldn't just act against the Alabasta Kingdom. After all, this kingdom had a certain connection with the celestial dragons. If he forced their hand, attracting an admiral would spell trouble for him. If he wanted to make money, he could only find other avenues. However, these are things he would need to consider only after opening the blind box. At that time, based on the extent of his strength enhancement, he would decide who to compete with for that business. The largest arms dealer and slave trader in the underground black market, Don Quixote da Flamingo, or the largest casino owner, Guild Tesoro. He possessed 20% of the world's berries, and his influence was sky-high. His only weakness was likely his strength. Bring all the berries, and you and I will go to Sabaody Archipelago. The others will stay in Alabasta to continue gathering funds. The balance of this sea is about to be broken. Crocodile said with a hearty laugh, uttering this profound statement. Crocodile's departure made it, so that Carp's trip was destined to be in vain. However, the Moria that the yellow monkey was looking for could not run around like Crocodile. He had to face the Navy's counterattack head-on to prove to all pirates that he could firmly sit in the Emperor's position. Once he could withstand this wave of attacks from the Navy, he could seize this opportunity to grow rapidly and become a true sea emperor with the power of the mysterious merchant. Dryce Rosa Kingdom. This was a special nation ruled by the seven warlords Don Quixote da Flamingo, who relied on sugar's hobby fruitability. Da Flamingo had a group of tireless, obedient toy slaves who would not leak information. These toy slaves hid within the Dryce Rosa Kingdom, continuously producing raw materials for the Smile Factory, which was a processing plant for artificial devil fruits. Once these raw materials were processed, they were sent to Punk Hazard Island, where Caesar Clown was located, to be made into artificial devil fruits. This was the foundation that allowed Da Flamingo to maintain his reputation as a clown in the underground world. It was precisely the existence of this artificial devil fruit factory that enabled Da Flamingo to leverage Kaido's fame and establish a foothold in the underground world. Everyone knew that Da Flamingo was Kaido's representative in the underground world. This was the foundation for Da Flamingo's standing in the underground world. Interesting. Looking at the news in the newspaper, Da Flamingo has already guessed Moria's intentions, but Moria's significant increase in strength has long confused him. Moreover, the recent activities of the Navy seem to be quite abnormal. The frequency of movements by the Admiral and Carp has far exceeded the norm, suggesting that there is some secret behind it. Thinking of this, Da Flamingo decisively dispatched an undercover agent from the Don Quixote family to the Navy. Virgo, a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family, sent a communication request to the G5 branch, where Rear Admiral Virgo was alone in his office. As the highest commander of the G5 base, he has frequently used his power to help the Don Quixote family hide some of their crimes, which is the main reason the Don Quixote family can act with impunity in the Dressrosa Kingdom without any information leaking to the Navy. The special frequency of the snail phone on the desk rang, and Virgo immediately knew it was Da Flamingo looking for him. Virgo stepped out of the office and dismissed the station Navy personnel before returning to answer the snail phone. Hello, Da Flamingo. The snail phone simulated Da Flamingo's appearance. Virgo, I'm looking for you this time to gather some intelligence. The Navy has been unusually active recently. Do you know their specific purpose? Virgo's expression turned grim. I don't know the details, which is why I didn't report to you. However, All these movements seem to be centered around the Sabati archipelago. theHeavens, you can use your family's resources to investigate if there's been any significant events or notable arrivals on the Sabati archipelago. There should be some clues, that's all I know. After all, as the highest commander of the G5 branch, I can't neglect my duties by going to the Sabati archipelago myself. Laughter came from the other end of the phone. Fufufu. I understand, Virgo. In the black market on the Sabati archipelago, the influence of the Don Quixote family was evident. With Virgo's hint, theHeavens learned that the events causing all this commotion were indeed occurring on the Sabati archipelago. theHeavens immediately utilized his family's power to investigate the Navy's movements in the Sabati archipelago. Red-haired pirates. Captain, I never expected Moria to hold out for so long against Kaido. That's quite impressive. A plump man wearing small sunglasses and a green and white striped shirt, draped in a yellow coat, praised Moria while looking at the newspaper. The red-haired pirates had indeed clashed with the beast pirates, which is why Lucky Roo, a member of the red-haired pirates, spoke so highly of Moria. On red-haired ship, there aren't many who can fight against Kaido for such an extended period. Even if Lucky Roo were to step in, he wouldn't last as long against Kaido. Yeah. Red-haired seemed unconcerned, his face filled with a disinterested expression. However, Ben Beckman, standing nearby, had a different opinion. Moria's rise would undoubtedly shake the already solid positions of the four emperors. There is no room for a fifth emperor in the New World. If Moria wants to succeed, he will inevitably challenge the four emperors again. And if we consider who among the four emperors seems weaker, it undoubtedly points to Shanks. Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard are all established four emperors. If Moria is looking for a soft target, Shanks would certainly be his choice. However, looking at Shanks' hearty laughter, Beckman felt a bit helpless. Their captain could be very astute at times, yet at other times he seemed like a fool. Seemingly noticing Beckman's thoughts, Shanks stopped laughing and said, "Don't worry, Moria is not my opponent. Moreover, before he challenges the four emperors, he must first withstand the Navy's counterattack. He is the first pirate to unilaterally withdraw from the seven warlords, which undoubtedly slaps the Navy in the face and will surely provoke their targeting." Unbeknownst to them, Shanks had already considered all the issues, which is why he was so relaxed. "Captain, a small boat is approaching us." A crew member responsible for observing the surroundings shouted from the lookout, immediately catching their attention. The small boat quickly approached, and two people jumped aboard. Mihawk and Vice Captain Rayleigh. Red-haired was suddenly very surprised. He had fought with Hawkeye not long ago, which was no big deal, but it had been a long time since he had seen Vice Captain Rayleigh. He never expected Rayleigh to come looking for him, which was quite a pleasant surprise. Long time no see. Rayleigh also laughed heartily, and the two exchanged stories about the past. "By the way, do you know where Buggy is now?" While chatting, Rayleigh casually asked about Buggy. Shanks, who had now become one of the four emperors, was renowned throughout the world, yet Buggy had been completely off the radar. Shanks had not heard any news about him in the Sabati archipelago or the New World. Seeing Shanks reminded him of Buggy, so he casually asked, "Buggy? He's in the East Blue. Being a big pirate there." Shanks laughed heartily. Rayleigh also chuckled. "That kid is still such a failure. Anyway, you must be very curious about why Mihawk and I suddenly came to see you, right?" Shanks laughed openly. Mihawk and Rayleigh were not the types to come just to relax with him, so their sudden visit must be for a reason. Rayleigh looked at Mihawk, who pulled out a magic bean from his pocket and handed it to Shanks. "What is this?" Shanks looked at the bean in confusion. "This is a magic bean that can heal all injuries and regrow severed limbs," Mihawk introduced to Shanks, his expression unusually serious. "That's right. As soon as I got this magic bean, I thought of you," Rayleigh vouched for Mihawk's words. Looking at Rayleigh and Mihawk's expressions, Shanks couldn't discern whether it was true or false. Logically speaking, given their relationship, they would never lie to him like this. However, a bean that could regrow a limb seemed too absurd. "Shanks, trust me," Rayleigh once again assured him about the magic bean. With the vice captain in front, Shanks no longer hesitated and swallowed the magic bean in one gulp. Suddenly, a tingling sensation spread through the long-heeled stump of his severed arm. Right before everyone's eyes, the arm he had lost in the East Blue began to grow back little by little. Looking at his regrown arm, Shanks was filled with immense joy. Although he had long bet his arm on the rubber kid and even gave his straw hat, which was a gift from his captain, to Luffy, it didn't mean he didn't want to restore his arm. He just wasn't willing to pay a high price to pursue surgical fruits or other means to regrow his arm. However, now that it was handed to him, he couldn't refuse. "Captain," the red-haired pirate crew member next to him exclaimed, witnessing a miracle unfold before their eyes. The captain had lost his arm for many years, and yet he had regained it simply by eating a magical bean. "Shanks, Do you want to know the origin of this magical bean? Rayleigh suddenly asked mysteriously. The red-haired Shanks was quite surprised from the sound of it. Such a miraculous item could be mass-produced? What origin? Rayleigh laughed heartily and said, the origin of the magical bean, and even better things, will be worth 500 million berries, don't you think? Not expensive at all, Shanks replied with a smile. Given the relationship between him and Rayleigh, he would give whatever Rayleigh asked for, but Rayleigh probably felt a bit embarrassed to directly ask. Rayleigh's face flushed. It was still somewhat awkward for him to ask Shanks for money. Fortunately, Shanks didn't ask too many questions, otherwise he would have lost face. Thinking of this, he quickly recounted the story of the mysterious shop. Suddenly, a mysterious merchant appeared on Sabati Archipelago. Rayleigh explained how he encountered the mysterious merchant. The mysterious shop the merchant opened on Sabati, and his experience with Mihawk in opening blind boxes. He told Shanks everything in detail. A mysterious merchant and a mysterious shop? With the magical bean he had just eaten, Shanks naturally would not doubt their words. However, linking it to several recent events, especially Moria's shocking strength and his challenge to Kaido, Shanks realized he had found the reason behind the turbulence in the calm sea. He originally thought all of this would happen after Luffy set sail, and he had wagered an arm on that. Although it was just an accident, he lost his arm due to carelessness while protecting Luffy. Rayleigh, I understand now. Shanks took a deep breath and said with a serious expression. He then turned to Beckman. Go get Rayleigh 500 million berries. This information is extremely important. Shanks had vaguely sensed the wave of change, and there were definitely more people than just Moria who had opened blind boxes with a mysterious merchant. Moria was already plotting to become one of the Yonko. Other pirates would certainly not sit idly by. Countless people who had opened blind boxes would undoubtedly challenge the Yonko one after another. He should be the first Yonko to receive this news. If the others hadn't heard about it, they might really face a disaster. Thinking of this, Shanks immediately felt the urge to meet this mysterious merchant to determine his attitude toward him. Mihawk had originally planned to challenge Shanks again, but seeing the serious expression on Shanks's face, he temporarily abandoned that idea. With the power of the wave imprint, the inner demon sword technique, and the sword intent of the 9 swords of Dugu, once he had fully digested these abilities, it would surely be more interesting to spar with Shanks. A day had passed since Mihawk and Rayleigh left, and for some reason, Dao Xian had not had any customers visiting. However, considering the high prices, not many could afford the blind boxes, so Dao Xian wasn't particularly anxious. Moreover, with the imminent events concerning Moria, it was foreseeable that a wealthy customer would soon arrive. On the 3rd floor, Dao Xian was integrating the 3 items he had won from Mihawk's lottery. In previous blind box openings, Dao Xian had accumulated many chances. So even if he were to select 3 more items, he had more than enough chances. Using the 9 swords of Dugu as a foundation, Dao Xian quickly entered the realm of swordsmanship. Wielding the 1,000-year light, the light sword felt as light as a cicada's wing during his swings. The sword light flickered like that of battle-hardened masters. This skill, in the world of martial arts, could be considered invincible. With the sharp and unparalleled 1,000-year light combined with the peak technique of the 9 swords of Dugu, enough for him to claim the title of the world's #1. Unfortunately, the pirate world he was in could be considered a high martial arts world, where the strong could create tsunamis and bring down meteors. This skill was not sufficient to stand out. Setting aside those chaotic thoughts, Dao Xian simultaneously used the abilities from the wave imprint and the inner demon sword technique. The wave power, under Dao Xian's control, fused with the Amadam Spirit Stone at his waist. With the system's assistance, Dao Xian quickly unlocked several core abilities of Ashura under Awakening. Wave Eruption, Ice Blade Wave Sword, Phantom Orb, and Ashura Evil Light Slash. As for the immovable King Formation and Evil Light Wave Formation abilities, due to the lack of the Demon Hand, he was temporarily unable to use them. The abilities brought by the inner demon sword technique were also more straightforward. Firstly, his hand speed improved almost by double, becoming exceptionally agile. With such hand speed, wielding a sword became incredibly powerful, a unique capability of the sword soul known as Swift Shadow Hand. Most importantly, after learning the inner demon sword technique, Dao Xian felt as if the light sword in his hand had become an extension of his body. This was the realm that ordinary sword practitioners dreamt of, a capability that only a few talented individuals could achieve after years of training, which Dao Xian had grasped silently. Other abilities, including blocking, dragon breaking slash, phantom sword dance, and draw sword slash, were also mastered by Dao Xian. However, it seemed that due to the lack of the demon hand, he had not fully mastered a few abilities, which Dao Xian found regrettable. He could only hope someone would unlock the demon hand soon, so that he could master the powers of these two class awakenings. Top, top. The sound of synchronized footsteps, reminiscent of military training from Dao Xian's previous life, came from outside the house. Dao Xian frowned, sensing something was off, and walked downstairs. On the first floor, Robin and Nami had serious expressions, looking intently outside. Following their gaze, Dao Xian looked out of the house. What came into view was a neatly arranged group of Navy soldiers, numbering in the hundreds, completely occupying the space in front of the mysterious shop. The leader was wearing a Navy Justice cloak, with a red vacation shirt underneath, and had a serious expression. Beneath his stern demeanor was a cold heart. He was none other than one of the strongest forces in the Navy today, the natural-type magma fruit user among the three admirals, Akainu Sakazuki. With a safe house in place, Dao Xian naturally had no reason to fear him, but Akainu had surrounded his mysterious shop with a large number of Navy soldiers. It was clear that they had come with malicious intent. As if noticing the shop owner Dao Xian's appearance, Sakazuki walked to the shop's entrance, looking down at Dao Xian. "Are you the owner of the mysterious shop?" Sakazuki's aggressive questioning was filled with an impolite tone, making Dao Xian frown. Facing Sakazuki's hostile inquiry, Dao Xian feigned ignorance about his identity and retorted, "I am, and who are you to come barking at my door?" Anger clearly appeared on Sakazuki's face. But if this matter could be resolved peacefully, that would be best. Resorting to violence was a last resort. "I am Admiral Akainu of the Navy." Sakazuki introduced himself, swallowing Dao Xian's retort. He had come this time to discuss a matter with you. Dao Xian remained silent, appearing indifferent. "The Navy sincerely invites you to join them as a vice admiral, or alternatively, to move this mysterious shop to the Navy headquarters in Marineford." Akainu stated his purpose for coming, closely observing Dao Xian's reaction. "Become a vice admiral? Open a shop at the Navy headquarters? Goodness." Dao Xian immediately understood the implication behind Akainu's words. He wanted to control him and prevent his blind boxes from circulating everywhere. "Sorry, but I refuse." Dao Xian rejected decisively. "Are you really not going to reconsider?" Sakazuki confirmed again. "No reconsideración." Dao Xian firmly rejected it again. The expression on Sakazuki's face instantly turned ugly. Dao Xian's refusal of the Navy's request meant that the Navy could not control him. Incidents similar to Moria's would occur frequently, which would be very detrimental to the Navy's control over the sea. This contradicted his sense of justice. Akainu's expression stiffened, and he became solemn. He decided to take action. He intended to test the mysterious merchant's true abilities. If the mysterious merchant's own strength was not strong, he could forcibly detain him. Conversely, if the mysterious merchant was stronger than him, Akainu was also prepared to pay the price. With this thought in mind, Akainu suddenly struck. His powerful armament haki covered his hand, and this attack was primarily for capture. It would be best if he could subdue the mysterious merchant with a single blow. Faced with Akainu's sudden attack, Dao Xian seemed to be caught off guard, standing still without moving. This scene filled Akainu with joy. It seemed that the mysterious merchant was very weak. Dao Xian watched the attack from Akainu without moving, standing at the doorway and still within the protection of the house. Akainu's assault on him could only be described as self-inflicted suffering. As soon as Akainu's hand touched Dao Xian's body, a tremendous recoil force pushed him back 5 steps. "What?" Akainu glanced at his hand, then looked at the unmoving Dao Xian, seemingly sensing something unusual. One hand transformed into magma, and Akainu launched another attack. This time not just a grapple. Confident in his own strength, Dao Xian chose to counterattack against Akainu's renewed assault. Transform. With a thought, the belt appeared around his waist. Although he hadn't yet donned the empty armor, the appearance of the belt had already released most of his power. The Millennium Light suddenly appeared in his hand, and the power of fluctuation gathered as Dao Xian poured out the fluctuation power from his body using the Millennium Light. Ice Blade Fluctuation Sword. A special slash was unleashed, and ice blades followed in its wake, freezing everything in their path. This move, a master technique of Azura, was executed by Dao Xian in a manner reminiscent of the unique slashes within the world of One Piece. However, under the influence of the fluctuation power, the might of this slash was greater, adding a special ability to freeze everything. The magma fist surged continuously, showcasing the volcanic eruption power that Akainu had focused on developing. The collision between the magma and the slash created a fierce clash, scorching the ground in between as if it were a landscape burned away by a volcanic eruption. The Navy quickly retreated under the guidance of Smoker and Tina. This level of battle was beyond their capacity to participate. Moreover, Smoker and Tina were well aware that Admiral Sakazuki never hesitated to sacrifice the lives of Navy personnel to achieve his goals. The possibility of collateral damage was extremely high. Within seconds, the power of the slash was completely neutralized by Akainu's magma fist, and Akainu stared calmly at Dao Xian, who had walked out of the shop. Since the first strike had been made, this battle was now unavoidable. Dao Xian glanced around the environment. Given their strength, even if they exerted their full power, the Sabaody archipelago might not be preserved. Follow me. You wouldn't want to accidentally harm ordinary civilians, would you? After saying this, Dao Xian quickly ran towards the sea. Akainu followed closely behind. Although he could sacrifice ordinary civilians if necessary, this mysterious merchant had voluntarily moved the battlefield elsewhere. If it could avoid involving ordinary civilians, he wouldn't force the battlefield to be set on the Sabaody archipelago. The two quickly left the Sabaody archipelago, each using their own abilities. Above the sea, Dao Xian floated in the air with the help of talismans, while Akainu occasionally stepped in midair, also standing in the air. Facing the flying Dao Xian, Akainu took the initiative to attack. Meteor volcano. Countless lava eruptions, under the influence of observation haki, accurately covered every spot where Dao Xian was located. Azura evil light slash. The power of fluctuation condensed into a massive flying slash aimed at Akainu. If the ice blade fluctuation sword relied on attribute attacks, the Azura evil light slash relied on size, 10 times larger than an ordinary slash. This strike was enough to mercilessly cleave through a sea king of 100 meters. Akainu stepped lightly, and with the help of observation haki, accurately avoided this slash. Dao Xian frowned slightly. Akainu's early prediction was clearly the result of observation haki. This special power of observation haki was somewhat absurdly strong without a comparable suppression from the same level of haki, allowing him to foresee all attacking actions. He couldn't be hit at all. Since that was the case, Dao Xian also decided not to hold back. This time he would straightforwardly teach Akainu a lesson, making others aware of his power. In the future, there would be fewer people daring to provoke him. With a thought, the black-based void armor instantly enveloped his entire body, and Dao Xian's power underwent a qualitative change. Ice Age, originating from the power within the Scarlet Eye, the demon manifestation that could freeze time and space now truly displayed its might in this world for the first time. This move was named after Akiji's freezing fruit ability. A powerful wave of icy cold radiated outward, instantly freezing the sea area within several miles, and countless ice blades shot towards Akainu. As a user of the magma fruit, Akainu was least afraid of ice. Countless ice blades turned into vapor as they approached him, melting away under the intense heat of the lava flowing on his body. And Sakazuki charged towards Dao Xian. Ice Storm General, a power even more terrifying than the freezing fruit appeared. If the freezing fruit focused on freezing, then the demon manifestation could not only create ice blocks, but also manipulate them for its use. Compared to Moria at that time, Dao Xian was now several times stronger, and the ice cavalry he created was no longer so fragile. A unit of over 100 ice cavalrymen continuously hurled their spears at Akainu, causing him trouble. However, the fully transformed lava man, Akainu, completely ignored these attacks, swiftly running on the ice, or rather, he didn't dare to linger. The longer he stayed, the more likely he was to melt the ice. Blizzard. The weather instantly turned harsh under Dao Xian's control. Even snowflakes began to fall. The battlefield further transformed into Dao Xian's main stage. The situation occurring near Sabaody archipelago immediately attracted the attention of others, especially the scene of the sea being frozen, causing some informed individuals to speculate which Admiral Akiji was fighting. However, there were not many qualified spectators. Smoker turned into smoke and watched from a distance, while Tina observed through satellites. However, with the weather changing under Dao Xian's control, Tina quickly lost her ability to watch the battle. Damn it! Akainu struggled to approach Dao Xian, countless ice cavalry being shattered under his attacks, only for the ice on the ground to resolidify. Like undead soldiers, they were a constant annoyance to Akainu. Meteor volcano. Akainu once again unleashed the meteor volcano, but this time, compared to his previous probing, the lava chunks released were each the size of actual volcanic magma blocks. Countless magma fell onto the ice surface, turning the previously icy ground back to its original state. This was the natural disaster-like ability possessed by the top combat powers in the pirate world. They could single-handedly challenge a nation. The power to destroy an entire country was terrifying. As the icy ground dissipated, the ice cavalry naturally lost their foundation of existence. However, Dao Xian was indifferent. Having gathered countless powerful forces around him, he was virtually invincible in this pirate world. Unless the 4 emperors or 3 admirals simultaneously attacked him, he wouldn't be in any danger. And if such a situation arose, he still had a safe house to hide in. Dragon's Breakthrough Slash. In the instant he swung his sword, Dao Xian transformed into a fleeting sword shadow, instantly appearing 100 meters behind Akainu. Akainu's face was frozen in anger as he was split in two, turning into a puddle of magma. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he barely managed to maintain his human form and ascended again with a moon step, preventing the awkward situation of falling into the sea as a devil fruit user. Looking at the troublesome Akainu, Dao Xian felt a bit of a headache. Hitting him was easy, but before mastering the ultimate form of void, he really found it difficult to injure Akainu. Elementalization combined with observation haki was his best defense. Dao Xian does not know how to use armament haki, and ice and water cannot harm magma. However, even though Dao Xian does not intend to kill Akainu, it is still necessary to give him a huge price. It seems he's going to try that move. Maha Potemo. Dao Xian was muttering about this technique, named after the 8th level of extreme cold in hell. This was a special ability that the demon god could use only once a day. Akainu's observation haki suddenly emitted an extreme warning, alerting him to how terrifying Dao Xian's ability was as it was being unleashed. In the next moment, time stopped, centered around Dao Xian, within a 3-kilometer radius. Everything was struck by a chilling aura, frozen in place. Outside the battlefield, Smoker was stunned by this scene, and the cigar in his mouth suddenly fell. The spectacle unfolding before him was simply unbelievable. Inside the battlefield, it was as if time had truly stopped, and it seemed that only Dao Xian could move. With a fierce strike, Akainu's left hand was severed. Dao Xian never intended to kill Akainu. After all, although there are adventurer-like pirates, such as Shanks and Luffy in this sea, there are still more evil pirates who live by killing and robbing. Having a ruthless navy like Akainu might actually benefit this world more. However, the Navy's attempt to control his thoughts must be eradicated. Nothing is better than demonstrating enough strength to defeat an admiral. Severing one of Akainu's arms is merely a small punishment meant to serve as a warning. With the existence of the Dragon Balls, there are plenty of ways to restore his arm, which is insignificant for the Navy. However, Dao Xian's greatest punishment for the Navy is none other than doubling the prices. If others pay 20 million berries for a silver blind box, then the Navy must pay a huge price of 40 million each. Otherwise, it cannot offset Akainu's offense against him. As for the Navy not buying his blind boxes, Dao Xian never considered that. From the moment Dao Xian arrived in this world, everyone has been swept up in his chariot of war. Those unwilling to get on board will only be left far behind in the dust of the times. Time resumed. Suddenly, pain shot through his arm, and Akainu realized that his left hand seemed to have vanished. What happened? How did his left hand suddenly disappear? Akainu looked bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. It was as if a segment of his memory had been cut off, or perhaps time had been stolen from him for just a few seconds. He is an admiral, one of the most powerful individuals in this world. Even Whitebeard and Kaido could not take his arm without him noticing. Akainu completely lost his fighting spirit. Dao Xian's ability to take his arm naturally meant he could also take his life. If he were to replace his arm with his head, Akainu knew he wouldn't survive. Having tested the waters to such an extent and nearly losing his life was enough. Since this mysterious merchant spared him, Akainu didn't feel the need to die here. However, in the face of Dao Xian's strength that surpasses that of an admiral, the Navy's attitude must be reassessed. Dao Xian flew straight towards the safe house without even glancing at Akainu. Watching Dao Xian's departing figure, Akainu stepped forward and flew in the direction of Smoker. Inside the naval base, Akainu, with his wounds bandaged, showed no signs of distress despite losing an arm. With a serious expression on his face, he instructed Smoker and Tina beside him. From now on, lift all interventions regarding the mysterious shop. You only need to keep a record of the people entering the shop. Yes, Admiral Akainu. Smoker and Tina responded. Having witnessed Dao Xian's power firsthand, they understood why Admiral Akainu was doing this. An existence that surpasses the strength of an admiral. If the Navy were to intervene recklessly and anger him, not to mention these Navy personnel responsible for monitoring, even the Sabaody archipelago might not be safe. Moreover, this place often has celestial dragons visiting. If a celestial dragon were to encounter this powerful being, it would undoubtedly lead to a great battle. To prevent such events from occurring, They also needed to divert the celestial dragons to other locations, avoiding any clashes with this strong individual that could provoke a war with the Navy. After a moment of silence, Akainu then asked Smoker, "Did you see what happened when I lost my arm? What exactly occurred?" Akainu was unable to figure out how he had lost his arm, which prompted him to ask Smoker, who had been observing from the side. Smoker paused for a moment before sharing his speculation. It seemed like time stopped. Just now, everything within a radius of about 3 kilometers centered around me was frozen. Akainu's expression immediately turned more serious. Time-based abilities are all absolutely overpowered existences. In the Navy's known Devil Fruit catalog, there are only 3 fruits with such powers: the ability to reverse time, to slow it down, and the time fruit. Such abilities, which are nearly like rules, are almost unresistible, and there seems to be no way to counter them. Moreover, these 3 fruits each have their own drawbacks. However, this mysterious merchant's time-stop ability seems to have no flaws aside from its range. With such power, this mysterious merchant has the potential to instantly kill any admiral, and his threat level is even higher than that of the 4 emperors. Akainu took a deep breath. Now that the testing was complete, it was time to yield. The 600 million berries sent by the Gorosei were ready to be put to use. Back in the safe house, Dao Xian reflected on the recent battle, feeling a sense of ease. It was only natural to feel that way. He had already mastered all of Kong Wu's powers except for the ultimate one. Plus, he had the benefits of Captain America's serum, gourmet cells, and charms enhancing his body. The demon god manifestation, Ice Emperor's tools, Oni swordsmanship, wave engraving, Dugan 9 swords, and a host of other abilities. All of these powers, when combined in Dao Xian's hands, could easily surpass the combat strength of an admiral. Defeating Akainu was a piece of cake. Once Dao Xian further advanced and mastered the ultimate power of Kong Wu, even all the strong beings in this world combined would not be his match. That would be the power of a deity who controls the forces of the microscopic world. With a single thought, he could manipulate particle fusion, unleashing the explosive force of nuclear bomb with just a gesture. Simply put, he could easily create a nuclear bomb with his bare hands. Moreover, Dao Xian suddenly thought of a question. Although he was not from this world and could not learn Haki, he could still consume the devil fruits, the crystallization of this world's rules. This was another way for him to gain power aside from the lottery prizes he obtained from copying customers. However, with such power, he currently had no interest in ordinary devil fruits, except for a few that were extraordinary. This part was left to chance. If he had the opportunity to obtain them, he would eat them. If not, it was fine. An hour later, footsteps were heard outside the shop. The one-armed Sakazuki walked in wearing casual clothes and carrying a box. Facing Dao Xian, who had severed his arm, Sakazuki showed no signs of resentment. This was the price he paid for provoking Dao Xian. "What are you here for again?" Dao Xian, although he was unwilling to kill Akainu, his fondness for Akainu was not high either. It can only be said that this world still needs a navy like Akainu, and the people he has saved overall far outnumber those he has killed. "I am here to open a blind box. I wonder if I can make a purchase?" Sakazuki's expression remained indifferent, neither sad nor happy. "Yes, but considering the Navy's offense against me, the price will temporarily double. Only when I forgive the Navy's offense will the price return to normal," Dao Xian said nonchalantly, expressing his attitude that he was going to take advantage of the Navy. "No problem. How many blind boxes can 600 million berries buy?" When he arrived, Akainu was even prepared not to sell to him. He didn't expect it to just be a price increase. This was inconsequential for Akainu. After all, this was the activity fund allocated to him by the Gorosei, not his own money. However, considering Dao Xian's attitude towards the Navy, it was still necessary to resolve his views on the Navy in the future. Offering a local specialty from this world seemed like a good choice. With that in mind, Akainu thought of a mysterious devil fruit that was sealed in the Gorosei's treasure vault. 1 bronze blind box and 15 silver blind boxes. Buy 10, get 1 free. You can get a total of 1 bronze blind box and 16 silver blind boxes for a total cost of 600,040,000 berries. Sakazuki nodded and took out the 600 million berries he carried. As for the 40,000 berries, he would personally cover that. Dao Xian took out 400,000 berries from the box and extracted a bronze blind box, placing it in front of Akainu. Akainu coughed to ease his tension. Opening a blind box was too thrilling. He rarely participated in activities with such gambling nature. With a hint of nervousness, Akainu reached out with his remaining right hand to gently open the blind box. "What is this?" A familiar egg appeared before them, and Dao Xian was somewhat surprised. How did carp lay an egg, and Akiji, and now even Akainu? Goodness, The Navy and the Pokemon world are quite connected. This thing, the Navy should be very familiar with it. Akiji's Articuno, Carp's Blastoise, and Kizaru's Raichu all came from such eggs. Its name is Charizard. Daoxian introduced the origin of this egg to Akainu. Considering that the owner of the Charmander was Akainu, Daoxian directly named it after its ultimate form. Oh, Akainu looked at the egg with a hint of curiosity. He had already seen the new pets of Kizaru, Akiji, and Garp, each equivalent to a powerful devil fruit user. Among them, Blastoise could carry Garp around the ocean, while Pidgeot was very useful for flying people and assisting in combat. However, Kizaru's electric mouse had the least utility. It couldn't swim in water or fly in the sky, making it less useful for an Admiral-level combat power. If he could get one that could fly or swim out of these, it would be quite useful at times, such as traveling in the sky or rescuing these devil fruit users who fell into the water. He wondered what kind of special creature this Charmander was. Under Daoxuan's guidance, Akainu held the egg with both hands, and after a moment, a small red dinosaur crawled out of the egg. The Charmander let out a tender cry as it landed on the ground. Akainu suddenly felt an inexplicable telepathic connection. After this connection was formed, the originally less than 1 meter tall Charmander evolved twice in succession, becoming a giant Charizard with a height of 5 meters. Under Akainu's power, this Charizard far exceeded its kin's height of 7 meters in the Pokemon world and grew huge. Roar. A huge roar came, and Akainu knew from a telepathic connection that it was extremely frustrated inside this small room. It then requested to fly outside for a few laps. Go ahead. Akainu agreed to Charizard's request. After receiving the command, Charizard tucked in its wings, squatted down, and slowly squeezed out the door. As a Pokemon with the name of a dragon, its temper was generally very fiery. However, inside this building, when it wanted to soar high, an invisible pressure restrained it, preventing it from doing so, and it could only cautiously walk out the door. Once Charizard exited, Akainu turned back and continued opening blind boxes. Charizard, with its flying ability, satisfied him greatly, as there were not many individuals in this world with the ability to fly. Moonwalk could only meet short-distance flying requirements. So having such a pet or assistant not only enhanced combat power, but also significantly satisfied mobility demands. He could respond more promptly to various places, and its importance was self-evident. Daoxian silently deducted the remaining 600 million berries and displayed 16 silver blind boxes. He didn't say much and signaled Akainu to open a box. Looking at the silver blind box worth 40 million berries each, even Akainu couldn't ignore it. After all, 100 million berries could buy the most worthless Zoan-type devil fruit. For an average person, having 100 million berries would be enough to live a wealthy life as a noble in some small countries. This was definitely not a small amount. With a slight emotional shift, Akainu adjusted his mindset, calming his psychological fluctuations, and reached out to pick up one silver blind box to open it. Inside were 1 bottle of red potion and 1 bottle of blue potion, which could heal certain injuries. 2 thumb-sized potions appeared before Akainu, and Daoxian briefly introduced them. There was no need to say much about such ordinary items. Akainu nodded, his expression calm and composed, showing no surprise or joy. However, he felt a bit disappointed inside. Was this what he got for the first 40 million berries? Just this? With some hope, Akainu continued to open 5 more blind boxes. He found a water release, Great Waterfall Technique Scroll, which could create a small waterfall to attack enemies, and 10 pill of hunger suppression. A pill that could keep one from feeling hungry for 10 days while maintaining full stamina. After listing the 5 items consecutively, and under Daoxian's brief introduction, Akainu realized it was all a bust. His already dark expression grew even darker. However, having gone this far, there was no way to return the items. Feeling somewhat cheated, Akainu continued to open the 7th silver blind box. This, Daoxian let out a surprised exclamation, which immediately caught the attention of Akainu. He had shown no reaction to the previous few worthless items. This feeling, could it be that something good finally came out? The silvery light faded, and a belt appeared before everyone. What is this? Akainu asked eagerly. This belt was extremely unfamiliar, with his extensive experience. He couldn't tell what it was. However, it didn't matter. If he didn't understand, he would just observe. Daoxian calmly glanced at the system panel. Beast King Transformation, Lion King? It turned out to be an Imperial tool. Daoxian had thought it would be a belt from Kamen Rider or Armored Warriors. Feeling somewhat disappointed, Daoxian waved his hand to release an image. After all, it was an Imperial tool. Although it was far from being comparable to the manifestation of a demon god, it was still considered a good item within the silver blind box. It deserved at least a brief explanation. In the image, a boy donned the belt and transformed into a lion-shaped half-beast, showcasing terrifying strength and recovery ability. The footage passed quickly. After all, the attributes of this Imperial tool were quite ordinary, with its greatest advantage for Akainu being its powerful recovery ability. Akainu quietly accepted the belt. This was not the place for him to test his abilities. Once the blind boxes were finished and he returned to the Navy, he would consider trying out this special item. The remaining silver blind boxes were quickly opened. A look of confusion filled Akainu's face. Out of 16 silver blind boxes, the only good item that came out was a single belt, and it wasn't even something particularly special. He seriously suspected this was the mysterious merchant's revenge against him. Faced with Dao Xian's calm demeanor, Akainu suppressed the urge to spit blood and barely restrained himself from cursing. It seemed that giving gifts was an urgent matter. I'll leave it at that for today. Next time, I will bring a gift. I hope to clear up your misunderstandings about the Navy, Akainu said briefly, walking out under Dao Xian's non-committal expression. As soon as he stepped outside, he received a call from the fire dragon through his telepathic link. Akainu strode towards the direction indicated by the signal. On Sabidi Archipelago, a stout man with a strange round helmet shouted at the flying fire dragon, "Get that big lizard for me." As a celestial dragon, St. Charlos's greatest hobby was attending slave auctions, purchasing human slaves and exotic beasts. At that moment, the fire dragon soaring in the sky had clearly caught St. Charlos's attention as some sort of peculiar beast. This prompted him to shout at the guards beside him. The guards exchanged glances. They had no flying ability and were utterly helpless against the large lizard in the air. However, they couldn't disobey the celestial dragon's orders. The atmosphere became tense. Watching the flying lizard while the guards remained unresponsive, St. Charlos became furious. He swung his whip at the guards, not caring whether they could fly or not. In his worldview, what he wanted, others had to find a way to get for him. If it couldn't be obtained, punishment was warranted, a concept ingrained in him through celestial dragon education. After delivering several harsh lashes, seeing the lizard seemingly preparing to fly away, St. Charlos repeatedly swung his whip, provoking the large lizard in the sky. The newly born fire dragon, upon noticing a small insect provoking it, casually shot a jet of flames at St. Charlos. The scorching flames swept past, instantly melting the clothing and helmet of St. Charlos. However, since the fire dragon was not angered, this attack was more of a warning to the one who provoked it. "Call the Admiral. Someone know. A beast is attacking me. I must capture it. I want it as my pet." St. Charlos yelled furiously, enduring the pain of his burned skin while glaring at the large lizard circling in the sky. Bystanders quickly distanced themselves, fearing they might be caught in his wrath. The celestial dragon status was upheld by the Navy, making them supremely powerful. No one dared to provoke a celestial dragon. The best course of action when faced with an angry celestial dragon was to stay far away. Celestial dragons call for help? Sabedi Archipelago? Akainu thought as he walked and answered the call from a snail. With Akainu's speed, he arrived at Sabedi Archipelago in just a few minutes. From a distance, he saw a completely black celestial dragon throwing a tantrum, whipping his guards. Upon seeing Akainu's arrival, the fire dragon that had been circling above quickly swooped down and landed beside him. "Admiral Akainu, catch that big lizard," St. Charlos exclaimed, as if he had found a pillar of support, ignoring the fire dragon's affectionate demeanor towards Akainu. He arrogantly approached Akainu and commanded him. Akainu showed an attitude of disregard. "Everything is normal with celestial dragon St. Charlos. I've already resolved it," he said, hanging up the call on the snail. He then turned to St. Charlos and said, "Its name is Fire Dragon, and it's my capable assistant. If you have a problem, you can go complain to the Gora CI." With that, ignoring St. Charlos's incessant chatter, he mounted the fire dragon and, through telepathy, directed it to fly towards Navy headquarters. While Akainu could ignore St. Charlos, others could not. After Akainu left, St. Charlos erupted in anger and ordered those around him to search for special beasts similar to the fire dragon. Clearly, even after being burned by the fire dragon, St. Charlos still desired to have another beast like it. In Mysterious Shop, Dao Xian counted his gains. Overall, he was dissatisfied with what Akainu had opened. This Imperial tool was useless to him, and being a belt-type equipment clashed with his own Kamen Rider belt, so there was no need to consider it. The only useful item was the fire dragon, which he noticed had made Robin's eyes sparkle with excitement. Clearly, this fire dragon finally matched Robin's aesthetic. Having given Nami a pet bird, it was only fair to give this fire dragon to Robin as well. In simple terms, it was basically a zero gain for him. However, this trip served to teach Akainu a lesson and demonstrated his strength. He believed that after understanding his power, the Navy would no longer dare to take any improper actions for fear of provoking his wrath. Report to Lord Joker. According to our intelligence personnel, Admiral Akainu seems to have engaged in a battle with someone on Sabeti Archipelago, suspected to be fighting Admiral Akiji. However, no one here has seen Admiral Akiji, and after the battle, Admiral Akainu seems to have lost an arm. Before and after the incident, Admiral Akainu visited a shop called the Mysterious Store. After hearing the intelligence, Doflamingo, far away in Dressrosa, let out a strange laugh and said to Toribol beside him, "Interesting. Something that can make Sakazuki lose an arm must contain a huge secret. Toribol, you handle the family affairs for now. I will personally visit the Sabeti Archipelago to investigate. There lies a huge secret hidden by the Navy." Laughing wildly, Doflamingo finished the strong liquor in his hand and shot out several extremely special thin threads into the clouds above. With a pull, he was lifted into the air, using the clouds as a fixed point, flying rapidly. This was a special ability developed by Doflamingo after the extreme development of the string fruit. The ability to unleash such powerful capabilities from an otherwise ordinary paramecia fruit is a testament to Doflamingo's exceptional talent. With a heart full of curiosity about this secret, Doflamingo quickly approached the Sabeti Archipelago. In the New World, near an ordinary island outside the territory of the Four Emperors, a massive ship was docked beside the island. The terrifying three-masted ship. This island originally had no name, but after Moria's arrival, it was named Moria Island. When Moria announced it in the news, the location was precisely here. He intended to face the Navy's counterattack head-on, proving his strength to the world. Moreover, although he had not officially become one of the five emperors, his ambition had already attracted some pirates to his side. The 50 or so large ships of various sizes around the terrifying three-masted ship fully demonstrated the results of his announcement. Pirates who could come to the New World generally had bounties of tens of millions of berries at least. For ordinary people, they were already monsters that could not be dealt with by a typical number of individuals. These monsters were drawn to Moria's charisma. As long as he withstood the Navy's counterattack and was able to challenge a four emperor without falling behind, his position as one of the five emperors would be secure. "Master Moria, how should we arrange these people?" Looking into the distance, Moria responded to Absalom's question, "No rush. After I withstand the Navy's counterattack, we will consider them." Moria's plan was to first withstand the Navy's counterattack, then gather strength and collect treasures to find a mysterious merchant in the Sabeti Archipelago and open mystery boxes. Then he would challenge a four emperor and successfully rise to power. The biggest challenge in this was whether he could withstand the Navy's counterattack. Moria was somewhat confident about this. After all, with that ability, defeating him was easy, but killing or capturing him was impossible. Due to the threat of the four emperors, the Navy could not deploy too many top-tier forces against him. This time, the Navy would most likely send one of the three admirals or that marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp. As for others, Admiral Sengoku needed to remain at headquarters. He could not come. And other individuals simply lacked the strength to take down Moria. "Master Moria, he's here. He's here. The Admiral Kazuru is coming." Perona flew over in a panic, shouting loudly. She had been using Ghost to monitor the surrounding sea for sudden Navy attacks these past few days. Just now, her Ghost detected the arrival of a warship, and the man at the front of the ship, draped in a Navy coat, was someone whose photo she had seen countless times in the newspapers. Admiral Kazuru Borsellino. Panicked, she quickly dismissed the Ghost and returned to report this news. The nearby pirates watched Moria with countless eyes, eager to see how he would face this top-tier Navy force, and whether he had the qualities of king. Hey, you don't need to get involved in this battle. Moria decisively excluded his two core subordinates from the fight, and the newly arrived pirates were temporarily of no use. Pirates with bounties in the tens of millions, or even over 100 million, could not participate in his battle against Kazuru. Their task was to showcase his performance in this battle and prove Moria's strength to the world. Shadow Army. Moria called upon the power contained within his mask. The demonic mask fused completely with him the moment he put it on. Rather than being equipment, it was more of a special ability. After the mask fused, it disappeared, leaving only the ability on him. 100 Shadow Army ninja soldiers suddenly emerged from the shadows in front, instantly boosting the morale of the pirates nearby. The pirates cheered at Moria's summoning of shadow soldiers, waving their weapons to cheer him on. Clearly, Moria's act of facing Admiral Kazuru alone had given them immense courage. It should be known that the strength of the Navy admirals had long been well known to all due to countless newspaper promotions. No pirate would dare to underestimate the power of a top Navy force. Hey. The Shadow Sorcerer transformed under Moria's control into a massive throne. Supporting Moria's body as 100 Shadow soldiers lifted the throne and jumped into the sea. The throne, supported by the Shadow soldiers, resembled a small boat as it headed towards the direction pointed out by Perona towards Kizaru. This move was not practical for Moria. It would have been better for him to directly turn into a bat and fly over. However, to showcase his image as a 5 Emperor, he deliberately used this move. It was nothing but showmanship and style. This would allow him to gain a better and more perfect image of a powerful figure in promotions. Meanwhile, Morgans raised his camera, occasionally choosing good angles to take pictures of Moria for future promotions. Whether he could ascend to the position of 5 Emperor depended on this wave. On the warship, Kizaru was boredly playing with his light speed sword. Just holding this weapon, he could feel the power within it. Moreover, the weapon's greatest feature was that it could merge with his body. It could be used both as a means to enhance his power and as a weapon, making it very useful. Kizaru estimated that this weapon had increased his attack power by about 30%, an exceptionally strong figure. Kizaru was now confident that he could defeat Whitebeard single-handedly. However, the balance of the sea was not something he could disturb. Once he takes action against the 4 Emperors, the other 4 Emperors will simultaneously target the Navy. This makes it impossible for him to act rashly unless the Navy's strength completely overwhelms the 4 Emperors in every sense. This isn't impossible, as long as Sengoku also opens a round of blind boxes, along with Zifa, Sengoku, Karp, Akiji, Akainu, and himself. Then, if they go to the mysterious merchant to enhance their strength, it seems that the Navy could completely defend this sea. The only problem is, where will all the funding come from? The Navy's strength has always been under the control of the Celestial Dragons, including the strength of the 3 admirals, with various checks and balances in place. To the outside world, the Celestial Dragons are just a bunch of pigs, but only the high-ranking officers of the Navy know what terrifying power lies behind the 5 Elders. That is the strength that allows the Celestial Dragons to stand at the pinnacle of this world, not merely relying on the Navy's power. Admiral Kizaru, someone is coming. The soldier on the lookout tower shouted loudly, and Kizaru focused his gaze to see a black throne on the sea, seemingly a small boat speeding towards him. Below, around 100 people dressed similarly to the black ninjas of Wano were carrying the throne over. Reichu. Through mental communication, Reichu immediately understood his intent. Under Kizaru's synchronization of power, Reichu had grown to 5 meters, becoming a massive beast that jumped directly into the sea. Kizaru lightly pushed off and jumped onto Reichu's back. As Reichu swam towards Moria's direction, this could be considered a tacit understanding between both sides. Neither Kizaru nor Moria wanted their side to suffer harm. Both sides skillfully avoided the ships. Seeing Kizaru approaching, Moria also stopped and waited for him. The waves churned, and at that moment, the sea was almost like a windless zone, without a single breeze blowing under the scorching sun that burned the surface of the sea. Generally, people can't withstand the sun for long. However, both Moria and Kizaru are among the few strong ones in this world, so this bit of sunlight is naturally not a problem. The distance between both sides quickly closed to less than 20 meters, with Kizaru riding a giant beast. The Navy Admiral on one side, and Moria, the former Shichibukai, now about to ascend to the status of the 5th Emperor, on the other. Just the meeting itself could bring immense pressure to others. Moria, why did you unilaterally announce your withdrawal from the Shichibukai? Kizaru questioned, while also probing whether Moria had obtained special powers from the mysterious merchant, which led to his current actions. He. Moria first chuckled, then replied, do I even need to say? The Pirate King is the ultimate pursuit of all pirates. The 4 Emperors are merely a stage on my path to becoming the Pirate King. Moria avoided discussing the mysterious merchant, deflecting Kizaru with his own ambition. Although he didn't know how many people were aware of the mysterious merchant's existence, as a vested interest, he never wanted more people to know about him. At the very least, the fewer people who knew about this before he became the 5th Emperor, the better. Oh, it seems you're quite confident. Kizaru maintained his nonchalant tone. I hope your strength lives up to your ambition. He, of course. In a simple exchange, Reichu took the initiative to launch an attack under their mental communication. Thunderbolt. Electricity surged from Reichu, executing a lightning-type ultimate move. To avoid any accidental injuries, Kizaru transformed into countless photons, briefly floating in the air, while also launching his own attack. Jetta no Kagami. A bolt of lightning and countless photon bombs completely covered the area where Moria was located. According to the intelligence known to the Navy, Moriya's flying ability was very limited. In this sea, Kizaru, who had temporary flying capabilities, held a massive advantage. This was also the reason Kizaru didn't negotiate with him. The premise for negotiation is that neither side can take the other down. If he could directly eliminate Moriya, that would certainly be much better than negotiating. As the attack came, Moriya showed no sign of panic. The Shadow Master enveloped most of Moriya's body, and a huge bat wing flapped high into the sky, a power that had never appeared in the original work. However, with Moriya's ambition restored, his strength naturally wouldn't remain stagnant. The power of the Shadow Fruit had also been further developed, wrapping his body in shadows to grant him additional abilities. For example, flying and also for arms. Two pitch-black arms suddenly sprouted, transforming Moriya into a four-armed giant. Moriya's observation haki and Kizaru's observation haki canceled each other out, while the Yada no Kagami and Reichu's Thunderbolt became outline attacks, grazing past Moriya. However, Kizaru's flying ability was still inferior to the wings on Moriya's body. As he swung his wings and approached Kizaru, Moriya's four arms launched simultaneous attacks. As the shadow had a physical form, when the shadow connected with Moriya's body, it could be imbued with Busashoka haki. Moreover, with the enhancement of shadows, those four arms sprouted claws capable of easily tearing flesh apart. Coupled with Moriya's originally fearsome visage, he now resembled a four-armed demon that had just crawled out of hell. How terrifying! Kizaru teased Moriya's current appearance, but his feat showed no mercy, directly unleashing his most powerful move, Lightspeed Kick. Facing Moriya's attack with the buff from the invisible sword, Kizaru chose to confront it head-on. Moriya was already far from his level. Even if his fruit ability was further developed, what difference would it make? In response to Kizaru's counterattack, a smirk of triumph appeared on Moriya's lips. With the multiplication technique, he was now least afraid of others matching his strength. Busashoku was merely a layer of hard armor. The real battle still depended on power. Moriya's height of 7 meters already indicated his extraordinary strength, combined with the four-armed ability of the Shadow Fruit. And then, partial four-armed multiplication technique. Suddenly, Moriya's four arms expanded by more than 5 times, with each massive arm comparable to Kizaru's body size. Kizaru's expression changed drastically. However, the lightspeed kick he had executed could not be retracted or changed in time. One kick against 4 fists. The powerful collision created a massive depression in the sea surface 10 meters below. Being at a height advantage and without charging, Kizaru decisively elementalized to release his strength to prevent taking too much damage, while mentally communicating with Reichu about his landing direction. With a swimming companion, the threat of the sea for a Devil Fruit user was greatly reduced. Boom! The sea surface was splashed with huge waves, and the next moment, Reichu lifted Kizaru out of the water. The weakened Kizaru, due to the seawater, finally got a chance to catch his breath. He originally thought that fighting above the sea would give him an advantage, but unexpectedly, he was outsmarted by Moriya. The wet navy uniform made Kizaru appear somewhat embarrassed. Long live Lord Moriya! Amazing Lord Moriya! In the distance, both the navy and pirates were observing the battle. And when they saw Kizaru being knocked into the sea by Moriya, the pirates erupted in excitement. This was seen as the strongest evidence that Moriya could contend with a navy admiral. Of course, both sides engaged in battle were aware of the situation. Kizaru knew he had been careless, while Moriya realized he had gained an upper hand. The subsequent battle would not be so easy, but his goal had already been achieved. At least on the surface, Kizaru appeared to be at a disadvantage. This was enough of a spectacle for both Moriya and Morgans. As long as Moriya was not defeated, his plan was already half successful. At that moment, Kizaru's expression changed, showing signs of displeasure for the first time. After so many years of slacking off in the Navy, he had forgotten how long it had been since he felt so embarrassed. Did everyone think he was the weakest and most lackluster among the 3 admirals just because he wasn't showing his power? Kizaru silently thought about it, and he couldn't even remember the last time he had gone all out. It seemed like he had never truly done so. Over the years, his current situation appeared to be the most humiliating one. Thinking of this, Kizaru became even angrier. 10-finger laser. All 10 fingers charged simultaneously, completely sealing off Moriya's current direction from 10 different angles. This move had once taken down a supernova in one hit 2 years later. It was definitely Kizaru's strongest move. But compared to that time when he used just 1 finger, the slightly angry Kizaru directly launched all 10 fingers together, facing such a powerful and rapid attack. To maintain his image in front of his subordinates, Moriya chose to enter the shadow space this time. He left only the Shadow Magician to engage Kizaru, as he had already achieved most of his goal. Now he just needed to tangle with Kizaru. Inside the shadow space, he had collected quite a few oxygen bubbles, enough to last him a long time. Once he dragged Kizaru to the point of impatience, that would be his victory, and the position of the fifth emperor would be within reach. During the entanglement, Crocodile had quietly arrived at Sabeti Archipelago, and the already nearby Don Quixote Doflamingo also reached the island. Among the 7 warlords, except for Mihawk, who was alone, everyone else had their own forces. Doflamingo's Don Quixote family. Crocodile's Baroque works, Bartholomew Kuma was backed by the Revolutionary Army, and the Empress was the king of the Daughter Island in Amazon Lily. Jinbei had the support of the Fishmen, and Moria had quite a few cadre-level crew members under him. The core personnel of Crocodile's Baroque works were mainly in the Alabasta Kingdom. However, there were also informants from Baroque works on Sabeti Archipelago. Therefore, he naturally heard about the recent events happening on the island. Although he wasn't clear about the specifics of the battle between Akainu and Akiji, the existence of the mysterious shop had long been discovered by the informants. With steady steps, Crocodile walked towards the location of the mysterious shop. As for Bonnie, who came along, he had other arrangements for her, casually dispatching a few ungrateful pirates along the way to showcase his strength and make others keep their distance. On the other side, Doflamingo was also walking towards the mysterious shop with his unique steps. Robin, do you want to breathe fire? Dao Xian asked Robin for her opinion. It was obvious that compared to the Bulbasaur she already had, Charizard might be more to her liking. However, in her hands, Charizard would only be a small fire dragon. Despite the manifestation of the demon god, Robin's strength was still insufficient. Ghana, the Bulbasaur lying on the ground, became anxious. She didn't want her master to have another pet that would take away her master's affection. Seeing the anxious Bulbasaur, Robin smiled and shook her head. No need. I have Bulbasaur. That's enough for me. You keep it. All right then. Since Robin had already declined, Dao Xian prepared to keep Charizard for himself. However, he wasn't in a hurry to exchange for Charizard, as the current size of the house was not sufficient. He really had no place to accommodate a giant Charizard. Robin's Bulbasaur and Nami's Pidgey were still small, so that wasn't much a problem, but it was foreseeable that it would definitely be very crowded in the future. He now needed a space-type item to expand a room. Otherwise, it would just get more and more cramped. However, there were hardly any low-level items related to space. And he also needed to obtain an item that could expand space, which gave Dao Xian a headache. Crocodile? Doflamingo? What are you doing here? At the entrance of the store, Crocodile and Doflamingo were at a standoff, looking ready to fight at any moment. Interesting, Crocodile. It seems you're also here for the mysterious shop? What secrets does it hold? Doflamingo was the first to drop the aggressive stance, as in terms of pure strength, he was still a bit stronger than Crocodile. However, his fruit ability did lag behind in certain aspects. He couldn't help it in that situation back then, let alone the line fruit, which was a trash paramecia fruit. He would have eaten even a regular Zoan fruit. Crocodile ignored Doflamingo's inquiries and walked straight into the shop. Doflamingo's arrival made him feel even more urgency. After all, when it came to making money, he was no match for Doflamingo. Doflamingo could almost be said to be the biggest slave trader and arms dealer in these seas. And with his identity as a warlord and a king, he was definitely a wealthy man. If Doflamingo were to open a few boxes here, the consequences could very likely be the birth of a Yonka-level powerhouse. Doflamingo wasn't too angry about Crocodile's indifference. He carefully examined the sign of the mysterious shop before stepping in, following Crocodile's figure. With just these two figures, Dao Xian knew that a big business opportunity had arrived, especially with Doflamingo. Dao Xian, who had been lying on the sofa, instantly straightened up and became energized. Welcome to the two warlords. Dao Xian greeted Da. Crocodile stood in front of Dao Xian, his face showing some discomfort, which was caused by Robin lying nearby. Facing Robin, the woman who had taken away hundreds of millions of berries from him, he was certainly very unhappy. However, with the mysterious merchant Dao Xian backing him, he couldn't do anything to Robin and could only adopt an attitude of indifference. Your Excellency, the mysterious merchant Dao Xian. I have come this time for the blind box as well. Dao Xian nodded in response to his question and glanced at Doflamingo beside him, signaling him to clarify his intentions. Doflamingo had already been observing the surroundings when he entered the store, and just moments ago, he had seen the rules engraved on the wall, along with some precautions and a brief introduction. A mysterious merchant? Blind boxes? Looking at Dao Xian, Doflamingo decided to first observe Crocodile's unboxing before deciding whether to trust the words inscribed on the wall. I'm here for the blind box as well, but it's first come, first served. Since Crocodile is so anxious, let him go first. Doflamingo's tone carried no arrogance, completely unlike his usual demeanor. This was a deliberate attempt to lower his posture after seeing the explanation on the wall. The mysterious shop and the enigmatic merchant were too mysterious, forcing him, who considered himself a former celestial dragon, to temporarily bow his head. Dao Xian nodded and chose to ignore Mingo for now. His attitude was clear. He wanted Crocodile to take the first step and see what was inside the mystery boxes before deciding whether to open one himself. Facing such a big client as Crocodile, Dao Xian's attitude was quite harmonious. How much do you want to spend on the mystery boxes this time? As a repeat customer, you can start purchasing directly from the silver mystery boxes, priced at 20 million each, or buy 10 and get one free. Crocodile nodded slightly. Being able to buy silver mystery boxes directly was naturally a good thing for him. The bronze mystery boxes were mostly junk, and if he wanted to get something good, he would definitely need a look at the silver mystery boxes. This time, I brought 600 million berries, which amounts to 30 silver mystery boxes, plus the 3 free ones, totaling 33 silver mystery boxes, right? Crocodile said with a slightly trembling voice. This time, it was a do-or-die situation. Stimulated by Moria, Crocodile decided to bet his entire fortune on this. He converted all his assets into these 600 million berries for a chance to win. If he could obtain something that would increase his power from the mystery boxes, then he would also have a chance to contend for the throne of the sea. However, the person he chose to challenge was only one. The man he had previously failed to challenge, the one known as the strongest in the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. He, Crocodile, also had ambitions of becoming the Pirate King. Let us get started. Dao Xian looked at Crocodile, whose expression suddenly became resolute, as if he had made a decision. He then spoke up, whom Crocodile nodded in agreement to the transaction. After receiving Crocodile's consent, Dao Xian decisively took away the 600 million berries that belonged to him. Feeling the bitterness of losing his entire fortune, Crocodile was filled with anxiety. If he couldn't deliver, he would fall behind in this brand new era. However, in order to keep up with Moria's pace, he was willing to take the risk. The 33 silver blind boxes were neatly arranged in front of him. Doflamingo looked at the appearance of the blind boxes with great interest. They seemed both real and illusory, with a silver-like exterior that appeared to exist. However, his observation Haki completely failed to perceive their presence, as if they were mere illusions. Crocodile was too lazy to care about Doflamingo, knowing that with Doflamingo's wealth, if he chose to open a blind box, his strength would definitely see a significant increase. In this regard, Crocodile had long fallen behind others. It was already his luck to encounter the mysterious merchant early on. If he couldn't seize this opportunity, he would deserve to fall behind in this new era. With a sense of tension that determined his fate, Crocodile grabbed a silver blind box and gently opened it. Under the silver glow, a talisman appeared. Having long been familiar with the process, Crocodile looked at Dao Xian to see if there was an image introduction. An image meant it was a good item. There was none, just an ordinary item. The talisman of the rat, also known as the power talisman. Accompanied by the explanation, an image unfolded, making Crocodile exceptionally happy in an instant, proving that the first silver blind box had indeed produced a result. In the image, a big-nosed man in a blue top held the talisman and revived a statue of a deity. The statue displayed miraculous spells, incredibly powerful. It could endow inanimate objects with movement, turning them into living beings, and could also turn living beings into inanimate objects. In Dao Xian's understanding, this talisman essentially allowed one to manipulate all external objects, such as turning a mountain into a giant stone figure. Conversely, it could also turn everything into a statue, effectively killing enemies. Whether for support or attack, it was quite a powerful talisman. When combined with Crocodile's abilities, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Under Dao Xian's series of introductions, Crocodile was overjoyed and was about to pick up the talisman on the table when an invisible thread picked up the talisman and flew towards the other side. Doflamingo. Crocodile roared in anger. He didn't expect Doflamingo would dare to make a move in this shop, snatching his treasure. Doflamingo let out a reckless laugh. The power of this talisman made him itch with desire. Under the cover of everyone's attention, Doflamingo secretly made his move, using a thread to stick to the talisman and pull it over. Dao Xian's expression darkened. Although in the anime, Doflamingo has such an arrogant personality and dares to play with the Navy during the world governments, he cannot tolerate anyone daring to act in a store, as it is the most direct provocation against him. Magic forbidden. Dao Xian activated the anti-magic ability in the safe house for the first time. Simply put, it suppresses all extraordinary powers and reduces physical strength to a level as weak as an ordinary person. He hadn't used it before because no one had fought inside the store. Even Akainu had attacked from outside the door. The only person who had actually fought inside his safe house was Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as the mouse talisman fell to the ground. Doflamingo was instantly dumbfounded. String fruit. Doflamingo tried various ways to use his ability, but found that his devil fruit powers had suddenly vanished. What did you do? Doflamingo asked darkly. Bastard. Although Crocodile had become weak, he still managed to throw a powerful punch at Doflamingo's face fueled by his anger. His fruit ability, Haki, and strength were all suppressed. Caught off guard by the attack, Doflamingo was momentarily stunned and fell to the ground. After landing a punch on Doflamingo, Crocodile picked up the fallen mouse talisman and tucked it into his pocket. Dao Xian ignored the lying Doflamingo and continued to invite Crocodile to open blind boxes. If Doflamingo wanted to open a blind box later, Dao Xian would definitely teach him a lesson on the price as a cost for his intervention. Despite being knocked down, Doflamingo did not show any signs of anger or frustration on his face. Instead, he wore an interesting expression, silently getting up and watching Crocodile continue to open blind boxes. 1 red potion and 1 blue potion. Rations X10 can restore a small amount of chakra. After 5 consecutive silver blind boxes, Crocodile's expression began to show some anxiety. A single mouse charm was not worth 600 million berries. He needed at least 2 more items of the same level to challenge Whitebeard. Crocodile was somewhat aware of the gap between him and Whitebeard. Ninjutsu Sand Clone. In the 7th silver blind box, a scroll appeared. After use, it could create a clone made of sand and chakra that could withstand a certain amount of damage and had self-awareness. Crocodile nodded. Although it wasn't a great item, it was still somewhat useful and didn't disappoint him too much. Throughout the exchange, Crocodile's hands did not stop opening blind boxes and continued to do so. Dao Xian is also synchronously introducing. However, it seems that Crocodile's luck ended after the first blind box, as he has opened 15 consecutive blind boxes with almost 0 gains. This made Crocodile's expression increasingly grim. He had bet his entire fortune, and if he only had a mouse talisman, it would not be enough for him to challenge Whitebeard. It would be very difficult to gather such funds again. Looking at the last 12 blind boxes, Crocodile held his breath, fearing that even the slightest noise would bring misfortune. 20 explosive talismans. Sniper rifle X, 1,100 rounds of ammunition. By the time he reached the 30th blind box, Crocodile's expression had become extremely grim, and he seemed to be in a daze. Crocodile's hands trembled slightly as he opened the 30th blind box. A dazzling golden light indicated that Crocodile had finally received a reward among the 30 blind boxes. What appeared before everyone was a palm-sized raccoon-like monster, with patterns on its body seemingly representing the wind god in Wano country. Violet patterns covered the entire body of the monster. Despite its palm-sized shape, it constantly alerted Doflamingo and Crocodile's observation Haki of danger. Within this tiny body, there seemed to be a power that made them feel a sense of danger. Beautiful. So beautiful. Crocodile stared obsessively at the monster before him, as the chakra within him told him that this monster seemed to be the source of his chakra. Is this the existence known as Shohi? Crocodile inquired. Dao Xian nodded. Look, Dao Xian released an image, in which there was a man dressed in a white robe, with 2 horns on his head and a 6-pointed jade necklace around his neck. In front of the man stood a massive divine tree connecting heaven and earth. The man extracted 9 portions of chakra from the divine tree, one of which transformed into a gigantic beast that controlled fierce winds and magnetism, also wielding the power of sandstorms. With every move, it could destroy the world. Shikaku, a beast formed by the power of a divine tree divided into 9, is immortal. Even if it is destroyed, it will be reborn in the world after a certain period. Of course, all of this is merely a part of Shikaku's essence. The Shikaku obtained from the silver blind box is not complete, possessing only 1/4 of its essence, though its power will not be significantly weaker. The biggest difference is that it lacks Shikaku's intelligence. This part of its essence is merely a portion of energy and does not have the indestructible nature of Shikaku. Its existence will live and die with its host. Once used, Crocodile will become like Gaara, a Jinchuriki. However, he will be the perfect Jinchuriki, as the tailed beast will not interfere with him. Under the power of this tailed beast, he will also be able to master wind release and magnet release. This is precisely the power that should be possessed by an item in a gold-level blind box, a complete power system. By mastering Shikaku, Crocodile essentially becomes a ninja while also retaining his original powers. The most marvelous part is that Shikaku's power is highly compatible with him. The power of sandstorms, magnet release, and wind release. All of this makes Dao Xian feel as though there is a hidden arrangement at play. Or rather, the items in the blind box are inherently aligned with their personal traits. When you hold it up and call out Shikaku's name in your heart, it will merge with you. You are it, and it is you. Shikaku Crocodile. This name for your future seems very fitting, as you will become incredibly powerful because of it. So powerful that you could even defeat the four emperors. As soon as Daoshuan's voice fell, Crocodile couldn't wait to raise the palm-sized Shoha statue. At the same time, he called out the name of Shoha in his heart. Accompanied by the call, the originally statue-like small Shoha revealed a ferocious face and roared, then seemingly melted away, transforming into countless violet patterns that merged with Crocodile. Ugh! As the patterns emerged on Crocodile's body, he felt his original Shoha chakra within growing stronger and stronger. Twice, 3 times, 10 times, 50 times. The amount of chakra surged 50 times, and although a large quantity does not equate to quality, such a massive amount still significantly increased his power. The most direct change was that the tailed beast ball, which he previously needed to exert all his effort to produce, could now be used almost like an ordinary big move. Various wind and magnet techniques made his abilities even more diverse. Moreover, the control over sand that the tailed beast granted him could still be used even when he was handcuffed with sea stone. At the same time, Shoa's power enhanced his control over sand even further. Crocodile could already feel that he was just one step away from fully awakening the Sansan fruit. He only needed an opportunity to completely awaken the fruit. Feeling this power, Crocodile's ambition reignited. What Moria could do, he could do as well. Shoa? Watching the monstrous figure that had just surged in the image merge with Crocodile, Doflamingo, despite having myriad thoughts in his mind, dared not make any small moves. The scene where he almost became an ordinary person heightened his fear of this mysterious shop to its peak. That feeling was as if he had been handcuffed with sea stone. No, it was even more terrifying. Even his haki had vanished. This made Doflamingo only dare to watch quietly from his side. However, the fact that such a powerful monster could merge with Crocodile and enhance his strength was shocking. All of this was obtained by Crocodile for 600 million berries from this mysterious shop. Thinking of this, Doflamingo suddenly became excited. In terms of wealth, he might be the richest among the 7 warlords. For Crocodile, taking out 600 million berries was extremely difficult. But for him, 600 million berries was less than a tenth of his wealth. If he were willing to go all out, he could buy a couple of golden blind boxes. While Doflamingo was lost in thought, Crocodile had already returned to his senses from the excitement of gaining Shoa's power. With Shoa, this trip had already been incredibly rewarding for him. Crocodile's mindset had relaxed, and he no longer had high expectations for the remaining 2 blind boxes. Of course, it would be best if something came out. If not, he was still satisfied. With this mindset, Crocodile continued to open the remaining 2 silver blind boxes. 1 immortal bean, 10 pills of absorption. The immortal beans could heal all injuries. As long as one was not dead on the spot, they could recover from all injuries, including regrowing severed limbs, though they could not cure diseases. The absorption pills allowed one to go 10 days without hunger. Crocodile nodded and stored the immortal beans and absorption pills. Goodbye, boss. The next time we meet, it will be when I come to open the golden blind boxes. Crocodile's tone was full of confidence. With Shoa's power, the Sansan fruit was just one step away from complete awakening. He was going to challenge the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, again and become the 6th emperor of these seas. As for whether Moria, who wanted to be the 5th emperor, would fail, in Crocodile's view, if Moria failed, it could only mean that he was a thoroughly foolish person. With such a great opportunity, recklessly taking action without being fully developed would be a deserved fate. However, Moria should not be such a foolish person. He should be able to securely hold the position of the 5th emperor. What Crocodile needed to consider now was how to ascend to the position of the 6th emperor. He was confident in facing Whitebeard one-on-one. Even if he failed, he could still retreat safely and gain immense prestige, just like Moria challenging Kaido. The only thing he needed to consider was the commanders of Whitebeard's divisions. These commanders possessed power comparable to the 7 warlords, and Marco's strength was even close to Whitebeard's. If he challenged Whitebeard, it would be difficult to avoid interference from these commanders. If even one commander intervened, he would find himself in a life-and-death crisis. Thinking of this, Crocodile came up with a plan to directly issue a challenge to Whitebeard through the newspaper. A battle between captains should not involve others. Given Whitebeard's character, he would never avoid a fight. With this thought, after briefly informing Daoxian, Crocodile completely ignored Doflamingo beside him and hurriedly left for his base on Sabaody Archipelago. Watching Crocodile's departing figure, along with everything that had happened in the mysterious shop, Doflamingo finally connected all the dots. Sengoku mobilizing the navy to go to Alabasta was precisely because the mysterious merchant was there at that time. And Crocodile's station location was indeed the Alabasta Kingdom. Coupled with Moria's sudden challenge to Kaido, Doflamingo completely understood this series of events. The navy was the first to discover the mysterious merchant, followed by Crocodile and Moria. And now it was him. The existence that could grant people power was a terrifying one. His previous small actions were too reckless and lacked respect for strong individuals. Mysterious merchant. Sir, I also want to open a blind box. I wonder what specific conditions there are. Dao Xian raised an eyebrow and couldn't let go of Doflamingo's little action just now. You, want to open a blind box too? Dao Xian's tone gave Doflamingo a bad feeling, but the blind box had to be opened. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and nodded. The silver blind box costs 30 million each. Dao Xian didn't really go too hard, just increased it by 5 times. Doflamingo's smile instantly froze, but the small gesture just now was his doing. And now this mysterious merchant wanted to charge him more money. It seemed there was no way around it. This was the price he had to pay for offending a strong opponent. Thinking of this, Doflamingo decisively stated the quantity he was willing to try. Give me 10 silver blind boxes. To open a silver blind box, one must first open a bronze blind box. A bronze blind box costs 300,000 each. Dao Xian interrupted Doflamingo's words and quickly said, "You've already accepted a price of 1.5 times. Naturally, Doflamingo didn't care about other issues. Hee. Interesting. Doflamingo laughed, clearly having adjusted his mindset. Money wasn't important to him. What mattered was power. As long as these 10 silver blind boxes strengthened his power to some extent, he would immediately liquidate some fixed assets and directly pursue the golden blind boxes that Crocodile only dared to dream about. Looking at the suddenly smiling Doflamingo, Dao Xian felt that he had underestimated him. As a wielder of Conqueror's Haki, he was a born king. Although Doflamingo seemed strange in some aspects, at times, his decisiveness made one feel that his royal qualities were in line with his status, provided that the person was worthy of being treated as an equal. Come. Dao Xian waved his right hand, directly taking away Doflamingo's wealth of 300 million berries. Then, a bronze blind box suddenly appeared, floating in Dao Xian's hand, slowly flying toward Doflamingo under the power of the chicken talisman. With the increase of power, Dao Xian's manipulation of various props became even more profound. The chicken talisman, while outwardly expressed as flying, essentially had the power of telekinesis. Through the chicken talisman, Dao Xian was able to perform a series of actions that talismans could achieve, such as moving objects across space. Faced with this blind box that could produce magical items, and having personally witnessed Crocodile open a blind box, even Doflamingo felt a surge of anticipation in his heart. What kind of items would the blind box bring him? Doflamingo took the blind box, feeling a hint of tension, and gently opened it. The outer packaging of the blind box transformed into a burst of scattered light and disappeared, revealing a scroll in front of everyone. What is this? Crocodile had never encountered a scroll before, so Doflamingo was unsure what this scroll represented. Not bad luck. Dao Xian introduced with an exclamatory tone. This is a certain ability that comes from the same world as the recently encountered monster, the Guardian Crane. In that world, there exists a group known as ninjas, who use ninjutsu to manipulate earth, water, wind, and fire to attack their enemies, and even control yin and yang. Among them, there's a special type of ability that manipulates puppets, called puppet manipulation technique. The greatest feature of this puppet manipulation technique is that it can retain a significant portion of the strength of the corpse being used as a puppet. However, Dao Xian suddenly shifted the topic to discuss the disadvantages of this ability in the pirate world. It cannot retain the abilities of the deceased devil fruit, meaning that the corpses or puppets it manipulates are best suited as martial arts or swordsmanship experts. This puppet technique is not very high in level, but it is quite comprehensive, encompassing various abilities of modification and control. At the same time, this ability has many limitations. However, it seems to have similarities with Doflamingo's parasite strings, and his parasite strings appear to be even more powerful. What kind of powerful effects Doflamingo can achieve with this ability? Dao Xian is eagerly anticipating. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Doflamingo's face, as if he had thought of something, and he happily put away the skill scroll for the puppet technique. Should he continue to open 10 silver blind boxes? Dao Xian inquired in a routine manner. Doflamingo's smile could no longer be concealed. How marvelous it was to enhance power. Having tasted the sweetness slightly, Doflamingo grew increasingly eager for the contents of the blind boxes. 300 million berries were deducted, exchanged for 11 silver blind boxes placed on the table. Doflamingo eagerly grabbed one silver blind box and gently opened it. A human enhancement serum. Dao Xian briefly introduced the items he had opened, and this Captain America serum surprised him at first. However, with his current strength, the boost this serum could provide was minimal, so Dao Xian wasn't very interested in giving a detailed explanation. Don Quixote Doflamingo, on the other hand, did not underestimate this item due to Dao Xian's brief explanation. Perhaps in the eyes of the mysterious merchant, this item was not extraordinary. But in Doflamingo's eyes, anything that could enhance strength was an absolute treasure. Even a small amount of power was very magical and precious to Doflamingo, who had already reached his limits. Your Excellency, is there anything in the blind box that can allow a person to retrieve a consumed devil fruit, or something that enables someone to eat 2 devil fruits? Doflamingo suddenly asked. In the blind box, there is everything. Dao Xian simply answered Doflamingo's question in one sentence. As for why Doflamingo asked, he understood well. Obviously, Doflamingo was not satisfied with the devil fruit he consumed. Indeed, Doflamingo's devil fruit belongs to the Paramecia type, specifically the creation type, which is essentially one of the lowest-level Paramecia fruits. Compared to top-tier Paramecia fruits like Whitebeard's Tremor fruit or those of the Zoan type, and especially the terrifying Logia type, it falls far short. Just by switching to another devil fruit, Doflamingo's power could see a significant boost. To compare with Katakuri's Machi fruit, which possesses both creation and Paramecia abilities, it can almost exhibit effects identical to elementalization under Katakuri's advanced observation haki that allows him to foresee the future. On the other hand, Doflamingo's string fruit greatly limits his potential. As one of the 4 emperors of the underground world, plus his identity as a warlord, acquiring a stronger devil fruit shouldn't be too difficult for him. However, he had already consumed a devil fruit in his early teens, which restricted his ability to develop further. The fact that he could awaken an ordinary Paramecia fruit proves his talent. Does he have everything? Looking at the blind box, Doflamingo let out a hearty laugh. Hatred for the celestial dragons surged in his heart again. Destroy them, pigs, Doflamingo muttered to himself. Picking up the second silver blind box, Doflamingo's movements were relaxed and pleasant. Unlike Crocodile's bankruptcy, spending 300 million berries was nothing for him. Just the puppet technique and the human serum were enough to cover his costs. At this moment, he was already plotting to return and assess his assets, ready to go for the golden blind box. The items in the silver blind box no longer satisfied his ambitions. 1 Dolan sword, 1 kunai. The appearance of 8 consecutive worthless items made even Doflamingo's calm demeanor start to tremble. Compared to Crocodile, the things he opened were too trivial. Although he thought he was satisfied, seeing the boxes almost depleted without getting anything inevitably stirred some emotions within him. Although Crocodile was a miser, he was a lucky one, and he was a rich, unlucky one. Doflamingo's smile vanished. Looking at the remaining 2 silver blind boxes, Doflamingo held his breath. He finally understood why Crocodile had been so anxious earlier. Opening blind boxes was indeed quite thrilling. Getting a good item could greatly enhance his strength, raising his expectations clearly. Reaching for the remaining 2 blind boxes, he casually picked one up and gently opened it. Najutsu, Substitution Technique. It allows the exchange of ranges between both parties using a specially made substitute item, effective within a range of about 50 meters. Dao Xian assessed Doflamingo. The ability given to Akiji was an ice stand, but if given to Doflamingo, it would probably become a line stand. However, with this ability, Doflamingo's difficulty level had doubled. Some abilities may not be of high rank, but they can be very useful in battle, and the stand ability is one of those. Doflamingo clearly understood this. He instantly recognized the function of this ability, which seemed to involve spatial capabilities. After putting away the scroll, Doflamingo was not in a hurry to use it. He wanted to open the last blind box first. With this thought in mind, Doflamingo swiftly opened the final blind box. Najutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. It could create 2 intangible phantoms. The 3-body technique had gathered 2 at once, and combined with the puppet manipulation technique. Dao Xian found that Doflamingo had a high compatibility with the Naruto world. Or perhaps this world was relatively close to the Naruto world. Of course, these were just Dao Xian's wild speculations. He had not yet reached the level of understanding the mysteries of time and space. However, it was indeed true that people from the pirate world had a higher chance of obtaining items from the Naruto world, as evidenced by what had been opened from boxes. My lord, let's call it a day for now. I'll come back a few days later, and I'll prepare the funds for the golden blind box in advance, Doflamingo said without concealing his intentions. The gains from this trip were considerable. 3 special abilities and a serum were worth the 300 million berries to him. Doflamingo was already imagining what treasures might be in the golden blind box. Dao Xian nodded and deliberately revealed a bit of information. It's best to hurry, otherwise, the first person to open the golden blind box could become someone else. The first person to open the golden blind box? Doflamingo instantly had countless associations. However, these were all secondary matters. The most important task now was to gather funds. The golden blind box was the priority. On the battlefield between Kizaru and Moria, although there was no sound, the Shadow Master created by Moria still made Kizaru feel disgusted with its deliberately crafted smile. Once the Shadow Master separated from Moria's body, it could no longer enhance Haki, making it weak in strength compared to Kizaru. It relied entirely on its immortal nature to annoy Kizaru here. Any casual attack from Kizaru could shatter the shadow into pieces, but it was useless. The next second, it would return to its original form. The only way to deal with it was to attack Moria's true body. However, the biggest problem was that Moria had directly vanished from the very beginning, and even his observation Haki had no sense of him. It was as if the only enemy he faced was the shadow. If it weren't for Reichu allowing him to occasionally land in the water, the light moon step would have exhausted him enough. At this moment, Kizaru was also filled with rage. He wanted to see how long Moria could maintain this ability. With his strength, maintaining a battle of this intensity for 10 days was not a problem, setting 10 days as the limit. If Moria couldn't hold on and appeared within 10 days, he would directly eliminate him. If after 10 days he still had no way to deal with Moria, he would have to resort to negotiation to seal Moria's mouth. However, for him, a Marine Admiral, this would undoubtedly be a very embarrassing thing. His reputation would be completely lost in the shadow space. Moria maintained the battle of the Shadow Master through his senses, leisurely lying on the ground of the space. The shadow space was not suitable for living beings, but with food and air present, plus the potions drawn from the blind box, he was not worried about exhausting himself before Kizaru. Defeating Kizaru was beyond his current capability. However, he could continue to use the Shadow Master to wear Kizaru down until he lost patience. The Shadow Master continued to engage in a sporadic battle with Kizaru, but from the intensity of the attacks, it was clear that it had reached a test of endurance. Watching this battle from the sky, Morgans glanced at the camera in his hand, a smile appearing on his face. Under his deliberate photography, he had already collected quite a few favorable photos of Moria. These photos were enough to create the illusion that Moria was evenly matched with Kizaru, which was sufficient. It should be known that the reputation of an admiral is something the world government has spent decades cultivating. Each admiral undoubtedly possesses strength worthy of their title. Moria, as a warlord of the sea, was still far from the reputation of an admiral. However, with these photos, using Kizaru as a stepping stone to invisibly boost Moria's reputation was simply perfect. Moria's displayed strength had greatly exceeded his expectations, and Morgans felt his vision gradually becoming a reality. Thinking of this, he called over a few albatrosses to deliver a letter to them, along with the film from the camera. Tomorrow's newspaper would publish this explosive news. Admiral Kizaru and Moria are evenly matched. If the failed challenge against Kaido was just a prelude, then being able to match the Marine Admiral Kizaru would undoubtedly attract countless pirates to join. Once this battle concluded, under a rallying cry, countless pirates would rush to support him. Moria would then have the foundation to become one of the 4 emperors. On the other side of the sea, aboard the Moby Dick, a mysterious figure dressed in a hooded cloak approached Whitebeard. Dun dun dun. Whitebeard took a hearty swig of alcohol before speaking in surprise. Revolutionary Army leader, Dragon, what brings you to my ship? As he aged, Whitebeard's body had deteriorated, and ailments had made him dependent on 4 drips. A beauty in a white uniform was carefully drawing blood from him. Dragon remained composed. Speaking slowly with a tone full of emotion, Whitebeard, don't you feel the arrival of a new era? Gururara. I am Whitebeard. As long as I'm alive, this era will always be called Whitebeard. What you mean to say is that little brat Moria, right? Whitebeard laughed heartily, confident as the world's strongest man. Even with his ailments, he was still confident he could defeat any enemy. One could say he was the current, albeit unrecognized, Pirate King. However, he had no aspirations for that title. What he truly desired was never the throne of Pirate King, but familial bonds. Perhaps it was due to his childhood that made him place immense importance on family. As long as he acknowledged someone as his son, he would protect them even at the cost of his own life. Moria is not as simple as you think. However, I did not come for that, Whitebeard. Your health is deteriorating. Isn't it? Once you are completely unable, the Whitebeard pirates will undoubtedly fall apart. Dragon pointed out the weakness of the Whitebeard pirates. Many coveted their territory. Once something happened to Whitebeard, they would surely be besieged by various forces. The disintegration of the Whitebeard pirates could happen in an instant. Facing Dragon's analysis, Whitebeard naturally understood. Dragon, you're not someone who comes to discuss such trivial matters. What exactly are you here for? Dragon slowly took out a hexagonal object from his hand, which had a horse emblem engraved in the center. What is this? Whitebeard instinctively took the object. Ugh, a muffled groan sounded. Old man, what is wrong? The nearby Marco and other division commanders cast hostile glances at Dragon, thinking he had used some means to harm their father. Each one drew their weapons, ready to strike at Dragon's command. I'm fine. Whitebeard's voice seemed to return to a time before he was troubled by illness, resonating with an extraordinary vigor, one that the division commanders hadn't heard in a long time. Feeling the warm flow from the talisman in his hand, all the hidden injuries and ailments within him seemed to be suppressed. Whitebeard felt an unprecedented sense of relief in his body. Whitebeard laughed loudly, the force of his laughter sending tremors through the surroundings, causing waves in the sea. Even the sound alone could stir a tsunami. This was the power of the strongest man, said to possess the ability to destroy the world, at his peak strength, awakened after the resonance fruit had awakened. Before awakening, the power of the resonance fruit could only be exerted through the hands. But after awakening, even the voice could directly convey the power of vibration. Old man, Marco's face showed a look of joy. As the ship's doctor, he was the most aware of Whitebeard's physical condition. According to his deductions, under strict dietary control, Old man likely wouldn't last much longer. But just now, Whitebeard had actually displayed the awakened power that could only be unleashed when he was uninjured. The conclusion drawn from this scene was that whatever Whitebeard had in his hand had restored his injuries. This was unbelievable. Marco's face was filled with disbelief. The other crew members cheered one by one. In the crowd, a black, stout man quietly concealed himself at the back, his face full of unpleasant expression. The healing of Whitebeard's injuries was not good news for him. After venting his emotions, Whitebeard stopped laughing, and the sea gradually calmed down. He first glanced at the horse talisman in his hand before asking Dorag, who was standing to the side, "What is this?" Dorag calmly explained. "It's called a horse talisman, and its function is to heal all ailments. Of course, it's mainly for minor issues. It can only suppress major illnesses. Given your physical condition, it's best not to let it leave your body. Just make it into an amulet to wear, and it will work." Looking at Dorag's actions, Whitebeard was somewhat puzzled. Why would Dorag give him such a precious item? This left him genuinely confused. Why? I want to represent the Revolutionary Army in forming an alliance with the Whitebeard pirates. At the same time, I would like to borrow some funds from the Whitebeard pirates. The reason Dorag sent this treasure to the Whitebeard pirates was that they were in urgent need of the horse talisman, even if Whitebeard didn't care. The members of the Whitebeard pirates did. Whitebeard's health was more important than anything, and the existence of the mysterious merchant would soon be hard to conceal. In other words, even if he didn't give the horse talisman to Whitebeard, considering the financial strength of the Whitebeard pirates, the likelihood of them acquiring healing items was 100. This was completely a time-sensitive favor he was doing for the Whitebeard pirates. Given Whitebeard's character, even if he found out about this later, he would still accept the favor. Thus, his goal would be achieved. As for borrowing money, it was a sudden thought. With the miraculous powers of the mysterious merchant's items, the money he borrowed could almost be said to be guaranteed not to result in a loss. It was like making money with money and then returning the principal to Whitebeard. As for the Revolutionary Army's funds, he still believed that, as a leader, he shouldn't use the organization's resources. Of course, he wouldn't let the Whitebeard pirates suffer. He would also provide them with information about the mysterious merchant. In that book he opened from the blind box, there was one phrase he strongly agreed with: to have many friends and few enemies. Roughly, that was the meaning. The pursuits of the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army did not conflict. Within the protection of the Whitebeard pirates, the people were not oppressed. Ordinary pirates dared not attack the countries within Whitebeard's territory. It could be said that in some respects, the Whitebeard pirates did better than the world government. Of course, Dorag actually recognized the Navy as well. Among the Navy, there were certainly bad apples, but many others were just following justice. However, the Navy's justice had nothing to do with the world government that managed the Navy. The Celestial Dragons established the Navy more to protect their own safety and to help them rule the world with force. In this sea, countless rebellions and deaths were related to the heavenly gold that supported the Celestial Dragons. Those countries that could not pay the heavenly gold were excluded from the protection of the world government. Nobles and royals, in order to gather such a vast amount of funds, increasingly oppressed and exploited the lower-class people, which led to the birth of the Revolutionary Army. However, as a former high-ranking Navy officer, he had some knowledge of the hidden powers behind the celestial dragons, which was also why he had never dared to provoke them too much. The Revolutionary Army was still in a stage of dormancy and development. Recklessly provoking the celestial dragons would only lead to self-destruction. Forming an alliance with the Whitebeard pirates was merely a casual move for him. Next, he would continue to follow the path described in the book, step by step befriending those nations that had not allied deeply with the world government and were suffering from the persecution of pirates and the celestial dragons. He would constantly develop strength in secret, and when he accumulated enough power, he would emerge and topple the celestial dragons who looked down on the people as sheep. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind as he looked at Whitebeard across from him, waiting for his response. Gururara, Dorag, I agree to your request. From now on, we are allies. Marco, go to the warehouse and give him all the berries. This money will be my thanks to you for the treasure you brought. Whitebeard said generously. Money was not important to him. As long as he was alive, the countries within his territory would continuously provide funds. In contrast, Dorag's horse talisman had given him such great help. In this situation, he straightforwardly gave the money to Dorag without discussing the borrowing. Marco nadid, showing no discontent. What is money? Being able to exchange it for Whitebeard's health was more important than anything. He quickly took a few people to the warehouse to help retrieve the berries. The wealth in the warehouse was close to 2 billion berries, and its volume was still considerable. He couldn't carry it alone. Dorag continued. The news of the alliance should not be leaked for now. The Revolutionary Army still needs to develop. I have very important information that I need to tell you privately. After dismissing the crowd, Dorag informed Whitebeard about the existence of the mysterious merchant. Whether to tell others about the mysterious merchant's existence was up to Whitebeard to decide. After a moment, watching Marco come out of the ship with nearly 2 billion berries, Dorag maintained a calm expression. A gust of wind whipped up this wealth, sending it toward the Revolutionary Army's base. On the other side, Kizaru was still in a fierce battle with Moria's shadow. A day and a night had passed. A sensational piece of news spread throughout the world via the World Economic News Agency. In the Navy headquarters, looking at the news, Sengoku's face was filled with confusion. Admiral Kizaru was at a disadvantage in a battle against the 5th Emperor, Moria. Several accompanying images perfectly captured the moment Kizaru was struck into the sea by Moria's attacks. The battle between the two continued, with the 5th Emperor living up to his name, locked in a fierce struggle with Kizaru. The accompanying images depicted Moria's shadow user attacking Kizaru. These images bewildered many, making Sengoku question whether Moria's current strength was truly that formidable. Unexpectedly, it was possible to fight evenly with Kizaru to such an extent. Even someone so familiar with Kizaru could misunderstand this, let alone other pirates and the public. At this moment, in countless countries and among numerous pirates, Moria's reputation once again rose, almost on par with the 4 emperors. Countless pirates, upon seeing his news, either wanted to ally with him or challenge this newly appointed 5th emperor, stepping on his prestige to quickly gain his position. The entire world began to stir, almost faintly reminiscent of the great age of exploration. Meanwhile, Crocodile, who was searching for Morgans, looked at the news reported in the newspaper and felt a bit frustrated. Damn it! Seeing Moria getting closer to the 5th emperor's throne, Crocodile couldn't help but curse. After all, he was the one who first encountered the mysterious merchant. Unfortunately, he had been too focused on the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluton early on, investing all his funds in the search for ancient weapons. Thus, he missed the opportunity to make himself strong enough from the start. At this moment, Crocodile had already mobilized all his resources to find Morgans. In terms of media power, no newspaper in this world could compare to Morgans, the awakened Zoan fruit user. It's unclear whether Morgans had the ability to communicate with birds due to his awakening or if he was a Zoan mythical beast fruit user. This is something outsiders cannot know, but what everyone knows is that he can command and hire birds to sell newspapers for him. Only he has the ability to sell newspapers to every corner of the world. To execute his plan, Crocodile must send out a challenge message through him. The red-haired pirates sailed towards the sea where Moria and Kizaru were fighting. Captain Shanks, look? Jesus Burgess, the sniper of the red-haired pirates, handed a newspaper he had just bought from a passing newsbird to Shanks. Moria and Kizaru are evenly matched? From a newspaper, Shanks only saw this piece of news, which further strengthened his belief in the arrival of a new era. A small Moria, not to mention There were at least 9 people on his ship who could defeat Moria, all strong individuals he had gathered from around the world. The red-haired pirates differed from the other 4 emperors, following an elite route where every member aboard was recognized as a strong individual by Shanks. Yet Moria, merely having purchased some blind boxes from the mysterious merchant, could achieve such an even footing with Kizaru. This was simply unbelievable. Once this news leaked, the chaos it would bring to the seas was unimaginable. Just thinking about it made Shanks shiver. It would cause chaos far greater than that of the great age of pirates initiated by Captain Roger, tenfold or more. In these seas, power means everything, and he, as a 4 emperor, understood this best. His purpose for this trip was not only to quell the conflict between Kizaru and Moria, but also to reach an understanding with them, to control the leak of information regarding the existence of the mysterious merchant among those who knew, to maintain the balance that could still be barely controlled in this chaotic era. The red-hair pirates are the red-haired pirates. The pirates from Moria's faction, who were observing the situation, shouted in unison as a massive skull flag waved, with 3 scar-like marks on the right eye of the skull, causing the pirates in this sea to gasp in surprise. They didn't expect that their 5th emperor, Lord Moria, would attract the attention of Shanks among the 4 emperors during the battle with Kizaru. At the same time, all the pirates harbored a thought. What was the red-haired emperor doing here? On the battlefield, Kizaru had also noticed Shanks' arrival, but he could not stop this battle. Slash! Standing on the ship, Shanks drew his sword, delivering a powerful slash that divided Kizaru and the Shadow Mage into 2 separate areas. Taking advantage of the temporary truce created by this slash, Shanks slowly brought the ship closer and called out to Kizaru and the Shadow Mage. Admiral Kizaru and 5th Emperor Moria, please give me some face. Let this battle end here. Shanks' voice was loud enough for pirates far away to hear. Finally, with a way out, Kizaru lightly landed on Reichu's head and temporarily ceased his attack. Meanwhile, Moria, observing the situation through the Shadow Mage and the Shadow Space, immediately switched places with his shadow using the Shadow Fruit ability, appearing in the sky with shadow wings sprouting from his back. The distant observing pirates and the Navy naturally did not know the specific circumstances. They only knew that under Shanks' plea for face, Admiral Kizaru and 5th Emperor Moria stopped fighting. They couldn't help but marvel at the immense influence of Shanks, a single sentence causing both an admiral and a 5th emperor to halt their battle. After Kizaru ceased hostilities, he directly stated his demands. In this battle, he had already confirmed 100 that Moria must have encountered the mysterious merchant. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain Moria's sudden strength and how difficult he was to deal with. Ceasing the battle was acceptable. Even the Navy could acknowledge his position as a 5th emperor, but he had to make a promise to the Navy. Kizaru scratched his ear, appearing very casual, and said, "Hee, let's hear it, but I can't guarantee that I will make the promise you want." Just as Kizaru was about to have a private conversation with Moria, Shanks directly exposed the secret that everyone knew but did not want others to know. You all know about the mysterious merchant, right? Shanks had a confident expression, as if to say they all knew. Upon hearing Shanks' inquiry, Kizaru's heart stirred. Since the existence of the mysterious merchant was already known to Shanks, did the other 4 emperors also know about it? This was undoubtedly the worst news for the Navy. The Navy is under the control of the world government, but no one governs above the 4 emperors. If the 4 emperors are willing, they could instantly gather the wealth of several golden blind boxes. Even platinum blind boxes would not be impossible. However, currently, no one in the Navy had opened a golden blind box, and how to obtain a platinum blind box was still unknown. But the consequences of merely having golden blind boxes were already severe enough. It could create a monster far beyond the strength of an admiral, someone whom no one in the Navy could match, which would inevitably affect the balance of the world. Whitebeard and Shanks could be dealt with, but if Big Mom and Kaido obtained such power, Big Mom would undoubtedly use her invincible strength to rob various races to realize her dream of a world government. As for Kaido, with his character of wanting chaos in the world, he would undoubtedly create turmoil everywhere. No matter what, this would not be a good outcome for the Navy. Kizaru's nonchalant expression changed. Moria's smile also faded. Their reactions undoubtedly confirmed Shanks' suspicions. My purpose for this trip, aside from stopping your battle, is more importantly to hope we can reach a common goal. This means that the existence of the mysterious merchant should not be known to the public. The existence of the mysterious merchant would only cause greater chaos. Whether it's the Navy or the Yonko Moria, neither would want this to happen. Kizaru's face was serious. Since Shanks already knew this news, there was no need for further discussion. Compared to the mysterious merchant, adding another Yonko is insignificant. Even if there were a few more Yonko, it wouldn't compare to the consequences caused by the mysterious merchant. That being is capable of creating countless powerful figures at the Yonko level. On behalf of the Navy, I promise to keep the news of the mysterious merchant's existence from leaking. At the same time, as long as Moria doesn't speak out, the Navy will acknowledge his status as one of the Yonko. I agreed to the proposal from the red-haired. The three reached a consensus on this point. From the perspective of the pirates who had allied with Moria from afar, this was undoubtedly the greatest proof of Moria's strength. Kizaru, Shanks, and Moria were talking on equal terms, making Moria's figure appear immensely tall. Countless pirates had already imagined the moment when Moria officially took the top position among the Yonko. Morgans was in the sky, capturing this meeting of three top powerhouses with his camera. At the same time, he thought of a particularly fitting title for this photo: The Birth of the Fifth Emperor of the Sea. Inside the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku said, "Sakazuki, take this fairy bean." He handed the fairy bean to Sakazuki while looking at his severed arm. Although their philosophies differed, they were both fighting for justice. With such a tool, he couldn't just ignore the fact that Akainu, a top-tier Marine, had lost an arm. Sakazuki nodded and took the fairy bean without hesitation, swallowing it whole, leaving the fire dragon, which was too massive, outside the building. Accompanied by a strong, tingling sensation, Akainu's lost left arm grew back. After a brief adjustment, Akainu returned to perfect condition, fully recovering from the injuries sustained in the battle against Doflamingo. Only then did Sengoku begin to converse with Sakazuki. "Sakazuki, do you think there's any chance we can capture the mysterious merchant?" "Impossible," Sakazuki replied decisively. Just from observing his performance in the battle against Doflamingo, he could tell that he hadn't used his full strength. Capturing such a powerhouse would likely require all three admirals and all the vice admirals working together, and even then, it would only be a possibility. However, this mysterious merchant also demonstrated a special ability, flight. This essentially eliminated the possibility of being surrounded. This is the inherent advantage of being able to fly. Similarly, the celestial dragons have long wanted to eliminate Doflamingo. However, due to the secrets he holds about the celestial dragons, they're wary of the risk of him exposing those secrets. Coupled with Doflamingo's developed ability to fly, his mobility is greatly enhanced. Even if they can't defeat him, Doflamingo can escape. This is why they have hesitated to take action against him. Sengoku took a deep breath, a frown on his face. The Yonko Moria and other unknown individuals who have opened blind boxes, all of this was giving him a headache. And that guy Carp, who he sent to find Crocodile, ended up getting nothing and took leave to visit family instead. Truly infuriating. In this case, all we can do is block the public's knowledge of the mysterious merchant's existence. How is it going with the newspaper? They have already been instructed in the name of the world government to prohibit any publication that mentions the mysterious merchant. They have also been informed of the consequences. Only Morgans, Sengoku pondered. Although the World Economic News Agency collaborates with the world government, Morgans has never revealed his true identity in front of people. Moreover, with his animal type, awakened fruit powers, and flight ability, we have no good way to deal with him. Sengoku rubbed his temples, instantly feeling a headache. Ever since the mysterious merchant appeared, one troublesome issue after another has arisen. All right, leave Morgans to me. The position of the 7 warlords cannot remain vacant for long. Since Moria has already given up his position, we must find someone to take his place. Moreover, it seems that the battle between Kizaru and Moria has not yet stopped. Before Sengoku could finish his sentence, the snail phone beside him suddenly rang. Picking up the phone, Kizaru's face appeared vividly imitated by the snail. "Sengoku, Moria has confirmed that he became stronger through the mysterious merchant. I have reached an agreement with him. The Navy acknowledges his position as one of the Yonko. At the same time, he will keep his mouth shut and not leak any news about the mysterious merchant." However, in this battle, red-haired Shanks intervened, and he also knows about the existence of the mysterious merchant. On the other end of the call, Kizaru attributed his inability to take down Moria to Shanks' arrival, trying to save face for himself. However, Sengoku and Sakazuki, being shrewd, naturally understood his implication. Clearly, Kizaru couldn't capture Moria even before Shanks arrived. Of course, this point is not the main issue. From the Navy's perspective, having more Yonko is actually better, as the Navy's influence in the New World is already weak. From a certain angle, the New World is the pirates' territory, as well as the Yonko's territory. Moria's growing power will inevitably collide with other Yonko. Battles between pirates are naturally not a bad thing for the Navy. However, now that Shanks knows about the mysterious merchant's existence, the intelligence regarding this is too important. The already powerful red-haired Shanks, if if he strengthens himself through the mysterious merchant, will undoubtedly see a greater increase in strength than several admirals combined. As stated before, Yonko have the resources to use freely, while the Navy is constrained by the world government. To change this situation, the five elders must feel threatened and loosen their control over the Navy. Whether it's recruiting powerful individuals into the Navy or increasing military funding, both are urgent matters. All right, I understand. Celino, come back directly. This time, don't take a break. There are important matters that require your attention, Sengoku said seriously, then hung up the phone and redialed the five elders number. The severity of the situation must be reported to the five elders promptly. Sengoku laid out the situation regarding Moria and Shanks. All right, we understand. We will give you a definite response tomorrow regarding the specifics. The voice of the five elders came from the other end of the phone. Should we increase funding for the Navy or initiate a recruitment campaign across the world? Let us increase funding for the Navy. For now, the Navy is still largely under our control, so there is no need to introduce too many uncontrollable factors. Agreed. In just a few simple sentences, the five elders reached a consensus. As the pirate strength increases, the Navy must not be too weak. However, this funding must be distributed evenly among each general and cannot allow any one person to become too powerful. Of course, Akainu, as their most valued candidate, will receive the largest financial support. How much funding? 5 billion. This year, with the increase of 5 billion in taxes, the allied nations will share this expense. Agreed. In the simple negotiations of the Gorosei, it was decided that countless civilians would lose their lives due to this 5 billion berries. The nobles would naturally seek to recover this money from the populace. Crocodile Buggy, one of the most notorious pirates in the East Sea, is also on the treasure hunting path today. Holding the treasure map in his hands, Buggy laughed heartily, directing his subordinates towards the location marked on the map. Punchbone, meteor shower. Just as Buggy was feeling proud, countless cannonballs rained down from the sky, leaving him dumbfounded as he stood there watching the incoming projectiles. The sheer density and speed of the cannonballs left him with no escape. All the pirates on the ship could only watch helplessly as the storm of cannonballs descended upon them. On Carp's dog-headed ship, he laughed heartily. Ha ha, my cannon-throwing skills are as powerful as ever. Watching the pirate ship turn into countless pieces of wood, Carp casually picked his nose, treating it as nothing serious. Every time he returned to the East Sea, he would conveniently clear out some pirates. After all, the East Sea had fallen to the weakest sea partly due to his efforts. This time, while visiting his grandson, he happened to encounter this pirate crew and easily took care of them. There was no need to specifically hunt these pirates. On the ocean, without a ship, their chances of survival were slim. Damn Carp, Buggy gritted his teeth. With the help of two surviving pirates, he barely managed to cling to a piece of wood. Watching helplessly as Carp's large ship sailed away, cursing under his breath. The familiar techniques and ship reminded him of years gone by. Looking at the two remaining crew members and the piece of wood, Buggy's face showed a desperate expression. At this point, not to mention treasure hunting, as a devil fruit user, surviving in this sea without a ship was incredibly difficult, and the treasure map had sunk to the bottom of the sea along with the ship. Thinking of this, Buggy reminisced about the treasure he had on an island near Sabaody Archipelago. As a pirate, collecting treasures and hunting for them was his joy. His largest fortune was hidden near Sabaody Archipelago. To make a comeback, he needed to retrieve his treasure from there. Moreover, there was someone he respected on Sabaody Island. He hadn't seen that person in many years and didn't know if they were still on the island, but it would be a good opportunity to visit. However, the biggest problem now was how to escape from this danger. The two surviving pirates looked at each other, waiting for Buggy's decision on whether he could save them all. What are you dawdling for? Buggy glared. Everyone shout for help. The two pirates nodded involuntarily and started shouting. The birth of the fifth emperor of the sea. The accompanying image captured by Morgans showed a scene of Moria conversing with Kizaru and Shanks. With Morgan's intentional photography, Moria's figure appeared incredibly imposing, leading some uninformed crowds to believe that Moria was even more powerful than Kizaru and Shanks after seeing the photo. This is the terrifying power of the media, which silently alters public perception, unrelated to the truth, only connected to what the media wants you to see. Below was a series of Moria's achievements, serving as evidence for his position as one of the five emperors. A recap of Moria's accomplishments. Battled Kaido, slightly at a disadvantage. Battled Kizaru, slightly in the lead. Engaged in equal conversation with the four Emperor Shanks. Combined with guiding photos, Moria's reputation rapidly shook the seas. At the bottom of the newspaper, an advertisement for Moria appeared. This newspaper, spread by the World Economic News Agency, gained momentum, with countless pirates eager to either challenge or join him. However, the four lofty emperors remained unmoved. Kaido just glanced at it and continued to indulge in fine wine. Moria, who had yet to master the technique of coding his conqueror's haki, couldn't even break through his defenses, so Kaido paid him no mind. Meanwhile, Big Mom, far away in the land of Wano, was quite pleased. Katakuri had missed the opportunity to capture Moria, which made her regretful, but Moria's rise to emperor meant he wouldn't leave the New World, and she still had a chance to have a child with him. Moreover, if Moria agreed to have a child with her, supporting him to become one of the 5 emperors wouldn't be out of the question. On Sabeti Archipelago, Dao Xian was naturally unaffected by these external disturbances. However, seeing Moria rise to emperor made him happy. After all, it meant that this big client was getting closer to him. Just as Dao Xian was feeling a bit bored, someone arrived. "Boss, I'm back." The white-haired, white-bearded, handsome old man Rayleigh came in, carrying a huge package. Inside the package was a total of 700 million berries that he obtained from Mihawk and Shanks. Rayleigh laughed heartily, saying that opening blind boxes was truly enjoyable and beneficial for one's health. Since he had opened blind boxes, he had completely forgotten about the ladies in the flower street. Looking at Rayleigh, Dao Xian smiled. "How many silver blind boxes are we opening this time?" 35. "This contains 700 million berries." Rayleigh patted the package, smiling. Since he started opening boxes, he had personally experienced the thrill of it and had also watched Mihawk and Ace open blind boxes. From his perspective, he had never lost once. Opening blind boxes was an incredibly profitable business, which was why he was so enthusiastic. With this money in hand, he didn't even return to the tavern, but headed straight here, intending to convert this money into items from the blind boxes. This way, he could avoid the danger of being discovered by Shaki while hiding his stash. Being a man, he believed Dao Xian wouldn't betray him. Dao Xian would certainly not refuse his request to open the box. "Shall we get started?" Rayleigh nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Then let's do it." Dao Xian directly deducted these 700 million berries and handed back to Rayleigh 38 silver blind boxes, 35 purchased, and 3 complimentary silver blind boxes. Rayleigh rubbed his hands together, filled with anticipation, and decisively opened one of the silver blind boxes. As a regular customer, he was well aware of the rules, so there was no need for excessive repetition. Dao Xian is now in a state of calm indifference towards silver blind boxes. Unless it is a special item, ordinary silver-grade props no longer stir any emotions within him. However, with the opening of the first blind box by Lei Li, an item from a world he had never imagined appeared. A seemingly ordinary, toy-like bamboo dragonfly emerged. It is well known that the anime aimed at children often depicts the most terrifying and dangerous worlds, and Doraemon is such a world. Indeed, what appeared before Dao Xian's eyes was a classic prop from the extremely terrifying high-tech world of Doraemon. The bamboo dragonfly. "What is this?" Rayleigh looked at this toy-like object, filled with confusion. "Its name is Bamboo Dragonfly. Once worn, it allows for free flight, given the world level of Doraemon's universe. Energy concerns are naturally not an issue." Just these 2 simple sentences made Lei Li overjoyed. The ability to fly is immensely important in a world that is all ocean, and this does not require further elaboration. This prop comes from a terrifying world that possesses the ability to traverse between the past and future. In this world, nothing can destroy it, unless it is a special devil fruit ability. Dao Xian originally wanted to say that it couldn't be broken, but thinking of certain rule-based devil fruits, he quickly changed his words. No matter how strong the materials for the bamboo dragonfly are, they can't surpass the rules. If there really is a devil fruit that can directly cause damage, the bamboo dragonfly might not be able to withstand it. Traveling through the past and future? Rayleigh keenly sensed the main point and couldn't help but ask, the figures of the captain and those companions appearing in his mind. "Is it really possible?" Dao Xian said lightly. "Of course it's possible. Among the myriad realms, there are quite a few with such abilities." At this point, Dao Xian couldn't help but recall those who could traverse time. Of course, he was most familiar with a few knights. Whether it was Kamen Rider Wizard's infinite form, Kamen Rider Kabuto's transcendental form, or Kamen Rider Odin and Den-O, they all possessed the power to manipulate time. Naturally, when discussing time, one must mention the most supreme demon king, the Time King. Absolute boundary fluctuations, causal law movements, shared senses across parallel worlds, creation and destruction of worlds. Each of these abilities surpasses ordinary imagination. Time before him is like an unguarded woman, allowing him to toy with it. However, just the empty me has already reached the gold level. Dao Xian himself couldn't even determine whether the Time King's ability was in the Platinum Blind Box or the Diamond Blind Box. Of course, these were merely Dao Xian's musings and had nothing to do with Rayleigh for the time being. However, as the levels of blind boxes opened to increase, such powers will eventually emerge in this world. As a mysterious merchant, Dao Xian had long learned how the previous system holder met their demise. In a certain world, the former mysterious merchant had recklessly released too many platinum blind boxes at once. Among those platinum blind boxes, multiple time-related abilities were simultaneously drawn, and those individuals learned the specific defense mechanisms of the system. The powerful beings with the ability to traverse time united and traveled back to when the mysterious merchant had just entered the world at its weakest, luring the previous system's master into taking action. The result was that the previous master of the system met their end, and after a long time drifting through endless time and space, the system was left for him to obtain, to avoid repeating the previous consequences. Dao Xian is very cautious about the release of high-level blind boxes. The golden blind boxes are one thing, but when it comes to platinum blind boxes, he must be extremely careful. Looking at Rayleigh, Dao Xian continued to explain, even in your world, there is a devil fruit called the time fruit, which has the ability to send people into the future. Rayleigh's face showed a hint of struggle, but then he seemed to come to terms with it. Forget it, he said. Shopkeeper, let's continue opening blind boxes. Although he didn't know Rayleigh's thoughts, the ability related to time generally leads the owner to first think of making up for past regrets. He wondered if Rayleigh missed his captain or perhaps a family member. Once that thought passed, the most important thing for Dao Xian was to open blind boxes. As long as he develops cautiously, the people of the pirate world will never be able to grow as fast as he does. As long as he doesn't release too many platinum-level blind boxes at once, he won't face any setbacks. He wasn't reckless. With the system, his current lifespan could allow him to live for hundreds of years. He had plenty of time to develop. Rayleigh reached for the blind boxes and continued to open them. The existence of the bamboo dragonfly pleasantly surprised him. Although he could swim between islands, flying was definitely more comfortable and convenient, and this bamboo dragonfly made him very happy. While Rayleigh was busy opening blind boxes, on the other side, Moria was aggressively recruiting and relying on the reputation of the Four Emperors. He found a territory outside of the Four Emperors' control and forcibly occupied it as his own. He was also looting wealth, trying to reach 2 billion in riches as quickly as possible, using golden blind boxes to become even stronger. Although the Four Emperors had not yet made a move, Moria understood very well that once his territory was solidified, the Four Emperors would come to test him. If his strength wasn't enough, this occupied territory would simply be a gift for the Four Emperors. The Four Emperors wouldn't mind casually taking over a mature territory. Back at the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Dragon was strictly formulating a revolutionary path to overthrow the celestial dragons according to the guidelines in the books. At the same time, he was looking for suitable places to plant the seeds he had. However, given the weather on the Grand Line, planting crops was still very difficult. Thinking of this, Dragon gazed towards the east. It seemed very suitable as a planting base, and after so many years without returning home, he also wanted to see how Luffy had grown. With that thought, a smile appeared on Dragon's face. Hee, Dragon, are you actually smiling? Ivankov said in disbelief. Since he joined the Revolutionary Army, it was the first time he had seen Dragon smile, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. Dragon quickly hid his smile. He still needed to maintain his authority in front of his comrades, which was why he had always been serious. Ivankov, I need to go to the East Blue for a bit. You can handle things here for now. If anything comes up, contact me with the snail phone. Hee, leave it to me. Ivankov patted his chest in agreement, while secretly guessing the purpose of Dragon's trip. He knew it was to find a suitable place to plant seeds. However, just from Dragon's smile, he knew it couldn't be just that. Could it be that Dragon's family is in the East Blue? Just as Ivankov was about to ask, Dragon seemed to be in a hurry, stirring up a gust of wind and flying into the sky. This made Ivankov somewhat envious. Flying abilities, in any aspect, were both cool and convenient, and he wanted it so badly. Ivankov suddenly remembered the mysterious merchant. The only problem was that his pockets were empty. With that thought, he immediately began to consider the celestial dragon's wealth. Who could rival the celestial dragons in terms of riches? On Morgan's territory, withdrawing from the Seven Warlords? And issuing a challenge to Whitebeard? Interesting. Smoking a cigar and taking a deep drag, Morgans looked at Crocodile sitting opposite him and inexplicably felt that something unknown was happening. First Moria, then Crocodile, suddenly gaining immense power and even daring to reach for the throne of the Four Emperors. There must be some enormous secret behind this. However, Morgans wasn't in a hurry. As the king of media, this information would eventually reach his ears. Instead, what Crocodile was about to do excited him greatly. He had just presented a new emperor, and now a sixth emperor was about to be born. No problem, Mr. Crocodile. I will grant all your requests. Such a sensational news story was something Morgans could not refuse. Under Morgan's arrangements, Crocodile posed for a few promotional photos, completing Morgan's request. Just wait, Whitebeard. Crocodile looked at the sky, silently recalling the scene when he was defeated by Whitebeard, with purple-black lightning swirling around the supreme Great Blade, Cloud Cutter. The attack not only had immense power, but also carried a strong Conqueror's hockey impact, leading to Crocodile losing an arm in that strike. After gaining powerful strength through the mysterious merchant, Crocodile finally had the thought of challenging Whitebeard again. Defeating Whitebeard, the man with the world's strongest power. To become the Pirate King and dominate this world was Crocodile's dream. As for treasure, Crocodile had no interest. On Sabeti Archipelago, inside the mysterious shop, Rayleigh had a dark expression, panting heavily as he silently opened the blind boxes. Out of a total of 38 silver blind boxes, he had already opened 35. Except for the first blind box, the rest were almost all worthless junk. Feeling the gap between himself and the lucky ones, Rayleigh was on the verge of breaking down. Getting only one useful bamboo dragonfly from 35 silver blind boxes. Was that reasonable? It was completely unreasonable. With Ace and Mihawk having such great luck before him, it was really hard for this unlucky guy to accept. However, no matter how hard it was to accept, the fact remained. The 36 silver blind box had also been opened, and it was junk as well. Rayleigh had an expression as if he had been toyed with. Dao Xian looked at Rayleigh with an expression that said you are a loser, making Rayleigh feel an urge to spit blood. Looking at the last silver blind box, Rayleigh silently prayed for something that could help him recover his losses. Otherwise, this would become a one-time transaction. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't have anywhere to get 700 million berries. Relying on his coding business barely made ends meet. His main source of income still came from extorting those arrogant pirates at the bar. However, that amount of berries was far from the massive 700 million. Rayleigh's hand trembled as he opened the last silver blind box, and as the light faded, "Oh, Rayleigh, not bad. Not bad. You actually got it?" Dao Xian exclaimed in surprise. It had been a long time since he had heard such a tone from Rayleigh, and in an instant, it felt as if he had grasped the last glimmer of hope. He asked, "What is this?" Looking at the 3 rice balls on the table, Dao Xian explained, "Its name is the Momotaro rice ball. If other animals eat it, they will obey your commands. However, it won't work on creatures with a certain level of intelligence. The specific use depends on how you perceive it." He added, "Note that the effect of the rice ball lasts only 3 days, but if you use that time wisely, you could gain 3 powerful assistants." Rayleigh's face immediately fell. This thing was of no significant use to him. Sea Kings? They were not his match at all. He didn't need such useless junk. Seeing Rayleigh's expression, Dao Xian hinted, "It's a consumable item and can be traded." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh began to think about what kind of person would need such an item. Time flew by quickly without anyone opening the box, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. With the spread of news from the World Economic News Agency, the information about Crocodile's resignation from the 7 warlords and his challenge to Whitebeard spread rapidly. The resignation of 2 7 warlords in succession dealt a serious blow to the Navy's prestige. At the Navy base, Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, angrily shouting the names of the 2 former 7 warlords, Crocodile and Moria. "Sengoku, you're losing your composure," Zifa, sitting upright beside him, reminded. Since regaining his arm from the mysterious merchant and finding his belief again, Zifa had revitalized himself, returning from retirement to become a Navy Vice Admiral. Sengoku took a deep breath before asking Zifa and Tsuru beside him, "How should we handle Crocodile? And what about the 2 vacant positions of the 7 warlords?" Tsuru calmly replied, "From the known information, Crocodile must have taken a desperate trip to the mysterious merchant. And from his challenge to Whitebeard, he must have gained some powerful strength. Otherwise, his actions are inexplicable. In our current ignorance, it's almost impossible to take him down." Tsuru raised her head and expressed her speculation. "In my opinion, Crocodile's actions seem to mimic Moria's. Since chaos is inevitable, let's make this sea even more chaotic. We can help Crocodile promote himself on the path to becoming the 6th emperor while also finding ways to intensify his conflicts with Moria and the other 4 emperors. At the same time, I propose to the elders to increase the number of 7 warlords. Increase it to 12, and we can directly call them the 12 warlords or come up with a new name. Additionally, I proposed to the elders to add 2 admiral positions to balance the pirates' power. Tsuru's suggestion was based on careful consideration. With the existence of the mysterious merchant, the pirate strength had become uncontrollable, and to achieve a new balance, the Navy and the 7 warlords needed to establish a balance with the 6 emperors. Moreover, this was also an opportunity to enhance the Navy's strength. The establishment of the 7 warlords was implemented under the strong promotion of the world government. To put it bluntly, the world government would rather have an additional force than allow the Navy to become too powerful. It's important to note that outside of the Navy, pirates, and 7 warlords, there are also strong individuals who are inclined towards the Navy. However, due to the Navy's 3 admiral system, these strong individuals are effectively kept out of the Navy. As an institution of violence under the name of justice, the Navy also has its share of members who harbor a hostile attitude towards the celestial dragons. Of course, given the world government's claim to righteousness, along with funding constraints and control over various aspects, it's unrealistic for the Navy to rebel against the world government. The growth of pirate forces is also an opportunity for the Navy. Zifa nodded. I agree with Tsuru's proposal. The mysterious merchant is an existence we cannot control. But as vested interests, both Moria and Crocodile would likely not want more people to know of their existence. We can unite to control the dissemination of information about the mysterious merchant. That's something we can do. Before the situation in the sea becomes completely chaotic, we need to strengthen the Navy's power. Didn't the elders allocate 50 billion berries? I suggest you, Sengoku, also open a blind box. You and Sakazuki should each open a golden blind box and select several promising rear admirals and commodores to open some silver blind boxes. This will increase our Navy's top combat power. Zifa said seriously. I have a feeling that true monsters will soon emerge in this sea. Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged serious glances. If the strength before the mysterious merchant appeared was still within a comprehensible range, then the appearance of the mysterious merchant had pushed this power beyond specifications. In terms of hard power, the strongest in the Navy right now should be Garp. Once he puts on his boxing gloves, no one present can match him. Next is Kizaru, whose shadowless sword obtained from the Abyss Party gives him a significant boost in strength. The 2 of them are clearly much stronger than the others. So, wouldn't the strength of those pirates also increase compared to the Navy? In this situation, enhancing the Navy's top combat power is indeed crucial. The 50 billion berries allocated by the elders, rather than spreading it among numerous Navy personnel, is better spent on significantly boosting the Navy's top combat power. On the Moby Dick, Crocodile's declaration quickly reached the Whitebeard pirates. Old man, Crocodile has issued a challenge to you. Marco read the news from the newspaper to Whitebeard, who was recovering his health and drinking and eating heartily. The health of Whitebeard changed the atmosphere of the Whitebeard pirates. Since his recovery a few days ago, the Whitebeard pirates have been throwing wild parties to celebrate his return. Hey, la. Crocodile, is it? Let him come. I am the healthy Whitebeard now, Whitebeard said boldly. His confident tone prompted cheers from his sons nearby, as everyone knew the strength he possessed at his peak. If they had any worries before, the now healthy Whitebeard was, in their eyes, absolutely invincible. As for Crocodile, who lost a hand back in the day, he probably didn't even want to keep his life now. Only Marco was deep in thought about something. Whitebeard had only told him about the mysterious merchant. In many ways, although Marco didn't hold the official title of vice captain, as the captain of the 1st Division and the ship's doctor, he was essentially the actual vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard had always been training him to be the next captain of the Whitebeard pirates. In a few days, it will be time for the various factions to offer their tributes, which should amount to around 2 billion berries. He could go to Sabaody Archipelago to give it a try. After confirming the authenticity and effects, he would consider whether to inform the others about the mysterious merchant's existence. East Blue, Frost Moon Village, Isen Dojo. The essence of swordsmanship lies in the natural stance. The so-called natural stance is the optimal position a swordsman adopts when preparing to launch an attack. Once the natural stance is mastered, one can then focus on honing their swordsmanship. In the dojo, a man with a ponytail, wearing glasses and squinting eyes, was teaching a group of young children the most basic swordsmanship. A sudden gust of wind caused the children to sway in all directions. That's enough for today. The master has something to attend to, so you can go home early. Don't forget to practice and study on your own after getting back. Yes, the children scattered, and soon the dojo was empty. Another strange wind blew, stirring up the collar of Gung Shiro's clothing. He stood unmoved in the wind, a smile on his face as if he were greeting a friend. In the wind, a hooded man appeared. Dorag, Gung Shiro. After exchanging names, Gung Shiro led Dorag inside. This small dojo in the village was empty except for Gung Shiro, so there was no worry about Dorag's whereabouts being exposed. Dorag, why did you come so suddenly? Dorag lifted his hood, revealing a relaxed smile. Gung Shiro was one of the few friends with whom he could show his true self. Gung Shiro was also part of the Revolutionary Army, but unlike others, his role was more about being the foundation of the Revolutionary Army. He would likely only appear at the final moments of the revolution. Dorag came to check on Luffy and to borrow some space from Gung Shiro to plan a batch of food for the Revolutionary Army. Dorag took out seeds from a blind box and then informed Gung Shiro about the existence of a mysterious merchant and a series of events that had occurred. Initially, Gung Shiro had no reaction, but when he heard that the blind box of the mysterious merchant could contain items that could resurrect humans, his calm demeanor vanished. Quina. Gung Shiro muttered his daughter's name, his expression becoming agitated. His daughter had died in an accident after falling down the stairs at home, a pain he could never erase. Is that true? Gung Shiro couldn't help but confirm again. Indeed, many strange items had emerged from his blind box, including those for regrowing severed limbs and curing various ailments. I believe resurrection is not impossible, Dorag said sincerely, knowing Gung Shiro's pain, which was also why he came this time. Thank you for telling me, Gung Shiro replied. Having such hope was enough. The rest was just a matter of money. However, he didn't really pursue wealth before this. Where to get so much money was indeed a headache for him. Of course, learning this news was enough to make him happy, and Gung Shiro cheerfully said, Come, Dorag, let's have a few drinks together. Seeing his friends so happy, Dorag naturally wouldn't spoil his mood. Dressrosa, a tropical resort island. In the Grand Line, a mere 10 miles might separate summer from winter. At this moment, in the palace, Doflamingo had gathered all the family executives. Daffy, what's going on? Diamante, one of the executives of the Don Quixote family, asked with confusion. Since Doflamingo returned from Sabati Archipelago, he had been very excited, calling all the executives for a meeting. At this moment, except for Virgo, who was undercover, and Violet, who was forced to join, all other executives were present. Not only Diamante, but other family executives were also puzzled, but seeing Doflamingo smile, it didn't seem like a bad thing. Doflamingo laughed heartily. Family. A new era is coming. The executives of the Don Quixote family exchanged glances, and Monet couldn't help but ask, Young master, what exactly happened? Doflamingo stopped laughing and explained, You all know about Moria and Crocodile, right? Everyone nodded. They had become so powerful because they possessed a huge secret. What secret? Daffy, tell us quickly, Treble asked impatiently. On that island, Doflamingo recounted everything that had happened on Sabati Archipelago. For Doflamingo, the Don Quixote family, or rather the Don Quixote pirates, was established on the bonds of family. As long as no one crossed his bottom line, that is, betrayed him, everyone in the team was his closest family. To the outside world, Doflamingo was a villain, a scum of the sea, a pirate who committed every crime. But for everyone in the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo was their closest relative. This bond was unbreakable. Therefore, even with such news, Doflamingo did not hide anything and directly told everyone. So, Daffy, you will gain even stronger power? Our Don Quixote family can move towards the status of an emperor of the sea, Treble said excitedly. He and Diamante, as losers of the sea, have been thoroughly defeated after being beaten by a strong person with Conqueror's Haki. Since then, they deeply understood what Conqueror's Haki meant in this sea. It was definitely not just a mental shock aimed at the weak. Conqueror's Haki, in the hands of the strong, was like a more powerful armament Haki, with a larger attack range. Each attack contained one S-will. Every strike was a mental clash. He and Diamante had been completely defeated. Because of this, when he saw Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki, he and Diamante had the thought of nurturing Doflamingo. He also gave Doflamingo the string fruit he had found. However, looking back now, it was precisely his string fruit that limited Doflamingo's potential. That's right. Family, turn all unnecessary fixed assets into berries, except for the funds needed for operations. This time, our Don Quixote family will mobilize completely and all go to open blind boxes. Say, or pink, if there is a chance, I will make up for your regrets. Doflamingo promised each family member. Say, or pink, a plump figure wearing a pink baby hat, sucking a pacifier, and dressed in a yellow diaper with star patterns. Suddenly choked up a bit. His acquaintance with Lucian began as a tragedy, based on deception, and now, there was a chance for redemption. Let us get moving, family. This world is about to enter a new era. Yes, Daffy. The cadres of the Don Quixote family responded strongly. The sea was turbulent. Just a few days ago, The clown Buggy, who was knocked into the sea by a casual attack from carp, surprisingly managed to reach the Sabeti archipelago. I Buggy have survived. He laughed heartily while standing on the shore. He and his two subordinates had been soaking in the sea for a whole day. As a devil fruit user, he fell into a weakened state after being soaked in seawater. At this dangerous moment, a sea king swallowed him whole. And by relying on his own strength and a series of coincidences, he successfully arrived at an island near Sabeti. After acquiring his fortune, he forced a nearby merchant ship to take him to Sabeti. Carrying a chest full of treasures, Buggy avoided everyone on the way and headed towards Shacky's ripoff bar. It had been many years since he last saw Vice Captain Rayleigh, and Buggy missed him dearly. Inside Shacky's ripoff bar, there were not many customers today, as the infamous black bar attracted only a few new pirates from all over the seas, with locals hardly visiting. It could be said that the bar would not open for 3 months, but when it did, it would feast for 3 months. Welcome. Upon seeing someone push open the door, Shacky retracted her words of welcome and smiled. Oh, it's little Buggy. Shacky, as high league is you fuck the wifey. Buggy respected Rayleigh and also held Shacky in high regard. Is Vice Captain Rayleigh not here? After being treated to some water and resting, Buggy finally inquired about Rayleigh's whereabouts. Shacky took a puff of smoke and casually replied, he should be at the dock coating some ships. Wait a minute, he should be back soon. At that moment, Rayleigh, who was mentioned to be out coating ships, was actually wandering near the auction house. Unfortunately, he brought his rice balls to the auction, but without anyone eating them. Their effectiveness could not be verified, and they ended up unsold. Disappointed, Rayleigh returned empty-handed. I'm back. Rayleigh returned to the bar looking as though he had finished his work. Buggy pounced on him. Vice Captain Rayleigh. Buggy exclaimed excitedly. He hadn't seen Rayleigh in years. During these years, he had been ruling the East Blue, living quite comfortably. If it hadn't been for that guy Carp destroying his ship, he wouldn't have found himself at the Sabeti archipelago, a transit point to the New World. Rayleigh was equally surprised. Seeing old acquaintances from the ship always brought him joy, especially Buggy and Shanks, the interns from back in the day. He had taught them swordsmanship and hockey, and they could almost be considered his apprentices. Rayleigh patted Buggy on the back and laughed heartily. I heard from Shanks that you've been ruling the East Blue. What brings you to Sabeti? Buggy quickly changed the subject, not wanting to admit that Carp had casually wiped out his pirate crew. My ship is too old. I want to find Vice Captain Rayleigh to help me buy a good ship. Hearing this, Rayleigh's spirit lifted. He had just experienced an investment failure, and here came a wealthy client. Buying a ship would cost at least 100 to 200 million berries. Ships costing a few million were not even suitable for piracy. This meant Buggy had brought a large fortune. As Buggy's former mentor and vice captain, it was reasonable for him to borrow some startup fund from Buggy. If he couldn't pay back, he could just leave the legendary rice balls as collateral. No problem. Leave it to me. Rayleigh readily agreed. Shacky, seeing their long-awaited reunion, decided not to interrupt them and let Rayleigh take Buggy out to choose a ship. But as they were leaving, she added, don't forget to come back for dinner tonight. Rayleigh waved his hand, leading Buggy and his chest of treasures out the door. Once they were out of sight of the bar, Rayleigh took Buggy towards the mysterious shop. Buggy, how much are you planning to spend on a ship? Rayleigh probed, testing Buggy's wealth. Buggy, having no guard up around Rayleigh, replied, I prepared 300 million berries. But for the ship, I only plan to spend up to 100 million berries. I don't need a large ship that can sail the Grand Line. Just one that can navigate the calm waters of the East Blue will suffice. Rayleigh nodded, first acknowledging Buggy's opinion, then added, by the way, Shanks is still quite strong. It seems he has been training hard since he left our ship. How about you now? Rayleigh's words were filled with the intent to gauge Buggy's hockey. Buggy felt a bit awkward. Ever since he ate the chop-chop fruit, his strength had stagnated. This was also the reason he went to the East Blue. With his previous foundation on the ship, even without significant growth in strength, he could still thrive in the East Blue. Buggy awkwardly said, no need for that. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow and used hockey to grip Buggy's body, attempting to stimulate Buggy's hockey. Buggy's face contorted in pain. It was excruciating. Under the threat of a fracture, Buggy barely managed to unleash his basic hockey. Rayleigh released his grip and let out a long sigh. Alas, Buggy's face turned bright red, feeling embarrassed. As a member of the Pirate King's crew, having such little strength was a disgrace to Captain Roger. Before you head back to the East Blue, you should train with me for a while. Buggy involuntarily nodded. Although Dao Xian had not gone out, he had already sensed the situation in the sea. Due to his frequent purchases of the World Economic News, every day around 10 a.m., a newsbird would come to deliver the newspaper. He had received news about Crocodile quitting the warlords and challenging Whitebeard. Looking at the news in the newspaper, Dao Xian smiled. After lowering his mindset, he felt less anxious. With Nami and Robin accompanying him, He did not feel lonely or empty, aside from lacking some spiritual nourishment. He then picked up a novel, which was about the evil army Germa in the North Sea. The characters in it were the inspiration for the Vinsmoke family's development of battlesuits. Moments later, the door swung open, and a familiar figure appeared again. However, Dao Xian was surprised to see a character who should not have been there at this time. Buggy, or rather, Clown Buggy. The meanings of the words were the same. One was a colloquial term, and the other was the term used in Wano. Shouldn't Buggy be in the East Blue at this time? Dao Xian scratched his head and recalled. This was something Dao Xian didn't know. Originally, Buggy wouldn't have encountered Carp. Unfortunately, influenced by Dao Xian, Carp, after failing to find Crocodile, decided to return home. Unexpectedly, he ran into Buggy and casually wiped out Buggy's pirate crew. This led to Buggy coming to Sabady to look for Rayleigh. "Manager, I'm back," Rayleigh greeted with a smile. Buggy looked around, surveying everything, wondering if this so-called good place was really it. He had thought they were going to the red light district, which had given him a hint of expectation. Looking at the introduction on the wall, Buggy's eyes were filled with skepticism. All worlds, reversing time, resurrection items, everything sounded so unbelievable. If it weren't for Rayleigh bringing him here, he would have turned around and left long ago. Rayleigh held Buggy back and said to Dao Xian, "He wants to open a blind box. Let him try a bronze blind box first." Over-explaining would be a waste of breath. As long as Buggy opened a blind box, he would naturally understand everything else. Faced with Rayleigh's authority, even if he didn't believe it, Buggy didn't mind spending 200,000 berries to give it a try. Thinking this, Buggy nodded, acknowledging Rayleigh's statement. To be honest, he was a bit curious now. Could everything the shop said be true? With Rayleigh's power, there were really not many who could fool him. "You're voluntarily purchasing a bronze blind box, right?" Dao Xian confirmed again that the system can only deduct money that others willingly give, and there is no possibility of coercion. That is why Dao Xian needed to confirm once more. Baki nodded, saying that 200,000 berries was just a small amount of money to him. Dao Xian gently waved his hand, and the jewels in the box suddenly lost nearly 200,000 worth. At the same time, a bronze blind box appeared in Dao Xian's hand. Devil fruit ability? Buggy looked at the suddenly appeared bronze blind box, silently guessing. However, he believed that with Rayleigh around, there would definitely be no danger. After receiving the bronze blind box handed over by Dao Xian, Buggy carefully opened it. After all, it was something he spent 200,000 berries to buy. He also wanted to see what could be opened from his blind box. The packaging dissipated, leaving behind a round object, a compass, commonly seen in navigation. Just as Buggy was about to ask, Rayleigh spoke up first. "What is this?" "The compass of Jack Sparrow." Dao Xian looked at Buggy with surprise in his eyes. It's not excessive for this kind of item to be in a gold-tier blind box. Yet Buggy managed to open it from a bronze blind box. Truly deserving of being the owner of the Conqueror's Hockey. Jack Sparrow's compass? Who is he? And what is the use of this compass? Buggy asked. Rayleigh also looked at Dao Xian with curiosity. Its function is very simple. It helps you find what you desire the most. Of course, if you don't have a clear goal, its guidance can be quite vague, and it won't help you avoid danger. Before Buggy could react, Rayleigh became excited. "So, this compass can help us find treasure?" Dao Xian nodded, indicating that it was correct. Buggy seemed a bit incredulous as he picked up the compass, imagining the treasure he was searching for hidden in the East China Sea. The needle on the compass instantly pointed east, towards the direction of the East China Sea. No matter how Buggy moved the compass, it always pointed to one place. Buggy finally believed in the authenticity of this mysterious shop. On the side, Rayleigh's eyes were wide open. With this compass, the unclaimed wealth on the sea was practically theirs for the taking. Even Rayleigh was momentarily speechless. Just based on this compass, it had already proven Buggy's luck. This compass could easily be sold for 2 billion. However, only a fool would choose to sell it. It was equivalent to a continuous source of wealth. Buggy put away the compass and felt invigorated. This compass was worth more than all his assets combined. 300 million berries. This trip was definitely worth it. Captain Rayleigh is such a good person. Buggy gratefully glanced at Rayleigh and suddenly made a decision. "Shopkeeper, give me 15 silver blind boxes." Rayleigh beside him. He was still planning to borrow some from Buggy, but unexpectedly, Buggy got addicted after just opening one blind box. However, it wasn't entirely Buggy's fault. After all, the experience of a lucky person and an unlucky person is completely different when spending money. The first pull for a lucky person yielded a big prize, so they naturally wouldn't consider the other consequences. With this compass, a few 100 million in funds could easily be found. Rayleigh was forcing a smile on the surface, but was silently cursing inside, wondering why he was just an unlucky person. Why? Dao Xian naturally didn't know about Layli's little scheme, but after all, it was 15 silver blind boxes, worth a try. Especially since it was the special character, Joker Buggy. In the original work, he represents good luck, so Dao Xian was very curious whether he could continue the streak of luck when opening the blind boxes. After a routine confirmation and receiving Buggy's consent, Dao Xian finally took away the treasures corresponding to the value from the box all at once. 16 silver blind boxes were laid out, among which the purchases.